Hello students, greetings of the day. So welcome to the marathon session of business economics. Chapter is theory of demand. Okay. So let us see this chapter. Okay. So from this chapter, you will get around 2 or 3 marks in the examination. So I will be covering the important areas only. Okay. I will just be revising this chapter briefly. Okay. So let us see what is demand. In ordinary language, demand means desire, right? But in economics, in order to be considered as demand, we should have three features. That is desire, ability to pay, nothing but means to purchase, and willingness to use those means for that purpose or for that purchase. Okay, so when we have these three features, simply stating desire, ability, willingness, when we have these three features, then only it will be considered as demand. So what is the definition of demand in economics? In economics, the term demand refers to quantity of goods or services that buyers are willing and able to purchase at various prices during a given period of time. So demand is always expressed at a price, and it is always expressed for a given period of time. So since it is expressed for a given period of time, it's a flow concept. It's a flow concept. Okay. So that is covered here. So demand is a flow concept, a hard express, and demand is always expressed at a price. Next one, determinants of demand. So demand depends on several factors. Okay, demand of a product depends on several factors, and we have discussed here some of those important factors here. Okay. Okay, as these factors change, demand of the product also changes. And do remember one thing: when we take when there are several factors, you can't take all the factors at a time. You can't take all the factors at a time. No, no. You have to take one particular factor and try to explain the relationship between that factor and demand, and you have to keep all other factors as constant. This is called as ceteris paribus. So whether that assumption is expressed or not, it's a common assumption that is taken in economics. Adi ichina open assumption mention chesina cheyapaina sare adi unnattu. Okay, nana? Right. So let us see the determinants of demand. So first one is price of the commodity. See, here when it comes to price of the commodity, there is inverse relationship. Price of the commodity means we're talking about demand and price and demand of the same commodity. So when we're talking about demand and price of same commodity, there will be inverse relationship between demand and price of the same commodity. That means as the price of the good increases, its demand contracts, and the price of the good decreases, its demands expand. Okay, and this is because of income and substitution effect. Income and substitution effect మూలంగా relationship ఉంటుంది. What do you mean by income and substitution effect? అది reasons చూద్దాం నాన్న. Okay, next, price of related commodities. So demand for a commodity not only depends on its price, but also price of related commodities. Here related commodities can be divided two types. One is substitute and the one is complementaries. Okay, when it comes to related commodities, we try to explain the relationship between price of one commodity and demand for another commodity. Price of one commodity and demand for another commodity. Okay, so when it comes to substitutes, what sort of relationship it will have? For example, if the price of tea falls, the demand for coffee also falls. So there will be a direct relationship between the two. So there will be a direct relationship between the two, and at the same time, if the price of a commodity increases, the demand for another commodity also increases. This is the relationship in case of substitutes. Complementaries, there will be inverse relationship. It is clearly given here. Okay, so no need to explain anything further about it. Next, now disposable income also affects the income of the disposable income also affects the demand, because disposable income means the amount of money available with the consumers. So as the amount of money available with the consumers, demand for the goods also increases, and vice versa. So if the consumers' income increases, demand for normal goods also increases. That means there is a direct relationship between income and demand for normal goods. Okay, again, these normal goods can be divided into two types. One is essential consumer goods and the one is luxuries. Okay, so what will be the relationship when it comes to essential consumer goods and luxuries? Okay, now do remember one thing: essential consumer goods, what will happen? Okay, so increase in consumer income. Essential consumer goods means we're talking about necessaries. Okay, necessaries here. So increase in consumer income will cause increase in demand for necessaries, but this increase in demand for necessaries is less than proportionate to increase in income. That means what's up? If the income of the consumer increases by 10%, then demand for necessaries will increase only by 5%. So you have to remember one thing, that as the income increases, demand for necessaries also increase, but it will not increase in equal proportion. It will increase in less than proportion. Okay. And when it comes to luxuries, what will be the issue here? Here, as the income increases beyond a certain level, then only demand for luxuries will increase. As soon as income increases, people will not start demanding luxuries because they have so many necessaries and comforts to fulfill first. Once these necessaries and comforts are fulfilled, and even after that income keeps on increasing, then he will think about luxuries. Income peragangane evaru luxuries. For example, car is a luxury for me. As of, let us assume that as of now I am earning 40,000. 40,000, 50,000 amangane in car purchase chain. Okay, because I have so many other wants to think about. Okay, and I have so many other wants, that is necessaries, comforts to think about. Okay, right. So as my income keeps on increasing, I will be fulfilling my necessaries and comforts. 50, 60, 70, 80, but 80 nunchi 90 touch cheyangane every month. Monthly salary 90,000 anangane em chestanu ante already most of my necessaries and comforts are fulfilled. Okay, and even after that my income keeps on increasing. Then what I will do, I will think about luxuries. 90,000 వచ్చింది కదా, ఇప్పుడు luxuries ni afford చేయగలను. So that is what it is given in the theory also. It will rise, the demand for luxuries will rise beyond a certain level. Adi immediate income peragangane immediate ga peragadu. Okay, and when it comes to inferior goods, there will be inverse relationship. That means as the income of the consumer increases, demand for inferior goods decreases. Demand for inferior, because everyone wants to improve the standard of living. In order to improve the standard of living, they have to shift from inferior goods to superior goods. So as the income increases, demand for inferior goods decreases, demand for superior goods increases. Okay, but ఇక్కడ జాగ్రత్త చూస్తే కనుక ఏం చెప్పాడరా అంటే a clear explanation is given. See, just now whatever I explained is a normal explanation, okay? But upon deeper analysis or deeper focus onto this issue, onto this good, we can understand one thing. See, as the income increases, as the income increases, up to a certain level, demand for inferior goods also increase up to a certain level. So, up to a certain level of income, if the demand for good increases with the increase in income, but beyond a certain level of income. But when the income increases beyond a certain level, then demand for inferior goods decreases. Why, sir? Let us take an example. Earlier I was earning 8,000. Now my income increased from 8,000 to 9,000. It does not mean that immediately I will shift from inferior goods to superior goods. Yes, there is increase in income by 1,000 rupees. 8,000 nunchi 9,000 perigindi. But that increase in income is not sufficient to purchase superior goods. So what I will do, I will buy inferior goods in more quantity. ఎక్కువ క్వాంటిటీలో పర్చేస్ చేస్తారు. అంటే స్టిల్ ఐఎమ్ డిమాండింగ్ inferior goods, but I'm demanding in more quantity. But as my income increases from 9 to 10, 10 to 12, 12 to 15, then I will have sufficient amount of income to purchase superior goods. Do remember one thing, superior goods are quite expensive when compared to inferior goods. So income peragangane emmate man superior goods ki shift avum, because that income, even though there is increase in income, that income is not sufficient to purchase superior goods. So what I will do, I will still be buying inferior goods. So as income increases and it increases beyond a certain limit, then I will start buying superior goods. So obviously demand for inferior goods will decrease. So income perige koddi, initial income periginappudu inferior goods demand perugutundi. Okay nana, but oka level that income perige koddi demand for inferior goods taggutundi. Okay, the same thing is given here. Next, taste and preference. Taste and preference also affects the demand for goods. And this taste and preference can be divided into two types. One is external causes and the one is internal causes. What do you mean by internal causes? Modern goods or more fashion goods command higher demand than old design or out of. See, here internal causes means it depends upon our taste and our preferences. It depends upon, so here internal causes means it depends upon our taste and our preferences, individual's taste and individual preferences. Okay, so generally what individuals do is that they always prefer latest goods compared to old goods. Okay, so if consumers prefer products, if consumer feels that products are obsolete, outdated, then definitely he will discard those outdated goods and shift to the newly made goods. Okay, these are internal causes. Now coming back to external causes can be divided to three types. Okay, or four types: demonstration effect, bandwagon effect, snob effect, and Veblen effect. We all know what is demonstration effect. People emulate the consumption behavior of others. Emulate means basically copy. Okay, so that is called as demonstration effect. So demonstrate, the word itself suggests that your demand will be affected once you see the good. Once you see the good. Okay, your friend bought a car or your friend bought a bike now. Okay, when your friend buys a bike, definitely you will have a trial run over that bike. So you are basically physically experiencing that bike, physically feeling and experiencing that bike. So this kind of effect will definitely cause demand. Okay, వాడు బైక్ కొన్నాడు, డెఫినెట్ గా మనం ట్రైల్ రన్ వేస్తాము. ట్రైల్ రన్ వేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందన్నా, ఇట్ విల్ క్రియేట్ ఎ డిమాండ్. సో వీ టూ, ఇఫ్ యూ ఆర్ వెరీ మచ్ ఇంప్రెసివ్ విత్ దట్ గుడ్, వీ టూ వాంట్ టు బై దట్ గుడ్ నా. So this is called as demonstration effect. Demonstration means literally experiencing that good, okay. So people emulate copying basically. Since my friend bought that bike and that bike is really good bike, that's what definitely I too want to buy that bike. Now you did not come to this conclusion because your friend bought it. Once your friend bought it, you had you had experienced that good practically. A good practical experience చేసావు, యూస్ చేసి చూసావు. Okay, Nana, and then demonstration effect. Example, an individual demand for mobile may be affected by seeing a new model mobile in his neighbor's or friend's house. Okay, as he likes what he sees. చూసింది నచ్చిందిగా, practical experience చేశాడు, చూశాడు, నచ్చింది కాబట్టి he too want to buy the same. That's called as demonstrate. Demonstrate means showing. Okay, physically experiencing. Now, what do you mean by bandwagon effect? Bandwagon effect ante Nana, if most of the people are preferring one particular good, then by default we too also prefer the same good. Out of 10 people, if 8 people are advising to buy Samsung mobile phone, then definitely we too want to buy the Samsung mobile phone. At the end of the day, we may buy or we may not buy it, but our first preference will be Samsung mobile phone. That is called as bandwagon effect. So demand for a commodity is increases since there are also consuming the same commodity. That means most of the people are consuming the same commodity. So chala mandi consume chestunnappudu mana experience kaakapoyina, we don't know how the product works. But since most of the people are advising to use so and so product, we too will buy the same product now. We too will try to buy the same product. Demonstration effect lo physical experience చేస్తాము. Bandwagon effect లో majority people ఆ good కొనమంటున్నారు కాబట్టి మనం కూడా కొంటాం. But ఇక్కడ మన when it comes to bandwagon effect, we have not experienced the good. We have not experienced the good. Okay. So that is bandwagon effect. Now coming back to snob effect. What do you mean by snob effect? See, before discussing snob effect, let us discuss Veblen effect. Generally, rich people, what they want to do is that they want to be recognized as rich or wealthy people in the society. So, in order to be recognized as such, they need to use expensive goods. So, generally, people will demand expensive goods. Such kind of demand is called as Veblen. Such kind of goods are called as Veblen goods, and such kind of demand is called as Veblen effect. Okay. So, highly priced goods are consumed by status-seeking rich people. Okay. They can show off their status only when they consume expensive goods. Okay. డబ్బులు ఉన్నాయి కదా అని చెప్పేసి మామూలు కార్ కన్స్యూమ్ చేస్తే అందరి దగ్గర మామూలు కార్స్ ఉన్నాయి. యూ నీడ్ టు బై అన్ ఎక్స్పెన్సివ్ కార్, then automatic people will come to know that you are a rich person. So generally these people, in order to show off their richness, what they do is that they demand expensive goods. They demand expensive goods. అంటే ఏ గూడ్స్ కదా ప్రైస్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుందో ఆ గుడ్ నే ఎక్కువ డిమాండ్ చేస్తారు. Such kind of goods are called as Veblen goods, and that effect is called as Veblen effect. Okay. Now that rich person bought a Rolls Royce car, చాలా ఎక్స్పెన్సివ్ కార్, రోల్స్ రాయ్స్ కార్. మిగతా కార్స్ ఉన్నాయి కానీ చెప్పాం కదా నాన్న, హీ వాంట్స్ టు షో ఆఫ్ హిస్ రిచ్నెస్. నా దగ్గర ఎంత డబ్బు ఉందో అది తను చెప్పుకోవడం కన్నా వాడే వస్తువులు బట్టి తెలిసిపోతుందా. సో ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు షో ఆఫ్ హిస్ రిచ్నెస్, హీ పర్చేజ్ రోల్స్ రాయ్స్ కార్. నౌ రోల్స్ రాయ్స్, everyone started buying Rolls Royce car. So when it becomes common in the market, Nana, that rich person will not be able to show off his richness with the same goods. So what he will do, Nana, he will stop purchasing Rolls Royce. నేను కొన్నాను రోల్స్ రాయ్స్, ఎవరి దగ్గర లేదు. సో ఆటోమేటిక్ గా అందరికి ఏం తెలుస్తుంది అంటే 5 crores రోల్స్ రాయ్స్ ఒకటి మినిమం అమౌంట్. సో నా దగ్గర రోల్స్ రాయ్స్ ఉన్నది, డెఫినెట్లీ ఎవ్రీవన్ విల్ కమ్ టు నో దట్ ఐఎమ్ ఎ రిచ్ పర్సన్. ఇప్పుడు స్లోలీ వాట్ హ్యాపెండ్ ఇస్ దట్ అలాంగ్ విత్ మీ ఎవ్రీవన్ స్టార్టెడ్ బయింగ్ దీస్ రోల్స్ రాయ్స్ నా. సో ఇట్ హస్ బికమ్ కామన్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్. దెన్ పీపుల్ విల్ నాట్ రికగ్నైజ్ మీ యాజ్ రిచ్ పర్సన్. సో I will not demand that good any further. I will try to buy some other good, okay, which is much more expensive than Rolls Royce. Inka Rolls Royce and demand chain. This stopping the demand for a Rolls Royce or for a particular good because it is unable to satisfy my requirement. That is, it is unable to show off my riches. That is called as snob effect. It is called as snob effect now. So demand for a consumer good is decreased because others are also consuming it. Others kuda consume chestunnaru. So I am unable to show off my richness. So snob effect and Veblen effect. So snob effect is function of consumption. Snob effect depends on the consumption of others, whereas Veblen effect depends on price. అంతే కదా, ఏ గుడ్స్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ ఎక్కువ ఉందో ఆ గుడ్ ని డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాం. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ బేసికల్ డిపెండెంట్ ఆన్ ప్రైస్. సో Veblen effect is dependent on price, and snob effect is dependent on more and more people consuming the same good. That means it depends on consumption of others now. Now consumers expectation. We all know what is consumers expectation. If consumers expect increase in future prices, then increase in income and shortage in supply, more quantity will be demanded currently. Future lo prices perugutayi or future lo income perugutundante current demand will increase, and vice versa. This is the effect of consumers expectations. Okay. Next, apart from these, there are other factors also. Level of national income and its distribution. If the income is equally distributed, then what will happen? If the income is unequally distributed, then what will happen? Then let us see that one. Higher the national income, higher will be the demand for normal goods and vice versa. When the national income increases, demand for superior goods or normal goods also increases. If the wealth of the country is unequally distributed, unevenly distributed, then there will be few very rich people and majority will be poor. Unequal distribution ante that means what? Rich are getting richer and poor are becoming poorer now. Okay. So in such a case, what will happen? Overall demand in the market decreases because the percentage of rich will be more and percentage of poor will be less. The percentage of rich will be less and percentage of poor will be more. Okay. So unequal distribution ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందిరా అంటే rich are getting richer and poor are becoming poorer. Out of 100, 10 will be rich and 90 will be poor. So overall demand, yes, rich will be demanding goods, but they will be demanding only the goods that is required by them. అంటే మిగతా 90 people దగ్గర డబ్బులు ఉండవు కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు డిమాండ్ చేయలేరు. So overall demand ఏమవుతుంది? తగ్గుతుంది. Hence propensity means desire. Propensity means desire here. Hence propensity to consume of a country will be relatively less. Okay, because the propensity to consume of the rich is less than the poor. Comparatively, rich are less than poor, so automatically overall demand decreases. And if income is equally distributed, then what will happen? Overall demand will increase. When income is equally distributed, means not only rich will have money, but also poor will also have money now. When both the parties have money, overall demand will increase. So this is the impact of national income and its distribution on demand. Now, size of population. Larger the size of population, more will be the demand, and lesser the size of population, less will be the demand. Okay. And if people are migrating from rural areas to urban areas, then demand in urban areas increases, demand in rural areas decreases. Okay. Next, age distribution of population, but composition of population. Not only the size of population will affect the demand, but also composition of population. What do you mean by composition of population? Out of total population, how many are kids, how many are youngsters, and how many are old? If old people are more, than demand for spectacles, walking sticks, and geriatric care services means old age homes. All the demand for all these things will increase. Okay, and if number of kids are more, in the total population, demand for baby products and baby food items will increase. Okay, right. Next, consumer credit facilities and interest rate. Definitely, it will also have an impact on demand. Okay, if credit facilities increases, then overall demand increases, and moreover, along with that, if interest rates are low, interest rate on loans are low, then more and more people will borrow money and they will be willing to spend this money on purchase of goods and services. So consumer credit facilities and interest rate will also affect the demand. And government policies and regulations, taxes, subsidies, all will have a bearing on price, and when price changes, demand will also get affected. Okay, along with that, the government imposes bans and restrictions, and if government imposes restriction on imports, all those things will have direct or indirect impact on demand and supply. Government తీసుకునే ప్రతి policy will have either direct impact or indirect impact on demand supply. On demand. When there is effect on demand, when there is effect on price, definitely there will be effect on demand. How so? If the government increases taxes, price of the goods will increase, demand decreases. If the government gives subsidies, price of the goods will decrease, demand increases. If the government imposes restrictions and bans, then automatically this leads to scarcity of goods. So when there is scarcity of goods, automatically prices will increase. When prices increases, demand decreases. So all these are the policies which are taken by the government, which will have an effect on demand. So apart from these factors, there are several other factors like social customs, conventions, salesmanship, and advertisement, group membership, habit of the consumer. All these things will also have effect on demand. Okay, right. So demand function, we all know what is demand function. Whatever the determinants that we have learned till now, we are presenting the same in equation form. So here you can clearly see demand of a product X is dependent on several factors. That is price of the product X. Next, price of related goods are M, and all these things. M stands for income of the consumer, etc. So basically, whatever the determinants that we have learned above, we can explain the same in the form of demand function. Okay, so out of all the determinants, the most important determinants are three. First one, price of the commodity. Second one is price of related goods, and third one is income of the consumer. Okay, out of these three determinants, the most important one is price of the commodity. Since it is the most important determinant, the price of the commodity, basically it explains the relationship between price and demand of the same good. It is also called with another name, that is called as law of demand. Okay, when price of the commodity affects its demand, then it is called as price demand. Since it is the most important determinant, it is also called as law of demand. Okay, so what do you mean by law of demand? I think there is no need to explain much about it now, because we have already explained. The same thing is given here also. Okay, right. So like any other law in economics, here also we have certain assumptions. So when it comes to law of demand or price demand, see, there are several determinants, right? So out of these determinants, three are important: price of the commodity, price of related goods, and income of the consumer. Out of these three, again, the most important one is price of the commodity. It explains the relationship between price and demand of the same good. Explains the relationship between price and demand of the same good, which is also called as price demand. Since it is the most important determinant, it is also called as law of demand. Just like any other law in economics, it has certain assumptions. What are those assumptions? Consumers are assumed to be rational. He should be rational. He should have knowledge about market conditions, the constancy of other factors, ceteris paribus. That means when we are talking about price of the commodity, all other factors should be constant. If other determinants also change, then this law is not applicable. Okay, right, Nana. So what does this law says? The law simply explains that as the price of the commodity decreases, its quantity demand increases, which is also called as expansion. And when the price of the commodity increases, its quantity demand decrease, which is also called as contraction. ఓకే, ప్రైస్ తగ్గినప్పుడేమో డిమాండ్ పెరుగుతుంది, దాన్ని ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ అంటాము. ప్రైస్ పెరిగినప్పుడేమో డిమాండ్ తగ్గుతుంది, దాన్ని మనం కాంట్రాక్షన్ అంటాం. Here we are talking about price and demand of the same commodity. So below graphically it is explained here. Okay, so what we say is that here the demand will move along the demand curve. Okay, so if you are moving downward, it is called as expansion, and if you are moving upward, it is called as contraction. Okay, so individual demand curve. So basically what we are observing is the inverse relationship. Now individual demand curve means we are talking only about individual. If you sum up all the individual demand curves, we will get the market demand curve. So market demand curve is nothing but horizontal summation or vertical summation of individual demand schedules. Okay, so if you add up the individual demand, we will get the total market demand. Okay, right, Nana. So it is nothing but horizontal or lateral summation of individual demand curves. Okay, so since there is inverse relationship, the demand curve will be downward sloping. So the equation for downward sloping curve is nothing but Q equal to A minus BP, nothing but Y equal to C minus MX, right? C minus the upward sloping curve equation will be Y equal to C plus MX. The downward sloping curve equation will be Y equal to C minus MX now. Okay, so where M is slope, right? So in the same way here, B is also slope of demand function. Now what are the reasons for downward slope of demand curve? The first reason is arrival of new consumers. When the price of the good decreases, people who were unable to purchase goods earlier, they will enter the market and try to purchase the goods. That is one reason. Next, old buyers or existing buyers. When the price of the goods decreases or falls, earlier consumers who were buying in less quantity, now they will buy in more quantity. So this is second reason. Okay, and the third reason, utility maximizing behavior of consumers. What do you mean by that here? See, the consumer is in equilibrium when the marginality from the commodity is equal to the price of that commodity. This is according to LDMU, right? So according to LDMU, basically what we say is that law of demand is based on LDMU, right? How we can say that? Because of this reason. The consumer is said to be in equilibrium when the marginality of the commodity is equal to the price of the commodity. So according to Marshall, the consumer has diminishing utility for each additional unit of commodity, and therefore he will be willing to pay less and less of each additional unit. So what Marshall said in LDMU, okay, as the quantity increases, marginal utility from each commodity decreases, and since mu is equal to P, price also decreases. So if we discuss this in this way, as the price decreases, quantity increases. That is nothing but there is an inverse relationship. So these are the three reasons given by classical economists for downward slope of demand curve. Okay, right. And that last reason, that is and the fourth reason is different users. That is also given by classical economists. Okay. So what do you mean by different users? When the price of the good decreases, people who were using that good only for important purpose, now they will use it for less important purpose also. Okay, example, electricity and milk. Now when the price of the electricity decreases, we will use it for different purposes. That means earlier we were using only less appliances. Now as the price of the good decreases, we will buy more and more electric appliances, okay, which were not there earlier. ఇంత ముందు లేని ఎలక్ట్రికల్ అప్లయన్సెస్ ని కూడా మనం ఇప్పుడు పర్చేస్ చేస్తాము. సో దీన్ని మనం ఏమంటాం అంటే డిఫరెంట్ యూజెస్ అంటాం. నెక్స్ట్, ప్రైస్ ఎఫెక్ట్. దిస్ ఇస్ గివెన్ బై హిక్స్ అండ్ అలన్. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 reasons are given by classical economists, but price effect is given by modern economists Hicks and Allen, which is much more scientific when compared to above effects. Okay, so what does price effect say? Price effect or total effect is nothing but combination of income effect and substitution effect. Let us see substitution effect first. Let us see substitution effect first. What do you mean by substitution effect here? Okay, so assuming that the what do you mean by substitution effect? Assuming that the price of other goods remains constant, it induces consumers to substitute a commodity whose price has fallen for other commodities which has become relatively expensive. For example, there are two goods which are substitutes of one another: thumbs up and Pepsi. Okay, there are two goods which are substitutes of another: thumbs up and Pepsi. Let us assume that then the price of Pepsi decreases. Let us assume that when the price of Pepsi decreases, price of Pepsi tagindi, automatically consumers who are consuming thumbs up earlier, they will slowly shift to Pepsi. Because when the price of Pepsi decreases, Pepsi becomes cheaper. On the other hand, thumbs up became expensive. When both are substitutes, that means we can use any of the good to satisfy our wants. So why to use the expensive good? We can simply use cheaper good, right? So some people will shift from thumbs up to Pepsi. Earlier they were consuming thumbs up, but since the price of the Pepsi decreased, they start consuming Pepsi. Okay, so when the price falls, substitution effect is always positive. Okay, that is, it always causes more to be demanded. That's what is called as positive. When the price of the Pepsi falls, automatically consumers will shift from thumbs up to Pepsi, right? So demand for Pepsi will increase. It will be positive. The substitution effect will be stronger when the goods are close substitutes of one another. There is lower cost of shifting. There is lower cost of switching to the substitute good. Okay, ante it does not cost you anything to shift from thumbs up to Pepsi. దాని extra cost ఏమి incur అవ్వవు. Extra cost incur అయితే మళ్ళీ డెసిషన్ మేకింగ్ మారిపోతుంది. And there is lower inconvenience whether you consume thumbs up or Pepsi, nana, your want will be satisfied. That means there is no inconvenience from shifting from one good to another good. When these things are there, then substitution effect will be stronger. Okay, now what do you mean by income effect? Increase in demand due to increase in real income. Real income is purchasing power, is called as income effect now. So when the price decreases, automatically consumers will have more amount of money with them, so their purchasing power increases. When purchasing power increases, quantity also increases. This is called as income effect. Consumers' real income or purchasing power increases. Consumers can buy same quantity of commodity with lesser money, or they can buy more quantity with the same amount of money. So basically their purchasing power increased. In the mundu 10 rupees undedi ippudu 5 rupees ayindra ante you can buy one and save 5 rupees, or you can buy two with the same amount of money. Basically your purchasing power increases. When purchasing power increases, automatically real income increases and income effect also increases. Okay, so this is about income effect. What is the exception? In case of inferior goods, the income effect works in opposite direction to the substitution effect. Okay, so in case of inferior goods, the income effect works in opposite direction to substitution effect. Okay, so how we will explain that? Basically that would have been explained in the classroom itself, nana, but here we don't have that much time to explain that one. So basically remember that point. Okay, when it comes to inferior goods, there is a opposite relationship between income effect and substitution effect. Income effect will work in opposite direction when it comes to substitution effect. Okay, the expansion in demand of inferior goods due to price fall will occur only when substitution effect outweighs, when substitution effect is more than income effect. So this para is important from examination point of view. He will just ask a sentence directly from this para, and he may frame a bit also. Okay, so please remember that para. So inferior goods వచ్చేటప్పటికి ఏంట్రా అంటే opposite directions లో move, income effect and substitution effect. And moreover, there will be expansion in demand of inferior goods when substitution effect outweighs, when substitution effect is more than income effect. ఇదంతా చెప్పాలంటే కనుక మీకు ఇండిఫరెన్స్ కర్వ్ అనాలిసిస్ లో చెప్తారు నాన్న. బేసికలీ ఇండిఫరెన్స్ కర్వ్ వేసుకొని చెప్తారు అన్నమాట. ఓకే, రైట్ నాన్న. ఇన్కమ్ కన్సంప్షన్ కర్వ్ వేసుకొని చెప్తారు. సో బేసికలీ అంత డెప్త్ అవసరం లేదు మీకు అది. ఓకేనారా, రైట్. నెక్స్ట్, ఎక్సెప్షన్స్ టు లా ఆఫ్ డిమాండ్. వాట్ ఆర్ ద ఎక్సెప్షన్స్? గిఫెన్ గూడ్స్. వాట్ డూ యూ మీన్ బై గిఫెన్ గూడ్స్ నాన్న? See, generally what we observed is that when the price of the good increases, demand will fall, right? But here what Robert Giffen observed is that when the price of the good increases, demand also increases. That means there is a direct relationship between price and demand. Whenever there is a direct relationship, or whenever there is no inverse relationship between price and demand of the same good, that means law of demand is not at all applicable. Okay, now here Sir Robert Giffen observed bread, this relationship in case of bread now. Okay, when the price of bread increased, when price of the bread increased, When the price of the bread increased, it caused a large decline in purchasing power of poor people, and they were forced to cut down the consumption of meat. Basically, bread and meat are staple food for Europeans. Okay, so bread is more important and meat is less important. Okay, but they used to consume both together. Okay, more quantity of bread and less quantity of meat. And now without meat, so without bread, see, without meat, they can still be consuming bread now. They can still consume bread. So what happened is that when the price of bread increases, instead of decreasing the demand for bread, what happened is that they reduce the consumption of meat, and whatever the amount of money they were able to save by reducing the consumption of meat, they were able to spend it on bread. బ్రెడ్ ప్రైసెస్ పెరిగినప్పుడు ఏం చేశారా అంటే బ్రెడ్ డిమాండ్ తగ్గించకుండా వాళ్ళు మీట్ డిమాండ్ తగ్గించారు. మీట్ డిమాండ్ తగ్గించినప్పుడు అక్కడ ఏదైతే ప్రైస్ మిగులుతుందో అదంతా తీసుకొచ్చి మళ్ళీ బ్రెడ్ మీద స్పెండ్ చేశారు. బికాస్ బ్రెడ్ ఈస్ మోర్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ ఆర్ నెసరీ వెన్ కంపేర్డ్ టు మీట్ నా. సో దిస్ వాస్ క్వైట్ అగైన్స్ ద లా ఆఫ్ డిమాండ్. లా ఆఫ్ డిమాండ్ ఏం చెప్తుంది? వెన్ ద ప్రైస్ ఆఫ్ ది గుడ్ ఇంక్రీజెస్ ఇట్స్ డిమాండ్ షుడ్ ఫాల్. బట్ హియర్ వెన్ ద ప్రైస్ ఆఫ్ ది బ్రెడ్ ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇట్ డిమాండ్ ఆల్సో ఇంక్రీజ్. హౌ సర్? పీపుల్ వర్ ఏబుల్ టు shift some money from meat to bread. Okay, since there is a direct relationship, such kind of goods are called as Giffen goods because it is named after Robert Giffen. Robert Giffen identify చేశారు కాబట్టి ఇలాంటి goods అనేది Giffen goods అంటాము. So we need to remember one thing: Giffen goods are inferior goods. So what are the features to be called? What are the features a good should have to be called as Giffen goods? So Giffen goods are inferior goods and they have no substitutes. Bread కి సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ ఉంటే ఏమేం చేసేవాళ్ళు నాన్న? వేరే వాడికి షిఫ్ట్ అయ్యేవాళ్ళు బ్రెడ్ ప్రైస్ పెరిగినప్పుడు. బట్ బ్రెడ్ ప్రైస్ పెరిగిన బ్రెడ్ నే కన్సూమ్ చేస్తా అంటే బేసికలీ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ నో సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్, easily available and occupy substantial place in consumers budget. Necessary kabatti ante we have to consume it kabatti out of our income. Ante whenever we earn income, we first buy bread ni purchase chesin tarvate manam migita anni kuda coarse grains ante rough grains nana adavutunda nana. Ippudu millets anachi ivani rough grains antam. Now controversy: all Giffen goods are inferior goods, but all inferior goods are not Giffen goods. What is the difference between these two, sir? Sir, inferior goods have substitutes whereas Giffen goods do not have substitutes. Inferior goods have substitutes whereas Giffen goods do not have substitutes. So Giffen goods inferior goods say, but వాటికి substitutes ఉండవు కాబట్టి వాటిని inferior goods అని పిలవకుండా మనం ఏం పిలుస్తున్నారు అంటే Giffen goods పిలుస్తున్నాం. All Giffen goods are inferior goods. అర్థం కాలేదు సార్ ఇంకా? రైట్ నాన్న. 1 2 3 4 5 goods తీసుకున్నాను నేను. ఓకే, ఈ 3 ఏంట్రా అంటే సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 3కి సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్ ఉన్నాయి అంటే వీటిని మనం సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 2కి మాత్రం సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్ లేవు. సో ఆ 3ని మనం ఇన్ఫీరియర్ గూడ్స్ అని పిలుస్తాము. ఈ సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్ లేవు కాబట్టి, నో సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్ కాబట్టి వీటిని మనం ఏమంటాం అంటే గిఫెన్ గూడ్స్ అంటాం. ఏమంటానా? గిఫెన్ గూడ్స్ అంటాం. సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్ అవైలబుల్, ఓకే, వీటికి మాత్రం సబ్స్టిట్యూట్స్ లేవు. ఓకేనా? సో ఇదే మాట్లాడతాం. 5 కూడా ఇన్ఫీరియర్ గూడ్సే. But since 4 and 5 goods do not have substitutes, they are called as Giffen goods. Okay. Next, Nana. Incomplete information and irrational behavior. When the consumers do not have complete information about the market conditions, there is every possibility that they buy goods at higher prices. Market lo takku prices విషయం తెలియపోతే కనుక high price దగ్గర goods ని purchase చేసేయచ్చు. ఇంటి దగ్గరే ఒక షాప్ ఉంది. It is selling the good for 100 rupees. ఇంటికి సేల్స్ మ్యాన్ వచ్చాడు. He is selling the same good for 110 rupees. నీకు 100 rupees విషయం తెలిస్తే కనుక వాడి దగ్గర పర్చేస్ చేస్తావా? చేయవు. తెలియనప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తావు? సేల్స్ మ్యాన్ 110 అమ్మితే 110 కొనేసుకుంటాను. ఓకే. అండ్ ఇర్రేషనల్ కన్స్యూమర్ మీన్స్ వాట్, సార్? So behaving irrationally. Generally, consumer is said to be rational when he tries to get maximum satisfaction from minimum expenditure or minimum income. Okay. తక్కువ అమౌంట్ తో ఎక్కువ ఖర్చు పెట్టాలి. బట్ ఏంటంటే అంటే కొన్నిసార్లు సిచ్యువేషన్స్ ఎలా ఉంటాయరా అంటే యూ విల్ నాట్ థింక్ అబౌట్ ద ప్రైస్. యూ వాంట్ టు బై దట్ గుడ్ ఓన్లీ. ఆ ప్రైస్ గురించి ఆలోచించవు. అర్జెన్సీ ఉంటుంది, ఇమీడియట్ ఇంట్లో ఫంక్షన్ ఒకటి ఉంది, ఆ టైంలో మన ప్రైస్ గురించి ఆలోచించాను. ఆ గుడ్ మనకి అవైలబుల్ గా ఉండాలి, కొనాలి. సో యూ విల్ బి రెడీ టు పే వాట్ ఎవర్ ద ప్రైస్ ది సెల్లర్ ఈస్ ఆస్కింగ్ ఫర్. So that means you are behaving irrationally. In such a case also law of demand will not be applicable. Okay, that is called as impulsive purchase. కొనేయాలి, కొనాల్సిందే. ఎందుకురా? It's a necessity for the function. అది లేకుండా పంతులు గారు తిడతారు. అది కావాల్సిందే పంతులు గారికి. అప్పుడే ఇంట్లో ఆయన హోమం కానీ పూజ కానీ ఏదో ఒకటి చేయగలరు అనమాట. ఓకే, సో ఆ టైంలో మనం ప్రైస్ గురించి ఆలోచించము. వీ నీడ్ దట్ ఐటమ్. మార్కెట్లో ఎక్కడో చూడండి, ఎమ్మటి తీసుకొచ్చేయండి. వాడు 10 రూపాయలు ఎక్కువ చెప్పినా పర్లేదు. దట్ మీన్స్ హియర్ వీఆర్ నాట్ అట్ ఆల్ కన్సర్న్డ్ అబౌట్ ప్రైసెస్. We are behaving irrationally. Demand for necessaries, Nana. See, necessaries are important, right? So basically, irrespective of price changes, people have to consume minimum quantity of necessaries commodity. Rice bag price పెరిగిందని చెప్పేసి రైస్ కన్సూమ్ తగ్గించాం కదా నాన్న. Rice is our staple food. Wheat is our staple food. So if the price of rice and wheat increases, it does not mean that we are going to reduce the demand of rice and wheat. What we will do, we will reduce the expenditure somewhere else, and we will still keep on consuming the same quantity of rice and wheat. Price పెరిగిన అంతే క్వాంటిటీ కన్సూమ్ చేస్తున్నాం అంటే లా ఆఫ్ డిమాండ్ అప్లై అవ్వట్లేదు. నెక్స్ట్ స్పెక్యులేషన్ గూడ్స్. So share market, in case of share market also, as the price of the shares increases, demand for shares also increases. That means law of demand is not applicable. Now, when it comes to law of demand, we are talking about movement along the same demand curve, right? So basically, since law of demand is nothing but change in demand due to changes in its prices. Okay, when the price of a good changes, how its demand and X good price change avadam moolanga X demand ela change chepta unnanu. So ikkada as the price of the good changes, then its demand will be affected, right? So this change in demand is expressed by using two words, that nothing but expansion and contraction. So ikkada kuda increase decrease రాయొచ్చు కదా అంటే నాన్న ఇక్కడ ఇష్యూ ఏంట్రా అంటే out of all the factors this is the most important factor. So ఆ importance ని recognize చేస్తూ instead of using the term increase and decrease, we are using the term expansion contraction. Increase and decrease యూస్ చేసినా బట్ అప్పుడు ఏమన్నా అంటే increase in demand decrease in demand అనకూడదు, increase in quantity demanded, which is nothing but expansion. Decrease in quantity demanded, which is nothing but contraction. So quantity demanded అనే పదం కూడా వాడాలి. సో ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ కాంట్రాక్షన్ చాలా సింపుల్ గా మీకు అర్థమైపోతుంది. నెక్స్ట్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అండ్ డిక్రీజ్. When other factors affect the demand, that means price of related commodities, income of the consumer, government policies, national income, taxation preference, when other factors affect the demand, there will be change in demand. This change in demand is expressed by using the terms increase and decrease. So increase and decrease in terms vachinira ante increase in demand, decrease in demand terms vachinira ante, we can be sure that here demand is changing not because of price of the commodity constant, మిగతా factors మూలంగా చేంజ్ అవుతుంది. అదే ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ కాంట్రాక్షన్ పదాలు వచ్చినాయిరా అంటే దాని మీనింగ్ ఏంట్రా అంటే డిమాండ్ ఇస్ చేంజింగ్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ చేంజెస్ ఇన్ ప్రైస్ ఆఫ్ ది కమోడిటీ. ఆ గూడ్ యొక్క ప్రైస్ చేంజ్ అవడం మూలంగా డిమాండ్ చేంజ్ అవుతుంది, అందుకే మన ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ కాంట్రాక్షన్. అది కాన్స్టెంట్ వేరే ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ మూలంగా చేంజ్ అవుతుంది, దాన్ని మనం ఇంక్రీజ్ అండ్ డిక్రీజ్ అంటున్నాం. ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ డిమాండ్ అంటే డిక్రీజ్ ఇన్ డిమాండ్. గ్రాఫ్స్ లో క్లిక్ ఇచ్చాడన్నా రైట్ వర్డ్ షిఫ్ట్ అయితే కనుక ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ డిమాండ్, లెఫ్ట్ వర్డ్ షిఫ్ట్ అయితే కనుక డిక్రీజ్ ఇన్ డిమాండ్. సో వాట్ వీ కెన్ డిఫైన్ ఫ్రమ్ దిస్ గ్రాఫ్ నా, if more is demanded at same price, it is increase in demand. If more is demanded at same price, it is increase in demand. Okay, price ante undi but ekku quantity demand chestunavara ante other factors are affecting demand but not the price of the good nana, that is increase in demand. And if less is demanded at the same price, it is called as decrease in demand. Price ante undi but takku quantity demand chestunavara ante it is called as decrease in demand nana. Okay, right. So increase in demand, decrease in demand. If more is demanded at same price and less is, it is called as increase in demand. And if less is demanded at same price, it is called as decrease in demand. Next. Okay, right. So దీన్ని మనం ఇంకోలాగా చెప్పొచ్చు, increase in demand. If more is demanded at same price or same is demanded higher price పెరిగినా అంతే డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నారంటే అది కూడా increase in demand. And if less is demanded at same price or same is demanded at lower price, prices తగ్గినా సరే నువ్వు అంతే డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నారా అంటే నథింగ్ బట్ డిక్రీజ్ ఇన్ డిమాండ్. ఓకే నాన్న, సో ఇది క్లాస్లో చెప్పే ఉంటారు మీకు. ఇఫ్ యూ రిఫర్ టు ద నోట్స్ యూ కెన్ ఈజీలీ అండర్స్టాండ్ దట్ వన్. Okay, so whatever we have discussed now, the same things are given here also. Okay, so movement along the demand curve means we are talking about expansion contraction. Shift in demand curve means we are talking about increase and decrease. So when demand changes because of change in its price, okay, then there will be movement along the demand curve. If demand changes because of other factors, then there will be shift of demand curve. There will be shift of demand curve. Okay, so first one completed. Next, income demand. Income demand means we are trying to explain the relationship between income and demand for superior goods and inferior goods. When it comes to income and demand for superior goods, there will be a direct relationship, and when it comes to income and demand for inferior goods, there will be a inverse relationship. Clearly, next, cross demand. When it comes to cross demand, we try to explain the relationship between price of one good and demand for another good. Here, two goods are related to one another. They can be either substitutes or complementaries. When it comes to substitute products, there will be direct relationship between price of one good and demand for another good. That means when the price of tea increases, demand for coffee also increases, and vice versa. Next, when it comes to complementaries, we are talking about two goods which are to be consumed together. Substitutes ante we can use one good in place of another good. We can use one good in place of another good to satisfy our want. There is such kind of goods are called as substitutes. So substitutes are clearly ichadu. What do you mean by substitutes? In case of substitute, the cross demand curve slopes upwards. Okay, adi ichadu right now. So what do you mean by substitutes? Ante there are two goods, you can use any of the good, and each good is capable of satisfying your want equally. Ye good ana use cheyochu, ye good use chesina nee want equal ga satisfy. Such kind of goods are called as substitutes. And complementaries ante enti sir, both goods are to be used, two or more goods are to be used together to satisfy your want. Such kind of goods are called as complementary goods. When it comes to complementary goods, there will be an inverse relationship between price of one good and demand for another good. Okay, Nana. So solar panels, batteries are given here. If the price of solar panels increases, automatically demand for batteries will decrease. Okay. Next, demand distinctions. What do you mean by demand distinctions here? So different types of demand. Now, joint demand. Joint demand means the demand that exists between the demand that exists for complementary goods is called as joint demand. Competitive demand. The demand that exists between substitute is called as competitive. Composite demand. When the good can be used for different users, whatever the demand it has is called as composite demand. So joint demand and complementary goods. Okay. Next, competitive demand means we're talking about substitutes. Composite demand means if a good can be put to different uses. Next, producer goods and consumer goods. Goods which are used for production of other goods or consumer goods are called as producer goods. Equipment, machinery, capital equipment, machinery, all those things come under producer goods. Consumer goods are those goods which are used for final consumption, which are meant for final consumption. Okay, so the pen or mic that I'm using are consumer goods, and whatever the machinery that is used to manufacture these pens or mics is called as producer goods. Okay. Next, again, goods can be classified in durable goods and non-durable goods. What do you mean by durable goods? Goods which can be used over a period of time are called as durable goods. Okay, that means they can be used more than once. This kind of goods are called as durable goods. And goods which can be used only for once. Goods which can be used only once are called as non-durable goods. So durable goods ante danni number of years man use cheyochu. Non-durable goods ante danni okkasari use chestam. Once you have used that good, nana, again you have to purchase a new one. You can't use the same good again. Okay. Next, derived demand and autonomous demand. Derived demand. If the demand of a product is dependent on demand for another product. Demand of a product is dependent on derived and తీసుకోవటం derive చేయటం. If the demand of a product is dependent on other demand, such kind of demand is called as derived demand. If a demand of a product is dependent on demand of another product, for example, demand for steel, demand for cement depends on demand for houses. As the demand for houses increases, demand for construction activity increases, demand for cement also increases. And demand for bricks also increases. Such kind of demand is called as derived demand. Okay. Next, autonomous demand. If the demand of a product is independent of the demand for another product, that means demand of a product is not dependent on demand of any other product. Such kind of demand is called autonomous demand. ఒక గుడ్ డిమాండ్ వేరే గుడ్స్ డిమాండ్ మీద డిపెండ్ అయిందంటే డిరైవ్ డిమాండ్. ఒక గుడ్ డిమాండ్ కి వేరే గుడ్ డిమాండ్ కి ఎటువంటి సంబంధం లేదురా అంటే దట్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ autonomous demand. And demand of firms product and industry product now. So if you look at the example, you can clearly understand demand for firm products basically denotes or represents demand for a product of a particular firm. Example, demand for steel products, and industry demand represents the total demand for a product for a particular industry. See, industry is nothing but summation of firms, right? If you're talking about one firm, if you're talking about demand of a product of a firm, it is nothing but demand for firm products. If you're talking about a product, if you're talking about demand for a product in the entire industry, it is called as industry demand. Now, short-run demand, long-run demand. What do you mean by short-run demand? What do you mean by long-run demand? Short-run demand ante enti? It refers with its immediate reaction. Okay, so when demand changes immediately to changes in factors, it is called as short-run demand. It refers to demand with its immediate reaction to changes in product price. When factors change, when there is change in factors, if demand changes immediately, that is called as short-run demand. And long-run demand, okay, when factors change, not only the demand changes immediately, but it will also change over a period of time. It refers to the demand which exists over a long period of time. Most generic goods have long-term demand. Okay, generic goods mean talking about durable goods. Okay, and the demand on long-term income trends, availability of substitutes, credit facilities. Let me take an example. If electricity rates are reduced, what we will do? We will use the existing appliances for a longer period of time. That is the immediate reaction. Government electricity charges తగ్గిందిరా అంటే immediate showroom కి వెళ్ళి electric appliance కొనం కదా. ఉన్న appliances ని ఎక్కువసేపు వాడతాం. That is immediate reaction. But over a period of time, along with fall in electricity charges, if your income increases and the credit facility by banks also increases, then what you will do? You will buy new and new electrical appliances. This is called as long run demand. Okay. And the last topic, factors affecting demand for different products. Now you can easily understand whatever the determinants that we have studied earlier, all those are repeated here again. So factors affecting demand for non-durable consumer goods. So the first factor is disposable income, the second factor is price, and third factor is demography. Next, factors affecting demand for durable consumer goods. What are the factors that affect the demand for durable consumer goods? First, there will be replacement demand. Second, what do you mean by replacement demand? So these durable goods cannot be used for these durable goods, we can't use them throughout our life. At one point or the other, we have to replace them. Now. So whatever the factors that affect the replacement demand are the same factors will affect here also. So A consumer can postpone the replacement or can replace the durable goods. It depends upon factors like social status, prestige, level of income, and rate of obsolescence. Okay. So greater the current holdings of durable goods, greater will be the replacement demand. Along with that, Nana, the one more factor that affects the demand for durable goods is special facilities. See, car is a durable good. If you want to purchase expensive, when we will purchase expensive cars, when proper roads are there. If roads are not available properly, then definitely we will think twice before purchasing a car. Roads సరిగ్గా లేవు అంటే ఎక్స్పెన్సివ్ కార్ కొనుక్కుంటే ఏమవుతుందంటే రిపేర్స్ ఎక్కువ వస్తున్నాయి. అలాగే అదర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆర్ సైజ్ ఆఫ్ ది అదర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆర్ family characteristics, how many people are there in the family, okay, and what is the composition of family, is it male dominated or female dominated, all those things వస్తాయి మనకి, okay nana. And factors affecting demand for producer goods, what are the factors that affect demand for producer goods? So basically profitability growth, profitability is the primary factor that affects the demand for producer goods. Profits పెరిగే కొద్దీ ఏమవుతుందంటే అంటే he will demand more, he wants to produce more and more, so he will demand more and more producer goods. అదే కాకుండా ఇంకేమున్నాయి నాన్న, growth prospects are there, which is growth prospects of, so to what extent the market is going to grow. If the market is going to grow, then definitely he needs to produce more. Next, norms of consumption of capital goods. Okay, that means to the how much capacity that we are utilizing. Is there is excess capacity? If there is excess capacity, no need to install further capacity. But already we are utilizing at full capacity and we want to increase the capacity, then we have to install new capacity. Okay. So all these points will affect Nana. All these points will affect the demand for producer goods. Next, there are two more points here also. When it comes to producer goods, we talk about resource side. One is nothing but labor and capital. So these labor and capital can act as substitutes or can act as complementaries. When they're acting as substitutes, Nana, price of one factor and demand for another factor, there will be direct relationship. And when they're acting as complementaries, price of one factor and price of one factor and demand for another factor will have an inverse relationship. Okay. So with this, we have completed theory of demand. So the next chapter is elasticity of demand. So again, the weightage of this chapter is around 2 to 3 marks. Okay. So let us complete this chapter. So what do you mean by elasticity of demand? Basically, when it comes to elasticity of demand, we measure the change in demand due to change in factors. We measure the change in demand due to change in factors. In theory of demand, we simply explain the relationship. But here we are going to measure the change in demand also. Okay. So altogether, when it comes to measurement of elasticity of demand, we measure the change in demand due to changes in price of the commodity. We measure changes in demand due to changes in income of the consumer, and we measure changes in demand due to changes in price of related goods. So just like there we have law of demand, income demand, and cross demand. Here also we have three kinds of elasticity. Price elasticity of demand, where we measure change in demand due to change in price of the commodity. We have income elasticity of demand, where we measure change in demand due to changes in income of the consumer. And we have cross elasticity of demand, where we measure change in demand of one product due to change in price of another product. Okay. So let us see price elasticity of demand. Price elasticity of demand means what? Changes in demand due to 1 rupee change in price. So what is the change in demand? What is the percentage change in quantity demanded due to 1% change in price? Okay, so what is the formula for calculating price elasticity? The basic formula that we use is percentage change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Okay, so it can be written as delta Q by delta P into P by Q. Okay, you all know that. Okay, now coming back to the other points here, which we need to remember is that when it comes to price elasticity of demand, basically we are trying to measure the changes in demand due to changes in price. The relationship between demand and price of the commodity is inverse. Whenever the relationship is inverse, the elasticity value will be negative. The elasticity value will be negative. See, but for the sake of convenience, what we are doing is that we are ignoring the negative sign here while calculating that we get while calculating price elasticity of demand. So strictly speaking, the negative sign of elasticity of demand illustrates the law of demand. That is, less quantity is demanded as the prices side. That means negative sign basically indicates that there is an inverse relationship between price and demand of a commodity. Strictly speaking, the value of price elasticity varies from minus infinity to 0. It lies between minus infinity and 0, Nana. Okay. But what we do is that for the sake of convenience, we ignore the negative sign. We ignore, after calculating whatever the value we get, we take only the value, we ignore the negative sign. Okay. Next, Nana. So types or degrees of price elasticity of demand. Now, for the sake of convenience, what we are saying is that price elasticity of demand will lie between 0 and infinity, right? Generally, it lies between minus infinity and 0, but for the sake of convenience, what we are saying is that it lies between infinity and 0. That means the price elasticity value can be 0, less than 1, equal to 1, greater than 1, and infinity. Now, when price elasticity value of 0, when price elasticity value is 0, it is called as perfectly inelastic or completely inelastic. That means what's up? Change in price will not lead to any change in demand. Change in price will not lead to any change in demand. That means quantity demanded does not change as price changes. Okay, here the demand curve will be parallel to y-axis or verticals. Example for which kind of goods we will have this perfectly inelastic demand is life-saving drugs. Life-saving drugs ki perfectly inelastic demand untundi. Okay, so ikkada whatever the numerical measure of elasticity is given, it is nothing but changes in demand. Ivanni kuda changes in demand na. Changes in demand. So price elasticity value is 0 means there is no change in demand. Price elasticity value is less than 1 means it is nothing but change in demand is less than change in price. And the price lo 1% changes, the demand lo less than 1% changes. So when price elasticity value is less than 1, it is called as inelastic or relatively inelastic. That means changes in quantity demand is less than changes in price. So here when it comes to demand curve, it will be steep. It will be steep. And for which kind of goods we will have inelastic demand? Nothing but necessaries like food, fuel, etc. Next, when price elasticity value is equal to 0, it is called as unitary elastic. That means changes in demand is equal to changes in quantity demanded is equal to changes in price. Okay, here the demand curve will be rectangular hyperbola. Okay, and for which kind of goods there will be unitary elastic means comforts. And when price elasticity value is greater than 1, it is called as elastic or relatively elastic. Here changes in quantity demanded is greater than changes in price. That means change in quantity demand is more than change in price. Okay, in this case the demand curve will be slant or flat. So this kind of elasticity can be seen for luxuries. Okay, next, infinity. If price elasticity value is equal to infinity, it is called as perfectly elastic or infinitely elastic. That means what? A very small change in price will lead to infinite change in demand. A small change in price leads to infinite change in demand. That means a very negligible change, even a very small change in price will lead to infinite change in demand. Okay, so here the demand curve will be parallel to x-axis or horizontal. Okay, so in real world we can't find perfectly elastic or inelastic. We can't prove perfectly elastic demand for goods now. Okay, so basically it's an imaginary. Okay, so price elastic can be 0, less than 1, equal to 1, greater than 1, infinity. 0 ante perfectly inelastic antam. Okay na. Less than 1 ante kanaka relatively inelastic, equal to 1 ante unitary elastic, greater than 1 ante relatively elastic, and infinite ante kanaka perfectly elastic antam. So you need to remember the examples as well as the graphs, Nana. When it comes to perfectly inelastic, that is 0, the demand curve will be parallel to y-axis. And the price and the change in a quantity lo matra etuvanti change undadu. Okay. When it comes to relatively inelastic, demand curve will be steep. When it comes to unitary elastic, demand curve will be rectangular hyperbola. When it comes to relatively elastic, demand curve will be slant. When it comes to infinity, demand curve will be parallel to x-axis. Okay, the graphs are given below. Okay, now coming back to calculation of price elasticity of demand, basically we have some methods here. The first method is point method or geometric method. So in this method, we try to calculate elasticity at a particular point on the demand, because that's why it is called as point method. This method lo ente oka point దగ్గర మనం demand calculate చేస్తాము. Okay, so price elasticity is used to measure the price elasticity. Point elasticity is used to measure the price elasticity where the change in price is infinitesimal. When the change in price is very, very small, we use this method now. Okay, infinitesimal ante very, very small. So if the change in price is very, very small, then we use this method. Okay, right. So basically the derivative system sum of formula enter and price elasticity is equal to minus delta q by delta p into p by q, where delta q by delta p is nothing but derivative of quantity with respect to price, and p by q is nothing but ratio, right? P by q is nothing but ratio of price to quantity. Okay, Nana. Right. So point elasticity is a product of a price. So ikkada edaithe formula man rasamo, the same thing is explained here also theoretically. Okay, so price elasticity under point method is nothing but product of price quantity ratio at a particular point on demand curve and the reciprocal of slope of demand curve. So dq by dp is nothing but slope of demand, reciprocal of slope of demand curve. Okay, generally slope of demand curve ante dp by dq antamu. Okay, but ఇది minus dq by dp కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ ఏంట్రా అంటే reciprocal of slope of demand curve. Okay, right now. So you can clearly see as we move from one point to another point, the elasticity value changes. Okay, when the demand curve is touching x-axis, elasticity value is equal to 0. When the demand curve is touching y-axis, the point elasticity value will be equal to infinite. At midpoint, it will be equal to 1. Between 0 and 1, it will be less than 1. Between 1 and infinity, it will be greater than 1. So, right. Next, the other method for calculating price elasticity is total outlay, total expenditure, or total revenue method. All mean the same. Just the point of views will change them. The price elasticity of demand for a commodity and total expenditure or outlay made on it are significantly related to each other. So, price elasticity and expenditure made on the good are significantly related to one another. As the total expenditure made on the commodity is the total revenue received by the seller. See, expenditure means we're discussing from consumer point of view. Revenue means we're talking from seller point of view. Okay. So, both mean the same here. Just the point of views will change now. Then the price elasticity and total revenue received are closely related to one another. Okay. Right now. So, total expenditure means nothing but price into quantity purchased, right? Total revenue means nothing but price into quantity sold. So, here we try to explain the relationship between price and total expenditure, and we will define whether there is elastic demand, inelastic demand, or unitary elastic demand. ఇక్కడ మనం ఏం చేస్తాం అంటే ప్రైస్ కి ఎక్స్పెండిచర్ ఆర్ రెవెన్యూ కి రిలేషన్షిప్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తాము. Basing on the relationship between the two, we will define whether there is elastic demand, unitary elastic demand, or inelastic demand. Okay. So if you look, when the price of the good decreases and there is no change in expenditure, then there is unit elastic. Price perigindi taggindi, there is change in price. Price perigina, total expenditure lo etuvanti change ledu. Price taggina, there is no change in total expenditure, then price elasticity value will be equal to 1. And when the price decreases, there is increase in expenditure. If the price decreases, you can clearly see when the price decreases and the total expenditure on that good increases, then the price elasticity value will be equal to or greater than 1. Price elastic, and when there is inverse relationship between price and total expenditure, there will be elastic demand. And when there is a direct relationship between price and expenditure, there is fall in prices as well as total expenditure has also decreased. So when there is direct relationship, then there will be inelastic demand. Okay, here we can simply say whether there is elastic or inelastic, but we can't point out the exact value. Elastic and inelastic చెప్పగలం ఈ method లో, that is in total expenditure, total revenue method, but clear గా మనం point out చేయలేము. This is అంటే నేను less than 1 చెప్పగలను, ఎంత అది, how much it is, I can't define it. Greater than 1, I can say that it is greater than 1, but how much it is it 1.1, 10, 15, 20, I can't pinpoint it when it comes to total expenditure, total outlay method. Okay. Next, when it comes to total revenue method, we need to focus on two effects here, quantity effect and price effect. Okay. Okay. So when the seller changes the price of the good, there are two effects which act in opposite direction. Okay. So this is we discussing from seller point of view. Expenditure means buyer point of view, revenue means seller point of view. So when the seller changes the price of the good, it will have two kinds of effect which are opposite to one another. One is price effect and the one is quantity effect. What do you mean by price effect? After an increase in price, it is clearly mentioned here. After an increase in price, seller could sell each unit at a higher price. Okay, seller can sell each unit. This what will happen when he is able to sell each unit at higher price? Basically, revenue increases. That means when price increases, total revenue also increases. When price increases, total revenue also increases. So in such a case, price elasticity value will be less than 1. And quantity effect. After increase in price, seller could sell fewer units now, which tends to lower the revenue. So when price increases, when it comes to quantity effect, when price increases, the units sold decreases. So automatically total revenue decreases. So when there is opposite relationship, there will be elastic demand. Okay. So the net effect on total revenue depends upon which effect is stronger. We will have both the effects. If price effect is more than quantity effect, then we will have one result. And if quantity effect is more than price effect, then we will have another result. If the price effect tends to rise, total revenue is stronger than two effects, then total revenue will go up. That's what I said now. Quantity effect kanna price effect ekku unte total revenue perugutundi. But if quantity effect is more than the price effect, then total revenue will go down. Okay. So relationship between price elasticity and total revenue. Okay. Total revenue. So clear ichcharu chudandi, nenu already rasanu ikkada, I have already written it nana. The same thing is given below also. Okay. And in case of unitary elastic, the demand curve will be rectangular hyperbola. Okay. Now coming back to the last method, that is arc method. That is arc elasticity method. So when it comes to arc elasticity method, when the change in price is substantial, see, when the change in price is very, very small, we use point method. But when the change in price is substantial, then we will use ARC method. So rather than calculating price elasticity of demand signal point, after price elasticity of demand is calculated over some portion of demand curve. Okay. Right now, when price and quantity change are discrete and large, that means when the changes in price and quantity are large, then we will use ARC method rather than using point elasticity method. Okay. Right now. So what is the formula for that point elasticity method? Sorry, arc elastic method. So here the formula is nothing but Q2 minus Q1 by P2 minus P1 into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. We all know the formula. Okay. Right now, next, determinants of price elasticity of demand. On what factors elasticity of demand is dependent? Availability of substitutes. Okay, if substitutes are available, goods which have close or perfect substitutes have highly elastic demand. And if goods does not have close substitutes, then the elastic demand will be less. The value will be less now. So if goods have close substitutes, then they have elastic demand. If goods have no close substitutes or few substitutes, then there will be inelastic demand. And as a group, a good may have inelastic demand, but as a particular brand, it will have an elastic demand. Okay, so you need to remember that thing also. See, if you are discussing in general terms, it will have inelastic demand. But if you are specifically talking about a particular brand, for example, petrol has inelastic demand, but you are talking about one brand of petrol, that is Reliance Petrol, SR Petroleum, Hindustan Petroleum, Bharat Petroleum. If you are talking about one brand, then it will have elastic demand. So brand point of view matlarte elastic untundi gaani generic ga general ga matlarte ganaka inelastic demand untundi. More substitutes, higher the elastic. No substitutes or less substitutes, inelastic. Okay, next nana. Position of a commodity in consumer's budget. If greater portion of the income is spent on spent on a commodity, if greater portion you earn chesin danlo major portion dame spend cheste kanaka elastic demand nana. If very small portion is spent on a commodity, then you will have a inelastic demand. Okay, okay, next. So, and example, sir, out of 30,000, 10,000 is spent on a rent. If the landlord increases the rent, definitely we will search for a new house, right? Because major portion of spend just now immediate rent perigindra, automatically you will try to shift to other houses where rent is lower. So there will be change in demand on the elastic. At the very small portion, 30,000 lo 300 rupees of item spend just now. 300 to 350 increase in the there will be hardly any change in demand. That means inelastic demand. Nature of the need that a commodity satisfies. Okay, luxury aithe kanaka elastic untundi, necessaries aithe kanaka inelastic, because luxuries ante when the price is reasonable, then only we will buy that good. Okay, if the price of the good increases, definitely we will think twice. Okay, then definitely we will think. If the price of the luxury increases, we will postpone the purchase, and demand lo considerable change vachestundi, and demand lo change vachestundi. And because one can easily live without luxury and their consumption can be postponed. So it is elastic. Okay. The necessities and even though there is increase in price, we have to consume it, because without it we can't survive. So price perigina than consume just on demand lo change. There will be hardly any change in demand. So dane man emantante inelastic antam. Number of uses for which a commodity can be put. If a good can be used for multiple purposes, price peragangane demand perugutundi, price taggangane demand perugutundi, so elastic demand unna. If a good can be used for only one specific purpose, oka specific purpose ke ante price perigina taggina demand lo pedaga use anedi, demand lo pedaga change anedi undadu. Example, railway engines. It can be used only for one specific purpose. So price taggindani cheppesi o engine nu konengandani ante kontam. So demand lo pedaga change undadu. If a good can be put to multiple uses, electricity, it can be used for multiple purposes. So price of the electricity decreases, we will demand more. So elastic untunna. Time period, long time period elastic untundi, short time period lo inelastic untundi, comparatively. Okay. Okay, Nana. Next, consumer habits. If a consumer is habituated to one particular good, even though there is change in price, there will be hardly any change in demand. So inelastic untundi. Not a habitual consumer ante ganaka ఏమవుతుందిరా అంటే ఎలాస్టిక్ అవుతుందిరా. ఓకే, సో అదే మాట్లాడుతున్నారు ఇక్కడ కూడా. habitual consumer అంటే ఏంట్రా అంటే he is habituated to consuming that good. Example, smokers, they are habituated to consuming cigarettes. So even though there is increase in prices, still they will be buying their cigarettes nana. సో ఏంట్రా అంటే అక్కడ ప్రైస్ పెరిగిన డిమాండ్ లో పెద్దగా చేంజ్ రాలేదు కాబట్టి ఇన్ఎలాస్టిక్ అంటాము. నెక్స్ట్ టైట్ డిమాండ్, derived demand basically. So if when the demand of those goods which are tied with other goods, even though there is increase in price, we have to purchase it. అర్థమవుతుందా అంటే టైట్ డిమాండ్ అంటే బేసికలీ మనం డిరైవ్డ్ డిమాండ్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాము. ఓకే, సో అక్కడ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇచ్చారు చూడండి, ప్రింటర్స్ అండ్ ఇంక్ cartridges అన్నాడు. ఈవెన్ దో దెర్ ఇస్ ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ ఇంక్ cartridges, okay, increase in price of ink cartridges, still we need to purchase it because ఇంక్ క్యాట్రిజెస్ లేకుండా ప్రింటర్స్ ని యూజ్ చేయలేం. పెట్రోల్ కూడా అంతే కదా నాన్న, కార్స్ ఉన్నాయంటే పెట్రోల్ ప్రైసెస్ పెరిగినా సరే వీ నీడ్ టు ఫిల్ అవర్ కార్స్ విత్ పెట్రోల్. సో ప్రైస్ పెరిగినా మనం డిమాండ్ లో పెద్దగా చేంజ్ ఉండదు, స్టిల్ వీ విల్ బి కన్స్యూమింగ్ దట్ గుడ్ నాన్న. సో దాన్ని మనం ఏమంటాం అంటే టైట్ డిమాండ్, ఇన్ఎలాస్టిక్ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ ప్రైస్ రేంజ్. వెరీ హై ప్రైస్ అండ్ వెరీ లో ప్రైస్ ఉంటే కనుక, సి 1 crore కాస్త 10 lakhs పెరిగిందంటే డిమాండ్ లో పెద్దగా చేంజ్ రాదు. 1 crore పే చేసిన 10 lakhs పే చేయలేడా, 1 crore పే చేస్తే 1 lakh ఎక్స్ట్రా పే చేయలేడా. వెరీ లో ప్రైస్ 10 rupees 11 rupees అయినా సరే దెర్ విల్ బి హార్డ్లీ ఎనీ చేంజ్ ఇన్ డిమాండ్. అంటే మిడిల్ లో ఉంటే కనుక డెఫినెట్ ఎలాస్టిక్. సో వెరీ హై, వెరీ లో ఇన్ఎలాస్టిక్. అండ్ మోడరేట్ రేంజ్ ఉంటే, మిడిల్ రేంజ్ ఉంటే కనుక ఎలాస్టిక్ అంటాము. మైనర్ కాంప్లిమెంటరీ ఐటమ్స్, మైనర్ కాంప్లిమెంటరీ, డెఫినెట్లీ కాంప్లిమెంటరీ అన్నాము అంటే కనుక ఇది ఇన్ఎలాస్టిక్ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, టైట్ డిమాండ్ కాంప్లిమెంటరీ బేసికలీ ఆల్మోస్ట్ రిలేటెడ్. ద డిమాండ్ ఫర్ చీప్ complementary items to be used together with a costlier products will have an elastic demand. Ante ikkada meaning and sir, two goods are complementary, one is very very expensive and another one is less expensive, na. Ante example, car is expensive, car seats kese covers evaithe unnayo, accessories evaithe less expensive. So if you bought a car na, definitely you need to buy accessories also, even though there is increase in prices. కారు కొన్నావంటే కనుక 1000 రూపాయలు 2000 రూపాయలు ఆలోచించకుండా యాక్సరీస్ కూడా పర్చేస్ చేస్తావు. రివర్స్ పార్కింగ్ కెమెరాస్ ఉంటాయి, 10,000 ఎంతో ఉంటుంది. కార్ కాస్ట్ 7 lakhs. వెన్ యూ స్పెండ్ 7 lakhs ఆన్ ఏ కార్, యూ విల్ నాట్ థింక్ అబౌట్ 10,000 or 12,000 అని. అది కూడా యాక్సరీస్ పెట్టించుకుంటాం. సో 10,000 కాస్త 500 rupees పెరిగింది, డస్ నాట్ ఎఫెక్ట్ ఎనీ డిమాండ్. సో ఇది ఇన్ఎలాస్టిక్ ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ అన్న పాసిబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ పోస్ట్పోన్మెంట్. ఇఫ్ యూర్ ఏబుల్ టు పోస్ట్పోన్ ఇట్, ఎలాస్టిక్. ఇఫ్ యూర్ అనేబుల్ టు పోస్ట్పోన్, యూ హ్యావ్ టు కన్స్యూమ్ ఇట్. అంటే ప్రైస్ పెరిగిన డిమాండ్ లో పెద్దగా చేంజ్ అనేది, దట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ఎలాస్టిక్ నా. So importance of price elasticity of demand to business managers, you can easily understand by going through it. Okay, then explain cheyalsina avasaram ledu. Next nana, income elasticity of demand. Here we try to explain the relation. See, income demand means we are explaining the relationship between income of the consumer and demand for the good. For the sake of this explanation, we have divided goods into two types. One is superior goods and the one is normal goods. Again, superior goods are divided into necessaries, comforts and luxuries. Here in income elasticity of demand, we are trying to measure the changes in demand due to changes in income. And we try to measure the changes both in case of superior goods as well as inferior goods. Superior goods lo malli luxuries, comforts and necessaries. So let us see the table straight away. So here, when it comes to income elasticity of demand, the relationship between income and superior goods is positive and income and inferior goods is negative. So we will have both positive income elasticity and negative income elasticity. So here we can't ignore negative sign. Price elasticity lo complete గా మనకి నెగటివ్ వస్తుంది కాబట్టి ఇంక్లూడ్ చేస్తాం. ఇక్కడ మీకు పాజిటివ్ నెగటివ్ రెండు వస్తాయి కాబట్టి you can't ignore it na. So if the elasticity value lies between 0 and 1, income elasticity value lies between 0 and 1, it is low income elasticity, and you can find this low income elasticity in case of necessaries na. If income elasticity value is greater than 1, that is high income elasticity, and this will be found for in case of luxuries. If the income elasticity value is equal to 0, that is called as zero income elasticity, and you can find such kind of elasticity, income elasticity for goods like salt, buttons, etc., where the income will have no impact on the demand of these goods. Income పెరిగిందని చెప్పి salt ఓ తినేమో, buttons కూడా ఓ కుట్టిచ్చేవన్నారు. Okay, so income change అయినా కొన్ని goods demand లో ఎటువంటి చేంజ్ ఉండదు. If income elasticity is less than 0, it is nothing but negative income elasticity, and you will find income elasticity for inferior goods, such kind of income elasticity for inferior goods. Okay, negative relationship kapati. And if income elasticity is equal to 1, that is called as unitary income elasticity, and you can find this kind of income elasticity for comforts. So clearly ichesadu. Less than 0 aithe inferior goods, equal to 0 aithe salt, buttons annamu, greater than 0 aithe superior goods. Again, when it comes to superior goods, 0 and 1 necessaries, equal to 1 comforts, greater than 1 luxuries. Okay, the relationship between income elasticity for a good and proportion of income. So basically we are trying to explain the relationship between income elasticity and proportion of income spent on the good now. If the proportion of income spent on the good remains same as income increases, income perigina sare percentage of income spent on the good remains same, then income elasticity is equal to 1. Don't get confused between total outlay and this one nana. Okay, please be careful. In total outlay, we are trying to explain the relationship between price and total expenditure. Here we are trying to explain the relationship between increase in income and percentage of income spent on the good. Okay, so to be explaining simple terms, this is income. Income is represented as Y, and percentage of income spent on the good. So as the income increases, percentage of income spent on the good remains same, constant. Then income elasticity will be equal to 1. But if the proportion of income spent on the good increases as income increases, when income increases, if the percentage of income spent on the good increases, then income elasticity will be greater than 1. As income increases, if the percentage of income spent on the good, percentage of the income spent on the good decreases, that is called as, then the income elasticity value will be less than 1, less than 1. Okay, that is what clearly explained there. So what is the formula for calculating income elasticity? So percentage change in demand divided by percentage change in income. Okay, right, Nana. So again, importance, you can go through it on your own. Next, cross price elasticity of demand. Generally, cross demand means we try to explain the relationship between price of one good and demand for another good, right? So here, cross elasticity of demand means we are trying to calculate the change in demand of one good due to change in 1% change in price of another good. That means when the price of one good changes, what will be the impact on the demand of another good? Okay. So here, when it comes to cross demand, we classify the goods into two types. One is superior good and the one is inferior good. What is the formula for calculating cross elasticity of demand? Percentage change in quantity demand of X divided by percentage change in price of Y. ఒకదాని demand, ఇంకో దాని price చూసుకుంటా ఉన్నాను. So again, here we will classify the goods into substitutes and complementaries. In case of substitutes, the relationship between price of one good and demand for another good is positive. In case of complementaries, the relationship between price of one good and demand for another good is negative. That means here, when it comes to cross elasticity of demand, you will get both positive values as well as negative values. If you get positive value, the two goods are substitutes. If you get negative cross elasticity value, the two goods are complementaries. Okay, right. So let us see the table here. Okay, if cross elasticity value is positive, substitutes. If cross elasticity value is negative, complementaries. If cross elasticity value is equal to 0, independent good, that means there is no relationship between two goods. If cross elasticity value is equal to infinite, perfect substitutes. It is perfect substitutes. Okay. But importance. Next, promotional elasticity of demand. Promotional elasticity of demand or advertisement elasticity of demand. Here we try to explain the relationship between changes in demand due to change in advertisement expenditure. Change in advertisement expenditure. Okay. So when it comes to how to calculate it, when it comes to calculating advertisement elasticity of demand, the formula is percentage change in demand divided by percentage change in spending on advertisement. Generally, there will be direct relationship. Okay. That means the advertisement elasticity value lies between 0 and 1. Okay, so as that attachment elasticity value can be equal to 0, it can be between 0 and 1, it can be equal to 1, it can be greater than 1 also. It can be, what do you mean by attachment elasticity value equal to 0? Even though the company has spent money on advertisement, there is no change in demand. Okay, now what do you mean by attachment elasticity lying between 0 and 1? That means change in demand is less than change in, or increase in demand is less than increase in advertisement expenditure. Advertisement elasticity value equal to 1 means increase in demand of a good is equal to the increase in advertisement expenditure. Okay, and advertisement elasticity greater than 1 means increase in demand for increase in demand of a good is greater than increase in advertisement expenditure. Simple గుర్తు పెట్టుకుంటే మనకు అర్థమైపోతున్నాను. Okay, right. So others are very, very similar, easy to understand. Okay, so with this we have completed elasticity of demand chapter. Next chapter is supply or theory of supply. Okay, so the weightage of this chapter is 1 or 2 marks. Okay, if you're lucky, you will get more than that, but on an average, you will be getting 1 or 2 marks from this chapter. Okay, 2, let us say it as 2 marks. Okay, right now, let's go to this chapter briefly. So just like demand is from consumer point of view, supply is from producer point of view. So what do you mean by supply here? The term supply refers to the amount of goods and services that producers are willing and able to offer to the market at various prices during a given period of time. Just like demand, supply is also expressed at a price, and it is also a flow concept. It is also a flow concept because it is always mentioned for a given period of time. Nana. Okay, supply refers to what firms offer to sell or offer for sell. Next, in the market, not necessarily what they succeed in selling. See, supply means whatever the amount of quantity that firm is willing to sell. Now, actual sales may be different from supply. Supply. Amma anukuntundi 10, 8 sale aini. So sales is 8, supply is 10. So there is no guarantee that sale and supply should be one and the same. Okay. Now supply requires both willingness and ability to supply. It depends on production cost is a primary influence on ability. See, supply depends on willingness and ability of the producer. Okay. So production cost is basically the primary influence of ability. That means, can the producer produce that good or not? Ee good ni produce cheyaganu leda, ademi depend avutundi the amount of cost that he will incur. The amount of cost he will incur. And willingness means, is the producer willing to supply those goods? He has produced it, go down unnai. whether the producer is willing to supply these goods at that price or not. Market lo aa price edaithe undo aa price దగ్గర supply చేయాలనుకుంటున్నాడా లేదా అది నాను. So ability depends on the production cost, whether the company is able to, entrepreneur or producer is able to bear that cost or not. Yes, he has produced the good, he is able to bear the cost, he has produced the good. Now produce చేసినంత మాత్రం మొత్తం సప్లై చేయాలని రూల్ లేదు నాను. He will be willing to supply only when the prices are favorable in the market. Okay, so determinants of supply. So demand ga determines on supply ga price of the product anamata. Here the relationship will be opposite to that of the relationship that we have studied in theory of demand. Okay, price of the product. See, the producer produces goods to maximize his profits, and when he can earn more profits, when he is able to sell goods at higher prices. So when the price of the product increases, supply also increases. When the price of a product increases, its supply also increases. Now, price of related goods. Here we talk about both substitutes and complementaries. Okay, so here the relationship will be opposite, and you need to think from producer point of view. Producer point of view ఆలోచించాలి, consumer point of view కాదు. Price of wheat పెరిగితే supply of rice తగ్గుతుంది. Now, wheat and rice both are substitutes. Okay, so what do you mean by that, sir? When the price of wheat increases, supply of wheat will increase and supply of rice will decrease. When the price of wheat increases, definitely producer will want to produce more wheat. When the production of wheat increases, supply also increases. When he wants to produce more wheat, then automatically production of rice will decrease because land is limited with him. Land ante undi. Either he can produce wheat or rice. Market lo price of wheat ekku undra ante he will try to grow wheat and sell wheat nana. So automatically production of rice decreases, so supply of rice decreases. So when it comes to substitute, there will be inverse relationship between price of one product and supply of another product. When it comes to complementary, there will be direct relationship. If the price of milk increases, supply of curd also increases. Because when the price of milk increases, okay, when the price of milk increases, అంటే రెండు కలిపేగా ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసేది, ఇక్కడ కాంప్లిమెంటరీస్ అంటే అది. Here complementaries అంటే you need to think in this point of view నాన్న. Okay, so when the price of milk increases, production of milk will also increase. Along with production of milk, nana, he will produce more and more curd also. Supply of curd will also increase. Ila complementaries ante ikkada meaning adi. Next, price of factors of production. When price of factors of production increases, cost of production increases, profits decreases, production decreases, supply also decreases, and vice versa. State of technology. If there is an advanced technology or new technology available in the market, he will use the technology. Efficiency increases, production increases, supply also increases. Okay. Next, Nana, government policy. When it comes to government policy, we are talking about taxes and subsidies. When government imposes taxes, cost of production increases. When cost of production increases, profits. Taxes perugute, cost of production, it will lead to increase in cost of production. When cost of production increases, profits decreases. When profits decreases, production decreases. Supply decreases. Opposite will happen in case of subsidies. When subsidies increases, cost of production decreases, profits increases, production increases, supply also increases. Okay. Next, nature of competition, size of industry. If you are in monopoly, supply will be less. If you are in monopolistic competition, supply will be more, or perfect competition. Okay. Next, expectations. If the producer is expecting that the prices of goods are going to increase in future, present supply will decrease because he wants to supply more in future. And the producer feels that the prices of goods are going to decrease in future. Future lo prices తగ్గుతాయి అనుకుంటే ఏమవుతున్నాయి, current supply will increase and future supply will decrease. Apart from the above mentioned factors, some other factors are also given here. Okay. Next, law of supply. Law of supply means basically here we're talking about the relationship between price of the good and its supply. Okay, so there is a direct relationship between the two. Okay, Nana, right. So you can clearly see from the table. Remaining things you can easily understand. Okay, everything is basic here. Now coming back to exceptions to law of supply. What are the cases where there is no direct relationship between price and supply of a commodity? First one is supply of labor. Even though there is increase in wages after a certain point, even though there is increase in wages, Nana, there will be no increase in supply, especially when it comes to skilled labor. We're talking about skilled labor. Okay, so up to a certain range, as wages increases, supply of labor will also increase. But beyond that, Nana, supply of labor will not increase because labor is also scarce. Next, rare commodity. Rare commodity itself, the name itself suggests that means they are not available in abundant quantity. So even though there is increase in price of rare commodities, the supply will remain same. That means supply will not increase. And land is also scarce. So even though there is increase in price of the land will remain same, Nana, from economy point of view, not from individual point of view. Economy point of view మాట్లాడుతున్నాం, ల్యాండ్ అంతే ఉంటుంది, పెరగదు తగ్గదు. So there is no, in all these three cases, there is no direct relationship. You can't find direct relationship between price and supply. Okay, right now. Next, movement of the supply curve. So supply cost, since there is a direct relationship, the curve will be upward sloping one. Okay. So when we are moving, when we are moving along the supply curve, it means that the supply is changing because of change in price of the commodity. But if there is a shift in supply curve, it means supply is changing because of other factors and price of the commodity remains constant. So upward movement on supply curve is nothing but expansion of supply, and downward movement of supply curve is nothing but contraction of supply. Okay, so here we are talking about price and supply of same commodity. Price and supply of same commodity. And when it comes to shift of supply curve, when price of the commodity is constant and other factors are affecting supply, then supply curve will shift to either right side or left side. So rightward shift of supply curve is nothing but increase in supply, and leftward shift of supply curve is nothing but decrease in supply. Okay, right. Next, elasticity of supply. So here elasticity of supply means basically we try to measure the changes in supply due to changes in factors, basically price. We're talking about price here. Okay. Right, so what is the formula for that one? Percentage change in quantity supplied divided by percentage change in price. That is nothing but delta Q by delta P. Delta Q means quantity supplied by delta P into P by Q. Okay, right now. So types of supply elasticity. So just like price elasticity, supply elasticity is also different types. Here the relationship is positive, right? So it can be equal to 0, it can be equal to 1, it can be greater than 1 and less than 1. Okay, right. So perfectly inelastic supply means here elasticity of supply value is equal to 0. Relatively less elastic supply means elasticity value is less than 1. That means it lies between 0 and 1. Now, relatively greater elastic supply or relatively elastic supply means its elasticity value price, the elasticity of supply elasticity value will be between 1 and infinity. Okay, and unitary elastic, it will be equal to 1, and perfectly elastic supply means it will be infinite, Nana. So if you look at the graphs given here, they are almost similar to the graphs that we have on elasticity of demand. Okay, so perfectly inelastic supply means even though there is change in price, there will be no change in supply. So elasticity value will be equal to 0. Relatively less elastic or inelastic supply means change in supply is less than change in price. The graph is somewhat given wrongly there. Okay, but it should be like this. The graph ఎలా ఉండాలరా అంటే relatively less elastic supply కి కర్వ్ అనేది స్టీపర్ గా ఉంటుంది అన్న. కర్వ్ అనేది స్టీపర్ గా ఉంటుంది. సో చేంజ్ ఇన్ ప్రైస్. Okay, so this is change in price and this is change in quantity. ఇంకా క్లియర్ గా డ్రా చేస్తాను. Let me draw it clearly. Okay, so change in quantity supplied is okay, ఇప్పుడు వచ్చింది. This is quantity supplied and this is change in price. Okay, so change in quantity supply is less than change in price. That is called as relatively less elastic supply. Okay, and relatively greater elastic supply means the curve will be slant. దీనికి slant గా ఉంటుంది అన్న. ఎలా ఉంటుంది సార్ అంటే ఇలా. That means change in quantity supplied is more than change in price. This is quantity supplied and this is change in price. Okay, unit elastic means 45-degree line. Okay, perfect elastic supply means parallel to xi. That means a very minute change in price will lead to infinite change in supply. Okay, right, Nana. So supply curve of an industry with a limited capacity of production. So when the capacity is limited, what will happen? If you look at the graph carefully, initially it is increasing, but later on it will become parallel to y-axis. It will become parallel to y-axis. Now, why is that? Initially, the company, as the price increases, company has capacity available with it, Nana. So it will use more and more capacity. That means supply increases. కెపాసిటీ అంటే ఇనిషియల్ గా ఏమవుతుందా అంటే ప్రైస్ పెరిగే కొద్దీ నా దగ్గర కెపాసిటీ ఉంది కాబట్టి నేను ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తా ఉంటాను. సో దెర్ విల్ బి చేంజ్ ఇన్ కెపాసిటీ. బట్ ఎప్పుడైతే 100% కెపాసిటీ వచ్చేసిందో, ఆల్రెడీ ఆర్ యూజింగ్ 100% కెపాసిటీ, ఈవెన్ ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ దెర్ ఈస్ ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ ప్రైస్ ఆఫ్ ది గుడ్. అంటే నేను ఇంకా కెపాసిటీని ఇంక్రీజ్ చేయలేవు. సప్లై కర్వ్ విల్ ఆల్మోస్ట్ బికమ్ ప్యారలల్ టు వై యాక్సిస్. సో వన్స్ ఫర్మ్స్ రీచ్ దేర్ ఫుల్ కెపాసిటీ, further so once a firm reach their full capacity, further increase in production is possible only by building new plants. Existing plant lo nuvaithe inka em produce cheyalevu. You can increase the production by increasing the plants, nana. Okay nara. So basically, initially as the prices increases, you can increase the production capacity because you have excess capacity left with you. Plant capacity is 10,000 units. As of now, you are producing 5,000 units. Still 5,000 units you can produce. As the price of the goods increases, you will increase the production. Eppudu daaka increase cheyagalaru 10,000 units varaku. You are already producing, you are already utilizing plant fully. You are already producing 10,000 units. Even after that, there is increase in prices. In the existing plant, you can't increase the production. Existing plant, the production increase cheyalevu. You can increase the production only by constructing a new plant. Okay, right. Now, measurement of elasticity of supply. Point elasticity, same with here also same thing, Nana. Point elasticity is used to calculate elasticity of supply at a particular point on the demand supply curve. Supply curve. Okay, what is the formula? dq by dp into p by q. Where dq by dp is nothing but derivative of supply function with respect to price. And P by Q is nothing but ratio between price and quantity supplied. Okay. Since the relationship between price and supply is positive, there will be no negative sign here. There will be positive sign here. Okay. Right, Nana. Then you can calculate elasticity using arc method also. Okay. Same thing, but there we called quantity demanded. Here we will call it as quantity supplied. Okay. Next, determinants of elasticity of supply. What are the factors that determine the elasticity of supply? First one, cost of production. See, if the cost of production increase, see, if increase in production cost substantially increases the cost, producer will have less incentive to increase quantity supplied in response to increase in prices. Therefore, price elasticity will be less. Simply stating, if the cost of production increases, profits decreases. When profits decreases, Nana, producer will not be willing to supply more. So, even though there is increase in prices, even in the increase in prices, there will be a less increase in supply. There will be less. So, there will be inelastic supply. Okay. If there are constant costs or negligible rise in cost as output increases, supply will be elastic. So, prices perige koddi cost of production kuda peruguntunte adavutundana elasticity supply elasticity value will be less than 1. Okay, prices increase aye koddi there is a negligible increase in cost of production, then supply elasticity value will be elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. Okay, next, production process. Complex production process and requires relatively longer time, then elasticity of supply value will be less than 1. Complex production process that it takes considerable amount of time to produce and increase the production. So if even though there is increase in price, immediately we can't increase production and we can't increase supply. So elasticity of supply value will be less than 1. Okay, next, Nana. Time period. Longer the time period, you can change all the factors, increase the production and increase the supply. Elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. Very short period, you can't change all the factors. Only few factors you can change, Nana. So in such a case, elasticity value will be less than 1. Next, production capacity of the firm. If there is excess capacity available with the firms, if there is increase in prices, definitely there will be increase in production and supply. So elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. If there is no possibility of increasing, production capacity, or already you are working at full capacity దగ్గర వర్క్ చేయట్లేదు, ప్రైసెస్ పెరిగినాయి, ప్రొడక్షన్ మనం ఇంక్రీజ్ చేసి సప్లై ఇంక్రీజ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఆల్రెడీ ఫుల్ కెపాసిటీ వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాం, ప్రైసెస్ పెరిగినా సరే ప్రొడక్షన్ ఇంక్రీజ్ చేయలేవు, సప్లైని కూడా ఇంక్రీజ్ చేయలేవు. సో elasticity of supply value will be less than 1. Availability of inputs. If inputs are available easily and cheaply, then you can increase production, supply also increases. So elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. Elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. Next, raw materials are not easily available and very difficult to procure them from the market. Even though there is increase in prices, as it is very difficult to procure raw material, production will not increase considerably and supply will also not increase considerably. So elasticity of supply value will be less than 1. Inventories. Adequate stock is there in the company. As the price increases, immediately you can use that raw material stock to produce goods. So elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. Okay, Nana. If stock is not available in the company, prices increase. When prices increases, you have to wait for raw material to purchase, then you need to produce. Okay, so comparatively, elasticity of supply value will be less. Okay, market company ready ga stock undanukuntana, prices peragane emmate a stock ni use cheskoni raw material stock ni use chesi goods produce cheyochu. Company stock ledu, prices perigina sir, you can't take advantage of that, right? So you can't produce immediately and you can't supply also. So elasticity of supply value will be less than 1. Factor substitution. That means you can substitute one factor in place of another factor. If you are able to substitute one factor easily in place of another factor, then when prices increases, okay, you can carry out substitution, increase the production. So elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. The same thing is given here. The ease with which factor substitution can be made and the cost of such factor substitution also determines the price elasticity of supply. If the factor of production used in the production of commodity are commonly available and can be easily substituted, labor place లో capital easy substitute చేయొచ్చు, capital place లో labor easy substitute చేయొచ్చు. In such a case, when the price increases, companies can easily increase the production and increase the supply. So supply elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. If the production process involves use of material which are in short supply, material short supply lo undi, it will take a longer delivery time to get that material, nana, then definitely you can't produce and can't increase supply. So elasticity of supply value will be less than 1. So they explain cheskuntu vachana. Mobility of factors. If factors are able to both capital and labor are occupationally mobile, that means they're easily moving from one place to another place. So it will lead to elasticity of supply. That means elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. ఎలా ఈజీగా మూవ్ అవుతుంటే, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇఫ్ లేబర్ అండ్ క్యాపిటల్ ఆర్ ఈజీలీ ఆర్ మొబైల్, దట్ మీన్స్ ఇఫ్ sufficient amount of labor are not available in Guntur, then we can get labor from Vijayawada. Okay, so when you're able to get resources from other place easily, then you can increase the production, increase the supply when there is increase in prices. So elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. Continuous production, elasticity of supply will be greater than 1. Okay, more elastic nana. Seasonal production inelastic untundi. Entry barriers, definitely ఏముంటుందా అంటే supply elasticity is also higher when there are fewer entry barriers. Entry barriers more unte kanaka, if there are more entry barriers, number of companies will be less. So when number of companies are less, production will be low and supply will be low, nana. So elasticity of supply value will less than 1. If there are no or very less entry barriers, that means companies can easily enter into the market. When companies can easily enter into the market, then what will happen? Number of companies increases, production increases, supply also increases. So elasticity of supply value will be greater than 1. Expectations about future prices, definitely it will have impact on elasticity of supply. Ela sir, expectations of substantial rise in prices in future will make sellers respond less to current rise in prices. As of now, prices have increased. Now producers are expecting that prices will increase further in future. So current period they will decrease the supply. Okay, so if producers are expecting increase in prices further in future, then current supply will be less. So, and if the producers are expecting that prices will fall in future, okay, then they will increase supply in the current period. Okay, now next, equilibrium price. We all know what is equilibrium price. The point where demand is equal to supply is called as equilibrium point, and the price at that point is called as equilibrium price. Nana. Okay, so market equilibrium, social equilibrium. If you go through that, you can understand that easily. What is market equilibrium? What is social equilibrium? Okay, so if we're discussing demand and supply from market point of view, that is called as market equilibrium. What do you mean by consumer surplus here? So social efficiency is nothing but represents net gain to society from all exchanges that are made in a particular market. Now, it consists of two components: consumer surplus and producer surplus. Consumer surplus means what? Benefit buyers receive from participating in a market. Okay, so the difference between buyers willing to pay and the price which he actually pays is the net gain to consumer, known as consumer surplus. It is the area below demand curve and above the supply, above the price line. So basically this is the price which the consumer is willing to pay. Demand is nothing but the amount of price which the consumer is willing to pay, but actual price in the market is this one. Okay, so the region between demand curve and price line is called as consumer surplus, and the region between supply curve and the price line is nothing but producer surplus. If you add these two, you will get what? Social efficiency. Okay, so it is clearly given here. Sorry, it is already given in the material, nana. Okay, right. So with this, we have completed supply chapter. So next chapter is theory of consumer behavior. So in recent examination, they are asking more number of bits from this chapter. So you can see in July 21 examination, around 4 bits were asked from this chapter. In December 21 examination, they have asked around 9 bits. Okay. So considerably, it has more weightage when it comes to other chapters. Okay. And predominantly, they're focusing on last topic, that is indifference curve analysis, if I'm not wrong. Okay. Right. So let us see some important areas here. Okay. So introduction, there is no need to explain. Basically, he is talking about want or desire. What does it mean? Okay. And basically, what causes wants means elementary causes, while psychological causes are given here. What are the features of wants that are already given there? Okay. So it is already basic things, no need to explain. Okay. When it comes to human wants, it can be classified into three types: necessaries, comforts, and luxuries. Again, necessaries can be classified into necessaries for life or existence. So what do you mean by necessaries for life or existence? Without these goods, we can't maintain, we can't survive in the market. That's why it's called as necessaries for life or existence. These are the necessities to meet minimum psychological needs for maintenance of life. So necessaries of efficiency means goods which are required to improve our efficiency. Man requires something more than necessaries of life to maintain longevity, energy, and efficiency of work. Such kind of necessaries are called as necessaries for efficiency. And conventional necessaries means they arise either due to pressure of habit or due to compelling social customs and conventions. So conventional necessaries means these are not necessaries, but because of customs and conventions, they have become necessaries. Okay. అంటే ఏంట్రా అంటే రెగ్యులర్ గా యూస్ చేయము, బట్ ఏంట్రా అంటే కస్టమ్స్ ట్రెడిషన్స్ మూలంగా ఏమైందంటే ఆ గూడ్స్ కూడా నెసరీస్ అయినాయి మనకి. ఓకే, ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ట్రెడిషనల్ వేర్ డైలీ వేసుకోం కదా నాన్న మనం, అది ఒకేషన్స్ కే వేసుకుంటాము. ఓకే, ట్రెడిషనల్ వేర్ అనేది. ఓకే, ఇట్స్ ఎ కన్వెన్షనల్ నెసరీ. నెక్స్ట్ కంఫర్ట్స్. While necessaries make life possible, comforts make our life comfortable. Okay, so comforts are less urgent than necessaries and they lie between necessaries and luxuries. Luxuries are superfluous and expensive. Superfluous and unnecessary basically. Luxuries are superfluous and expensive. They are not essential for living. Okay, right now. And we have to remember one thing: there is no strict rule that these goods are necessaries, these goods are comforts, and these goods are luxuries. Depending on situation, a good may be necessary and the same good may become a luxury. Okay. Next, coming back to utility. What do you mean by utility? Utility is nothing but want satisfying power of a commodity. Utility means nothing but want satisfying power of a commodity. Okay. So utility is nothing but anticipated satisfaction. Satisfaction is which you have derived after consuming good. Utility means the satisfaction that you are expecting before consuming a good. Okay, so generally utility is used for terms when goods are yet to be consumed. Consume చేసే ముందు ఏదైతే ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నావో that is called as utility. Consume చేసిన తర్వాత ఏదైతే యాక్చువల్ గా వచ్చిందో that is called as satisfaction. Okay, so utility is neutral. That means even harmful goods have utility, so it is called as ethically neutral. Okay, next, utility is not same as usefulness. Utility depends on the good, usefulness depends on the consumer using that good. Okay, next, when it comes to explaining utility, see, basically this utility, why it is important? It defines the consumer behavior. That means a consumer will choose one particular good where he feels that that good has more utility compared to other goods. What I mean to say is that in order to satisfy his wants, he may have 2 or 3 goods available in front of him. He can use any of these goods. Out of these goods, he will choose one particular good which has more utility. Okay, so to explain the concept of utilities, basically we have 2 important theories. One is marginal utility analysis and another one is indifference curve analysis. Now, marginal utility analysis was given by Marshall. Okay, Nana. So, what does he tries to explain? He tries to explain how a consumer chooses to spend his income on different goods and services to maximize his utility. So, the objective of consumer is to maximize his utility. So, how the consumer is going to maximize his utility? That is what Marshall is trying to explain. So, before going into the theories, we need to understand certain concepts here: total utility, marginal utility. Okay, what do you mean by total utility? Okay, so total utility is nothing but sum of marginal utilities derived from the consumption of different units. So if we add the utility derived from each product, then you will get total utility of the products. That means if you want to find out total utility of 4 goods, you need to add the utility of each good. Okay, then you will get total utility of all the 4 goods. Now, what do you mean by marginal utility? It is a change in total utility generated by consuming one additional unit of a good or service. So simply stating, whatever the benefit you are getting by consuming one additional unit of a commodity is called as marginal utility. Oka good additional good consume cheyadam moolanga neeku edaithe additional benefit vastundo danni manam marginal utility antamu. So how to calculate marginal utility? Nothing but there are 2 formulas. One is mu n equal to TUN minus TUN minus 1, and generally we use the second formula, that is mu equal to delta TU by delta Q. That means marginal utility is nothing but change in total utility divided by change in quantity, where mu is slope of TU. Okay, right now. So just like any other law, here also Alfred Marshall took certain assumptions. The consumer should be rational. Next, cardinal measurability of utility. That means according to Marshall and the neoclassical economists, utility is a measurable concept. We can measure utility. How we can measure utility? The amount of money which the consumer is willing to pay for a good that will be the utility that he's expecting from that good. ఒక good ని కొనేటప్పుడు ఎంతైతే మనీ పే చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నాడు, that means in order to buy a pen, a consumer is willing to pay 10 rupees. That means he's expecting 10 rupees of benefit from that good. So a benefit ని measure చేయడానికి we using a measurement unit is called, that is called as utils. దాన్ని మనం ఏమంటారంటే utils అంటాం మనం, utils. Okay, so it's a unit, it's a cost unit of utility, cost unit of utility. Now utility measure చేసినప్పుడు మన kgs meters పెట్టకుండా utils అని చెప్తున్నాం అన్నమాట. Okay, so how we are going to measure it, nana? Basically second point is the money is the measuring rod of utility. The amount of money which a person is willing to pay or prepared to pay for a unit of a good is a measure of utility. ఒక good కొంటానికి 10 rupees, I'm ready to pay 10 rupees. That means I'm expecting 10 rupees of benefit or utility from that good. Other factors should be constant. That means when we're talking about utility here, other factors should be constant. That is price of the commodity, difference, all these factors should be constant. There should be continuous consumption. Okay, next, different units consumed should consist of standard. That means here when the consumer is consuming the units, they should be of standard unit. They should consist of standard units. అంటే అబ్నార్మల్ యూనిట్స్ ఉండకూడదు, వెరీ స్మాల్ వెరీ లార్జ్ ఉండడు. ఒక నార్మల్ పర్సన్ ఎంత క్వాంటిటీ అయితే కన్సూమ్ చేస్తాడు అది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ when you talk about drinking water, we talk in terms of glasses. How many glasses? Okay, so నేను స్పూన్ తో తాగుతాను, అది అబ్నార్మల్ అవుతుంది. నేను బాటిల్ తాగుతాను, అది అబ్నార్మల్. Generally when we drink water, we mention in terms of glasses. Have 3 glasses of water or 4 glasses of water, like that మాట్లాడతాం, because it's standard unit. Okay, so goods should be consumed in standard unit. Next, the most important assumption of this MU analysis is constancy of marginality of money. That means the marginality of money will not change with the change in income. Yes, it is hypothetical assumption. It is unrealistic assumption, because we know that when the amount of money available with the person changes, marginality also changes, because there is always inverse relationship between quantity and marginality. But here, for the sake of easy understanding, what we have assumed is that the marginality of money does not change with the change in level of income. Income enta change aina sare, marginality of money will not change. Next, hypothesis of independent utility. What does it mean? Here, according to Alfred Marshall, the utility of a good is dependent on the good itself but not on other goods. Okay, that means here we are completely ignoring the complementary factor of the goods now. ఏ గుడ్ యొక్క యూటిలిటీ ఆ గుడ్ మీద డిపెండ్ అవుతుంది, కానీ వేరే గుడ్స్ ఆ యూటిలిటీని ఎఫెక్ట్ చేయవు. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, ది యూటిలిటీ ఆఫ్ యాపిల్ డిపెండ్స్ ఆన్ యాపిల్ ఓన్లీ బట్ నాట్ ఆన్ అదర్ ఫ్రూట్స్. బట్ ఇన్ రియల్ లైఫ్, utility of apple is affected by other foods and other foods utility is affected by apple now. Okay, so in this MU analysis, the first theory is law of diminishing marginality. What does this law of diminishing marginality says? The name itself suggests, as we keep on consuming more and more goods, more and more units of a single commodity, the additional utility derived from that good decreases. The same thing is explained in the table given below also. So as the quantity of chocolate keeps on increasing, marginality keeps on decreasing, and the point where marginality is equal to 0, totality is maximum, nana. So consumer will consume till the point where marginality of that good it becomes 0 and totality is maximum. Okay, so ade cheptam mano. So the same thing is explained in the graphical form also. You can clearly see when marginality is equal to 0, totality is equal to maximum. So that is called a saturation point. Till that point, the consumer will consume the good, and beyond that, he will not consume the good. Okay, so relationship between TU and MU, important from BITS point of view. So if you have graph, if you have idea regarding graph, don't need to buy these things now. So when the MU is positive, when MU is falling, see MU keeps on falling continuously. Okay, when MU is falling but it is positive, TU increases at a decreasing rate. When MU is equal to 0, TU is maximum. When MU is negative, TU starts falling or TU falls. This is the relationship between TU and MU. Okay, next, limitations and exceptions to LDMU. So what are the limitations? So first limitation is utility is not measurable in real life. The second limitation is marginality of money will never be constant. Continuous consumption. You can't expect a person to keep on consuming goods till the goods are finished. Next, and the other assumption that we have taken here is that homogeneous of unit consumed. That means the number of units of chocolate that we are consuming should all be same. Homogeneous goods you can't find in real life, nana. Okay, and here moreover we have considered only one good. We have considered only one good. Okay, and this law is not universal. In certain cases, this law is not applicable. Example, prestigious goods. When it comes to prestigious goods like gold, cash, as we keep on adding more and more units, marginality increases. Gold perige koddi marginality perugutundana. Hobbies, rare collection. In that case also marginality increase. That means it will be very difficult to prove the inverse relationship between quantity and marginality. So all those things will come under exceptions now. Okay, next. annotations to LDMU. That means basing on LDMU, we have other theories also, law of equimarginality and theory of consumer surplus. Okay, right. So coming back to theory of consumer surplus, which is extension to law of diminishing marginality. Whatever the assumptions that we have taken in LDMU, what are the assumptions that we have taken in LDMU, and all these are the assumptions. Okay, so whatever the assumptions that are given above, the same assumptions will be taken in theory of consumer behavior also. But to that, we will add one more assumption, that is perfect competition. So whatever the assumptions that we have taken for MU, all those assumptions will be taken here also. But we will add one more assumption, that is perfect competition. So when we have taken perfect competition, there will be homogeneous products and price per unit will remain the same, Nana. So what do you mean by consumer surplus? The difference between marginal utility and price. That is willing price and actual price. Marginality is nothing but the willing price, the price which the consumer is willing to pay, and price is nothing but actual price. If the willing price of the consumer is more than the actual price, the difference is nothing but consumer surplus. So according to this theory, the consumer will keep on consuming the good till consumer surplus becomes zero. Till consumer surplus becomes zero, Nana. You can clearly see as we keep on consuming the number of units of a same commodity, marginality keeps on decreasing. Okay, and price remains constant because we have taken the assumption of perfect competition where we have homogeneous goods. When goods are homogeneous, price remains constant. The difference between marginal utility and price is nothing but consumer surplus. So according to this table, we will consume till mu is equal to, sorry, till consumer surplus is equal to 0. Till consumer surplus is equal to 0, or till the point where mu is equal to p. So I will be consuming till 6 units. Beyond that, I will not consume. On a graphical point of view, r is a point where mu is equal to p. R is a point where mu is equal to p, and shaded region is nothing but consumer surplus. Okay, so total consumer surplus from this commodity means you need to add all these things now. So you need to add all these things. 10 plus 8 plus 6 plus 4 plus 2 plus 0. Okay, right. So graph is given. So what about the things that we have learned about? The same things explained here also. Okay. Now we need to focus on this, Nana. Changes in consumer surplus account of fall in prices. When the prices fall, what will happen? The consumer surplus will increase. The consumer surplus will increase, Nana. So a fall in price from P to P1. When prices fall from P to P1, what will happen? The consumer surplus will increase from APE to AP1F. AP1F, Nana. Okay, right. So practical applications of consumer surplus for business firms that you can easily understand if you go through that. Okay. Again, limitations. Whatever the limitations that we have studied above for LDMU, the same limitations will continue here also. Okay, right, Nana. And when it comes to consumer surplus, you need to remember the point regarding necessaries. See, in case of necessaries, the marginality of the earlier unit is infinitely large, and hence consumer surplus is always infinite for necessaries. When it comes to necessaries, Nana, marginality will always be greater than price. For example, you are feeling very, very thirsty. You bought a bottle for 10 rupees. That means it does not mean that you are getting a utility of 10 rupees only from water bottle. You are getting more utility than what you have paid. How much that is? That we can't measure. దాహం వేసినప్పుడు వాటర్ బాటిల్ కొనుక్కొని తాగాము. వాటర్ బాటిల్ పే చేసిన 10 రూపీస్, నాకు 10 రూపీస్ యూటిలిటీ వచ్చిందంటే కాదు, దానికన్నా చాలా ఎక్కువ వచ్చింది. ఎంత అది డిఫైన్ చేయలేము. సో బికాస్ ఇట్స్ నెసరీ, ఇట్స్ ఎ మస్ట్ అండ్ షుడ్, నాన్న. ఇట్స్ ఎ మస్ట్ అండ్ షుడ్. దాని డిఫైన్, నువ్వు ఎంత పే చేసినా దానికన్నా వచ్చే బెనిఫిట్ ఎక్కువ. నువ్వు పే చేసిన దానికన్నా వచ్చే బెనిఫిట్ ఎక్కువ. సో ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ నెసరీస్, ది మార్జినాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ది ఎర్లియర్ యూనిట్, the marginality of earlier units are infinitely large, and hence consumer surplus is always infinite. That point you need to remember. Remaining all points are same, Nana, similar. Okay. Next, consumer equilibrium in single commodity case versus consumer equilibrium in more than one commodity case. That means we are talking about law of equimarginal utility. Okay. So this is the point of law of equimarginal utility. So in case of single commodity, basically what we do is that the consumer is said to be equilibrium at the point where MUX equal to PX, right? So it can be written as MUX by PX equal to 1. But when you're talking about two commodities, the equation will be like this: MUY by PY equal to 1. If we add these two, it will be equal to MUX by PX equal to MUY by PY equal to 1. ఇవన్నీ మనం ఏమంటారా అంటే marginality of money. Marginality of money. What does it mean, sir? According to LEMU, the consumer will be in equilibrium when he is spending his money on different goods and services in such a way that marginality of each good is proportional to its price, and the last rupee spent on each good yields him equal utility. That means when the consumer is spending his money on two or more goods, he is said to be equilibrium when the rupee that is spent on both the goods yields him equal amount of margin utility. The rupee that is spent on both the goods, 1 rupee ni మనం both the goods మీద స్పెండ్ చేసినప్పుడు అంటే ఏంటి, x మీద స్పెండ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఎంత యూటిలిటీ వచ్చిందో అలాగే y మీద కూడా 1 రూపీ స్పెండ్ చేస్తే ఎంత యూటిలిటీ వచ్చిందో ఈ రెండు ఈక్వల్ అయినరా అంటే you have spent 1 rupee on x, you got some utility, again you have spent 1 rupee on y, you got some utility, both these utilities are same, then the consumer is said to be at equilibrium. Okay, this is regarding two goods. ఈ పైన చూడండి ఏదో ఇచ్చాడు ఇక్కడ consumer equilibrium in single commodity case. LDMU helps us to understand how a consumer reaches equilibrium in case of single good. Okay, it states that the quantity of a good with consumers increases, mu of a good decreases, and mu curve is sloping downwards. That means it simply explains the inverse relationship between quantity and mu. Okay, a consumer will go on buying a good till he reaches a point where mu equal to p. So a consumer will keep on buying a good till mu is equal to p. Nana. So adi alago chodam. Okay. But if there is change in prices, what will happen? When the price of the good falls, see, when the price of the good falls, what will happen, Nana? The equality between mu and price is disturbed. So earlier he has purchased at point E. He has purchased it till point E. Now there is a point where mu is equal to P. So at point E, mu is equal to P. Now what happened is that P decreases. When P decreases, automatically what will happen? What will happen? That means mu is not equal to P. Now we have to equate mu to P. Price agindante mu is not equal to P. Then we have to equate mu equal to P. Appudu em cheyali? When the price of the good falls, the consumer will consume more of the commodity, obviously. When he starts consuming more, nana marginality also decreases. So slowly emotundante mu also decreases and it will be equal to P. Okay. And when mu from the good which will fall, then he consumes more of a commodity. Ade cheppinna. And when the price of the good increases, consumers will buy less. When he buys less, automatically marginality will be higher. So simple cheppedi entra ante ఇప్పుడు mu equal to P అనేది equilibrium. When price falls, quantity increases, mu decreases. He will do it till price is equal to mu. Okay. And when price increases, quantity decreases, mu increases. So he will do it till price is equal to mu. Okay, so this is about mu analysis. Okay, next, ordinal utility analysis. What do you mean by ordinal utility analysis? It is much more realistic when compared to cardinal utility analysis. Okay, so ordinal utility analysis is based on the belief that human satisfaction, that means utility or human satisfaction, is a psychological phenomenon. You can't measure it, which is quite opposite to the assumption taken by Alfred Marshall while explaining mu analysis. What he assumed is that utility is measurable, but here what Hicks and Allen are saying are that utility is a psychological phenomenon, you can't measure it. See, you can rank it, you can say from which good you are getting more bad satisfaction, but you can't quantify it. Okay, so thus consumer preference approach is an ordinal concept based on order of, so this ordinal utility is based on ordering of preferences compared to Marshall's approach of cardinality. So basically ordinal utility is based on ranking rather than measurement. Okay, right, Nana. So indifference curve analysis, it was given by Hicks and Allen. Okay, it is modern method compared to mu analysis. Next, it is based on ordinal utility, ordering scale of preference, and MRS. Ordinal utility, ordering scale of preference, and MRS. Okay, so assumptions: rational consumer utility is only ordinally expressed. That means utility can be ranked but not be measured. Consumer choices are assumed to be transitive. What do you mean by transitive? A consumer will prefer only that good which gives him highest satisfaction. Okay, now if the consumer prefers combination A to B and B to C, that means he is preferring A over C. Okay, that is called as transitive. The more is better, that is assumption, Nana. That means if, see, what does it mean is that if you have more number of units, your total satisfaction will be much higher. Okay, for example, if a person is offered 1 kg of sweets and 2 kg of sweets, I am not mentioning price here, I am simply offering him two choices, whether you want 1 kg of sweets or 2 kg of sweets. He will definitely choose 2 kgs of sweets because more the quantity, more will be the satisfaction. More will be the satisfaction, Nana. So more is better. Okay, so obviously consumer will always choose that quantity which that combination of good which has more units, Nana. Okay, and here we focus on combination of goods, not on individual good. Okay, so the major drawback when it comes to theories given by Alfred Marshall and other classical economists is that they focused only on single commodity. But what economists felt is that when the consumer income increases, in order to maximize his satisfaction, he will try to spend income on different goods. Okay, because if he keep on consuming single good, he will not be able to maximize his satisfaction. అంతే కదా మన రైతు బజార్కి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఒకే టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఐటమ్ తీసుకోగా 3-4 టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ ఐటమ్ తీసుకుంటాం విత్ అవర్ లిమిటెడ్ ఇన్కమ్. వై వి వాంట్ టు మాక్సిమైజ్ అవర్ సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్. సో we have to focus on combinations. That is what expressed on point number 2. The consumer is capable of ranking all conceivable combinations of goods according to satisfaction they yield. Okay, so straight away here we are talking about combinations, not about individual good. Okay, so indifference curve analysis ante enti? Okay, an indifference curve is a curve which represents all those combinations of two goods. For the sake of convenience, we are taking only two goods. You can take more than two goods also. Okay, but for the sake of convenience, we are taking only two goods. So straight away we have ignored the concept that is taken by Alfred Marshall. There he considered only one commodity, right? Here we are talking about more than one commodity, and that's a logical thing, Nana, because whenever your income is limited, you will try to spend it on different commodities. Different commodities may spend chestavu. So as an indifference curve is a curve which represents all those combinations of two goods which give same satisfaction to the consumer. So whatever the combination you choose on the same commodity, it will give you same amount of satisfaction. The combinations may change. I mean to say, when you are moving from A to B, number of units of both the commodities will change, but you will be getting same amount of satisfaction. For example, when it comes to combination A, we have 1 and 12. When it comes to combination B, we have 2 and 6, Nana. Even though there is change in combination, still you will be getting same amount of satisfaction. That is called as indifferent. Since you are getting same amount of satisfaction, the consumer will not be in a position to choose which combination, but choose a particular combination, because he's getting same amount of satisfaction. ఏ కాంబినేషన్ ఇండిఫరెన్స్ కర్వ్ మీద ఎటువంటి కాంబినేషన్ తీసుకున్నా సరే నీకు సేమ్ సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ వస్తుంది కాబట్టి he does not mind whichever combination he gets. That means he is indifferent among these combinations. Okay, and what do you mean by MRS? MRS stands for marginal rate of substitution. That means at what rate and at what ratio we are substituting food with substituting food for cloth. We are substituting food for cloth, Nana. So here basically it is nothing but ratio between sacrifice is to gain or loss is to gain. Okay, so MRS means marginal rate of substitution, and it will be expressed as loss is to gain or sacrifice is to gain. Loss is to gain on term or sacrifice is to gain on term. So when you are moving from A to B, we are sacrificing 6 cloth and gaining 1 food, right? So in the same case, when we are moving from B to C, we are sacrificing 2 cloth and gaining 1 food. In case of C to D, we are sacrificing 1 cloth and gaining 1 food. Okay, so MRS stands for marginal rate of substitution. It is nothing but the ratio between units sacrificed or lost or units gained. So 6 is to 1, 2 is to 1, 1 is to 1. When is to 1 is there, there is no need to mention it. Okay, 6 and mention yes, that nothing but 6 is to 1. Okay, so indifference curve is given. Next, marginal rate of substitution. I have already explained what is meant by marginal rate of substitution. Here we have to make sure one thing now. Here, no matter how many units you are sacrificing and how many units you are gaining, Nana, the satisfaction should be same. Ante end, sir, the satisfaction sacrificed by 6 units should be equal to the satisfaction that you got in 1 unit of food. And B lo chudandi, you are sacrificing 6 units of cloth and gaining 1 unit of food, Nana. సో ఇక్కడ 6 యూనిట్స్ ఆఫ్ క్లాత్ లో ఎంతైతే సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ వదులుకుంటున్నావో అంత సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ నీకు రావాలి 1 యూనిట్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ లో. ఆర్ 1 యూనిట్ ఆఫ్ ఫుడ్ లో ఎంతైతే నీకు వచ్చిందో క్లాత్ లో అంత వదులుకుంటాం. యూనిట్స్ మే డిఫర్. ఎందుకురా అంటే ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ మోర్, నానా, యూటిలిటీ విల్ బి లెస్, రైట్? మార్జినలిటీ విల్ బి లెస్. సో marginal rate of substitution. Marginal rate of substitution is the rate at which the consumer consumers is prepared to exchange goods X and Y, holding the level of satisfaction constant. That means what? Whatever the goods that we are sacrificing, the satisfaction of those goods should be equal to whatever the goods that we are gaining. Okay, so marginal rate of substitution of X and Y can be defined as the amount of Y. So in our example, we are sacrificing Y, right? And cloth is nothing but Y. Okay, and food is nothing but X, Nana. The amount of Y or cloth whose loss can just be compensated by 1 unit gain of food, nothing but X, Nana, so that our satisfaction remains constant. So this is what we are looking in the graph. Okay, so marginal rate of substitution is nothing but sacrifices to gain, right? Sacrifices to gain means nothing but sacrifice by gain. The ratio can be written as sacrifice by gain. Sacrifice is shown on Y axis and gain is shown on X axis, Nana. That is nothing but delta C by delta F. Simply stating, MRS is slope of indifference curve. MRS is slope of indifference curve. Okay, right, Nana. So all those things you can easily understand. Okay, so what do you mean by MRS here? Change in total utility due to lower consumption of lower clothing consumption should be equal to change in total utility due to higher consumption, higher food consumption. So ultimately satisfaction should be same. Okay, so the same thing is explained here and I mentioned in graphical form, Nana. Okay, so delta C by delta F is equal to minus MUF by MUC. Okay, so MRS XY equal to MUX by MUC. So simply stating, MRS stands for delta C by delta F, right? Sacrifice by gain. So whatever the amount of units you are sacrificing, its satisfaction should be equal to the satisfaction that you are gaining in food. So whatever the satisfaction that you have sacrificed in cloth should be equal to the sacrifice that you have gained in food, Nana. So it will be equal to MUF, and whatever the satisfaction that you are gaining in food should be equal to the satisfaction that you have sacrificed in cloth. నువ్వు క్లాత్ సాక్రిఫైస్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏదైతే సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ పోగొట్టుకుంటున్నావో అంత సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ నీకు ఫుడ్ లో రావాలి. రెండు ఈక్వల్ అవ్వాల్సిందే. దట్ ఈస్ అన్ అజంప్షన్. అండ్ ఫుడ్ లో నీకు ఎంతైతే సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ వస్తుందో అంతే సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ నువ్వు క్లాత్ లో కూడా సాక్రిఫైస్ చేస్తావు. అంటే దాన్ని బట్టి ఏం చేయొచ్చు, నువ్వు క్లాత్ లో ఎంతైతే సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ లూజ్ అవుతున్నావు అంత ఫుడ్ లో వస్తుంది, నాన్న. అండ్ ఫుడ్ లో ఎంతైతే సాటిస్ఫాక్షన్ గెయిన్ అయ్యావో అంత క్లాత్ లో నువ్వు సాక్రిఫైస్ చేస్తావు. దాన్ని బేస్ చేసుకుని ఏం చేయొచ్చు, ఎంఆర్ఎస్ ఈక్వల్ టు డెల్టా సి బై డెల్టా పైన ఎంయూఎఫ్ బై ఎంయూసి అని రాయొచ్చు కదా నాన్న. సో సింప్లీ స్టేటింగ్ ఎంయూఎక్స్ బై ఫుడ్ అనేది ఎక్స్ యాక్సిస్ మీద చూపిస్తున్నాము, క్లాత్ అనేది వై యాక్సిస్ మీద చూపిస్తున్నాము. సో ఎంఆర్ఎస్ ఎక్స్ వై ఈక్వల్ టు ఎంయూఎక్స్ బై ఎంయూ బై. ఇండిఫరెన్స్ కర్వ్ మ్యాప్ అంటే ఏంటి? ఇట్స్ ఎ కాంబినేషన్ ఆఫ్ సెవరల్ ఇండిఫరెన్స్ కర్వ్స్. So basically, with the help of indifference curve map only, you can give ranking, Nana. So higher the indifference curve, more number of units, so higher will be the ranking. So ఇక్కడ IC3 ని మనం ఫస్ట్ ర్యాంక్ అంటాం, IC2 ని మనం సెకండ్ ర్యాంక్ అంటాము, అండ్ IC3 కి మనం థర్డ్ ర్యాంక్ ఇస్తాం. బికాస్ when it comes to IC1, more number of units are there in IC2, and when it comes to IC2, more number of units are there in IC3. So consumer always wants to prefer the higher indifference curve because he will get more number of units in the higher indifference curve. Higher the curve, more the units, more the satisfaction. So consumer will always prefer higher indifference curve. Next, so satisfaction point of view, the rational consumer intended he wants to get maximum satisfaction from his limited income. So satisfaction point of view, we have discussed indifference curve. Now let us talk about income, Nana. Therefore, that we will use price line or budget line. So what do you mean by price line and budget line? So a consumer in his attempt to maximize satisfaction, will try to reach the highest possible indifference curve. But in buying more and more units and obtaining more and more satisfaction, he has to work under two constraints. There are two constraints that you need to focus on. Yes, every consumer wants to choose higher indifference curve. అలా అని చెప్పేసి ఎవరు పడతారు హైయర్ ఇండిఫరెన్స్ చూస్ చేసుకోలేండి నాన్న. ఇక్కడ వీ నీడ్ టు ఫోకస్ ఆన్ 2 points. వాట్ ఆర్ దోస్? ది ప్రైసెస్ ఆఫ్ ది గూడ్స్ అండ్ ది అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ మనీ అవైలబుల్ విత్ హిమ్. ఈ రెండు కన్స్ట్రెయింట్స్ మనం మేనేజ్ చేసుకోవాలి. సో వీ నో వన్ థింగ్, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద ఇన్కమ్ దట్ ఈస్ అవైలబుల్, బి అంటే ఇన్కమ్ నాన్న, విల్ బి స్పెంట్ ఆన్ బోత్ ద గూడ్స్. కాంబినేషన్ అంటే బోత్ గూడ్స్ తీసుకుంటున్నాం. So the income will be equal to expenditure on X and expenditure on Y. The income will be equal to expenditure on X or expenditure on Y, Nana. Or in other ways, expenditure on both the goods will be equal to either your income or less than the income. The income ento undo and the expenditure untundi on both the goods, or the expenditure on both the goods will be less than the income. Anduke em chesam ante total expenditure on X plus total expenditure on Y will be equal to or less than total income. Okay, PX into QX ante nothing but price of X into quantity of X, Nana. Nothing but total expenditure. Okay. So if you add these two things, so you will get equilibrium point. Ade కింద వస్తుంది చూడండి మనకి. And one more thing that we need to remember here is that, okay, ఏంటిదిరా అంటే ఆ పాయింట్, దిస్ ఇస్ ద పాయింట్ నా. ఓకే, సో so we have taken 3 points here, K, H and a point on the price line or budget line. Okay, so this point K is lying below budget line. That means it is an attainable but undesirable because you will get less number of units. Point H is desirable but unattainable. Why it is unattainable? Because we don't have sufficient amount of income, Nana. And whatever the point that is lying on price line or budget line, okay, that is the optimum point. Okay, that means that is the maximum amount of units that you can purchase with the availability of income. ఎంత income ఉందో దాంతో అంతే నువ్వు క్వాంటిటీ పర్చేస్ చేయగలవు, దానికన్నా ఎక్కువ మాత్రం పర్చేస్ చేయలేవు. దానికన్నా తక్కువ పర్చేస్ చేయగలవు. కే అంటే ఏంటి? దానికన్నా తక్కువ పర్చేస్ చేయడమే, ఆ లైన్ కన్నా తక్కువ పర్చేస్ చేయడమే నాన్న. బట్ ఏంట్రా అంటే యు ఆర్ గెటింగ్ లెస్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ యూనిట్స్. Okay, and what is the slope of price line budget line ante nana? Basically px by py. It is nothing but px by py nana. Ichchadu ekkada? Yeah, ikkada ichchadu chudandi. It is nothing but px by py. Okay, the slope of budget line is nothing but px by py. So a consumer is said to be at equilibrium point when the indifference curve is tangent to price line or budget line. When the indifference curve is tangent to price line or budget line, the slope of the curve will be equal to the slope of the budget line, nana. So if you look at the graph that is taken here, we have taken multiple indifference curve, but we have taken only one budget line. So you can clearly see that R, S, Q, T, H, all points are lying on the same budget line. But point number Q or combination Q is lying on higher indifference curve when compared to other points. Ante ఏంటి sir? R and H are lying on IC1, S and T are lying on IC2, whereas Q is lying on IC3. Sir, what about IC4 and IC5? Yes, IC4 and IC5 are indifference curves, but they are way above our budget line. So they are desirable but unattainable. So దాని గురించి మనం ఆలోచించాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. మనం ఇంకా అంత లేదు కాబట్టి we will think only till IC3. So the point where indifference curve is tangent to budget line, that is point number Q. At that point or at that combination, the consumer is said to have attained maximum satisfaction. So at this equilibrium point, that is at this point of tangency, the slope of indifference curve will be equal to the slope of budget line. That is nothing but mux by muy equal to px by py. ఇది ఆల్రెడీ మనకి law of equimaginity లో వచ్చిందన్న సేమ్ అదే. Okay, same thing explained here also. Okay, nana. Next, what are the properties of indifference curve? Indifference curve slope downwards to the right because of MRS. MRS is slope of indifference curve, right? So MRS is diminishing. 6, 4, 1 chusam manu. So basically, since MRS is diminishing, when slope is diminishing, definitely indifference curve will have a negative slope. So it will slope downwards. Now, indifference curves are always convex to the origin. They are always convex to the origin. Okay, because MRS is not constant. If MRS is constant, nana, then goods are called as perfect substitutes and it will be straight line. If goods are complementary, then the indifference curve will be L-shaped. Then indifference curve will be L-shaped, nana. Indifference curve can never intersect with another. What will happen if indifference curve intersect with one another? That means what? At a particular point where these two curves are intersecting, we can say that we are getting same amount of satisfaction, which is quite contradictory to what we have learned in indifference curve map. Indifference curve map, what we have learned is that each curve will represent a particular level of satisfaction. So higher the curve, higher the satisfaction. Lower the curve, lower the satisfaction. But if two curves intersect at one particular point, it is quite contrary to what we have learned in indifference map. So if two curves are intersecting at one particular point, it will be concluded. We can conclude that at that point both curves are giving us same amount of satisfaction, which is not at all correct. Next, indifference curve will not touch any of the axes. If curve is touching any of the axes, that means we will considering only one good. But when it comes to indifference curve analysis, we will study combinations, not one particular good. Okay, so combination means we need to have two goods. If indifference curve is touching x-axis, it will be x comma 0. If indifference curve touches y-axis, it will be 0 comma y. That means you are talking about only one particular good. But in indifference curve analysis, we need to consider combinations, right? So that is the point now. Next, higher the indifference curve, higher the satisfaction. Lower the indifference curve, lower the satisfaction. So all these are the features of indifference curve. Now, in what way indifference curve analysis is superior to MU analysis? So basically, when it comes to indifference curve analysis, the first thing is that what we are saying is that utility is not measurable, it is comparable. Next, when it comes to indifference curve analysis, we are discussing in combinations, not in single units. Okay, so that means in indifference curve analysis, we are considering more than one unit. Next, in indifference curve analysis, we are not assuming MU of money is constant. Next, indifference curve analysis, income effect is separated from substitution effect. We study income effect when we are moving from one indifference curve to another indifference curve, but we are studying substitution effect when we are moving along the indifference curve. Along the indifference curve, point A nunchi point B ki move avutunte adi substitution effect nana. If you are moving from lower indifference curve to higher indifference curve, that is called as income effect. Okay, so all these are some of the basic points that we need to remember. Okay, so with this we have completed the chapter. So next chapter is theory of production. Very easy chapter, and from this chapter you may get a bit or you may not get a bit. So consistently he is asking a bit or two. Okay, if you're lucky you will get 2 marks from this chapter, or maximum is asking only one bit nana, and that too he is focusing on features of factors of production. Okay, so in this chapter what we are going to learn? We are going to learn about factors of production nana. So altogether we have 4 factors of production, right? Land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurs. So features, all those things, and we talk about output also, right nana? So first one, Introduction, no need to go through that introduction. So what do you mean by production? Production is a very important economic activity. Okay, Nana. So that is called in production. Generally, what do you mean by production? Production in common parlance, that means in day-to-day usage, the term production indicates an activity of making something material. That means making a good or manufacturing good is called as production. But in economics, production has a different meaning or complete meaning. I can say it as complete meaning. Okay. So according to economics, production does not mean creating a good. It means creating utility. That means it means transforming from one form to another form. So production is an economic activity which converts inputs into outputs. So basically, we are converting from one form to another form. Now, rather than saying that we are creating or manufacturing a good, we should say that we are converting from one form to another form. So production involves, or production process involves, only conversion of physical units into physical outputs. Okay. But also involves intangible inputs into produce intangible outputs. Okay, so basically we are converting from one form to another form. So it's a complete meaning when compared to whatever the meaning we used to have in a normal we used to have in day-to-day usage. Okay, so below definition is given there. Okay, so you can clearly understand from the definition, production is the organized activity of transforming resources, converting resources into finished products in the form of goods and services, and the objective of production is to satisfy the demand of consumers or the demand of such transformed resources. Okay, so why we are producing all these goods and services? To satisfy our wants. Okay, so what does production does not include? Work done by households out of love and effort. See, in order to be considered as production, monetary consideration should be there, or financial consideration should be there. If it is done out of love and affection, if it is done voluntarily without any expectation of reward, or it is done for self-consumption, it should not be considered as production here. Intention to exchange in the market is a very essential component of production. That means once you have manufactured the good, you should be willing to sell that good in the market. That means there should be some financial consideration that it should be involved to be considered as production. ఈ ఫైనాన్షియల్ కన్సిడరేషన్ లేకపోతే కనుక దాన్ని మనం ప్రొడక్షన్ గా కన్సిడర్ చేయము. ఓకేనా? నెక్స్ట్ money expenses. Whatever the amount of money that we have spent on producing a good is called as cost of production. So when it comes to theory of production, we study different laws, that is laws of production, production function, and methods of production, optimization. So in this chapter, we are going to talk about factors of production. In the next chapter, we are going to study about the laws of production, production function, and methods of production optimization. Okay. So when it comes to production, it means creating utility. Okay, production means nothing but it is creation of utility. Production does not mean creation of matter, it is nothing but creation of utility. So utility can be defined into different types: form utility, place utility, time utility, and service utility. What do you mean by form utility? Converting from one form to another form, converting wood into HA, that is called as form utility. Place utility, by moving goods from one place to another place, we may increase the utility. Okay, for example, the iron ore or raw materials which are below earth, which are inside the underground, if we are extracting that raw material onto the surface of the earth, the utility, the value of that raw material increases drastically. Okay, so simply we are moving from one place to another place, we are extracting from earth. Now by doing so, we are able to increase the price of such goods. Okay, next, that is called as place utility. Now what do you mean by time utility? By storing the good, if you are able to increase the value, that is called as time utility. Okay, next, and service utility. Service utility means basically utility created by providing services, so making use of personal skills in the form of services. Example, services provided by teachers, services provided by doctors, lawyers, chartered accountants. All these are called as service utility or personal utility. So these are the four forms of utility. Now coming back to factors of production, what do you mean by factors of production? Factors of production refers to inputs. ఏదైతే గూడ్స్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయడానికి మనం వాడుతున్నామో అవన్నీ కూడా ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్. వాట్ ఎవర్ ద థింగ్స్, ఇన్పుట్స్ దట్ యు ఆర్ యూజింగ్ for producing goods are all called as factors of production. Now it will be very difficult to study all these resources now. That's why what economists have done is they have classified these factors of production into four: land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurs. So first one is land. Land means what? Whatever the resource that is provided by nature will be considered as land. Land not only means soil, but whatever the resources that is provided by nature will be considered as land. Nothing but water, air, light, heat, natural vegetations, forest, all these things will be considered as land. So what are the features of land? First one is land is a free gift of nature. It is provided by nature. When it is provided by nature, definitely it will not have any supply price. That means nature is not going to charge any price from us. It is providing for free. Now supply of land is fixed. That means whatever the land that is available to us, it is fixed. That means from individual point of view, it may be elastic, but from economy point of view, it is perfectly inelastic. Perfectly inelastic. It means whatever the land that is there in the world, it is fixed, nana. The land is not going to increase or not going to decrease. Whatever you want to do, you want to do with this limited amount of land. That is from economy point of view. But when you are discussing from individual point of view, a land with an individual may increase or decrease, nana, with the changes in price. Okay, so this is called as relatively elastic. So from individual point of view or from firm point of view, it is relatively elastic, but from economy point of view, it is perfectly elastic. Okay, next, land is permanent and has indestructible powers. See, land, whatever that is provided by nature, it is permanent. It has that means we can't destroy land. We can't its fertility may decline, but it can't be destroyed. So what David Ricardo is saying is that land has certain original and indestructible powers, and these properties of land cannot be destroyed. Okay. Now land is a passive factor. Unless human effort is exercised on land, it does not provide anything on its own. Okay. So that means land cannot do anything on its own. Okay. In order to produce anything, in order to make something productive out of land, labor should be involved. Land is immobile. It can't move from place to place. Okay. Now land has it can be used for multiple purposes. It can be used for multiple purposes now. Next, land is heterogeneous. What do you mean by heterogeneous? That means no two pieces of land are same. They may differ in fertility and yield also. Okay, right now. So that is about land. Next, labor. What do you mean by labor? All human effort of body or mind undergone partly or wholly with a view to secure an income. Whatever the work that you are doing to earn money is called as labor. The work done by a person is called as labor. The person is called as a laborer. The person is called as laborer. And whatever the work you are doing, it should be done with some motive. I mean to say, it should be done in expectation of certain reward. You pari chestunnavu ante you are expecting something in return. Aduntene dani labor antamu. If you are doing that for free, economic term, a financial aspect kanaka lekapothe, it cannot be considered as labor now. Okay, so that means whatever the work that you are doing out of love and affection will not be considered as labor. Okay, so characteristics of labor: human effort. We all know what is human effort. Whatever the effort that is put in by humans is called as labor. Okay, Nanam. Next, labor is connected with human efforts, whereas other factors are not directly connected with human efforts. We all know that. As a result, there is a certain human and psychological consideration arise, unlike in case of other factors. When it comes to labor, human aspect is more involved. Humanity point of view lo ekku alochalo, human aspects point of view lo ekku alochali. Human aspects point of view lo ekku alochalo ante leisure time, fair treatment, favorable work conditions, ivanni kuda alochalo nana. Labor is perishable. That means you can't store labor. Labor is an active factor. Yes, out of all the factors of production, labor is the active factor. That means without active participation of labor, we can't produce anything. Labor is not separable or cannot be separated from laborer. If you want to use labor, you have to use a laborer. Laborer untene labor, panivaadu untene pani avutundi, panivaadu lekunda pani jaragadu. So labor cannot be separated from laborer. Okay, if you want to get a work done, you have to employ laborer. Okay, labor powers differ from laborer to labor. That means laborer are heterogeneous. All laborer may not be productive. Pani chestadu gaani output ravalani guarantee emi ledu. Class cheptunanu gaani ardham avani guarantee emi ledu. Output result compulsory ga ravalani rule em ledu nanu. Labor has poor or weak bargaining power. Okay, if supply of labor is more than demand for labor, then he will have no bargaining power or weak bargaining power. But when it comes to skill, that is true when it comes to unskilled or semi-skilled workers. But when it comes to skilled workers are very rare or very scarce. So skilled workers are very, very scarce. So demand for skilled workers will always be higher than supply of skilled workers. So when it comes to skilled workers, this point will not be applicable because skilled workers have bargaining power. They can demand. Naaku inta kavali, istava leda. But when it comes to unskilled or semi-skilled, nana, since they don't have any skill, or they lack appropriate skill level, okay, such kind of people are abundantly available in the market. Okay, and the demand for those skilled and semi-skilled and unskilled is very, very less. So when supply of labor is more than demand for labor, then they don't have any bargaining power. But that is not true in case of skilled labor. When it comes to skilled labor, demand for skilled labor is more than supply of skilled labor. So they have bargaining power. Okay. Next, labor is mobile. He should be willing. Labor can easily move from one place to another place. But because of certain psychological factors, certain psychological aspects, he may not be willing to move from one place to another place. Okay. No rapid adjustment of supply of labor to its demand. You can't adjust supply, or we can't adjust the supply of labor to changes in demand for labor. Okay. Ante enti sir ante the rate at which demand for labor changes at the same rate we can't change supply of labor. Demand for labor enta fast ga perugutundo, supply of labor anta fast ga rule peragadu. Time taking nana adi. Choice between labor of hours and hours of leisure, supply curve of labor. See, what here it means is that initially as the wages increases, hours of labor also increases. But as the time passes on, the worker gains experience and expertise. So once he gains experience and expertise, what he will do is that he can complete the same amount of work in less time and he will charge more money. So up to a certain point of time, as wages increases, labor also increases. But after a point of time, wages will increase, but number of hours of work will decrease. So basically what he is doing is that once he has gained experience, he want more leisure time. The laborer wants more leisure time. So up to a point, there will be direct relationship, but from here on, there will be inverse relationship. There will be inverse relationship between hours of work and wage rate. Why there is inverse relationship? Because the worker can complete the work quickly and he has gained experience as well as he has expertise in that work. So he wants more amount of money. Okay, and he can complete the work in less amount of time, and whatever the balance time that is available, he will try to spend it on other activities. He wants on his leisure activities. Okay, so basically after a certain period of time, there will be inverse relationship between hours of work and wage rate. So that is the second feature. Next, capital. What do you mean by capital? Capital is part of wealth which is used to create further wealth. Capital is part of wealth. Wealth lo konta part. Wealth lo no konta part ni denikosam use chestunarante to increase your wealth. So capital is that part of wealth which is used for further production of wealth. Capital is a stock concept. Capital ante asset gurinchi maatladtam. Assets are always expressed at a point of time kada. So it's a stock concept. Okay, which yields income. మీ దగ్గర బిల్డింగ్ ఉంది. వాట్ ఇస్ ద వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ బిల్డింగ్ అంటే వాల్యూ ఆఫ్ బిల్డింగ్ యాజ్ ఆన్ డేటెడ్ అంటావు. అంటే at a particular point of time. It's a stock concept. And whatever the rent that you are getting from that building is mentioned for a day or a month. It is generally mentioned for a month. So period of time మాట్లాడుతున్నాం కాబట్టి whatever the income that you are getting from that capital is a flow concept. Capital is a stock concept and income earned from that capital is a flow concept. Difference between wealth and capital. Wealth refers to all goods and service, all the goods and human qualities which are useful in production and which can be passed on for value. Only part of wealth is characterized as capital. So wealth means whatever the assets you own. Okay, and you will not use all the assets to increase your income. You will use only some of those assets to increase your income. Okay, so whatever the assets that you are using to increase your income will be considered as capital. Okay, nice, Nana. Okay, and you have to remember this point. Note, very good point, Nana. If resources, if asset, you have an asset but it is lying idle, that means you are not getting any sort of income from that asset. So it will be considered as your wealth, but it will not be considered under capital. Amount that is called as wealth, Nana. But that man capital consider chemu. Capital is a produced means of production. What do you mean by that? It is a man-made thing, Nana. That means we are using both land and labor together. Both these things are producing assets. That is called as capital. Okay, so out of these three factors, land and labor are primary or original factors, but capital is a produced factor of production. So capital is a produced means of production or produced factor of production, Nana. Okay, so forms of capital: fixed capital, circulating capital. Chala easy నేర్చుకోవటం ఇది. Fixed capital అంటే డ్యూరబుల్ అంటాం, circulating capital అంటే వర్కింగ్ capital, single use. Okay, durable capital which can be used over a period of time. Real capital, physical goods, human capital, labor skills గురించి మాట్లాడండి. Tangible, which can be felt by senses. Intangible, which cannot be felt by senses, Nana. Next, individual capital, owned assets or property owned by an individual. Social capital, property owned by the state or I mean to say society. Okay, sunk capital, specific capital, which cannot be used which can be used only for one particular purpose. That is called as sunk or specific capital. Example, railway engines. Floating or non-specific capital, which can be used for different purposes. Example, fuel, coal, petrol, ivanni kuda floating capital antam. Next, what do you mean by capital formation? Capital formation means what do you mean by capital formation? Nothing but investment. Okay, so capital formation is also known as investment. So what are the steps involved in stages involved in capital formation? First, savings. There should be savings, Nana. Savings depends upon ability to save, nothing but your income. And not only that, yes, you are earning income, but savings not only depends on the income that you are earning, but also depends on whether you are willing to save that income or not. Okay, so depends on ability and willingness. We should have both the things, Nana. Next, not only you have to save, but these savings have to be mobilized to banks. Banks have to collect these savings from you. And once these savings have been collected by banks, Nana, it should be given to the producers. And what producers have to do, they have to invest in their business activity. All these stages are to be covered. Then only there will be capital formation. After that, we have entrepreneur. Okay, entrepreneur is the most important factor of all, because he is the one who gathers all the resources, arrange all the resources, and carry out production activity. Okay, he is the one who mobilizes all the resources. Nana. He is the one who bears all the risk. He is the only factor which bears all the risk. Okay, because other factors have fixed income at the end of the matter, but the producer bears all the risk, and there is no guarantee for his income. He may get losses or he may get profits. Okay, that is the reason why, since he is the one who is the only risk taker out of all the factors of production, he will not be willing to share more out of the profits. Okay, only small percentage will be given to land, labor, and capital, and major chunk will be kept by entrepreneur. Okay, so what are the functions of entrepreneur? Initiating a business enterprise and resource coordination. So basically, he starts the business, gathers all the resources, and carries out production activity. Okay, he is the one who takes all the risk. He is the one who takes all the risk, who bears all the uncertainty. That's why, according to Frank Knight, what Frank Knight said, profit is a reward for bearing uncertainties. So since he is bearing all the uncertainties, profit is a reward for the entrepreneur. Okay, Nana. And innovations. According to Schumpeter, the true function of entrepreneur. According to Schumpeter, the true function of entrepreneur, or the function that differs entrepreneur from labor, is innovation. He is the one who should innovate. Entrepreneur is the one who should innovate, because he is the one who will enjoy the profits, right? So he is able to innovate and offer new products to the consumers. Automatically his sales will increase. He can earn more and more profits. So innovation, according to Schumpeter, it is a true function or major important function of entrepreneur. Okay, so objectives are given: organic objective, okay, economic objective, and social objective, human objective, that you can go through on your own. What do you mean by organic objective? Here we are talking about survival. Okay, survival of business. The survival of business depends on whether these companies are, whether the entrepreneur is able to achieve the objectives or not. So when the organization is small, Nana, when the organization is small, basically the objectives will be very, very simple. But when an organization grows, okay, company is owned by one set of people and company is run by another set of people. When two different sets of people are doing two different activities, definitely the objectives will differ. So what organic objective says is that the objectives of these two sets of people should coincide. అంటే ఏంటి సార్, ఇప్పుడు కంపెనీ స్మాల్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందా అంటే అందరూ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ ఒకటే, ఓనర్ వాడే మేనేజ్మెంట్ వాడే, మేనేజర్ వాడుకొని ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ ఒకటే ఉంటుంది. ఓకేనా? సో ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ అచీవ్ చేసుకుంటే ఆటోమేటిక్గా అయిపోతుంది. ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ ఏంట్రా అంటే కాస్ట్ మొత్తం రికవర్ చేయాలి, మార్కెట్లో రెప్యుటేషన్ పెరగాలి, నా సేల్స్ పెరగాలి. ఎందుకంటే ఓనర్ ఆడే, వర్కర్ ఆడే. బట్ కంపెనీ పెరిగే కొద్దీ ఏమవుతుందంటే షేర్ హోల్డర్స్ వేరు, బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ డైరెక్టర్స్ వేరు, ఆర్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ వేరు. సో ఇద్దరు ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ డిఫర్ అవుతాయి నాన్న, ఇద్దరు ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ డిఫర్స్ అవుతాయి. ఏంటి సార్ అంటే ఓనర్స్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ ఏముంటుంది నాన్న? టు ఇంక్రీజ్ ప్రాఫిట్స్, క్యాపిటల్, మార్కెట్ షేర్, పబ్లిక్ రెప్యుటేషన్. మరి మేనేజర్స్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ ఏముంటుంది నాన్న? టు ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ సాలరీ, పవర్, స్టాటస్ అండ్ జాబ్ సెక్యూరిటీ. రెండు ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ డిఫరెంట్. బట్ జాగ్రత్త చూస్తే కనుక బోత్ దీస్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ఆర్ రిలేటెడ్ టు growth in size of the firm. Firm business grow అయ్యే కొద్ది ఆటోమేటిక్ గా ఇద్దరు ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ఫుల్ఫిల్ అవుతాయి. Okay, so managers do not aim to optimize profits, rather they aim to optimizing balance rate of growth. So growth చూసుకుంటే ఆటోమేటిక్ గా ఇద్దరు ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ఫుల్ఫిల్ అవుతాయి. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆర్గానిక్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్. ఎకనామిక్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ అంటే దేని గురించి మాట్లాడుతాం? ప్రాఫిట్స్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాను. ఓకే, సో ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఎందుకు ఉండాలి? ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఉన్న కంపెనీస్ కే లోన్స్ ఇస్తారు, ఇన్వెస్టర్స్ వచ్చి ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేస్తారు. ఓకే, ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ ఉంటుంది, గ్రోత్ ఉంటుంది, జాబ్ సెక్యూరిటీ ఉంటుంది, మార్కెట్ గుడ్ విల్ పెరుగుతుంది, అన్ని ఉంటాయి. దట్స్ ఎకనామిక్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్. నెక్స్ట్ social objective and society point of view. See, you are doing business in society. So if society is good, then your business will also be good, Nana. So whatever the profit, then you have to take certain steps. For the well-being of society. At the answer and continuous and sufficient supply of good quality products. Avoid profiteering and anti-social profit. And unnecessary profits charge చేయకూడదు. ఓకే, నీ కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్ తగ్గితే ప్రైస్ కూడా తగ్గించు. కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్ తగ్గింది కదా అని చెప్పేసి ప్రాఫిట్స్ పెంచేస్తే ప్రాబ్లం అవుతుంది. Okay, government has given you subsidy, then pass on that subsidy to the consumer. Government subsidy ఇచ్చింది కదా అని చెప్పేసి నీ కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్ తగ్గుతుంది, ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఎక్కువ చార్జ్ చేస్తే ఎక్కువ చేయడం, అది దట్స్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ప్రాఫిటీరింగ్. అలాంటివన్నీ కూడా మనం అవాయిడ్ చేయాలి. ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఇంక్రీజ్ చేయాలి, పొల్యూషన్ క్రియేట్ చేయకూడదు. ఇవన్నీ కూడా సోషల్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ వస్తాయి. హ్యూమన్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ అంటే ఏంటి? See, entrepreneur cannot do everything on his own. That means he needs to depend on employees. So he needs to take care of employees well-being. అవన్నీ కూడా హ్యూమన్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ లో వస్తాయి మనకి. Okay, and the last one is national objective. Government frame చేసిన రూల్స్ అండ్ రెగ్యులేషన్స్ అన్ని కూడా ప్రాపర్ గా ఫాలో అవ్వాలి. We should help the government in every regard, Nana. ఎలా సార్ providing employment which will help in reducing inequalities, and we have to provide goods according to the priorities of the nation. Okay, and we should help India, or we should help the country in becoming self-reliant. మనకు కావాల్సిన goods మనమే ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసుకున్నట్టు ఉండాలి. And we should train young men, Nana. We should improve the skill sets in the country. So in this way, we can contribute for the development of the country. All these things comes under national objective. Criticism ఇచ్చాడు చదువుకుంటే మీకు అర్థమవుతుంది. ఓకే, అండ్ రిమైనింగ్ థింగ్స్ ఐ డోంట్ వాంట్ టు గో త్రూ ఇట్ నానా. సో ఇది చదువుకుంటే ఈజీగా అర్థమైపోతుంది. ఓకే, సో వాట్ ఆర్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్స్? సింపుల్ హెడ్డింగ్స్ అవన్నీ కూడా చూద్దాం. ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఫేస్డ్ బై ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ నానా, ఎంటర్ప్రైజ్. వాట్ ఆర్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్స్? Problems are relating to objective. When we have multiple objectives nana, it becomes very difficult to maintain balance between all these objectives. పైన చూసాంగా ఆర్గానిక్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్, ఎకనామిక్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్, సోషల్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్, హ్యూమన్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్, నేషనల్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్, ఇన్ని ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అన్నిటి మధ్యలో బ్యాలెన్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయడం చాలా కష్టం. ప్రాబ్లమ్ రిలేటింగ్ టు లొకేషన్, ఎక్కడ ప్లాంట్ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ చేయాలి, నియర్ రా మెటీరియల్ సోర్సా, నియర్ మార్కెట్, అది కూడా చూసుకోవాలి. Problems relating to size of the plant, whether we need to establish large plant or small plant nana, అది చూసుకోవాలి. నెక్స్ట్ problems relating to selecting and organizing physical facilities. In what way the plant is to be organized, డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఎలా ఆర్గనైజ్ చేయాలి, ప్లాంట్ లేఅవుట్ ఒకటి ఉందానే మనం. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ నాన్న ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ రిలేటింగ్ టు ఫైనాన్స్, ఎక్కడి నుంచి ఫండ్స్ అరేంజ్ చేయాలి, అర్థమవుతుందా నాన్న. నెక్స్ట్ ఎంత ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేసాం, ఎంత ప్రాఫిట్స్ వస్తున్నాయి, వచ్చిన ప్రాఫిట్స్ ని ఎక్కడ ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయాలి, ఇవన్నీ వస్తాయి మనకి. ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ రిలేటింగ్ టు ఆర్గనైజేషన్ స్ట్రక్చర్, హైరార్కీ లెవెల్, ఎన్ని డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ ఉండాలి, హూ షుడ్ బి హెడింగ్ విచ్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్, హౌ మెనీ ఎంప్లాయీస్ షుడ్ బి దేర్, అవన్నీ వస్తాయి. ప్రాబ్లమ్ రిలేటింగ్ టు మార్కెటింగ్, ఇది మీ బీసీకి వచ్చి ఉంటుంది, 4 P's. అదవుతుందా? ప్రొడక్షన్, ప్రొడక్ట్, ప్రమోషన్, ప్రైస్, ప్లేస్. What product is to be manufactured, how it should be promoted, what prices should be charged, and where these goods are to be sold. Okay, ఈ 4 చూసుకోవాలి. నెక్స్ట్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ రిలేటింగ్ టు లీగల్ ఫార్మాలిటీస్. కంపెనీ అన్నాక వీ హ్యావ్ టు fulfill several formalities, whether we are able to fulfill all these formalities or not, avani chuskoవాలి time to time. Next, problems relating to industrial relations. Industry has to maintain relationship with everyone in the society nana, internally and externally, workers to, suppliers to, competitors to, government to, society to, andatha relationship maintain cheyali. Then only you can carry out production properly. Okay, so what sort of relationship we need to maintain? Chudandi, winning workers cooperation, proper discipline among workers, organized labor, democracy in the industry, ivanni proper ga unnaya leva, lenappudu emoutundi automatic ga problems face chestam anamata. Okay, right nana. So these are the points that are covered in this chapter. Okay, production function and production optimization. This is the next chapter. Okay, right. So what do you mean by production function? Production function means basically it explains the relationship between physical inputs and physical outputs. So in this chapter we are not going to discuss from financial point of view, that will be discussed in theory of cost chapter. Okay, here we talk only about the relationship between physical input and physical input. That means to what quantity of input, how much quantity of output we are getting, enta input ki anta output vastundi, and producer always wants to get maximum output from minimum input now. Okay, so that is production function. What do you mean by production optimization? Where we can optimize our production. Okay, so when we are in which combination we have to use the resources to maximize our output, that is production optimization. Okay, so from this chapter generally we used to get bits, but from the last 2 items we are not getting any bits from this chapter. Okay, right nana. So let us go through this. Even though they have not given bits in recent examinations, still it is an important chapter, because if you look at the past track record, at least you are getting more number of bits. Okay, 4 to 5 bits from this chapter on an average. Right now, so theory of, so first one, inputs. So what do you mean by inputs? Factors of production. What do you mean by output? Goods and services. So what is production function? Basically it explains the relationship between inputs and outputs. Okay, so basically all these inputs, basically inputs means factors of production. We have 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, and entrepreneur. For the sake of convenience, again these 4 factors of production have been converted into 2. Land is included in capital and entrepreneur is included in labor. So at the end of the day we have only 2 factors of production, that is labor and capital. So basically we are trying to explain the relationship between labor and capital and output. Labor, capital, output relationship explain chestunnamo. So Q equal to F of L comma K. Okay nana. So assumptions of production function. What are the assumptions that we need to take here? So relationship between input and output exists for a specific period of time. Okay, period of time ka maatladtam, that is either in short run or long run. The relationship will be explained either in short run or long run nana. Idu random ga cheppem man. Next, whatever the technology that we are using, that is constant and it is state of art. State of art means advanced technology. A technology is the advanced technology and the constant. Technology should not change. If technology changes, the relationship between input and output will change. Okay. అందుకే అది కాన్స్టెంట్ గా పెట్టేసాం అన్నమాట. నెక్స్ట్, whatever input combinations we are using, we will always try to get maximum output. So whatever input combinations are included in particular function, the output resulting from their utilization is at maximum level. Nana ఏ combination use చేసినా సరే మనకు కావాల్సిన ఏంటంటే maximum output. Okay, that is another assumption. Okay, so first short run, long run. What do you mean by short run? What do you mean by long run? Simple ga maatladtanu. Short run means you can't change all the factors. Only variable factors can be changed. That means in short run we will divide factors into two. One is variable factor and the one is fixed factor now. Okay, so in short run you can only change variable factors. To that extent you can change the production. Okay, that is called as short run production function. So in order to explain short run production function, we use law of variable proportions. Now. And long run production function. Long run production function means what? Sufficient time is available where the company can change all the factors of production. Which means when it comes to long run production function, all factors are variable. You will not find any fixed factors. Okay, so in short run means out of the given factors of production, some are variable, some are fixed, because you don't have sufficient amount of time to change all the factors of production. So కొన్ని వేరియబుల్ ఉంటాయి, కొన్ని ఫిక్స్డ్ ఉంటాయి. ఓకేనా, మనకి ఏమంటున్నారంటే ఉన్న ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ లో అట్లీస్ట్ ఒకటి వేరియబుల్ ఉన్నా, అట్లీస్ట్ ఒకటి ఫిక్స్డ్ ఉన్నా సరే కాంబినేషన్ ఆఫ్ రెండు ఉన్నట్టే కదా, సో షార్ట్ రన్ అంటాం. లాంగ్ రన్ లో ఆల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆర్ వేరియబుల్ బికాస్ వీ హావ్ సఫిషియెంట్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ టైం. సో టైం బేసిస్ మీద అంటే సెన్స్ ఇక్కడ ఏంటరా అంటే వెదర్ యూ కెన్ చేంజ్ ఇట్ ఆర్ నాట్, ఆ బేసిస్ మీద మాట్లాడతాం. అన్ని చేంజ్ చేయగలిగితే లాంగ్ రన్, కొన్ని చేంజ్ చేయగలుగుతున్నాం షార్ట్ రన్. సో law of variable proportions. Now, what do you mean by law of variable proportions? Here we take two factors, that is land and labor, right? So land is a fixed factor and labor is a variable factor. Now, so labor keeps on changing, land is constant. So proportional ratio అనేది varying proportion లో ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి దాని అందరూ law of variable proportions అంటాము. అంటే ఏంటి సార్, కింద టేబుల్ ఇచ్చినట్టు చూడండి ఒకసారి. ఓకే, లేబర్ ఈస్ గివెన్. ఇక్కడ ల్యాండ్ తీసుకుంటున్నా పక్కనే, ఐఎమ్ టేకింగ్ ల్యాండ్ హియర్. ల్యాండ్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ క్యాపిటల్ కదా. Okay, land or machine తీసుకోండి if you have any doubt regarding that. Now, so I'm taking 5 acres. So 5, 5, 5, 5. So you can, if you see the ratio between these two, it is not constant. It keeps on changing. Since the ratios keep on changing between land and labor, now it is called as variable proportions. Variable proportions antamu. So in short run, the production changes because of variable factor, fixed factor, and a variable factor. Now, the production changes because of variable factor. Law of variable proportions can also be called as law of returns to a variable input or law of diminishing returns. It can be called with different names. Okay, right now, what is the meaning of that law? The law states that as we increase the quantity of one input which is combined with other fixed input, the marginal productivity of the variable input must eventually decline. What do you mean by that? As we keep on adding labor to the land లో లేబర్ ని యాడ్ చేసే కొద్దీ ఇనీషియల్ గా మార్జినల్ ప్రొడక్టివిటీ ఆఫ్ లేబర్ ఇంక్రీజెస్, ఇట్ రీచెస్ మాక్సిమం పాయింట్ అండ్ దెన్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఫాలింగ్. ఓకే, eventually declines means initially it will increase, reaches maximum point and then starts falling. అది గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సింది, అర్థం చేసుకోవాల్సింది ఇక్కడ. Look at the graph, you can easily understand it. నాన్న MP ఎలా ఉంది, it is initially increasing, reaching maximum point and then starts falling. And that starts falling, eventually diminishing ante meaning adi. Okay, right now. So let us go through some assumptions that are given here. What are the assumptions? It is applicable in the short run. The state of technology is constant. Some inputs are fixed and some inputs are variable. This law will not be applicable when factors are to be changed in fixed proportion. And the factors in fixed ratio lo change, 1:2 ratio lone change cheyali anna anukunnana. అప్పుడు అప్లై అవ్వదు. లా కన్సిడర్స్ ఓన్లీ ఫిజికల్ ఇన్పుట్స్ అండ్ ఫిజికల్, ఇట్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్స్ ద రిలేషన్షిప్ ఓన్లీ బిట్వీన్ ఫిజికల్ ఇన్పుట్స్ అండ్ ఫిజికల్ అవుట్పుట్స్. నాన్న ఓకే, రైట్ నాన్న. సో టోటల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ అంటే ఏంటి? ది అవుట్పుట్ దట్ యు ఆర్ గెటింగ్. సో టోటల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ మీన్స్ ది టోటల్ అవుట్పుట్ రిజల్టింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఎఫర్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ ద ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్. సో అన్ని ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ యూస్ చేసినప్పుడు నీకు ఏదైతే అవుట్పుట్ దట్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ as టోటల్ అవుట్పుట్. ఇఫ్ ఇన్పుట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ బట్ వన్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ ఆర్ హెల్డ్ కాన్స్టెంట్, దెన్ టోటల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ విల్ వేరీ విత్ ద క్వాంటిటీ ఆఫ్ వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్. అది ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పాను నేను. In this law of variable proportions, output changes with variable factors because fixed factors అనేది కాన్స్టెంట్ గా ఉంటాయి. వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ యాడ్ చేసే కొద్దే మనకేంటి అవుట్పుట్ చేంజ్ అవుతూ ఉంటుంది. సో టోటల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ అంటే ఏంటి? వాట్ ఎవర్ ద అవుట్పుట్, టోటల్ అవుట్పుట్ దట్ యు ఆర్ ఏబుల్ టు ప్రొడ్యూస్ బై యూజింగ్ ఆల్ ద ఫ్యాక్టర్స్. యావరేజ్ అంటే టోటల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ పర్ యూనిట్ ఆఫ్ వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్. టోటల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ పర్ యూనిట్ ఆఫ్ వేరియబుల్. యావరేజ్ ఎలా క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేస్తారు మీరు? టోటల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ బై నంబర్ ఆఫ్ యూనిట్స్ అంటారు. ఇక్కడ యూనిట్స్ కాదు, నంబర్ ఆఫ్ యూనిట్స్ ఆఫ్ ఏ వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ బికాస్ అవుట్పుట్ ఇస్ చేంజింగ్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్. అవునా కదా? నెక్స్ట్ అంటే బేసికలీ మీనింగ్ ఏంట్రా అంటే అవుట్పుట్ పర్ యూనిట్ ఆఫ్ వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్ అంటే ఒక లేబర్కి వచ్చిన అవుట్పుట్ ఎంత. అది మాట్లాడతాం. మార్జినల్ అంటే నానా whatever the additional output that you are getting by adding one more laborer for an additional output for an additional laborer is called as marginal product. So marginal product is nothing but change in total product per unit change in quantity of variable factor. Nana. MP is additional made to total production by an additional unit of input. Such change can be either positive or negative. Okay, so MPA formula delta TP by delta NL or MPN equal to MPN minus MPN minus 1. Okay, so graphical illustration of the law with its 3 stages. So all the 3 stages are given here. Let me draw the graph so that it will be easy for me also. ఓకే, సో ఇక్కడ నేను వేరియబుల్ ఇన్పుట్ తీసుకుంటున్నాను. ఇక్కడ టీపీ ఏపీ అండ్ ఎంపీ తీసుకుంటున్నాను. టీపీ ఏపీ అండ్ ఎంపీ నాను. సో టీపీ, దిస్ ఇస్ టీపీ. ఇది సాచురేషన్ పాయింట్, నథింగ్ బట్ పాయింట్ వేర్ టీపీ ఈజ్ మాక్సిమం. When TP is maximum, MP will be equal to 0. When TP is maximum, MP will be equal to 0, Nana. Okay, right. This is MP. Sorry, this is MP. Okay, and AP will keep on increasing, and the point where AP is equal to MP, after that it starts falling. It starts falling. ఓకే, సో ఈ గ్రాఫ్ మొత్తాన్ని మనం ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే 3 stages గా డివైడ్ చేయొచ్చు. 3 stages గా డివైడ్ చేయొచ్చు. ఓకే, సో వాట్ విల్ బి ద ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్ చూద్దాం. ద పాయింట్ వేర్ AP ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు MP, ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్ అండ్ స్టార్ట్ ఆఫ్ సెకండ్ స్టేజ్ నాన్న. సో దీన్ని నేను ఇలా అనుకుంటాను. సో ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్, సెకండ్ స్టేజ్, థర్డ్ స్టేజ్. ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్, సెకండ్ స్టేజ్, థర్డ్ స్టేజ్ నాన్న. సో ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్ and the point where MP is maximum, the point where MP is maximum, corresponding point on TP is called as point of inflection. Point of inflection. Point of inflection, Nana. Point of inflection. Up to point of inflection, TP increases at an increasing rate. From point of inflection to saturation point, TP increases at a diminishing rate. After that, TP starts falling. Now. Okay, so first stage is called as a law of increasing returns. The second stage is called as law of diminishing returns, and third stage is called as law of negative returns. Okay, so first stage ni law of increasing returns enduku ante AP and MP both are increasing, right? Second stage ni law of diminishing returns enduku ante both MP and AP are falling, and third stage ni law of negative returns enduku ante MP is negative. Okay, so in each phase lo ma relationship chodali. In which phase MP is maximum? First phase or first stage na. In which phase AP starts falling? Second stage. In which phase TP starts falling? Third stage. In which phase MP is negative? Third stage. In which phase MP starts falling? First stage. Ivanni kuda meeku theory lo unnayi. Okay, all these points nana. So very easy anamata. So diminishing returns ante enti, negative returns ante enti, aa graph meeku idea unte kanaka simple ga raskovachu. So a producer will always try to produce maximum ekkada undra ante ee range ga second stage ga అంటే ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఇక్కడ దాకా ఇదంతా కూడా ఎంతైనా ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయొచ్చు. ఇట్ డిపెండ్స్ ఆన్ ప్రైస్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్. సరే, ఆ సెకండ్ స్టేజ్ లో ఎంత ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలంటే ఏమి డిపెండ్ అవుతుందా అంటే ప్రైస్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్. ఏ ప్రొడ్యూసర్ విల్ నాట్ స్టాప్ ప్రొడక్షన్ ఇన్ ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్ అండ్ విల్ నాట్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ ఇన్ థర్డ్ స్టేజ్. ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్ లో ప్రొడక్షన్ ఆపడు, థర్డ్ స్టేజ్ లో ప్రొడక్షన్ చేయడు. ఫస్ట్ స్టేజ్ లో ప్రొడక్షన్ ఆపడు, థర్డ్ స్టేజ్ లో ప్రొడక్షన్ చేయడు. మరి ఏ స్టేజ్ లో ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తాడరా అంటే సెకండ్ స్టేజ్. A producer will not stop production in first stage, will not produce in third stage. He always wants to produce in second stage. Why, sir? He can maximize his production in second stage. Okay, Nana. So that's why first stage and third stage are called as what? Economic absurdity or economic nonsense. First stage ni third stage ni emantaru ante economic absurdity or economic nonsense antamu. ఈ రిలేషన్షిప్ బిట్స్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూలో ఇంపార్టెంట్, గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. ఓకే, సో రిలేషన్షిప్ బిట్వీన్ ఏపీ అండ్ ఎంపీ. యాజ్ ఏపీ ఈజ్ ఇంక్రీజింగ్, ఎంపీ లైస్ అబౌవ్ ఏపీ. When AP is maximum and constant, AP is equal to MP. When AP starts falling, MP is below AP. తెలిసిందే, గ్రాఫ్ ఉంటే ఈజీగా అర్థమైపోతుంది నాన్న. ఓకే, రైట్. ఓకే, అండ్ ది పాయింట్ దట్ నీడ్ టు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ ఆల్రెడీ నేను థర్డ్ పాయింట్ కవర్ చేస్తాను, ఎకనామిక్ అబ్సర్డిటీ, ఎకనామిక్ నాన్ సెన్స్ అంటే ఏంటో. ఓకే, ఇన్ స్టేజ్ 2 ది ప్రొడ్యూసర్స్ డెసిషన్, ఇన్ స్టేజ్ 2 ద ప్రొడ్యూసర్స్ డెసిషన్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ క్వాంటిటీ టు ప్రొడ్యూస్ డిపెండ్స్ అపాన్ ది ప్రైస్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్. అంటే థియరీ ఆఫ్ కాస్ట్ చాప్టర్ని కూడా యాడ్ చేసుకుంటాం. ఇక్కడ ఎంతసేపు మనం ఏం మాట్లాడుతున్నాం అంటే ఎంత ఇన్పుట్కి ఎంత అవుట్పుట్. సరే, ఎంత క్వాంటిటీ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి, దట్ డిపెండ్స్ ఆన్ కాస్ట్, ప్రైస్ ఆఫ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్. బికాస్ కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్ బట్టే ప్రాఫిట్ డిఫైన్ అయ్యేది. దాన్ని బట్టి he will decide on how much quantity is to be produced, but he will produce in stage 2 only. Next, the optimum level of employment of variable factor, అంటే ఎంత మంది లేబర్ ని ఎంప్లాయ్ చేయాలి, that depends on principle of marginalism. సార్, వాట్ డు యు మీన్ బై ప్రిన్సిపల్ ఆఫ్ మార్జినలిజం? సార్, ఎంసీ ఈక్వల్ టు ఎంఆర్, ఇక్కడ లేబర్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాం కాబట్టి ఎంఆర్ ఈక్వల్ టు ఎంసీ కదా మనం. ఇట్ మీన్స్ మార్జినల్ రెవెన్యూ ఆఫ్ ది ప్రొడక్ట్ ఆఫ్ లేబర్ ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు మార్జినల్ వేజెస్. అంటే వాట్ ఎవర్ ద అడిషనల్ వేజెస్ దట్ యు ఆర్ పేయింగ్ టు ఎ లేబర్ షుడ్ బి ఈక్వల్ టు ది అడిషనల్ రెవెన్యూ దట్ యు ఎర్న్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ దట్ లేబర్. That is called as principle of marginalism. Whatever the additional wages that you are paying to the worker, ఒక వర్కర్ కి ఎక్స్ట్రా వేజ్ ఎంతైతే పే చేశానో, if it is equal to the revenue earned by selling the output produced by him, that is called as principle of marginalism. Limitations ఇచ్చాడు, we all know that. Titles of the law నాన్న, షార్ట్ రన్ ఇస్తాము, ఆర్ఎస్ దీన్ని మనం లా ఆఫ్ వేరియబుల్ ప్రపోర్షన్స్ అంటాము, లా ఆఫ్ రిటర్న్స్ టు వేరియబుల్ ఇన్పుట్ అంటాము, లా ఆఫ్ డిమినిషింగ్ రిటర్న్స్ అని ఉంటాము. దిస్ ఇస్ షార్ట్ రన్. లాంగ్ రన్, లాంగ్ రన్ అంటే ఏంటన్నా, ఆల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆర్ వేరియబుల్. When all factors are variable, nana, there will be change in production. So when there is change in production due to change in all the factors of production, when there is change in output due to changes in all the factors of production, it is called as law of returns to scale, and it will be studied under long run production function. Okay, so returns to scale can be divided into 3 types: increasing, constant and decreasing. Nana, 3 phases ga divide chestam. Dini graph ela untundi sir, ela untundi. Actually ga you వేసేయాలి, but 3 phases చూపిస్తున్నా నాన్న. This is first stage, second stage, third stage. First stage, second stage, third stage. So మొత్తం 3 stages మనకి. Okay nana, right. Increasing returns to scale and diminishing cost. From this what we can say is that there is inverse relationship between output and cost. Output, returns ante output. That means as output increases, cost decreases. And when output, second stage, constant returns to scale and constant cost. That means when output is maximum and constant, when output is maximum or constant, cost will be minimum and constant. Cost will be minimum and constant now. And the third stage, diminishing returns to scale or increasing cost. When output decreases, cost increases. So basically there is an inverse relationship between output and cost. That means there is inverse relationship between MPAP and MCAC. So simple ga matlante మీ క్లాస్ చెప్పే ఉంటారు. This is MP and this is AP. AP, MP. Now coming back. This is MC. And this is AC. MP ఎక్కడైతే MP ఎక్కడైతే మాక్సిమం ఉందో MC ఎక్కడ మినిమం ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, ఓకే నాన్న. అండ్ ద పాయింట్ వేర్ AP is equal to MP, MC will be equal to AC. ఇన్వర్స్ రిలేషన్షిప్ అంటే మిర్రర్ ఇమేజ్ అనమాట. ఓకే, ఇన్వర్స్ రిలేషన్షిప్. ఆ బేసిస్ మీద ఆ 3 హెడ్డింగ్స్ కి, ఆ 3 స్టేజెస్ కి అలా నేమ్స్ ఇచ్చాడు. ఓకే, రైట్ నాన్న. సో ఇంక్రీజింగ్ రిటర్న్స్ టు స్కేల్స్ మీన్స్ వాట్? ఇంక్రీజింగ్ రిటర్న్స్ టు స్కేల్ మీన్స్, ఓకే, ఇక్కడ increasing returns to scale means output increases in greater proportion. That means increase, percentage change in output is greater than percentage change in input. Percentage change in input, that is increase in returns to scale. But constant returns to scale ante percentage change in output is equal to percentage change in input. Diminishing returns to scale ante percentage change in output is less than percentage change in input. Simple nana, simple. Okay, now constant returns to scale is also called as linear and homogeneous production function. linear and homogeneous production function. So they explain చేశాడు, reasons explain చేశాడు. And basing on this long run production function or law of returns to scale, we have Cobb-Douglas production function. So Cobb, Douglas are two, Paul H. Douglas and C.W. Cobb are the two economists who studied the American manufacturing companies and came up with an equation that is Q equal to K of L in L power of A into C power of 1 minus A. That means production function. They came up with production function. So what they are saying is that production depends on these two factors, labor and capital. And labor contributes 3/4 of the production, capital contributes 1/4. That means major role will be played by labor. A good produce చేయడానికి 3/4 will be contributed by labor and 1/4 will be contributed by capital. అదే explain చేశాడు. తర్వాత because of certain shortcomings in this equation, they again change the formula. Ante basically this Cobb-Douglas production function focused only on second stage of law of returns to scale, that is constant returns to scale. But later on what economists point out is that law of returns to scale include all the three stages. So direct గా నువ్వు సెకండ్ స్టేజ్ గురించి మాట్లాడితే ఎలాగా? ఓకే, సెకండ్ స్టేజ్ లో అవుట్పుట్ మాక్సిమం ఉంటుంది కాదట్లేదు. నువ్వు సెకండ్ స్టేజ్ గురించి మాట్లాడితే ఎలాగా? ఫస్ట్, సెకండ్, థర్డ్ మూడు మాట్లాడాలి కదా. అంటే ఈ ఫార్ములానే వాళ్ళ తర్వాత చేంజ్ చేశారు. ఏం చేశారు అంటే Q equal to K of L to power of A into C to power of B నాన్న, where A plus B greater than 1 ఉండొచ్చు, equal to 1 ఉండొచ్చు, less than ఉండొచ్చు. A plus B అంటే ఏంటి? A and B are basically nothing but ఇక్కడ చూడండి, increasing returns to scale will result, that is increase in output is greater than 1 అంటే ఏంట్రా అంటే input, that is 3/4 plus 1/4 contribution by labor and contribution by capital. A plus B is nothing but output nana. A plus B is nothing but output contributed by what we say labor and capital. Clear చెప్పాలంటే 1 అంటే ఇప్పుడు ఇందాకేమన్నాను ఇప్పుడే నేను, labor will contribute 3/4, capital will contribute 1/4. If you add these two, it will be equal to 1 kada. So this is input. This is input nana. A plus B and nothing but output. A plus B and nothing but output nana. Okay, so if output is greater than 1, that is increasing returns to scale, equal to 1 constant returns to scale, and less than 1 decreasing returns to scale. Production function నేను ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయను ఎందుకు సార్, మనకి indifference curve analysis ఏమైందో exact same ఇదే. The only difference here and there is that there we are talking about satisfaction, here we are talking about output now. There we are talking about satisfaction, here we are talking about output. Same thing ఇక్కడ కూడా మెన్షన్ చేసి ఉంటాడు. 1 minute. Okay, right. Difference between indifference curve and isoquants. ఏంటంటే in the indifference curve it is not possible to quantify the level of satisfaction. అక్కడ మన satisfaction measure చేయలేము. Okay, but here when it comes to output we can measure it. But in isoquant curve nana, the level of production acquired by the producer is easily quantifiable. So there we are using indifference curve, here we are using isoquant. There we are using price and budget line, here we are using isocost nana. Okay, there the point where indifference curve is tangent to price and budget line, at that point the consumer is said to be at equilibrium. Here the point where isoquant is tangent to isocost line, the producer is said to be at equilibrium. Okay, what are the features of isoquant? Whatever the features that are applicable to whatever the features that are applicable to indifference curve, the same features are applicable to isoquant also. Whatever the meaning that is applied for MRS, the same meaning is applied for MRTS. MRTS ante marginal rate of technical substitution nana. So the sacrifice and gain will be in such a way that the production will remain constant. Akka satisfaction production antunna ante. మిగతా అంతా సేమ్ ఏనా, సేమ్ ఫీచర్స్, సేమ్ పాయింట్స్, రెండు పక్క పెట్టి చదువుకోవచ్చు మీరు ఈజీగా. ఓకే, ఎకానమీస్ ఆఫ్ స్కేల్ అంటే లార్జ్ స్కేల్ ప్రొడక్షన్. ఓకే, when companies go for large scale production, what will happen is that it will get advantages. It may get either internal economies or external economies. Production on a large scale is a very important feature of modern industrial society. Okay, why they want to produce in large scale nana? Because they can reduce the cost of production. When cost of production decreases, automatically they get certain advantages. These advantages can be classified into internal and external nana. See, you can expand the company to a certain extent. If you keep on expanding the company beyond a certain point, definitely it will lead to disadvantages. దానికి ఒక saturation point ఉంటుంది. Long run కావచ్చు, short run కావచ్చు, small scale production కావచ్చు, large scale production కావచ్చు. Up to that saturation point, you will get advantages. Beyond that saturation point, whatever the points that were advantage to you, the same points will become disadvantage. Example, కంపెనీ గ్రో అయ్యే కొద్ది స్కిల్డ్ లేబర్ ఎంప్లాయ్ చేసుకోవటం అడ్వాంటేజ్ నాన్న, కావాల్సిన దానికన్నా ఎక్కువ ఎంప్లాయ్ చేసుకోవటం డిసడ్వాంటేజ్. ఏ పాయింట్ అయితే అడ్వాంటేజ్ అవుతుందో అదే తర్వాత ఎక్కువ చేస్తే కనుక, అంటే ఎక్కువ ఎంప్లాయ్ చేసుకుంటే డిసడ్వాంటేజ్ అవుతుంది. పాయింట్స్ ఇచ్చాడు నాన్న. టెక్నికల్ ఎకానమీస్ ఒక స్టేజ్ వరకే టెక్నాలజికల్ అడాప్షన్ అనేది, అంటే అడ్వాన్స్ మెషినరీ యూస్ చేయడం అనేది అడ్వాంటేజ్. డబ్బులు ఉన్నాయి కదా అని ఇష్టం వచ్చినట్టు యూస్ చేసుకుంటూ పోయాం అనుకున్నాను, ఆటోమేటిక్ ఏమవుతుంది, ఖర్చు ఎక్కువ అవుతుంది, అవుట్పుట్ తక్కువ వస్తుంది, డిసడ్వాంటేజ్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ సేమ్ అదే మేనేజరల్ ఎకానమీస్ చెప్పేసాను కావాలి నేను. అలా కావాల్సిన ఎక్కువ ఎంప్లాయ్ చేసుకుంటే ఇష్యూస్ ఎక్కువ అవుతాయి. కంపెనీకి ఒక మేనేజర్ ఉండాలి, డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఒక మేనేజర్ ఉండాలి. నలుగురు మేనేజర్లు పెట్టుకున్నాం అనుకున్నాను, ఎవరు మాట వినాలి, ఈగో క్లాషెస్ వస్తూ ఉంటాయి. ఓకే, కమర్షియల్ ఎకానమీస్. కమర్షియల్ ఎకానమీస్ అంటే ఏంటి సార్? అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్స్. బేసికలీ కంపెనీ గ్రో అయ్యే కొద్ది అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్స్ ఇంక్రీస్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాం, ఆటోమేటిక్ సేల్స్ పెరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి. సేల్స్ పెరుగుతున్నాయని చెప్పేసి ఇష్టం వచ్చిన అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ పెట్టుకుంటా పోయాం అనుకున్నాను, సేల్స్ అంతగా పెరగకపోవచ్చు, బికాస్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ హ్యాస్ ఏ సాచురేషన్ పాయింట్. ఓకేనా నాన్న? సో టెక్నిక్ కమర్షియల్ డిసెకానమీస్ అంటే మార్కెటింగ్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు. నెక్స్ట్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ ఎకానమీస్. బిగ్ కంపెనీస్ కి బ్యాంక్స్ ఈజీగా లోన్స్ ఇస్తాయి నాన్న, ఇట్స్ అన్ అడ్వాంటేజ్. బ్యాంక్ లోన్ ఇస్తుంది కదా అని చెప్పేసి ఇష్టం వచ్చి లోన్ తీసేసుకున్నాం అనుకున్నాను, ఇంట్రెస్ట్ పేలేసి వస్తాం మనం. దట్ ఈస్ ఫైనాన్షియల్ డిసెకానమీస్. ఓకే, సో ఇలా అన్ని మాట్లాడతాం. నెక్స్ట్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ, అవన్నీ ఇంటర్నల్ అన్న. ఎక్స్టర్నల్ అంటే ఏంట్రా అంటే ఇచ్చుకున్న ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఎకానమీస్ ఆఫ్ స్కేల్ ఇచ్చాడు, అలాగే ఎక్స్టర్నల్ డిసెకానమీస్ ఆఫ్ స్కేల్ ఇచ్చాడు నాన్న. సో ఇవి కూడా మీరు చదువుకుంటే ఈజీగా అర్థమవుతుంది. ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఎకానమీస్ ఆఫ్ స్కేల్ అంటే చీపర్ రా మెటీరియల్. వెన్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఎకానమీస్ అంటే ఇక్కడ దేని గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాడు? ఇంటర్నల్ అంటే వీఆర్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ వన్ పర్టికులర్ కంపెనీ. ఎక్స్టర్నల్ అంటే ఏంటి సార్ ఇక్కడ? ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఎకానమీస్, డిసెకానమీస్. ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఎకానమీస్ అండ్ డిసెకానమీస్ ఆర్ దోస్ విచ్ accrue to firms as a result of expansion in the output of whole industry. Okay, and they are not dependent on the output level of individual firms. Here we are talking about the entire industry, not a particular firm. Internal economies and diseconomies are related to one particular firm. External economies and we are talking about entire industry. When group of firms are located at one particular location, Nana, then all these firms initially will get a certain advantages. If number of firms increases beyond a limit, then all the firms will suffer from certain disadvantages. ఒక చోట కొన్ని కంపెనీస్ ఉన్నాయంటే అడ్వాంటేజెస్, లిమిట్ కి మించి ఎక్కువ కంపెనీస్ అయినా డిసడ్వాంటేజెస్. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ పొల్యూషన్. ఇనిషియల్ గా 2-3 కంపెనీస్ వచ్చినాయి అనుకున్నాను, ట్రాన్స్పోర్టేషన్ పెరుగుతుంది, ఫెసిలిటీస్ పెరుగుతాయి, స్కూల్స్ కాలేజెస్ అన్ని పెరుగుతాయి. అక్కడ 3-4 కంపెనీస్ గా 30 కంపెనీస్ అయినా అనుకున్నాను, విపరీతం పొల్యూషన్, సౌండ్ పొల్యూషన్, ఎయిర్ పొల్యూషన్, వాటర్ పొల్యూషన్, అన్ని రకాల పొల్యూషన్స్ అన్నమాట. ఈ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ ఇక్కడ డిస్కస్ చేస్తాం మనం. ఓకే, సో విత్ దిస్ వీ హావ్ కంప్లీటెడ్ ద చాప్టర్. Only one chapter is pending. I will not discuss demand forecasting, Nana. Theory of cost would apestane. Okay, right. Okay, theory of cost. Right. So let us use the chapter, that is the topic wise analysis, Nana. So consistently they are asking around 3 to 4 marks from this chapter. So in the last attempt they have not asked any bits from this chapter. Still it is very important, easy also. Okay, so most of the bits will be asked from the first topics. Okay, that is topic 2, that is concepts of cost. So basically here cost means we're trying to explain see, production means we're talking about relationship between physical input and physical output. Cost means we're talking about relationship between maximum output from minimum cost. Okay, maximum output from minimum cost. So before discussing about the cost function, let us discuss about concepts of cost. So there are basically different types of cost, outlay cost and opportunity cost. What do you mean by outlay cost? Expenditure. It involves actual expenditure. So this distinction is basically between outlay cost and opportunity cost. It can be drawn on the basis of sacrifice. When it comes to sacrificing an opportunity is called as opportunity cost. When it comes to sacrificing money is called as, or money spent is called as outlay cost. Oka good konnavu. Okay, there are 2 goods in the market, that is A and B. You can't buy both the goods, so you decided to buy good A. For buying good A, whatever the money that you have spent is called as outlay cost. And while choosing A, you have sacrificed B, right? That B becomes opportunity cost of A. అర్థమైందా లేదా నాన్న? ఏదైతే తొలుకున్నావో కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ నెక్స్ట్ బెస్ట్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్, యూ హ్యావ్ చూజ్డ్ A. So whatever the amount that is paid for purchasing A is called as outlay cost. By choosing A, you have sacrificed B. B becomes opportunity cost. B becomes opportunity cost. See, in books of accounts, we only enter outlay cost because it is the actual expenditure. But opportunity cost will be useful for taking decisions. Now. Okay, and accounting cost and economic cost. So what do you mean by accounting cost? Okay, accounting cost means it is explicit cost. It includes what? Wages paid to the workers, whatever the money that we have spent, all those things come under accounting cost now. Prices of raw material, rent of the building, interest on the money borrowed, all these things come under accounting cost. All these are included in his cost of production and termed as accounting cost, which involve cash payments. ఏది పే చేసాం అది. So accounting cost, once you subtract accounting cost from total revenue, you will get accounting profit. Okay. And what do you mean by implicit cost, Nana? Cost. Implicit cost is the cost of self-owned factors used by the entrepreneur in his business. See, while doing business, the entrepreneur will not only use factors hired or purchased from outside, but also he will use factors which are available with him. బిజినెస్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తాడరా, నాకు ఏ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ కావాలి, ఈ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ నా దగ్గర ఏమున్నాయి, మిగతా బయట నుంచి కొందాం అంటే వాడి దగ్గర ఉన్న ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ యూస్ చేస్తున్నాడు, బయట ఉన్న ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ కూడా యూస్ చేస్తున్నాడు. బయట నుంచి ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ తీసుకొచ్చాను డెఫినెట్ గా అమౌంట్ పే చేయాలి, అది అకౌంటింగ్ కాస్ట్ అంటాం. తన ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ కూడా యూస్ చేస్తున్నాం అంటే తన ఫ్యాక్టర్స్, ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ ఇస్ నాట్ గివింగ్ హిస్ రిసోర్సెస్ ఫర్ ఫ్రీ, హీ విల్ బి ఎక్స్పెక్టింగ్ సంథింగ్ ఇన్ రిటర్న్. దిస్ ఎక్స్పెక్టేషన్ ఆఫ్ మనీ for utilizing his factors is called as implicit cost. Now, so basically implicit cost అనేది is not part of accounting cost. Accounting cost do not include implicit cost, and implicit cost recover చేయగలుగుతున్నాం. If you are able to recover implicit cost, that means you are getting normal profits. Profits over and above normal profits is nothing but economic profit. Okay, Nana. So example for implicit cost, generally an entrepreneur invests a certain amount of money in the business, Nana. Okay, that means he's taking money from the bank account, investing that money into the business. No, he's not giving that money for free. He is expecting some sort of return for this investment. So ఏదైతే రిటర్న్ తను ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాడు, తనకు వచ్చింది అనుకో, ఏదైతే రిటర్న్ తను ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాడు, దట్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ as implicit cost. Okay, because it is cost to the company, right? It is cost to the company. Another example I will take, Nana. I am doing business, I am running a shop. Now I have opened a shop in my own building. It does not mean that there is no need to pay any rent, Nana. I have to pay the rent which I will get. I have to pay the rent which I will get when I rent this building to outsiders. బయట వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చినప్పుడు ఎంతైతే రెంట్ వస్తుందో నేను కూడా నా బిజినెస్ చేసుకున్నప్పుడు అంతే రెంట్ ఛార్జ్ చేయాలి. దెన్ ఓన్లీ విల్ కమ్ టు నో ట్రూ ప్రాఫిట్స్. ఓకే, కాస్ట్ అన్ని కూడా కన్సిడర్ చేయాలి. సో ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ మే allocate his time to his own work of production, contributes his entrepreneur and managerial ability. Okay, so if he had not set up his own business, he would have. So implicit cost అంటే బేసిక్గా ఒక విధంగా మాట్లాడాలంటే ఆపర్చునిటీ కాస్ట్. సో బేసికలీ ఆపర్చునిటీ కాస్ట్ కూడా రికవర్ చేస్తున్నాం అంటే నీకు నార్మల్ ప్రాఫిట్ వచ్చినట్టే. నార్మల్ ప్రాఫిట్ ఇస్ ఎ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంప్లిసిట్ కాస్ట్. బిట్స్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ ఇంపార్టెంట్. నార్మల్ ప్రాఫిట్ ఇస్ ఎ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ implicit cost. Whatever the amount of profit that you are earning over and above this normal profit is nothing but economic profit. So economic cost includes accounting cost, explicit cost, and wages and salaries not paid to the entrepreneur. Next, money rewarded for all factors of production owned by the entrepreneur. Normal return of money. ఇది explicit అయితే ఈ మూడు కూడా implicit. ఈ రెండు కలుపుకుంటే నీకు వచ్చేది ఎకనామిక్ కాస్ట్. ఎకనామిక్ కాస్ట్ ఈస్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ అకౌంటింగ్ కాస్ట్. సో టోటల్ రెవెన్యూలో నుంచి ఎకనామిక్ కాస్ట్ మైనస్ చేస్తే నీకు వచ్చేది ఎకనామిక్ ప్రాఫిట్ నాన్న. ఓకే, రైట్. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ది పాయింట్స్ దట్ వీ నీడ్ టు రిమెంబర్. సో కింద అదే డిఫరెన్సెస్ ఇచ్చాడు, చదువుకుంటే అర్థం అవుతుంది. ట్రేసబుల్ కాస్ట్, డైరెక్ట్ కాస్ట్ అండ్ ఇండైరెక్ట్ కాస్ట్. ఇఫ్ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ ఈజీలీ ఐడెంటిఫైబుల్ టు ఏ పర్టికులర్ ప్రొడక్ట్ చూడంగానే కొన్ని కాస్ట్ మనం ఐడెంటిఫై చేయగలిగితే ఆల్ దోస్ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ as డైరెక్ట్ కాస్ట్ నాన్న. You have incurred the cost, but it is not easily identifiable to a particular product. That is called as indirect cost or non-traceable cost. Overhead cost can be direct as to a department. Manufacturing cost can be direct as to a product line. So అవన్నీ ఇచ్చుకుంటే చూడండి మీకు అర్థం అవుతుంది. ఒక షర్ట్ చూడంగానే if you are able to identify cost of this cloth, that is called as direct cost. Tailoring charges identify చేయలేరు. Cost of thread used identify. Those costs we have incurred, but we are unable to identify just by looking at the shirt. ఓకే, ఒక టెక్నికల్ పర్సన్ చెప్పేయగలడు నాన్న, ఏంటిది 1 మీటర్ క్లాత్ అయ్యింది అని చెప్పేయగలడు. 1 మీటర్ క్లాత్ సో రేట్ అని చెప్పేయగలం. మనం కూడా చెప్పేయగలం సుమారు 1.5 మీటర్ క్లాత్ 1 మీటర్ క్లాత్ అవుతుంది, సో దీనికి ఎంత రేట్, దట్ ఈస్ డైరెక్ట్ కాస్ట్. ఓకే, యూ ఆర్ incurred the cost, but you are unable to find it out just by looking at the product. That is called as indirect cost. సో అదే మీనింగ్స్ ఇచ్చాడు ఇక్కడ. Next, incremental cost. Incremental cost is related to marginal cost. Incremental cost ante enti sir? Additional cost incurred by a firm as a result of business decision. Oka product nunchi inko product ki shift ayyetappudu whatever the additional cost of production that is incurred is called as incremental cost. Sunk cost incurred but cannot be recovered as of now is called as sunk cost. Example, research and development cost. Sunk costs are those costs which are already incurred once for all and cannot be recovered. Such kind of costs are called as sunk cost. Okay. Next, historical cost and replacement cost. What do you mean by historical cost and replacement cost? The historical cost, it is the cost incurred in the past on acquisition of productive assets such as machinery, building. So assets కొన్నప్పుడు we enter the value at the time of purchase. That is called as historical cost. Replacement cost incurred for replacing an asset is called as replacement cost. Okay. Next, private cost and social cost. Generally, cost incurred by the firm, either explicit or implicit, is called as private cost. Cost incurred by the society is called as social cost. Social cost includes both the private cost as well as external cost. Private cost as well as external cost. ఇక్కడ రిచర్డ్ చూడండి, social cost equal to private cost plus external cost. సింపుల్ గా మాట్లాడాలంటే, when a good is consumed or produced, it will not only affect consumer and producer but also affect third party. నువ్వు ఒక గూడ్ కొన్నావరా అంటే నీ ఒక్కడికి ఎఫెక్ట్ ఉండదు నాన్న, నీ చుట్టుపక్కల కూడా ఎఫెక్ట్ అవుతుంది. నువ్వు ఏదైతే ఎఫెక్ట్ అవుతుందో దట్ ఈస్ ప్రైవేట్ కాస్ట్, నీ చుట్టుపక్కల ఎఫెక్ట్ అవుతుందో ఏదైతే ఎఫెక్ట్ అవుతుందో దట్ ఈస్ ఎక్స్టర్నల్ కాస్ట్. ఇద్దరు ఎఫెక్ట్ కలుపుకుంటే సోషల్ కాస్ట్. ఓకే నాన్న, నేను కార్ కొన్నాను, హ్యావ్ ఇంకర్డ్ ద కాస్ట్, ప్రైస్ పే చేశా కదా, బట్ ఆ కార్ యూజ్ చేయడం మూలంగా నా చుట్టుపక్కల కూడా సఫర్ అవుతున్నారు ఇన్ ద ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ పొల్యూషన్, సౌండ్ పొల్యూషన్, ఏదో ఒకటి. సో నేను పే చేసిన ప్రైస్ ప్లస్ వాళ్ళు సఫర్ అవుతుంది, రెండు కలుపుకుంటే సోషల్ కాస్ట్. అది ఎలాగా సిఏ ఇంటర్లో వస్తుంది, ఇప్పుడైతే రాదు మీకు. నెక్స్ట్ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ అండ్ వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్ చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం. ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ ఫీచర్స్ సింపుల్ ఏంట్రా అంటే, టోటల్ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ విల్ రిమైన్ కాన్స్టెంట్ అప్ టు సర్టెన్ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ యాక్టివ్. 100% కెపాసిటీ వరకు టోటల్ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ సేమ్ నాన్న, ఎందుకంటే అసెట్స్ లో చేంజ్ రాదు కదా. 100% కెపాసిటీ దాటితే నంబర్ ఆఫ్ అసెట్స్ పెరిగితే ఆటోమేటిక్ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ విల్ ఆల్సో చేంజ్. ఓకే, సో ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ కాన్స్టెంట్ కాస్ట్ షుడ్ బి టేకెన్ యాజ్ అ ఫంక్షన్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్ అండ్ నాట్ యాజ్ ఫంక్షన్ ఆఫ్ అవుట్పుట్. దట్ మీన్స్ దీస్ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ మెన్షన్డ్ ఫర్ ఎ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్, నాట్ ఫర్ అవుట్పుట్ నాన్న. Okay, so up to a certain level of activity they do not vary. Adi important. 100% capacity up to a certain level of activity they do not vary. Rents ivanni kuda period lo mention chestam kada, rents, interest ivanni period lo mention chestam, per month kavachu, per year kavachu. Okay na nana. Next, they do not vary with the level of output. Up to a certain level of output. 100% capacity varaku rent ante untundi. 100% capacity kanu mundu ekku undanukunnana, building perugutundi, building kotta building తీసుకుంటే automatic rents కూడా పెరుగుతాయి. Okay, now we have to remember one thing. Even when the company is closed for a short period of time, you will incur this fixed cost. 2 months production ledu, 2 months classes run avatledu, I know rents pay cheyali, interest banks ki interest pay cheyali. Okay, so fixed cost cannot be avoided. You can avoid it only when business is completely shut down. Business appudaithe completely shut down chestam, appude dannu avoid cheyagalavu. Fixed cost can also be called as inseparable or uncontrollable or inescapable, unavoidable, supplementary cost or indirect cost or general cost. Important na. Fixed cost can also be called as inescapable, dan avoid cheyalemu, dan escape avalemu, and control kuda cheyalemu nana. Supplementary, variable cost తో పాటు incur అయ్యే కాస్ట్ ఏంట్రా అంటే సప్లిమెంటరీ, ఈ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్, అందుకే సప్లిమెంటరీ కాస్ట్. అండ్ ఆల్సో కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఇండైరెక్ట్ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ జనరల్ కాస్ట్ నాన్న. ఓకే రైట్. నెక్స్ట్, షట్ డౌన్ కాస్ట్. కాస్ట్ incurred when the businesses are temporarily shut down are called as shut down cost na. ఓకే, బిజినెస్ షట్ డౌన్ చేసినా సరే, షట్ డౌన్ అంటే 2-3 months షట్ డౌన్ చేసినా సరే, ఏ కాస్ట్ అయితే నువ్వు ఇంకర్ అవుతావో వాటినన్నిటి మనం షట్ డౌన్ కాస్ట్ అంటాము. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, బిజినెస్ షట్ డౌన్ చేసాము, మెయింటెనెన్స్ యాక్టివిటీ రన్ చేస్తున్నాం, మంత్లీ మెయింటెనెన్స్ యాక్టివిటీ రన్ చేయాలి కదా. ఎందుకు 3 months తర్వాత ఓపెన్ చేసినప్పుడు టిప్ టాప్ కండిషన్ లో ఉంటే కనుక మళ్ళీ ఈజీగా ప్రొడక్షన్ స్టార్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. సో దీస్ ఆర్ సమ్ కాస్ట్ విచ్ విల్ కంటిన్యూ ఈవెన్ ఆఫ్టర్ ఆపరేషన్స్ ఆర్ సస్పెండెడ్ అంటే ఫర్ క్లోజ్డ్ ఫర్ షార్ట్ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్. Such kind of costs are called as shutdown cost. Sorry. Next, variable cost ante enti? These cost changes with level of output. అంటే అవుట్పుట్ పెరిగే కొద్ది టోటల్ వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్ పెరుగుతుంది, అవుట్పుట్ తగ్గే కొద్ది టోటల్ వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్ తగ్గుతుంది. అండ్ దట్ ఈస్ ద రీజన్ వై దీస్ కాస్ట్ ఆర్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్. ఎగ్జాంపుల్, వేజెస్ ఆఫ్ లేబరర్, కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ రా మెటీరియల్, ఇవన్నీ నాన్న. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్. ఓకే, కాస్ట్ ఫంక్షన్ చూసుకుంటే అర్థమవుతుంది నాన్న. బేసికల్లీ కాస్ట్ ఫంక్షన్ explains the relationship between cost and output. Okay, so output change అయ్యే కొద్ది కాస్ట్ అనేది చేంజ్ అవుతుంది. So here cost is a dependent variable and output is an independent variable. Just like production function, cost function can also be studied in short run as well as in long run. Now short run production function అంటే ఏంట్రా ఇక్కడ మీనింగ్ ఏంట్రా అంటే ఫిక్స్డ్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్, వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ సేమ్ అదే బేసిస్ మీద మాట్లాడుతున్నాను ఇక్కడ కూడా. So short run is a period of time in which output can be increased or decreased to a certain extent only to the amount of variable factors. నేను మళ్ళీ దీని జోలికి వెళ్ళను. లాంగ్ రన్ అంటే అన్ని ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ వేరియబుల్, అన్ని చేంజ్ చేయొచ్చు. షార్ట్ రన్ కాస్ట్, యూనిట్ కాస్ట్, టోటల్ కాస్ట్, ఆ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ మాట. ఫస్ట్ టోటల్ కాస్ట్, ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ నాన్న. హియర్ టోటల్ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ విల్ రిమైన్ కాన్స్టెంట్ అప్ టు సర్టెన్ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ యాక్టివిటీ. అందుకే ఏం చేస్తున్నాం అంటే అవుట్పుట్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అయినా సరే, ఇక్కడ అవుట్పుట్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అయినా సరే ఆటోమేటిక్ గా ఏమవుతుంది అంటే టోటల్ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ విల్ రిమైన్ కాన్స్టెంట్. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ parallel to x-axis. It starts from y-axis and parallel to x-axis. అంటే ఏంటి సార్, జీరో లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ అవుట్పుట్ ఉన్నా సరే యూ హ్యావ్ టు పే ద రెంట్. అవుట్పుట్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అయినా సరే అప్ టు 100% కెపాసిటీ ద రెంట్ విల్ బి సేమ్. సో టోటల్ ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ విల్ బి parallel to x-axis. నో వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్ ఏంట్రా అంటే ఎట్ జీరో లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ అవుట్పుట్ యూ విల్ నాట్ ఇంకర్ ఎనీ సార్ట్ ఆఫ్ వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్. ఎందుకంటే రా మెటీరియల్ ఏముండదు, వేజెస్ కూడా, లేబర్ కూడా అవసరం లేదు కదా. but as output increases, variable factors will also increase, Nana. So it is an upward sloping curve. So, but to be precise, Nana, it is somewhat in inverted S shape. Total variable cost is in inverted S shape. అంటే ఏంటి సార్ ఇక్కడ మీనింగ్? జాగ్రత్త చూడండి, ఇక్కడ ఇచ్చాడు. ఏంట్రా అంటే TVC, total variable cost, initially increases at a decreasing rate and then increases at an increasing rate, Nana, due to law of increasing and diminishing returns. Initial ga entra ante increasing returns untayi kabatti increases at a decreasing rate. Later on diminishing returns untayi kabatti increases at an increasing rate. Why, sir? Initially the additional output or the marginal product of variable factor will be higher. ఇనిషియల్లీ మార్జినల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ అంటే లేబర్ కి పే చేసే దానికన్నా వాడి నుంచి వచ్చే అవుట్పుట్ చాలా ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. ఓకేనా? అండ్ తర్వాత ఏంట్రా అంటే వాడికి ఇచ్చే వేజెస్ కన్నా అవుట్పుట్ తక్కువ ఉంటుంది, అడిషనల్ అవుట్పుట్ మార్జినల్ ప్రొడక్ట్ తక్కువ ఉంటుంది అన్న. మనం చూసాం కదా టోటల్ ప్రొడక్షన్ అనాలిసిస్ లో ఏంట్రా అంటే ఎంపీ ఇనిషియల్లీ ఇంక్రీజెస్ అండ్ దెన్ డిక్రీజెస్, పాజిటివ్ వే, బట్ ఇనిషియల్లీ ఇట్ ఇస్ ఇంక్రీజింగ్ at increasing rate. Positive nana, but initially it is increasing at increasing rate. After a point it starts decreasing. Okay, initial గా ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది, మాక్సిమం పాయింట్ రీచ్ అవుతుంది, దాని స్టార్ట్స్ డిక్రీజింగ్, రెండు పాజిటివ్, దాంతో నెగిటివ్ అవుతుంది అన్న. సో ఈ స్టేజ్ లో ఏమవుతుందిరా అంటే అవుట్పుట్ తో కంపేర్ చేస్తే కనుక కాస్ట్ తక్కువ ఇంకర్ అవుతాను. తర్వాత ఏమవుతుందిరా అంటే అవుట్పుట్ తో కంపేర్ చేస్తే కాస్ట్ ఎక్కువ ఇంకర్ అవుతావు. సో దాన్ని బేస్ చేసుకుని ఏదైనా కాస్ట్ ఇంకర్ అవ్వాల్సిందే, అవుట్పుట్ పెరిగే కొద్దీ కాస్ట్ ఇంకర్ అవ్వాల్సిందే. బట్ ఇక్కడ ఇంక్రీజింగ్ రిటర్న్స్ డిమినిషింగ్ రిటర్న్స్ ఉంది కాబట్టి ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇనిషియల్లీ టీవీసీ విల్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అట్ డిక్రీజింగ్ రేట్ అండ్ లేటర్ ఆన్ ఇట్ ఇంక్రీజెస్ అట్ ఇంక్రీజింగ్ రేట్. దీన్ని ఇంకా ప్రిసైజ్ గా డ్రా చేయాలంటే ఎలా డ్రా చేస్తామంటే ఇలా డ్రా చేస్తాం మనం, ఇలా. ఓకే, అంటే ఇనిషియల్ స్టీప్ గా ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది బట్ స్టీప్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అవ్వట్లా. ఎందుకని? ఇనిషియల్ గా ఏంట్రా అంటే ఇక్కడ దాకా మనకి చెప్పుకోవాలంటే ఇక్కడ దాకా ఏంట్రా అంటే ఇదంతా కూడా ఇంక్రీజింగ్ రిటర్న్స్, దీని తర్వాత డిమినిషింగ్ రిటర్న్స్. సో అవుట్పుట్ పెరిగే కొద్దీ ఎక్కువ లేబర్ని ఎంప్లాయ్ చేయాలి. ఇనిషియల్ గా అంత లేబర్ ఎంప్లాయ్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, తక్కువ కాస్ట్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది. ఎందుకు? తక్కువ లేబర్తోనే ఎక్కువ అవుట్పుట్ వస్తుంది. బట్ తర్వాత ఏమవుతుందా అంటే ఎక్కువ లేబర్ని ఎంప్లాయ్ చేయాలి. ఎక్కువ లేబర్ని ఎంప్లాయ్ చేస్తున్నట్టు ఆటోమేటిక్ కాస్ట్ కూడా ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది. ఓకేనా నాన్న? సో టోటల్ కాస్ట్ ఇచ్చాడు, సమ్మేషన్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ టూ ఇస్ నథింగ్ బట్ టోటల్ కాస్ట్ నాన్న. ఓకే, the difference between total cost and total variable cost is nothing but total fixed cost. Semi-variable cost, combination of both variable as well as fixed is called as semi-variable cost. So semi-variable cost ఎలా ఉంటుందా అంటే ఎలా ఉంటుందా, ఫిక్స్డ్ పార్ట్ అంటే ఈవెన్ at జీరో లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ అవుట్పుట్ విల్ ఇంకా ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ నాన్న. బట్ అవుట్పుట్ పెరిగే కొద్దీ ఫిక్స్డ్ పోర్షన్ తో పాటు వేరియబుల్ పోర్షన్ కూడా నువ్వు పే చేయాలి. రెండు కలుపుకుంటే టోటల్ కాస్ట్. Stage step cost nana. Up to a certain level of output, cost is fixed. As output increases, we will jump to next level nana. Mala akkada konta kaana fixed ga untundi. For example, 0 to 50 units ki nuvu 5,000 rupees rent pay cheyali. So 0 to 50 varaku 5,000. 51 nunchi emoutundi inko extra 5,000 pay cheyali. So 51 to 100 inko 5,000 and 10,000 avutundi. 101 to 150 inko 5,000 15,000 avutundi. So ila levels jump avutu veltundi nana. So these are total cost. Unit cost nana. Average fixed cost ఎలా వస్తుంది? total fixed cost divided by quantity. It is rectangular hyperbola, it will never touch any of the axis. గుర్తు పెట్టుకోవాలి అది. That means AFC cannot be zero nana. అది x axis దగ్గరికి వెళ్తుంది కానీ ఎప్పుడు కూడా టచ్ అవ్వదు. టచ్ అయిందంటే జీరో అయిపోయినట్టే. Average fixed cost will never be equal to zero. Next, average variable cost, basing on law of variable proportions, it will be U shape nana. Average variable cost అనేది U shape ఉంటుంది. Because average variable cost depends on variable factors, nothing but marginal కదా వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్. తగ్గట్టు వేరియబుల్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ డిపెండ్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి ఇట్ ఈస్ U shape nana. Average variable cost is found out by dividing total variable cost by output. Okay, so average variable cost is nothing but variable cost per unit nana. So basically it starts falling, reaches minimum point and then rises. ఎందుకు సార్ అంటే average variable cost normally falls as output increases as from 0 to normal capacity and and due to occurrence of increasing returns to variable factors nana. Okay, so AVC normally falls as output increases from 0 to normal capacity. So 0 నుంచి normal capacity వరకు AVC తగ్గుతుంది, దాని తర్వాత అవుట్పుట్ పెరిగే కొద్దీ మళ్ళీ ఏమవుతుందంటే యావరేజ్ వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్ ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతుంది. బట్ బియాండ్ ది నార్మల్ కెపాసిటీ ఆఫ్ అవుట్పుట్ AVC రైజెస్ స్టీప్లీ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ ఆపరేషన్ ఆఫ్ డిమినిషింగ్ రిటర్న్స్. సేమ్ ఇక్కడ కూడా అంతేనా? సో సింపుల్ గా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలంటే AVC బికాస్ AVC విల్ బి యావరేజ్ వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్ విల్ బి U shape బికాస్ ఆఫ్ లా ఆఫ్ వేరియబుల్ ప్రపోర్షన్. షార్ట్ రన్ కాబట్టి అన్ని కూడా LVP మాట్లాడతాం. నెక్స్ట్ Next, average total cost. Basically, average total cost is nothing but summation of average fixed cost and average variable cost. Or you can calculate either by using this formula, that is total cost divided by quantity. Okay, so we can use any of the formulas. So basically, the average total cost curve depends on the behavior of average fixed cost and average variable cost. That is explained in point number 2 and point number 2 to be precise. Okay, ante end sir. So if you look at average fixed cost and average variable cost, the average fixed cost curve will be rectangular hyperbola and average variable cost curve will be V shape. Okay, if we add the features of these two, you will get average total cost. How sir? Initially, both AFC and ABC are falling, so AC will also fall. But after a point, what is happening is that initially both are falling, right? So it is also fall, Nana. Then what will happen? AFC is falling. See, after the point, what will happen, Nana? ABC rises, but fall in AFC is greater than rise in ABC. So AC falls further and reaches minimum point. Then after, ABC falls further, but rise in ABC is greater than fall in AFC. Initially, rendu fall avutundi kabatti AC kuda fall avutundi. Tarvata em ABC rise avutundi, but rise in ABC to compare cheste fall in AFC is more. Anduke arrow marks difference chupichanu nana. So AC falls further and it will be it reaches minimum point. Then after, what will happen? AFC falls further. AFC inka fall avutundi, but rise in ABC is greater than fall in AFC. So AC curve ఏమవుతుంది? రైజ్ అవుతుంది. AC curve రైజ్ అవుతుంది. సో అదే ఇక్కడ దాన్ని బేస్ చేసుకొని we have drawn the AC curve. Okay, next, marginal cost. What do you mean by marginal cost? The addition made to total cost by the production of an additional unit of output. Okay, so whatever the additional cost that you are incurring because of additional production of output is called as marginal cost. How to calculate marginal cost? We have two formulas, TCN minus TCN minus 1, but generally we will ignore this kind of formula. We will use only delta TC by delta Q. Delta TC by delta Q nana. And because of law of variable proportions, MC curve is also U-shape curve. Maniki MP inverted U shape ఉన్నప్పుడు MC curve U shape ఉంటుంది. Okay nana, right? So a graph explain చేసుకుంటూ వచ్చాడు, and we have to remember the relationship between MC and AC. We all know that, and already explain చేశాను అది previous chapters లో. Okay, so MC AC relationship ఏంటి? Okay, so I have already explained that this relationship in price and output nana, price and output determination. Okay, so once again I'm explaining nana. MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. At AC's minimum point, MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. So basing on this graph, we can explain the relationship. When AC is falling, MC is below AC. When AC is rising, MC is above AC. When AC is falling, MC is below AC. When AC is rising, MC is above AC nana. Okay, and the point where MC is equal to AC is minimum. The point where MC is equal to AC is minimum, and MC is upward sloping. MC is upward sloping. అదే మీకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేసేది ఇక్కడ. నెక్స్ట్ లాంగ్ రన్ ఇచ్చాడరా, అది మీరు చూసుకుంటే అర్థమైపోతుంది. బేసికలీ లాంగ్ రన్ లో మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సింది ఏంటంటే ఇట్స్ ఎ ప్లానింగ్ కర్వ్. షార్ట్ రన్స్ ఆర్ ప్లాంట్ కర్వ్స్ and long run are planning curves. So in long run, the assumption taken here is that technology is constant kabatti LAC curve ఎలా ఉంటుంది? U shape ఉంటుంది. So LAC curve is U shape, SAC curve is U shape. In such a case, what will happen, Nana? The falling part of LAC is tangent to falling part of SAC. Rising part of LAC will be tangent to rising part of SAC. Minimum point of LAC will be tangent to minimum point of SAC. ఇంకో పాయింట్ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సింది ఏంట్రా అంటే, a level of output can be produced in different plants, but it can be produced efficiently only in one plant. For example, C level of output అనేది మనం SAC2 లో ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయొచ్చు, అలాగే SAC1 లో ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయొచ్చు. బట్ SAC2 లో తక్కువ కాస్ట్ కాబట్టి we have to choose SAC2. అంటే ఏంటి సార్? ఫాలింగ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్లాంట్ కర్వ్ అయితే SAC కర్వ్ అయితే అండర్ యూటిలైజేషన్, రైజింగ్ పార్ట్ అయితే కనుక ఓవర్ యూటిలైజేషన్, మినిమం పాయింట్ అయితే కనుక ఆప్టిమమ్ యూటిలైజేషన్. ఫస్ట్ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ మినిమం పాయింట్, ఆప్టిమమ్ యూటిలైజేషన్. సెకండ్ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ falling part, under utilization. Third preference, rising part, over utilization. Okay, so first చూసుకోవాలి. అంటే ఏంటి సార్ ఇక్కడ? D point, D output can be produced in SAC2 as well as SAC3. We have to choose SAC3. We have to choose SAC3 నాన్న. అలా ఇక్కడ చూడండి ఇంకేమి ఇచ్చాడరా అంటే, ఎస్, B level of output అనేది, B level of output can be produced in SAC1 and SAC2. రెండింటికి ఏంటంటే సేమ్ కాస్ట్, రెండింటికి సేమ్ కాస్ట్ అవుతుంది. బట్ ఏ ప్లాంట్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి? కాస్ట్ డిఫరెన్స్ చెప్పేయచ్చు, రెండింటికి సేమ్ కాస్ట్ అవుతుంటే SSC 1 లో మినిమం పాయింట్ ఉంది, SSC 2 లో అండర్ ఫాలింగ్ పార్ట్ ఉంది నాన్న. సో SSC 1 చూస్ చేసుకోండి. ఇటు SSC 3 కి వచ్చేటప్పటికి SSC D అవుట్పుట్ కి వచ్చేటప్పటికి ఇట్ కెన్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ బోత్ ఇన్ SSC 2 అండ్ SSC 3. అయితే రెండింటి కాస్ట్ సేమ్ అవుతుంది, బట్ ఏ ప్లాంట్ చూస్ చేసేయాలి, విచ్ ప్లాంట్ యూ హావ్ టు చూస్, SSC 3. సో అలా డిసైడ్ చేస్తాం. సో దీన్ని బేస్ చేసుకొని చెప్తారా అంటే, when the LAC curve is U-shaped and SSC curves are also U-shaped, nana, only one plant which is tangent to the minimum point of LAC is an optimum utilized plant. మిగతా ప్లాంట్స్ అన్ని కూడా అండర్ యూటిలైజ్ అండ్ మిగతా అన్ని కూడా ఓవర్ యూటిలైజ్. అంటే ఏంటి, ఇక్కడ SSC 4 ఒకటే ఆప్టిమమ్ యూటిలైజ్, SSC 1, 2, 3 ఇవన్నీ కూడా అండర్ యూటిలైజ్, SSC 5, 6, 7 ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఓవర్ యూటిలైజ్. ఎలా చెప్తున్నారు సార్, SSC 1, 2, 3 ఈ మూడు ప్లాంట్స్ కూడా ఫాలింగ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ SSCs ఇస్ టాంజెంట్ టు ఫాలింగ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ LAC. ఫాలింగ్ పార్ట్ టాంజెంట్ ఉందిరా అంటే ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఇట్ ఈస్ అండర్ యూటిలైజ్డ్. SSC 5, 6, 7 ఈ మూడు కూడా ఏంటారు అంటే రైజింగ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ ప్లాంట్స్ SSC కర్వ్స్ ఈస్ టాంజెంట్ టు రైజింగ్ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ LAC, ఓవర్ యూటిలైజేషన్. SSC 4 ఒకటే మినిమం పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ SSC 4 ఇస్ టాంజెంట్ టు మినిమం పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ LAC, దట్ ఈస్ ఆప్టిమమ్ యూటిలైజేషన్. ఓకే, సో దాన్ని బేస్ చేసుకుని మాట్లాడతాము. రైట్ నాన్న. తర్వాత మోడర్న్ ఎకానమిస్ట్ ఏమన్నారా అంటే, సి వీ హ్యావ్ టేకెన్ ఏ టెక్నాలజీ యాజ్ కాన్స్టెంట్, యూ హ్యావ్ టేకెన్ అజంప్షన్ దట్ టెక్నాలజీ ఇస్ కాన్స్టెంట్, బట్ వాట్ మోడర్న్ ఎకానమిస్ట్ సెడ్ ఇస్ దట్ ఇన్ ద లాంగ్ రన్ ద ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ దట్ చేంజెస్ ఇస్ టెక్నాలజీ. లాంగ్ రన్ లో చేంజ్ అయితే టెక్నాలజీ. నువ్వు టెక్నాలజీ కాన్స్టెంట్ ఎలా తీసుకుంటావు? సో LAC కర్వ్ యూ షేప్ అనుకోవడం రాంగ్. సో LAC కర్వ్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది, ఇట్ విల్ బీ ఇన్ L షేప్ నాన్న, ఇట్ విల్ బీ ఇన్ L షేప్. దట్ మీన్స్ యాజ్ టెక్నాలజీ ఇంక్రీజెస్ కాస్ట్ డిక్రీజెస్ అండ్ ఇట్ విల్ రీచ్ ద మినిమం పాయింట్. ఇక్కడ నుంచి టాంజెంట్ గా ప్యారల్ గా ఉంటుంది, ప్యారల్ టు X యాక్సిస్ నాన్న. సో ఈ రీజన్ ఏదైతే ఉందో, ఈ ప్యారలల్ రీజన్ ఏదైతే ఉందో, ఇక్కడ నువ్వు ఎన్ని ప్లాంట్ కర్వ్స్ వేసినా సరే ఆల్ ఆర్ ఆప్టిమమ్లీ యూటిలైజ్డ్ ప్లాంట్స్ అన్ని కూడా, బికాస్ ఆల్ దీస్ 3 కర్వ్స్, నేను 3 కర్వ్స్ డ్రా చేశాను కదా, ఆల్ 3 మినిమం పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ 3 కర్వ్స్ ఈస్ టాంజెంట్ టు LAC కర్వ్, మినిమం పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ LAC కర్వ్. ఓకేనారా? సో ఇక్కడ ఏమంటున్నారు అంటే మోడర్న్ ఎకానమిస్ట్, టెక్నాలజీ చేంజ్ అవుతుంది కాబట్టి, చేంజ్ అయ్యే టెక్నాలజీ కాబట్టి ఇనీషియల్ గా కాస్ట్ తగ్గుతూ ఇంకా అది కాన్స్టెంట్ అయిపోతుంది, ఇంకా దీనికన్నా తగ్గే పాసిబిలిటీ ఉండదు. దిస్ ఈజ్ LAC. సో ఇఫ్ యూ డ్రా LAC కర్వ్స్, SSC కర్వ్స్ హియర్, ఆల్ దీస్ కర్వ్స్ విల్ బి, all the minimum point of these SSC curves will be tangent to minimum point of LAC curve. అంటే నువ్వు ఏ లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ అవుట్పుట్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసినా సరే ఆ ప్లాంట్స్ అన్ని కూడా ఆప్టిమమ్లీ యూటిలైజ్ రెస్పెక్టివ్. ఇందాక మనం ఏం చేస్తాం, ఓన్లీ వన్ ప్లాంట్ ఇస్ ఆప్టిమమ్, అవుట్పుట్స్ డిఫరెంట్ ప్లాంట్స్ లో ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తావు, బట్ ఓన్లీ వన్ ప్లాంట్ ఇస్ ఆప్టిమమ్ యూటిలైజ్ నాన్న. హియర్ యూ విల్ బి మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ డిఫరెంట్ అవుట్పుట్స్ ఇన్ డిఫరెంట్ ప్లాంట్స్ నాన్న, బట్ ఆల్ దీస్ ప్లాంట్స్ విల్ బి ఆప్టిమమ్లీ యూటిలైజ్డ్. ఓకే, సో దిస్ ఈస్ అబౌట్ LAC. Okay, so LAC curve can also be called as planning curve or envelope curve. Planning curve because you plan nana here. We produce in short run, but we plan in long run. Envelope curve endukantuna ante it surrounds number of SSC curves. Surrounds number of SSC curves. Okay, right. And last nana, demand forecasting, the least important chapter. దీనిలో మీరు చూసుకోవాల్సింది ఏంట్రా అంటే, ఇప్పుడు దాకా అడగలేదు, బట్ దీనిలో మీరు చూసుకోవాల్సింది ఏంట్రా అంటే బేసికల్లీ స్కోప్ ఆఫ్ డిమాండ్ ఫోర్కాస్టింగ్. బేసిక్గా రీడింగ్ ఇచ్చేయండి. Types of demand forecasting nana, based on level of units, based on time period. Okay, and ఒక రీడింగ్ ఇవ్వండి జస్ట్ అండర్స్టాండింగ్ పర్పస్ కోసం. సర్వేస్ ఆఫ్ బయర్ ఇంటెన్షన్ అంటే డిమాండ్ ఫోర్కాస్ట్ చేయడానికి బయర్స్ ని మనం అనలైజ్ చేస్తాం అనమాట, అంటే వాళ్ళ టేస్ట్ ప్రిఫరెన్స్ తెలుసుకుంటాము. దాని తర్వాత దానికన్నా అడ్వాన్స్ లెవెల్ ఏంట్రా అంటే మీకు కలెక్టివ్ ఒపీనియన్ మెథడ్ ఉంది, దాని తర్వాత ఎక్స్పర్ట్ ఒపీనియన్ మెథడ్ ఉంది. అలా డిఫరెంట్ మెథడ్స్ ఇచ్చుకుంటే జస్ట్ ఒక రీడింగ్ ఇవ్వండి సరిపోతుంది, వాట్ ఈస్ వాట్ అని చెప్పేసి. ఓకే, లాస్ట్ ప్రిఫర్ చేయండి. ఇప్పుడు దాకా అది బిట్ అడగలేదు, అడిగిన ఒక బిట్ కోసం మనం ఇంత కంటెంట్ చదవాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. జస్ట్ ఒక ఓవరాల్ రీడింగ్ ఇస్తే కనుక యూ కెన్ ఈజీలీ అండర్స్టాండ్ వాట్ ఈస్ వాట్ అని చెప్పేసి, యూ కెన్ ఈజీలీ అండర్స్టాండ్ నాన్న. ఓకే, రైట్. ఓకే నాన్న, దట్స్ ఇట్ ఫర్ ద డే. ఆల్ ద బెస్ట్ ఫర్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. Right students, the next chapter, the important chapter is business cycles. Okay, the content in this chapter is very less, but regularly he is asking for 8 to 9 marks from this chapter. Okay, so lucky he will ask for more. So let us go through this chapter in a detailed manner. Okay, it may be time consuming one, but let us go through this chapter in a detailed manner. Clearly see how many marks they are regularly asking from this chapter. Okay, so please do not ignore this chapter. All right, so what we are going to cover in this chapter, no need to explain all those things. Okay, you already know. So let us go through introduction part. So during 1920s, UK saw rapid growth in GDP. Production levels and living standards growth was fueled by new technologies and production processes. The economic growth also caused an unprecedented rise in stock market values. So this is a case of expansion, right? And point number 2. So first point is all about economic growth. Okay, and what are the effects it had? What are the effects it had? Okay. The second point is about economic fall. So China's recent economic slowdown and financial mayhem, crisis, mayhem means crisis, are promoting a cycle of fostering means promoting a cycle of decline and panic across much of the world. As countries of nearly every continent sees escalating risk of prolonged slump and political disruption and financial losses. So point number 2 is about economic fall. Okay. The first point shows that UK economy is going through boom growth during 1920, while the second point of the recent slowdown in China indicates the beginning of recessionary phase. Fall. Yes, what is boom? What is recession? We all know that, right? Boom means we're talking about expansion. Recession means what are basically talking about contraction. Okay. The recession becomes severe, it becomes contraction. Contraction becomes severe, it becomes depression. Okay, right. So economics is concerned with fluctuations of economic activity. When we're talking about economics, nothing will be stable because when the behavior of human beings change, automatically economic activities will also change or fluctuate. Sometimes we will be demanding more goods and sometimes we will be demanding less goods. When we're demanding more, demand will be greater than supply. And when we are demanding less, supply will be greater than demand. So demand greater than supply, supply greater than demand. That means demand and supply are not stable at all. They keep on fluctuating. So this is all about economics. That is what we are going to study. We should study in economics. Okay, so economics అనేది study of human behavior చదివాం కదా నాన్న. What it will do when the human behavior changes, automatic economic activities will also change. The economic history of all countries reveal that the fact that they have gone through fluctuations. So see, for any kind of country, whether it's developed country, developing, undeveloped country, every country must go through all these fluctuations. The issue is that the kind of impact these fluctuations have will differ from country to country. Okay, developed countries may be able to cope with these fluctuations easily, whereas developing countries and undeveloped countries may not be able to. That's the only difference. But one thing is certain that all the countries should go through these fluctuations. Now, coming back to business cycles or trade cycles now. So we all know what is meant by business cycles and trade cycles. Okay, it's a rhythmic fluctuation, a continuous fluctuation. Rhythmic means continuous fluctuations of aggregate economic activity. Okay, it composes periods of good trade as well as bad trade. It's nothing but alternating between expansion contraction. See, all mean the same. All mean the same. No, economic fluctuations recurrent. They occur repeatedly and occur periodically. Periodically does not mean here in regular intervals. In every period we will go through, but the length of effect may differ from period to period. Okay, the length of each business cycle is not the same. That is what I have explained just. Okay, so these business cycles can be business cycle can be divided into 4 parts. Okay, so one is a trough, next expansion, next peak, next contraction. So we will start with expansion, then we will go to peak, then we will talk about contraction, then we will talk about trough. Okay, so graphical representation is clearly given there. Okay, and what about broken lines? Broken lines talk about steady growth. See, we want steady growth, but it's an idealistic situation. అనుకుంటాను బాగుంటుంది స్టడీ గ్రోత్ అని చెప్పేసి, బట్ రియల్ లైఫ్ లో నువ్వు స్టడీగా ఉంటావా? ఉండవు కదా. సో ఆటోమేటిక్ ఎకానమీ కూడా స్టడీగా ఉండదు. ఓకే, ఇట్స్ కీప్ ఆన్ ఫ్లక్చువేటింగ్. సో బేసికల్లీ ఇట్స్ ఎ గైడ్ లైన్. స్టడీ గ్రోత్ ఇస్ ఎ గైడ్ లైన్ అన్న విచ్ వేర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ వాంట్స్ టు బి, బట్ రియాలిటీ ఈస్ ది ఫ్లక్చువేషన్స్. ఓకే, రైట్. సో as production and employment expands, the economic recovers. So all these things are given. I no need to explain those points. Okay, if you go through those points, you can easily understand. So when the trade increases, what will happen? Okay, I hope you people know it now. When the production increases, what will happen? Employment increases, income increases. When income increases, you people are not going to sit idle. జేబులో 10 రూపాయలు పెరగంగానే ఏం చేస్తాం మనం? అంటే పానీపూరి బండిగా డిమాండ్ చేస్తాం. Automatically ఏమవుతుందన్న, when production increases, employment increases, income increases, prices also increases. And when production decreases, bad trade means when production decreases, automatically what will happen? Employment increases, income increases, demand decreases, prices also decreases. So sometimes prices are increasing, sometimes prices are decreasing, sometimes production is increasing, sometimes production decreasing, sometimes demand is increasing, sometimes demand is decreasing. So when all economic variables are favorable and keep on increasing, it is called as good trade. And while all economic variables are unfavorable and keep on falling, it is called as bad trade. Okay, దాని బేస్ చేసుకొని కింద ఎలాగనమాట. ఓకే, రైట్, ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశాడు. Right, Nana. So figure starts with trough, where all economic activities, when all economic activities are at the lowest level. Trough ante lowest point kada. But slowly as production employment expands, the economy revives and moves into expansion. The expansion cannot go on. ఇలా growth అనేది ఎప్పుడు ఉండదు నాన్న. It will not be for lifelong. It has to end at a certain point. That point is called as peak anamata. When we reach peak, growth will stop and economy starts contracting. The contraction or downturn continues till we reach a turning point, trough again, from trough expansion. Okay, so again new cycle will start. So when we go through all the 4 phases, we call it as one cycle: expansion, peak, contraction, trough. This is one cycle. Again expansion, peak, contraction, trough. This is another cycle, and these cycles keep on coming again and again and again and again. Okay, next, phase of business cycles. A typical business cycle has 4 distinct phases. These are expansion, which is also called as boom and upswing, peak, boom or prosperity, contraction, also called as downswing and recession, fourth one, trough and depression. Now do remember one thing: generally the boom term is used for expansion. The boom term is used for expansion. Okay, so bits lo ఏమవుతుందిరా అంటే మీకు, let me బిట్ చూపించి మాట్లాడితే నాకు తెలిసి ఆ ఒక్క పాయింట్ లోనే కన్ఫ్యూజ్ అవుతారు. Let me show the bit and explain it to you, Nana, so that it will be easy for you. Okay, the 4 phases of business cycles are peak, recession, trough, boom ఇచ్చాడు, peak, depression, trough, boom ఇచ్చాడు, peak, recession, trough, recovery ఇచ్చాడు, peak, depression, bust, boom ఇచ్చాడు. Right? See, peak and boom, option number A, peak and boom. There is confusion, Nana. ఈ బూమ్ అనేది పీక్ వాడతాము, అలాగే ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ వాడతాం, క్లారిటీ లేదు, తీసేయండి అది. నెక్స్ట్ పీక్, సెకండ్ ఆప్షన్ కూడా అంతే, పీక్ ట్రఫ్ ఇచ్చాడు, పీక్ బూమ్ ఇచ్చాడు, అలాగే డిప్రెషన్ ట్రఫ్. డిప్రెషన్ ట్రఫ్ మీన్స్ వన్ అండ్ ద సేమ్, పీక్ అండ్ బూమ్ ఆల్సో మీన్స్ వన్ అండ్ ద సేమ్. ఆ పాసిబిలిటీ ఉంది, బూమ్ కెన్ ఆల్సో బి పీక్, రైట్? సో అది కూడా తీసుకోమా. ఓకే, సో ఏబి రెండు అవు. డి చూడండి, పీక్, డిప్రెషన్, బస్ట్, బూమ్ అన్నాడు. డిప్రెషన్ అన్నా బస్ట్ అన్నా ఒకటే, పీక్ అన్నా బూమ్ అన్నా ఒకేలా తీసుకునే పాసిబిలిటీ ఉంది. సో దీన్ని తీసుకోము. ఇంకా 4 డిస్టింక్ట్ ఫీచర్స్ ఎక్కడ చెప్పాడు అంటే పీక్, రెసెషన్, ట్రఫ్, రికవరీ. పీక్, రెసెషన్, ట్రఫ్, రికవరీ. ఓకే, రికవరీ మీన్స్ బేసికలీ స్టార్టింగ్ ఫేజ్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, రైట్? అని తీసుకోవచ్చు. సో ఆన్సర్ విల్ బి సి హియర్. ఓకే, ఇలాగే ఇంకో బిట్ నాకు తెలిసి, ఫోర్త్ వన్ నాన్న. The 4 phases of business cycles are expansion, peak, boom, trough. ఎక్కడో డౌటే మనకి, బూమ్ ఇచ్చాడు, పీక్ ఇచ్చాడు, ఎందుకు గోలా? కాంట్రాక్షన్, ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, ట్రఫ్, బూమ్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, కాంట్రాక్షన్, పీక్, ట్రఫ్. ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, కాంట్రాక్షన్, పీక్, ట్రఫ్. పీక్, డిప్రెషన్, బస్ట్, బూమ్ అని అన్నాను. సో బిసిలో చూసుకోవాలి మనం. ఓకే, కాంట్రాక్షన్, ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, ట్రఫ్, బూమ్ అన్నాడు. ఓకే, ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, కాంట్రాక్షన్, పీక్ అండ్ ట్రఫ్ అన్నాడు. ఆన్సర్ విల్ బి సి. సో క్లియర్ కట్ గా ఉందిగా, కన్ఫ్యూజన్ లేకుండా. బిలో మళ్ళీ కన్ఫ్యూజన్ వచ్చే పాసిబిలిటీ ఉంది. ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ అన్న బూమ్ అన్న ఒకటే కదా. బట్ సి ఆప్షన్ చూడండి, ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, కాంట్రాక్షన్, పీక్ అండ్ ట్రఫ్. క్లియర్ కట్ గా 4 డిస్టింక్ట్ ఫేజెస్. సో ఇలా ఫేజెస్ ఇచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు 4 డిస్టింక్ట్ ఫేజెస్ దేనిలో అయితే ఆప్షన్ కనబడుతుంది దాన్ని చూసుకోండి. ఓకే నాన్న, కమింగ్ బ్యాక్ టు ద థియరీ. This one, right? Let us go through each phase one by one. So expansion phase can also be called as upswing phase. Okay, the expansion phase is characterized by increase in national output. So when the production in the country increases, employment increases, demand increases, investment increases, automatic consumer expenditure increases, sales. So all economic variables keep on increasing. This stage continues till when expansion stage will continue. This stage continues till there is full employment of resources. Till there is full employment of resources and production is at maximum possible level using the available product resources. So product employment full ga undi, employment of resources ante resources full ga vaadanta varaku ee stage vastane untundi. Okay, involuntary unemployment is almost equal to 0, and whatever the kind of unemployment we have, it will be frictional or structural. What do you mean by involuntary unemployment, sir? See, let us understand first what do you mean by voluntary unemployment. Voluntary unemployment, voluntarily you don't want to go for a job. Deliberately, voluntarily, you don't want to go for a job. That is called as voluntary unemployment. Okay, job is there, but you don't want to go. Involuntary unemployment, you are willing to work for jobs, but jobs are not there. You are willing to work any work, Nana. You are willing to do any work, but unfortunately, jobs are not. That is called as involuntary unemployment. That is called as involuntary unemployment. Involuntary unemployment is almost zero, but we will have frictional structural unemployment. What do you mean by frictional unemployment? What do you mean by structural unemployment? Okay, frictional employment. When you are shifting from one job to another job for a certain period of time, that is say weekdays or 10 days, if you are unemployed, this is called as frictional unemployment. And what do you mean by structural unemployment? When the economy is growing, definitely people will want to move from one sector to another sector. For that, they want to uh, learn new tricks or new they want to gain new knowledge. Okay, ఒక సెక్టార్ నుంచి ఇంకో సెక్టార్ డెవలప్ ఉంటున్నప్పుడు definitely people working in an automobile sector will want to move for software sector, right? Because the growth in software sector is much more than growth in mechanical sector. So definitely people will want to move to the higher growth sectors. For that, they need to learn new skills. Okay, for a small period of time they will be unemployed because they are learning new skills. Okay, so such kind of unemployment is called as structural unemployment. The same thing is explained here also. Structural changes in an economy changes structurally. Structural changes అంటే ఏంటి సార్? ఇప్పుడు దాకా ఆటోమొబైల్ ఇండస్ట్రీలో పనిచేస్తున్నాడు, సాఫ్ట్వేర్ ఇండస్ట్రీ బాగా గ్రో అవుతుంది. ఓకే, మరి ఆటోమొబైల్ అంటే మెకానికల్, సాఫ్ట్వేర్ అంటే కొన్ని టెక్నికల్, కొన్ని సాఫ్ట్వేర్ స్కిల్స్ నేర్చుకోవాలి, ప్యాకేజెస్ నేర్చుకోవాలి. మరి ఆడ ఏం చేస్తాడరా అంటే ఉన్న జాబ్ చేసి నేర్చుకోవడం కష్టం. అందుకే వన్ జాబ్ మానేసి 1 month నేర్చుకుని తర్వాత జాబ్లో జాయిన్ అవుతాడు. ఆ 1 month అన్ఎంప్లాయిడే అతను. ఇట్స్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ స్ట్రక్చరల్ ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్. ఓకే, సో such kind of unemployment exists. Price and cost also tend to rise faster. Base, yes, when demand increases, price of the goods increases. When demand increases, price of the goods increases. When price of the goods increases, profits increases. When profits increases, producer wants to produce more. Demand for factors of production increases. Cost of production also increases. So good amount of investment occur. Yes, now demand for all type of goods and services increases. There is altogether increasing prosperity growth, and standard of living will be high. Due to high levels of consumer spending. As the income increases, definitely consumers want to improve their standard of living. ఎప్పుడు కూడా అలాగే ఉండాలనుకున్నాను. ఇన్కమ్ పెరిగితే డెఫినెట్గా ఏం చేస్తాం, మనం స్టాండర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ ని ఇంప్రూవ్ చేస్తాం. We want to move to bigger house, we want to buy new things, new equipments, etc. So when there is an increase in consumer spending, definitely the business confidence increases. Producers are willing to take risk. They want to invest more, produce more. This keep on happening again and again, but it has to come to a stop. The growth rate eventually slow down and reach to the peaks. ఇలా ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతూ ఏమవుతుందిరా అంటే ఇలా ఇంక్రీజ్ అవుతూ ఏమవుతుందిరా అంటే ఇలా స్లో అవుతుందండి. దిస్ ఇస్ స్లో డౌన్. చూడండి, మాక్సిమం పాయింట్కి రీచ్ అయిపోతుంది. దానికన్నా పెరిగే పాసిబిలిటీ లేదు. ఫ్రమ్ దేర్ ఆన్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ టు ఫాల్. సో దిస్ పాయింట్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ పీక్. Nana. So we already seen frictional and structural employment. Okay, the peak or boom or prosperity. The term peak refers to the top or the highest point of the business cycle. Okay, in the later stages of expansion, big see మాట్లాడటానికి మన phases and separate గా మాట్లాడతాం, కానీ all are interconnected with one another. ఒక క్లారిటీ ఉండాలి. ఎగ్జామ్ లో కన్ఫ్యూజ్ చెయ్యడు, మీకు క్లారిటీ ఉండాలి వెదర్ హీస్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ ద గ్రోత్ ఆర్ హైయెస్ట్ ఆర్ ఫాల్ ఆర్ లోయెస్ట్, and what are the features of different economic variables during these phases. ఆ క్లారిటీ ఉండాలి, అంతేగాని ఓ కన్ఫ్యూజ్ చేసేయడు. ఓకేనా? రైట్. సో in the later stages of expansion, input becomes scarce. Yes, that's what I said now. Input becomes scarce and their prices increases. So in expansion phase, as the income of the people increases, people are willing to demand more. Okay, and when the demand increases, price of the goods also increases. Profits of the firms, when the price increases, profits of the firms increases. An entrepreneur will be willing to take more risk and he wants to produce more because his profits are increasing. Profits పెరుగుతున్నాయిగా, ఇంకా ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసి ఇంకా సేల్ చేద్దాం, నాకు ఇంకా ప్రాఫిట్స్ వస్తాయి. So let us produce more. There is a decision taken by the producer. In order to produce more, he needs to buy more factors of production. Unfortunately, factors of production are scarce. అది scarce గా ఉన్నాయి. Resources scarce కదా. So when the demand for factors of production increases, cost of factors of production increases. So prices of factors of production increases. అంటే ఏంటి, లేబర్ కి ఎక్కువ వేజెస్ పే చేయాలి, రా మెటీరియల్ కి ఎక్కువ ప్రైసెస్ పే చేయాలి, ఓకే, రెంట్ ఎక్కువ పే చేయాలి, ఇంట్రెస్ట్. సో when demand for factors of production increases, price of factors of production also increases. So inputs become scarce and prices of inputs also increases. Output prices. So when the price of factors of production increases, cost of production increases. When cost of production increases, definitely producer will sell goods at higher prices. Cost of production పెరిగినప్పుడు పోనీలే కన్స్యూమర్స్ ఫీల్ అవుతారని చెప్పేసి తక్కువ ప్రైస్ సేల్ చేయండి అన్న. విల్ సింప్లీ పాస్ ఆన్ ద బర్డెన్ టు ది ప్రొడ్యూసర్. ఎప్పుడైతే ప్రైసెస్ ఇలా పెరుగుతుందో, as long as see as soon as the prices increases, okay, immediately what will happen is that consumer will think once, is it necessary to buy these goods at such higher prices? See, initially, when the 10 rupees good becomes 11, he will not worry. When 11 rupees good become 12, he will not worry. But 10 rupees good, 15 rupees అయింది అనుకోండి, 50% పెరిగింది. 10%, 20% not a big deal. 10 rupees, 11, 12, not a big deal. Okay, కొందాం, మన ఇన్కమ్ కూడా పెరుగుతుంది కదా. But when the good 10 rupees good become 15 rupees, the consumer will hold back his consumption. ఇంత రేటు పెట్టి ఈ గూడు కొంటాం అవసరమా? That means there is increase in demand or demand is getting stagnated. అంటే ఇంత ముందు ఎంత అయితే అంతే కొనేవాడు, కొత్తగా మళ్ళీ ఎక్స్ట్రాగా పర్చేస్ చేయట్లేదు, డిమాండ్ స్టాగ్నేట్ అయిపోతుంది. అవుట్పుట్ ప్రైసెస్ ఆల్సో రైజ్ ర్యాపిడ్లీ, లీడింగ్ టు ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ అండ్ గ్రేటర్ స్ట్రెయిన్. అంతే కదా. ఇప్పుడు సడన్గా రాత్రి గవర్నమెంట్ కనుక కరెంట్ రేట్స్ పెంచింది అనుకున్నాను, మనం ఎక్కువ డిమాండ్ చేస్తాం అని చెప్పేసి, ఇట్ విల్ ఇంక్రీజ్ ద బర్డన్. అర్థమవుతుందా? ప్రైసెస్ ఆఫ్ నెసరీస్ పెరిగినాయి అనుకుంటున్నాను, ఏమవుతుంది, కొంటా, బట్ డెఫినెట్లీ విల్ ఇంక్రీజ్ ద బర్డన్. సో వెన్ ద కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ ఇంక్రీజెస్, ఆటోమేటిక్లీ స్టాండర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ డిక్రీజెస్. సో కన్సూమర్స్ విల్ థింక్ ట్వైస్ బిఫోర్ పర్చేసింగ్ ఏ గుడ్. కన్సూమర్స్ బిగింగ్ టు రివ్యూ దేర్ ఎక్స్పెండిచర్. ఇంత రేటు పెట్టి ఈ గుడ్స్ కొంటాం అవసరమా? మన శాలరీ చూస్తేనేమో 10-15% పెరుగుతుంది, ఇక్కడేమో రేట్లేమో ప్రతిదేమో మోర్ దెన్ 10% పెరుగుతుంది. సో కొన్ని గూడ్స్ మనం కొంటాం అవసరమా? కొన్ని గూడ్స్, కంఫర్ట్స్, లగ్జరీస్ కొంటాం అవసరమా? పోస్ట్పోన్ చేసుకుందాం కదా అన్న. ఓకే, డెఫినెట్లీ వాట్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్, డిమాండ్ విల్ స్టాగ్నేట్, కాన్స్టెంట్ అయిపోతుంది, పెరగదు, ఇంకా దానికన్నా పెరగదు. దిస్ ఈస్ ఎప్పుడైతే డిమాండ్ బికమ్స్ స్టాగ్నేట్ దట్ ఈస్ ద ఎండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్పాన్షన్, అండ్ ఫ్రమ్ దేర్ ది ఎకానమీ విల్ ఫాల్. అంటే ఇంకా దానికన్నా పెరగదని నెక్స్ట్ స్టేజ్ ఏంటో పడటం అనమాట. సో బిఫోర్ ఫాలింగ్ ఇట్ విల్ స్టే దేర్ ఫర్ ఎ స్మాల్ పీరియడ్ ఆఫ్ టైమ్, దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ ఎస్ పీక్. So this is the end of expansion, and it occurs when the economic growth has reached a point where it will stabilize కొంతకాలం ఆ పీక్ స్టేజ్ లో ఉండి, and for a short time, and then moves in reverse direction. That is peak. Okay, now contraction or recession. The economy cannot continue to grow endlessly. Expansion start చేస్తుంది మళ్ళీ. Okay, so there is a saying that what goes up must come down. So economy cannot keep on going up endlessly. Once peak is reached, increase in demand is halted and starts declining in certain sectors. Okay, so సడన్గా ఎకానమీ మొత్తం ఫాలో అవుతున్నా, ఏదో ఒక సెక్టార్లో రిసెషన్ స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. ఎక్స్పాన్షన్ కూడా ఏదో సెక్టార్లో స్టార్ట్ అయ్యి మిగతా సెక్టర్ స్ప్రెడ్ అవుతుంది. In the same way, recession also starts, the economy also starts falling in one particular sector and spreads to other sectors also. During contraction, there is a fall in level of investment and employment. See, why there is a fall in level of investment and employment? Reason for that. Producer has invested huge amount of money and he has produced a huge amount of goods, thinking that consumer will purchase these goods even at higher prices. Consumers prices high ఉన్న purchase చేస్తారని అనుకున్నాడు producer, but unfortunately consumers were not willing to buy these goods at such higher prices. ఇంత రేటు పెట్టి కొనాలా అనుకున్నాడు. సార్, ఈ విషయం ప్రొడ్యూసర్ కి ఇమ్మీడియట్ తెలుస్తుందా? తెలియదు. It will take some amount of time for producer to realize that demand has stagnated. Okay, that is what given in point number. Producers do not know instantaneously, that is immediately. Producers do not instantaneously recognize the pulse of the economy, mood of the economy, the behavior of the economy, and continue expecting higher levels of demand and therefore maintain their existing level of investment production. Producers will feel that consumers will keep on buying the goods even such at higher prices, but the mood of consumers has changed. Okay, but unfortunately producers were unable to identify the same thing. If producers have known the same thing immediately, they would have stopped investment, stopped production. But ఆ విషయం తెలియదు కాబట్టి they kept on investing and they kept on producing now. Because of this, what happened? On one hand, demand is less. On other hand, production increase, supply is reduced. So supply is greater than demand. And then automatically on excess stock. The consequence is a difference or mismatch between demand and supply. Initially, this happens only in few sectors at a slow pace, but rapidly spreads to all sectors. Remember one thing, expansion or contraction will always start in one sector and spread to other sectors. Economy lo ఒకేసారి జరగాలని లేదు. మన ఇండియాలో ఏమైనా జరిగిందా సార్? జరిగింది. ఆటోమొబైల్ సెక్టర్, కోవిడ్ ముందు ఆటోమొబైల్ సెక్టర్ went into recession. They were declaring production holidays. అంటే 6 days or 7 days మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేసేవాళ్ళు. or 2 days 3 days చేశారు ఏంట్రా అంటే స్టాక్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద కార్స్ దట్ వీ హ్యావ్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ దే ఆర్ ఇన్ స్టాక్ అవి సేల్ అవ్వకుండా నేను కొత్త స్టాక్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసుకునే ఉపయోగం లేదుగా basically the sector went into recession now. If we had not suffered with COVID, that recession would have spread to other sectors also. But COVID వచ్చింది కదా everything was blamed on COVID. Okay, Nana. Next. So producers being aware of the fact that they have indulged or they have engaged in excessive investment and overproduction, respond by holding back future investment. ఇప్పటికే చాలా చేస్తాం ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తాం ఎవరు కొనట్లేదు ఇంకా మన ఫ్యూచర్ ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు ఉన్న చేసే ఏదైతే చేద్దాం అనుకున్నారో దానంతా హోల్డ్ చేసుకుంటారు వద్దులే తర్వాత చూద్దాము ఓకే లీడ్ టు క్యాన్సిలేషన్ అండ్ స్టాపేజెస్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్డర్స్ ఫర్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్ అండ్ ఆల్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్పుట్ ఇంక్లూడింగ్ లేబర్ ఎటువంటి ఎక్స్పెండిచర్ దే డోంట్ వాంట్ టు ఇంక్లూడ్ దే డోంట్ వాంట్ టు డూ ఎనీ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్పెండిచర్ ఇప్పటికే చాలా చేసాము లాసెస్ వస్తున్నాయి ఇంకా మనం చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు ఎప్పుడైతే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ తగ్గుతుందో ప్రొడక్షన్ తగ్గుతుంది ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ కూడా తగ్గుతుంది thus in turn generates a chain reaction in the input market and producers of capital goods and raw materials in turn respond by cancelling. So once car manufacturing companies have cancelled orders or decided to reduce production, automatically machinery manufacturing companies or raw material suppliers they also decide to reduce their production. So oka industry nunchi inko industry na this is the turning point and the beginning of recession. Ikkada nunchi recession start ayindamma once producers decide to hold back their production, both consumer goods manufacturing companies as well as producer goods manufacturing companies iddaru kuda inka chesindi chalu ani anukunnarante there is a start of recession now. Okay, decrease in input demand pulls input prices down, income of wages and interest earners decline resulting in decrease in. So once the production decreases, employment decreases, income decreases. When income decreases, automatically demand also decreases. This decreases the demand for goods and services. Producers lower the prices. So already there is excess available with producers. Producers దగ్గర excess stock ఉంది. Producers సరిగా పాపం వాళ్ళు. So producers what they think is that let us sell these excess stock at lower prices so that we will be able to recover at least some amount of cost. ఏదైతే గోడౌన్లో పడుందో దానిలో మార్కెట్లో ఎంతో కొంత క్లియరెన్స్ సేల్ కింద అమ్మేస్తే కనుక మనకి ఎంతో కొంత రికవర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు కదా. So producers lower the price to dispose of means sell. Dispose of means sell nana. So producers lower the price to dispose of their inventories and for meeting their financial obligations. But consumers expect further decrease in prices and postpone their purchases. Yadavulu. Producer price తగ్గించి కొనుక్కోవచ్చు కదా కొనలా ఇంకా తగ్గిస్తాడేమో అని చెప్పేసి కన్స్యూమర్స్ తర్వాత కొందాం 4 రోజులు అయితే ఇంకా తగ్గిస్తాడు గాడు then we can buy these goods at further lower prices. Producer will become pissed off. Okay, నేను ఆల్రెడీ లాసెస్ లో ఉన్నాను నేను ఎంతో కొంత తగ్గిస్తుంటే కొనొచ్చు కదా కొనట్లేదు అసలు నేను ప్రొడక్షనే చేయడం ఎందుకు హాలిడే తీసేసుకుంటా ప్రొడక్షన్ హాలిడే డిక్లేర్ చేసేస్తా. With reduced consumer spending, aggregate demand falls, generally causing fall in prices. Okay, the discrepancy between demand supply gets widened further. నేను తగ్గించినా వాడు కొనట్లేదు ఇంకా డిమాండ్ తగ్గిపోయింది automatic gap between demand supply becomes more now. So when gap between demand supply becomes more, producers become pessimistic. The major problem. Once the investor become pessimistic, no matter whatever situation it is, he will not be willing to invest. రిస్క్ తీసుకునేవాడు పెసిమిస్ట్ అయ్యి కదా అంటే నాకు ఎందుకు అనుకున్నాను నాకు ఈ హెడేక్ ఎందుకు ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయడం ఎందుకు రిస్క్ తీసుకోవడం ఎందుకు అనుకున్నా అంటే కనుక మార్కెట్లో సిచ్యువేషన్స్ ఎలా ఉన్నా సరే మళ్ళీ వాడు ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేయడం అనేది చాలా కష్టం. ఓకే, అసలు ఎందుకు వచ్చిందా అంటే మనం చేసింది అది వాడు ప్రైస్ తక్కువ కొనుక్కోవచ్చు కదా కొనుక్కోలేదు ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఏమవుతుంది ప్రాబ్లం క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది. Okay, the discrepancy between demand supply gets widened further. This process gathers speed and recession becomes severe. Severe అయిపోతుంది fallen ఇంకా severe recession severe అయిపోతుంది. Okay, investment starts declining, production and employment decline, resulting in further decline in income, demand, consumption of both capital goods as well as consumer goods. ఇంకెప్పుడైతే pessimistic అయిపోయాడో producer అన్ని తగ్గుతాయి. Business firms become pessimistic. Point number O, business firms become pessimistic about the future state of economy. ఇంకా ఎకానమీ ఇప్పట్లో రికవర్ అయ్యే సిచ్యువేషన్ నాకు కనపడట్లేదు. As of now, I don't feel that economy is going to recover anytime soon. Let us not take any sort of risk. This state of mind is called as being pessimistic. Okay, and there is a fall in profit expectations which induces them to reduce investment. Bank credit shrinks. When producers are not willing to invest, definitely they will not be willing to borrow from banks. So bank credit or credit or loan or borrowing from banks decreases. Okay, investor confidence is at its lowest. When he's pessimistic, automatically confidence will be very, very low, almost equal to zero. Stock prices fall. Stock prices, the share prices will also fall. Unemployment increases despite fall in wage rates. Okay, the process of recession is complete, and the severe contraction in the economy pushes the economy into the phase of depression. So recession complete and we are already in severe contraction phase. From there on, there is no stopping, Nana. We will go into depression. Okay, trough and depression. Depression is the severe form of recession. Dash is the severe form of recession. Depression. So do remember, recession, contraction, man interchangeable ga use chesta untam. Okay, so depression is a severe form of recession and characterized by extremely sluggish. Sluggish means slow, very slow. Sluggish, slow. Okay, extremely sluggish economic activity. Economic rate becomes negative. This is the only phase where economic rate becomes. See, economic rate slowing down, economic growth slowing down is different thing from economic rate becoming negative. Okay, when production completely stops, Nana, economic rate becomes negative. Okay, so economic rate becomes negative and the level of national income expenditure declines rapidly. Demand for production and services decreases. Okay, prices are at its lowest. Depression at lowest కన్నా ఇంక అన్ని lowest ఉంటాయిరా. అన్ని వేరియబుల్స్ కూడా lowest గానే ఉంటాయి. And decline rapidly, forcing firms to shut down because they want to avoid their fixed cost. ప్రొడక్షన్ ఆపేసాం, వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్ ఆపేసినట్టే. బట్ ఈ సిచ్యువేషన్ ఇంకా కంటిన్యూ అయిపోతే ఏమవుతుంది, ఫిక్స్డ్ కాస్ట్ రెంట్స్ కూడా పే చేయడం ఎందుకు, రిటర్న్ చేసేద్దాం. కొన్ని బ్రాంచ్లు క్లోజ్ చేసేస్తారు. బ్రాంచ్ల తర్వాత చూసుకుందాం, మెయిన్ ఆఫీస్ ముందు మెయిన్ ఆఫీస్ రన్ చేద్దాం, అంతవరకు చాలు. మిగతా బ్రాంచెస్ అన్ని కూడా మనం క్లోజ్. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ వీ డిడ్ ఇన్ కోవిడ్. నాన్న అన్నెసరీగా రెంట్స్ పే చేయడం ఎందుకు, హ్యాండ్ ఓవర్ చేసేయండి డాడీ. మళ్ళీ బిజినెస్ రికవర్ అయితే అప్పుడు మళ్ళీ దాన్ని రెంట్ తీసుకోవచ్చు, ఆర్ ఇంకో ప్లేస్ రెంట్ తీసుకోవచ్చు. సో and decline rapidly, forcing the firms to shut down several production facilities. Companies will be unable to sustain workforce. See, when companies have shut down, Nana, they will not be able to sustain, or they will not be able to maintain workforce. So what they will do, they will start removing workers from the jobs. Okay, so this increases unemployment, leaves the consumers with really very little disposable income. A typical feature of depression is the fall in interest rate. In depression phase, in order to encourage the producers to borrow money and invest, the government of India or RBI will reduce the interest rate on loans. Even though, as he is pessimistic, as he is not optimistic, as he is pessimistic about the future of the economy గురించి ఇంకా pessimistic ఉన్నాడు కాబట్టి ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్ తక్కువ ఉన్నా సరే, he will not be willing to borrow money and invest. With lower rate of interest, people demand to hold money increases. Okay, next, అంటే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్ బాగా తక్కువ నా లోన్స్ మీద ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్, వెన్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్ ఆన్ లోన్స్ డిక్రీజెస్, ఆటోమేటిక్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్ ఆన్ సేవింగ్స్ ఆల్సో డిక్రీజెస్. ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్ ఆన్ లోన్ తగ్గిందా అంటే ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్ ఆన్ సేవింగ్స్ కూడా తగ్గుతాయి. సో ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్ ఆన్ సేవింగ్స్ తగ్గిందా అంటే డెఫినెట్లీ పీపుల్ విల్ నాట్ బి విల్లింగ్ టు ఇన్వెస్ట్, దే వాంట్ టు కీప్ ఇట్ యాజ్ క్యాష్ విత్ దెమ్సెల్వ్స్. సో బ్యాంక్స్ లో ఫండ్స్ తగ్గుతాయి, బ్యాంక్స్ నుంచి ఎవరు కూడా బారో చేయరు కూడా. Despite low rate of interest, the demand for credit declines because investor confidence has fallen. He has become pessimistic. So even though he can get loans at very low rate of interest, he will not be willing to borrow. Often the availability of credit also fall due to possible bank or financial crisis. Sorry, let us assume that the producer is willing to borrow money, but it becomes very difficult for him because your bank or deposit cheyadadu kada. It leads to financial crisis now. Industries, especially capital and consumer durable, suffer from excess capacity. What do you mean by excess capacity? Lack of production. Production తగ్గిపోయిందంటే మొత్తం excess capacity కదా. Plant capacity 10,000 units. As of now, plant is not producing anything. So the 10,000 units is called as excess capacity. Large number of bankruptcies and liquidations significantly reduce the magnitude of trade and commerce now. So in depression phase, whatever the loans that we have taken from banks, we will not be in a position to repay those loans. So we will become bankrupt. And most of the companies, what they will do is that they will close down they will wind up their business now to minimize their losses. At the end of depression, all economic touch the bottom, and the phase of trough is reached now. It's a very agonizing, very painful, very troublesome period, causing a lot of distress for all now. Okay, so Great Depression 1929 to 1933, which we suffered, is still cited for enormous misery and human suffering it's caused. Because the problem with Great Depression is that, forget about developing or undeveloped countries. No one was worried about underdeveloped and developing countries. Even developed countries suffered a lot during the Great Depression. Okay, thereafter we have recovery. Okay, recovery is not a phase, but in order to show the continuation, so how we will move from one cycle to another cycle, from again trough, how will the economy grows. In order to explain that, how from depression, how economy moves into expansion, to explain that continuation, we are explaining recovery. Okay, trough నుంచి expansion కి ఎలా మూవ్ అవుతాం. సో trough అంటే ఇదే కదా నాన్న. This is contraction and this is trough, right? And this is expansion. The starting phase is called as recovery. Starting phase is called as recovery now. The economy cannot continue to contract endlessly. It reaches the lowest level of economic activity called a trough and starts recovering, though generally lasts for some time and marks the end of pessimism and the beginning of optimism. So recovery is a phase where the producers will convert from being pessimistic to being optimistic. Okay. So this reverses the process. This reverses which process? Economic fall process. So recovery basically reverses the economic fall process. If the economy fall a minimum point reach in, recovery will reverse the process. That means again the economy will increase. Okay. This reversal process generally starts in labor market. How, sir? See, in depression phase or trough phase, unemployment is highest. People are already suffering a lot. So in such a state, people become desperate and they will be willing to work for lower wages. ఏదో పని ఉంటే చాలు బాబు, ఎంత తక్కువ ఇచ్చినా పర్లేదు, ఏమి లేదు తింటాను ఇక్కడ, వాడు ఎంత ఇచ్చినా పర్లేదు. So when laborers are willing to work for lower wages, on one hand, interest rate offered by loans or interest rate charged by banks, offered on loans or charged by banks is low. ఒకవైపు బ్యాంక్స్ ఏమో తక్కువ రేట్ ఆఫ్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్ కి లోన్స్ ఇస్తా ఉంటున్నాయి. On other hand, workers are willing to work for lower wages now. So it's a win-win situation for the producer. ప్రొడ్యూసర్ ఏమనుకుంటాడు, ఒకవైపు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ రేట్ చాలా తక్కువ ఉంది, ఇంకోవైపు లేబర్ ఈస్ విల్లింగ్ టు వర్క్ ఫర్ లోవర్ వేజెస్, సో ఐ కెన్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ గూడ్స్ ఎట్ వెరీ లో ప్రైసెస్. Slowly he will become optimistic. Pervasive unemployment forces the workers to accept wages lower than prevailing rates. వాళ్ళు జనరల్ గా ఎర్న్ చేసిన దానికన్నా తక్కువకే మేము పని చేస్తాం. ఓకే. Consequence of lower wages are the producer anticipate lower cost and better business environment. The business confidence takes off. He becomes optimistic and gets better. Producer starts to invest again and build stocks. Nana. The banking system starts expanding. It starts giving loans. Credit means loan now. Technological advancements require fresh investments into. So, the production starts, he needs advanced machinery. For that also, he needs to borrow and invest. So, automatically investment increases. When investment increases, production also increases. Employment increases. Income increases. Demand increases. Slowly, production again increases now. So, slowly, as production starts increasing, we will move from trough to expansion. Price mechanism acts as a self-correcting process in a free enterprise economy. Free enterprise economy means we're talking about capitalist economy. When it comes to capitalist economy, everything will be done by consumers and producers. It's called a price mechanism. Okay. The spurring or encouragement of investment causes recovery of the economy. This acts as a turning point from depression to expansion. Depression nunchi expansion ante a recovery phase turning point ku chupistunanu. A connectivity. Okay. As investment rises, production increases, employment improves, income improves, consumers begin to increase their expenditure. Already we have seen that above. Okay. Increased spending causes increased aggregate demand, and in order to fulfill the demand, more goods and services. So when income of the consumers increases, they will demand more. In order to satisfy the demand, producers will produce more goods. Employment of labor increases, unemployment fall, and economic activity expands. So AM features expansion, repair. So conclusion, it is to be re-emphasized that no economy follows a perfectly timed cycle, but the business cycles are regular. Business cycles are common phenomenon. It does not mean that all the countries have to go through economic cycle in the same period of time, with same intensity and same duration of time. అన్ని కంట్రీస్ కూడా ఒకేసారి ఒకే ఫేజ్ లో ఎంటర్ అవ్వాలని లేదు, ఒకే టైంలో ఉండాలని లేదు నాన్న. ఓకే, డిఫరెంట్ కంట్రీస్ ఎంటర్ different phases during different times. Okay. They vary in intensity and length. There is no set pattern by which they follow. Some cycles may be longer period of booms and some may have longer period of depression. Okay, so these are the phases of business cycles. Let us now see the features of business cycles. Okay, so different business cycles differ in duration and intensity. See, one thing is common. Every country has to go through these cycles. But apart from this, all other things differ from cycle to cycle. So different business cycles differ in duration and intensity. but there are certain features which they commonly exhibit. So what are the features which they commonly exhibit? They occur periodically, all that do not exhibit same regularity. They occur periodically, but they do not exhibit same regularity. Duration intensity of these cycles varies. Same regularity means the time period will not be same for all the cycles now. Okay, in some cases, expansion may be more, in some cases, expansion may be less. So they occur periodically, but they do not exhibit same regularity, consistency in terms of time duration. Okay. The duration and intensity of these cycles vary. Business cycles have distinct phases. Okay, they have altogether 4 phases, and length of each phase is not definite. You will go through all the 4 phases, but length of each, the length in terms of time, the length of each phase is not guaranteed, is not definite. Next now, business cycles generally originate in free market. They start in free market economies. That means capitalist economies. They are pervasive, widespread, and spread from one sector to one sector and one country to another country. Although all sectors are adversely affected by business cycles, some sectors such as capital goods industries, durable consumer goods industries are disproportionately affected. That means compared to other sectors, these two sectors are affected a lot. When an economy goes through business cycles, when an economy goes through all the phases, almost all the sectors will be affected. But these two sectors, what are those two sectors? Capital goods industries and durable consumer goods industries are affected a lot are affected more compared to other sectors. Compared to agriculture sector, industry sector is more prone to the adverse effect of trade cycle. That's what I said now. Because when it comes to agriculture sector, we talk about necessaries, right? So no matter what phase we are in, the demand for necessaries will almost be same. But when it comes to industrial sector, we talk about comforts and luxuries. So it will be affected more compared to the demand for necessaries. Okay. Business cycles are exceedingly complex phenomenon. Why it is a complex phenomenon? Because there are several variables which cause business cycles. So it is very difficult to pinpoint which variable will be cause for business cycles. Okay. They do not have uniform characteristics and causes. Okay, next. Repercussions. Repercussions means consequences of business cycles are felt on nearly all economic variables. When one particular variable changes, almost all the other variables will also change. Business cycles are contagious. That means they easily spread from one country to one sector to another sector and one country to another country. That means it is international. It has international feature also. Okay, so these are the features. Next, causes of business cycles. So what are the causes of business cycles? Basically, causes of business cycles can be divided into two types. One is internal cause, another one is external cause. Internal cause means causes within the economy, and that can be controlled to a certain extent. External causes means causes which are external to the economy and which affect almost all the economies together. Okay, right. So internal causes and external causes. Let us see internal causes first. First one is fluctuations of effective demand. This cause was given by Keynes. What Keynes said is that when there is change in aggregate effective demand, definitely there will be change in economic activities. In a free market economy where maximization of profit is the aim of the business, a higher level of aggregate demand will encourage businessmen to produce more. We all know that when demand increases, automatically investment increases, production also increases. And when demand decreases, investment decreases, production decreases, unemployment increases. So basically, according to Keynes, effective demand is the cause for fluctuations. Okay. Next, Nana. Along with that, what he said is the difference between exports and imports, that is a net foreign demand for goods and services, is also a cause. Also, when the exports of the country increases, when the demand for Indian-made goods increases in USA, automatically production in India increases. When demand for Indian-made goods in USA, that means demand for exports from India increases, automatically production increases, it leads to expansion. And when the demand for imports into India, when India is demanding more and more imported goods, that means demand for domestic made goods decreases. It leads to contraction. Okay. So this is the cause given by Keynes. Next, fluctuations in investment. According to some economists, they have not named the economists, but according to some economists, fluctuations in investment is the prime cause of business cycles. One of the sentences which are important for bits. So according to some economists, fluctuations in dash are the prime cause for business cycles. It can be demand, it can be investment, it can be money, anything. No. So answer will be investment. Okay, right. So investment spending is one of the most volatile component of aggregate demand. Volatile means changing. Okay, it will not be constant. It keeps on changing now. How? Based on the demand. If the demand increases, investment should also increase. If demand decreases, investment should also decrease. Investment fluctuates quite often because changes in profit expectations of entrepreneurs. When the profit expectations of the entrepreneur increases, investment increases. When the profit expectations of the entrepreneur decreases, investment decreases. New inventions may cause entrepreneurs to invest more. Okay, see, if you want to invent something, or if there is a new invention in the market and you want to use that invention in your company, definitely you have to invest more now. Investment may rise when the rate of interest on loans is also low. Investment increase in investment shift the aggregate demand to the right. That means there will be increase in demand. When there is increase in demand, leads to economic expansion. Decrease in investment will have an opposite effect. That means where there is decrease in investment, demand will shift to the left. That means demand decreases and economy also decreases. Now, variations in government spending. Government spending also causes business cycles. Fluctuations in government spending, which is impact on aggregate economic activities in business fluctuations. Right. So government spending during and after wars. See, during wars, government will spend huge amount of money on arms and ammunition, right? So because of this, what will happen, Nana? General production in the economy decreases. It leads to contraction. But after wars, government wants to restructure the economy. So it will spend huge amount of money on infrastructure facilities and welfare of people. So because of this, what will happen? The income of the employment increases, income of the people increases, and leads to expansion phase. So during wars, government expenditure will have one kind of effect, and after wars, government expenditure will have another kind of effect. వార్ అప్పుడు ఏంటంటే అంటే అన్ని గన్స్ అమ్యునిషన్స్ కోసం ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తారు మన అదే దాని మీద ఫోకస్ చేస్తారు. నార్మల్ ప్రొడక్షన్ మీద మనం ఫోకస్ చేయము. సో ఓవరాల్ ప్రొడక్షన్ ఏమవుతుంది, తగ్గుతుంది. బట్ ఆఫ్టర్ వార్స్ ఏంట్రా అంటే కంట్రీ డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసం ఫోకస్ చేస్తాం కాబట్టి overall production పెరుగుతుంది. So in this way, government spending will also lead to fluctuations. Okay, next, macroeconomic policy. Macroeconomic policies, we're talking about monetary policy and fiscal policy. Monetary policy means policy taken by RBI. Fiscal policy means policy taken by government. These two policies will affect the entire economy, not only economy but also business. Leads to business cycle. So let us see what is meant by expansionary policy. Generally, expansionary policies are taken during contraction phase. So what do you mean by expansionary policy? Policy taken to increase the economy is called as expansionary policy, such as increase the government spending or cutting of taxes are the most common methods of boosting aggregate demand. This is in boom, nothing but expansion phase. Softening means lowering of interest rates motivated political moves, political motives now. So if the government is thinking about elections next year, so definitely what it will try to increase the production. When production increases, employment also increases. So one of the ways to increasing production is reducing the interest rate on loans. When interest rate on loans decreases, automatically producers will borrow more money, they will invest, they will produce, employment increases. Government can claim credit for that increase in production activity. Okay, so it leads to inflationary effect and decline in unemployment rates. Next, anti-inflationary measures. If the government feels that the inflation is too high in the economy, as of now in India, inflation is very, very high. So in such a case, what government will do? It will reduce the spending, increase the taxes, and on other hand, RBI will reduce the increase the interest rate on loans. So by doing this, what will happen? We can counter inflation, anti-inflationary measures. Why there is inflation in the economy? Because as of now, people are demanding more. Why they are demanding more? Because they have more amount of money with them. So government needs to reduce the money with people. How it will do it? By increasing taxes and reducing government spending. By doing so, amount of money with the people decreases, demand decreases, inflation can be controlled to a certain extent. Drastic slowdown with negative growth rates may ultimately end up in recession. Okay, so government should be very, very careful by taking these measures. Okay, it should not it should not make drastic changes. What will happen? Instead of solving a problem, government may create a new problem. Drastic slowdown with negative growth rate may ultimately end up in recession. See, economy is in expansion. You want to reduce the growth rate. So you should be very careful. You should gradually do it now. If you do it abruptly or all of a sudden, instead of solving the inflation problem, we may suffer from recession. So we need to be very careful about it. Next, money supply. How money supply will cause business cycles. According to Hotre, trade cycles is a purely monetary phenomenon. That means according to him, trade cycles are because of changes in money supply. So unplanned changes in supply of money may cause business fluctuations. That means if people have more amount of money with them, it will have one type of effect on the economy. If people have less amount of money with them, it will have another type of effect in an economy. So an increase in supply of money. What do you mean by supply of money, sir? Amount of money available with public is called as supply of money. Amount of money available with public is called as supply of money. So if there is increase in supply of money, it causes expansion. Okay, in aggregate demand and economic activities. When there is increase in supply of money, definitely it will lead to expansion phase. However, excessive increase of credit and money also may lead to inflation. If capital is easily available, then consumers and business can borrow at low rates. It stimulates more demand. Automatically, it leads to a continuous cycle of prosperity. So on one hand, people are able to borrow. On other hand, companies are able to borrow. So companies will borrow money, invest and produce. And people will also borrow money and able to demand more and more goods. Because of this, what will happen? Overall production increases. It keeps on happening again and again and again. It is called as virtuous cycle of prosperity, growth. Prosperity means growth. Next, decrease in supply of money may reverse the process. Opposite will happen when the amount of money with people decreases. Overall production decreases, demand decreases. We will go into recession. Okay. Next, psychological factors. Here, psychological factors means we're talking about pessimism and optimism on the part of entrepreneurs. If entrepreneurs are optimistic, they will be willing to take risk and invest money. But if entrepreneurs are pessimistic, no matter whatever the conditions in the economy, they will not be willing to take any sort of risk and they will not be investing. So if producers are optimistic, it leads to expansion phase. If producers are pessimistic, it leads to contractionary phase now. That was given by Pigo, AC Pigo. Next, other factors. When it comes to other factors, we talk about theory given by Schumpeter, that is innovation theory. Okay, according to him, if the innovation increases, that leads to expansion phase. Trade cycles occur as a result of innovations which take place in the system from time to time. So if people are inventing new things or new techniques from time to time, definitely will lead to expansion. If there is expansion slowly, there will be contraction in near future also. Okay. Now, the cobweb theory propounded by Nicholas Calder. So, Nicholas Calder came up with a theory called as cobweb theory. According to him, business cycles result from fact that present prices substantially influence the production at some future date. Present prices substantially will affect production at some future. That means current period prices will affect future production. Current period prices will affect future production. How is it possible, sir? As of now, if the price of goods are very, very low, producers will not be willing to produce. So what they will do, they will plan that let us produce on some later date when the price of the goods increases. As of now, prastaniki prices baga takku unnayi, goods prices. So if the price of goods are very, very low, automatic profits will be low, right? So producers will not be willing to produce. It leads to scarcity of goods in the market. When there is scarcity of goods in the market, definitely producers know that in coming future, the price of goods are going to increase, because when there is scarcity of goods, automatically demand is greater than supply for goods. So prices will increase gradually over a period of time. So once the prices increases and they are up to a certain level, then we shall produce. That means current year prices are affecting future production. This concept was given by Nicholas Calder. ప్రస్తుతానికి ప్రైసెస్ తక్కువ ఉన్నాయి. ఇప్పుడు మనం ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, ఎందుకు తక్కువ ప్రాఫిట్స్ వస్తాయి. నువ్వు ఎప్పుడైతే ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయకూడదు అనుకున్నావో ఆటోమేటిక్గా మార్కెట్లో గూడ్స్ స్కేసిటీ క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది. దట్ మీన్స్ డిమాండ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సప్లై అవుతుంది. When demand is greater than supply, prices gradually increase అవుతా ఉంటాయి. When prices increases up to a certain level, కి పెరిగిన వరకు, then consumer will decide to produce good. That means as of now, he is not willing to produce, but in future date, he is willing to produce now. This is called as current prices affecting future production. Okay, these are all internal causes. Next, external causes. First one is wars. So, sir, what do you mean by external causes? Factors which are outside the economy. These factors affect everyone in the economy, not only one economy, but all the economies throughout the world. And these may also lead to boom or bust now. Okay, expansion and contraction. Okay, right. So wars. So during war times, production of wars like weapons and arms, etc., all these things increases. Okay, so that means resources are basically divert from normal production to arms and ammunition. Production of arms and weapons and ammunitions. Okay. So because of this, what will happen on overall production in the economy decreases. Production of consumer goods, production of producer goods decreases. When overall production decreases, it leads to contraction phase. Okay, now next, post-war reconstruction. Once war is done and dusted, the countries will try to reconstruct the country. The countries will try to reconstruct. For that, what they will do, they will invest huge amount of money on reconstruction of the country. When they are investing huge amount of money on reconstruction of a country, automatically it will increase the employment. When employment increases, income increases. When income increases, demand also increases. So it leads to expansion phase. Next, technological shocks. We are talking about technology changes now. When there is change in technology, definitely it will have an effect on the economy, not only one particular country, but the entire world. So growing technology enables production of new and better products and services. These products generally require huge investment for technological adoption. If you want to adopt a new technology, you need to invest huge amount of money. When there is increase in investment, automatically there will be increase in production, employment, and all other variables. This leads to expansion phase of employment. Expansion phase of employment. Example, due to advent of mobile phones, introduction of mobile phones, the telecom industry went into a drastic change. Okay, it went into expansion, and there was expansion of production, employment, income, and profits. Okay, right now. So this is about technological changes. And the next factor is natural factors. Natural factors means we are talking about climatic conditions. It also have effect on business. That means these factors also cause business cycles. Weather cycles cause fluctuations in agricultural output and causes instability, especially in agrarian economies. Agrarian economies, countries who are basically dependent on agriculture. Weather changes definitely affect the output of agriculture, and since these countries are dependent more on agriculture, definitely it will affect their economy. In the years where there are drought or excessive floods, agricultural output is badly affected. When agricultural output is badly affected, automatically income of farmers will decline. When income of farmers decline, definitely demand for consumer goods and capital goods will decline. Demand for consumer goods and capital goods by farmers decline. When demand for these goods decreases, automatically production in those sectors decreases. So that means you can clearly see that the effect is getting transmitted from one sector to another sector. ఒక సెక్టార్ నుంచి ఇంకో సెక్టార్కి ఎఫెక్ట్ ట్రాన్స్మిట్ అవుతుంది. అగ్రికల్చర్ సెక్టార్లో అవుట్పుట్ తగ్గడం ఏంటి, ఇన్కమ్ ఆఫ్ ఫార్మర్ తగ్గడం ఏంటి, ఆడ ఇన్కమ్ తగ్గితే ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఏమవుతుంది, డిమాండ్ ఫర్ కన్సూమర్ గూడ్స్, డిమాండ్ ఫర్ క్యాపిటల్ గూడ్స్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా తగ్గుతాయి. డిమాండ్ ఫర్ కన్సూమర్ గూడ్స్ అంటే వీఆర్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ అప్లయన్సెస్, టీవీ, రెఫ్రిజిరేటర్స్ ఇవన్నీ తగ్గుతాయి. డిమాండ్ ఫర్ క్యాపిటల్ గూడ్స్ అంటే ట్రాక్టర్స్, హార్వెస్టర్ మెషిన్స్ ఇవి కూడా బాగా తగ్గుతాయి నాన్న. సో ఓవరాల్గా ఏమవుతుందన్నా, ఇండస్ట్రీలో కూడా డిమాండ్ తగ్గి, ఇండస్ట్రీ గూడ్స్ డిమాండ్ తగ్గింది కాబట్టి అక్కడ కూడా ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ తగ్గుతుంది. సో ఒక సెక్టార్ నుంచి ఇంకో సెక్టార్ స్ప్రెడ్ అవుతుంది. రిసెషన్. Reduced production of food products also pushes up their prices and thus reduces the income available for buying industrial goods. Reduced demand for industrial goods may cause industrial recession. Next, population growth. See, the point that we need to remember here is that if the growth rate of population is higher than the growth rate of economic growth, if the increase in population is more than increase in income, then savings in the economy decreases. If increase in population is more than increase in income, example చెప్తాను నాన్న, ఇంట్లో 4 members ఉన్నారు, all 4 are working, automatic savings will be high. ఇంట్లో 4 members ఉన్నారు, ఒక్కళ్ళే earn చేస్తున్నారు, సేవింగ్స్ ఏమవుతాయి, తగ్గుతాయి నాన్న. సేమ్ ఇక్కడ కూడా, if increase in population is more than increase in income, it leads to fewer savings. When savings decreases, investment decreases, production decreases, employment decreases, income also decreases. So with lesser employment income, effective demand decreases, it leads to contraction phase. Ade explain chesanu nanu. Okay. Other factors. What are the other factors which lead to causes of business cycle, which lead to business cycle? And changes in laws related to taxes, trade regulations, government expenditure, transfer of capital and production to other countries. All these are reasons which lead to business cycles. Next, indicators of business cycles are leading indicators, lagging indicators, coincident indicators. Do remember one thing. What are these indicators? See, it is very difficult to predict which phase we will be going through in future. Future lo etuvanti phase మనం ఫేస్ చేస్తాము అంటే ఎటువంటి ఫేస్ మనం ఫేస్ చేస్తాము, which phase we will be going through, whether we will be going through expansion or contraction. ఇది ఐడెంటిఫై చేయడం చాలా కష్టం. But why we need to identify it? If we are able to identify it, then we can be well prepared, right? అనుకున్నట్టు జరిగింది అనుకున్నాను, మన దగ్గర మనం ఆల్రెడీ ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యి ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి పెద్ద ప్రాబ్లం అనేది ఏమీ ఉండదు. ఎకనామిస్ట్ యూస్ చేంజెస్ ఇన్ వెరైటీస్ ఆఫ్ యాక్టివిటీస్ టు మెజర్ ద బిజినెస్ సైకిల్స్ అండ్ ప్రెడిక్ట్ వెదర్ ద ఎకానమీ ఇస్ వేర్ ద ఎకానమీ ఇస్ హెడింగ్ టువర్డ్స్. ఎకానమిస్ట్ ఏం చేశారంటే, మనకి ఎంతో కొంత ఐడియా ఉంటే అట్లీస్ట్ వీ షుడ్ హ్యావ్ సమ్ సార్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఐడియా. సంథింగ్ ఇస్ బెటర్ దాన్ నథింగ్. At least we should have some sort of idea so that we can use that information and to predict which phase of business cycle we are going to అబ్జర్వ్ ఇన్ ఫ్యూచర్లో మనం ఎటువంటి బిజినెస్ సైకిల్ ని, ఏ ఫేజ్ ఆఫ్ బిజినెస్ సైకిల్ ని అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తాము అది తెలిస్తే కనుక వీ కెన్ బి వెల్ ప్రిపేర్డ్ నౌ. సో కీపింగ్ దిస్ ఇన్ మైండ్, డిఫరెంట్ వేరియబుల్స్ హ్యావ్ బీన్ క్లాసిఫైడ్ ఇంటూ 3. లీడింగ్ ఇండికేటర్స్, లాగింగ్ ఇండికేటర్స్, కోఇన్సిడెంటల్ అండ్ కంకరెంట్ ఇండికేటర్స్. ఈ టాపిక్ లో ఏంటంటే, when it comes to this topic, examples are important. What do you mean by leading indicators? These indicators will change prior to the change in economic activity. Lagging indicators, these indicators change after a change in economic activity. Concurrent and coincident indicators, these indicators will change along with the changes in economic activity. Ade chundadu kandaru. So leading indicator is a measurable economic factor that changes before the economy starts following a particular pattern. So it will change prior to the change in economic activity. And expansion kanna munde ee variables change avutayi, contraction kanna munde variables change avutayi. Okay, right nana. So these are some of the examples. These are the examples ra. Ivi examples. Ivi meer gurtu pettukotame. Okay nana. Right nana. Lagging indicators. Lagging indicators means these change after the change in economic activity. Production kanna munde change avute leading. Production tarvata change avute lagging. Lagging nana. Okay, if leading indicators signal the start of business cycles, lagging indicators confirm these business cycles. Leading indicators signal the start of business cycles, whereas lagging indicators confirm these cycles. Okay. Examples ante kinda ichana. That means by using leading indicators, we can predict what is going to happen in the future. But by studying lagging indicators, we can confirm, we can be sure what has happened in past. Past లో ఏం జరిగిందో చెప్పచ్చు, కన్ఫర్మ్ చేయొచ్చు మనం lagging indicators. Coincidental indicators. These indicators coincide or occur simultaneously with business cycle movements. And they occur simultaneously or coincide with business cycle movements. Since the coincide fairly closely with changes in cycle in economic activity, they describe current state. So, see, using leading indicators, we can talk about future. Using lagging indicators, we can talk about past. But using concurrent indicators, we can talk about the present situation in the economy. Present, ఏమవుతుంది ప్రస్తుతానికి. That means these indicators will change along with the change in economic activity. Okay, right now. So we can confirm the current position, whether we are in expansion or in contraction. Chappachu. Okay, now so examples for this one are also given. Okay. Next, business cycle affect all aspects of the economy. It is very easy to go through it. So altogether 19 points are there, right? Right, Nana. So understanding business cycles. So business cycles affect all aspects of economy. Basically, it affects everything, everyone in an economy. Okay. So what sort of decisions? How important these business cycles? Understanding these business cycles is important from business point of view. Business point of view, lo, ఈ business cycle understanding అనేది ఎంత important? ఎందుకు decisions తీసుకోవచ్చు? The first point, understanding the business cycles is important for business of all types. All types now, as they affect the demand for the product. Demand affect చేస్తుంది కాబట్టి ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి important అన్న, because your production depends on demand. Okay, the knowledge and inherent characteristics of business cycles is important for businessman to frame appropriate policies. ఈ goods కి ఏ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఎఫెక్ట్ చేసో తెలిస్తే కనుక దాని తగ్గట్టు నువ్వు పాలసీస్ ని ఫ్రేమ్ చేయొచ్చు. Okay, the period of recession or depression reduces business opportunities and profits. We all know that a profit maximizing firm has to consider the nature of economic environment while making decisions. For example, if the entrepreneur comes to know that we are going into recession, then he will hold his investment. తెలుసుగా ముందుగానే రిసెషన్ లోకి వెళ్తున్నాం అంటే ఏం చేస్తాడు, కొత్త ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్స్ అన్ని కూడా హోల్డ్ చేస్తాడు. But if he comes to know that we are going into expansion phase, then definitely he will increase the investment now, so that he is ready when there is expansion. Okay, so alani irute. Business cycles have tremendous influence of business decision. The stage of business cycles is crucial while making managerial decisions. That's just now I said, Nana, whether to expand our business or contract our business. That depends on the information that you have. If you come to know that we are going into recession, definitely you will hold back your investment. Investment ni taggichestavu. But if you feel, if you come to know that we are going into expansion, మన expansion లోకి వెళ్తున్నాం, మన ఎకానమీ expansion లోకి వెళ్తుంది తెలుసుకున్నా వాడు ఏం చేస్తాడు, ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ఇంక్రీజ్ చేస్తాడు. ఓకేనా. నెక్స్ట్, firms should exercise the capability to expand or rationalize production operations. All mean the same. Business managers need to work effectively to arrive at a sound strategic decision. Sound means good in complex time across the world. See, when everything is going smoothly, it becomes very easy to take good decisions. But when we are in crisis or contraction or recession, Nana, then it becomes very, very important to take good decisions. In order to take good decisions, you should have appropriate information available with you. Economy-wide trends can have significant impact on all types of business. Business cycles do not affect all sectors uniformly. We all know that. We already seen that, Nana. It affects industry sector more compared to agriculture sector. Okay, so business. But you have to remember one thing. Point number 11. Some businesses enjoy huge amount of profit in one phase. Okay, business whose fortunes means profits, are closely linked to the rate of economic growth are referred as cyclical business. Example for these kind of business are restaurant businesses, advertising business, overseas to international travel businesses, construction businesses. All these businesses enjoy huge amount of profits during expansion phase, and they will suffer equal amount of losses during contraction phase. Okay, so such kind of business are called as cyclical business. That means their business depend on the cycle that the economy is in. During boom, such businesses see a strong demand for their products. But during slump, they will see a sharp fall for their products. Some businesses actually benefit from an economic downturn. See, some businesses are there who earn profits during the contraction phase. Who are those? What are those businesses? Businesses which produce cheaper alternatives. Okay, such businesses earn huge amount of profits during contraction phase, because people in contraction phase, they suffer from money, right? They suffer from lack of money. Since they don't have money, they will shift from expensive good to its cheaper alternatives. Okay, so overcoming all such challenges is a very, very important phenomenon, important for business to survive. Okay, so in general, economic forecasts are not perfectly reliable. Neither, of course, are the hunches and intuitions. sixth sense we are talking about, okay, of entrepreneur. But having some sort of information is very, very important. Something is better than nothing. So economic forecast help business firms to prepare for changes in the economy either prior or soon after these changes occur. So how to know which phase of business cycle we are going to face? For that only we had indicators, right? Indicators ఎందుకు ఉన్నాయిరా? సో ఎకనామిక్ ఫోర్కాస్టింగ్ ఎలా చేస్తారా అంటే బేసికలీ యూజింగ్ ఇండికేటర్స్. ఇండికేటర్స్ యూస్ చేసుకుని ఫ్యూచర్ లో ఏం వస్తుంది, పాస్ట్ లో ఏం జరిగింది, కరెంట్ ఏ ఫేజ్ లో ఉన్నాం, ఇవన్నీ మనం ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి దాని తగ్గట్టు మన పాలసీస్ డిఫైన్ చేయొచ్చు. Last topic is business cycles. You already know there are three examples given here. Okay, one is Great Depression of 1930, and the one is information technology bubble burst, and the third one is recent example of global economic crisis. Okay, so if you go through all these examples, you can easily understand. Okay, Nana. So with this, we have completed business cycles. Only one chapter is left. That is called nature and scope of economics. If we complete these 4 chapters, you can easily answer 30 bits. Okay. So next chapter will be nature and scope of economics. Right. So the next chapter is nature and scope of business economics. So with this chapter, we will complete the quadrant of chapters, the 4 chapters which are important from examination point of view. Okay. Others are also important, but these 4 chapters: markets, price and output determination, different markets, business cycles, nature and scope of economics. You can easily answer. You will easily get 25 to 30 bits from these 4 chapters out of 60. Okay, if you're lucky, you will get more than that also. And we have seen that around 33, 34 bits were asked from these 4 chapters. Okay. Let us complete this chapter also. So the first chapter, first para, that is introduction to economics, is nothing but basics about economics. Okay, the term economics is derived from Greek word oikonomia, which means household. So till 19th century, economics was known as political economy. But Adam Smith came out with a book called An Inquiry into Nature and Causes of Wealth of Nations. In that book, he gave importance. He felt that economics should be studied separately. It should not be studied in as a common subject. Okay, I mean to say it should not be studied with other subjects. It should be studied separately. We should give separate importance to economics. Because of his contribution to economics, he is called as father of economics. So this book is also he wrote this theory in the book. He wrote this theory, that is the inquiry. The book, it is an inquiry into the nature, an inquiry into the nature and causes of wealth of nations. It's also called as wealth of nations, given by Adam Smith. Okay, so that is the basics about introduction to economics. Next, basis of economics. So when it comes to economics, it is dependent on 2 points. One is wants are unlimited and resources are limited. This was given by classical economists. Okay, but later on, modern economists, what they felt is that whatever the theory that was given by classical economists was correct but incomplete. It was correct, but it was incomplete, because as countries started developing, yes, resources are limited and wants are limited. But along with this, as economies started developing, we observed one thing, that is, we were able to find new resources. Yes, existing resources was scarce, so we were able to find alternative resources or new resources. The production capacity increased drastically. That was one factor which was affecting the production. Okay. Next, the other aspect was the growth rate was never smooth. We were suffering from fluctuations also. So these two aspects, that is increase in production capacity and fluctuations, that is business cycles, were not considered by classical economy. They simply focused on unlimited wants, limited resources. But not only these 2 points, but also these are the 2 points, that is productive capacity and business fluctuations also affect economics. So these 2 aspects are also to be studied. Okay. This is what modern economists came out with. Okay, so these were not covered by classical economists, so they came out with theories covering these 2 aspects. Next, what are the topics that are covered in economics? Basically, these topics can be divided into 2. One is micro and the one is macro. Okay, so what do you mean by micro? Micro means small. It is derived from Greek word which means small. So here, when it comes to microeconomics, we study from individual point of view, or we study from an organization point of view. Okay, when it comes to macroeconomics, we study about the entire economy as a whole. So coming back to microeconomics, here we are talking, when it comes to microeconomics, we talk about allocation of scarce resources. How efficiently how we are able to allocate these resources. Okay, right. So point number 5 and point number 6 are important from examination point of view. Microeconomics deals with allocation of resources. It is also known as price theory. Why it is called as price theory? Because we try to determine the price of individual units in microeconomics, okay, with the help of demand and supply of individual units. Next, coming back to, so these are the topics that are covered in microeconomics. Some of the examples: product pricing, consumer behavior, factor pricing, the economic conditions of a section of society, business behavior of firms, location of industry. So all these are from individual point of view. Nowhere we are studying about economy as a whole. Next, coming back to macroeconomics. The term macro is derived from the Greek word macros, which means large. Here we talk about the entire economy as a whole. Nana. That means we talk about total consumption, total savings, total output. That is, we're discussing from aggregate point of view. So when it comes to macroeconomics, we talk about utilization of resources. Micro is allocation of resources, macro is utilization of resources. And micro is also known as price theory, whereas macro is also known as income and employment theory. So what are the areas that are covered in macroeconomics? National income, national output, the general price level and interest rates, balance of trade and balance of payment, external value of money. External value of money means we're talking about value of rupee when compared to other currencies. Okay. The overall level of investment and savings, the level of employment, rate of economic growth. These are the areas that are covered in macroeconomics. Okay. Now coming back to meaning of business economics. What do you mean by business economics? Use of economic theories in business for taking decision is called as business economics. Use of economics in economic theories in business for taking appropriate decision, good decision is called as business economics. Let us understand what do you mean by decision making. See, decision making is a process. What that process involves? See, in order to solve a problem, we have different alternatives available in front of us. In order to solve a problem, we have different alternatives available in front of us. ఆకలి వేస్తుంది, ఆకలి తెరుచుకుంటానికి టిఫిన్ చేయొచ్చు, రైస్ తినొచ్చు, ఆర్ జ్యూస్ తాగొచ్చు. ఐస్ క్రీమ్, different options available ఉన్నాయి. You can't do all the things at a time. టిఫిన్ తిని అప్పుడే ఎమ్మటే మళ్ళీ లంచ్ చేసి అంటే ఎప్పుడే మీల్స్ తిని మళ్ళీ ఎమ్మటే జ్యూస్ తాగరు కదా నాన్న. ఏదో ఒకటే. Because why? Reason is that the money is limited with you. So you can't do all the things at a time, Nana. So you have to decide one appropriate action that is to be taken, which will satisfy your want at most. ఏ ఆప్షన్ అయితే నీ వాంట్ ని బాగా సాటిస్ఫై చేస్తుంది, నీ హంగర్ ని బాగా సాటిస్ఫై చేస్తుందో ఆ ఆప్షన్ ని చూస్ చేయాలి. సో చూసింగ్ వన్ పర్టికులర్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ as decision making, Nana. Okay, so decision making plays a very important role. The survival, growth and profitability of your business depends on decision making. If a decision making process is strong and appropriate, then definitely your business will prosper, or else it will not survive in the market. Okay, so decision making ఏ aspects of this content? What are the areas where we need to take decision? Examples are given here. Should our firm be in the business? Business చేయాలా చేయకూడదా? Decision making. Okay, next, should the firm launch a product given the highly competitive market nature? అసలు మనం కొత్త product market launch చేయాలా? Already market is super competitive. Is it necessary to launch a new product? Okay, should the firm make components? Point number E. I'm focusing on similar points. Should the firm make the components or buy the components? మనం తయారు చేయాలా, బయట నుంచి పర్చేస్ చేయాలా? General decision depends on what nana cost. What is the cost incurred for manufacturing that product and what is the cost incurred for purchasing that product? Whichever is lower, we will take that decision. If the cost of purchase is less than cost of manufacturing, definitely we will purchase that product. How to combat the risk and uncertainties involved? Whatever, when we are doing business in the environment, right, in society, right? So we will face certain aspects. We will face so many threats and so many opportunities. So how to take advantage of these opportunities and how to overcome the threats? All these decisions are to be taken, will be taken, Nana. Okay, we are to be taken, and in order to take appropriate decisions, we need to have a proper decision making system. Okay, right. So business economics, I have already explained what do you mean by business economics. Business economics can also be called as applied economics or managerial economics. Okay, so basically what we do is that when it comes to business economics, nothing but use of economics. So here definition is given, right? See, business economics may be defined as a use of economic analysis. Business economics is defined as use of economic analysis to make business decisions involving the best use of organizations' scarce resources. Use of economics in business is called as business economics. Why we are using economics in business? To take decisions regarding what? How well we can use the resources. ఏ కంపెనీగా రిసోర్సెస్ తక్కువ, ఈ ఉన్న రిసోర్సెస్ ని ఎఫిషియెంట్ గా ఎలా యూజ్ చేయాలి అనే విషయాన్ని మనం కొన్ని డెసిషన్స్ తీసుకోవాలి. దీనికి మనకి ఏంటి నాలెడ్జ్ కావాలి. ఆ నాలెడ్జ్ ఎవరు ఇస్తారు? మనకి ఎకనామిక్స్ ఇస్తుంది. సో యూజ్, అందుకే మనం ఏం చేస్తాం, డెసిషన్స్ తీసుకుంటానికి ఎకనామిక్స్ ని బిజినెస్ లో యూజ్ చేస్తున్నాం కాబట్టి దాన్నే మనం బిజినెస్ ఎకనామిక్స్ అంటాం. There is only one definition that is given by Joel Dean. So Joel Dean defined business economics in terms of use of economic analysis in the formulation of business policies. Use of economics in formulation of business policies. Policies frame చేయడానికి మన knowledge కావాలి. That knowledge will be provided by economics. So simply stating use of economics in business is called as business economics. Okay, Nana. So nature of business economics. So that means business economics also has certain features. Business economics is a science. Why it is a science, Nana? Because science means what? It's a theoretical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge. Whereas art means practical application of that theoretical knowledge. Science means theoretical knowledge. Science is a systemized body of knowledge which establishes cause and effect relationship. Theory nana mottam. If you do these things, what are the effects you will get? Ila cheste నీకే effect వస్తుంది. So business economics integrates the tools of decision making science such as business economics use not only economics but different fields, different domains, mathematics, statistics, econometrics. Econometrics means use of derivatives. Okay, with economic theory to arrive at appropriate strategies. So theories and use chesi the business will come about the use of appropriate strategy that is to be followed to achieve an objective. ఈ theories and use చేసి మన ఆబ్జెక్టివ్ ని ఏ విధంగా మనం ఈజీగా అచీవ్ చేయొచ్చు అనే పాలసీని డిఫైన్ చేస్తారు. Based on microeconomics. See, the manager is only concerned about his or her business. If I am taking policies, that means I am taking policies about my business, right? నా బిజినెస్ గురించి నేను పాలసీస్ తీసుకుంటా కానీ ఇండియాలో అన్ని కంపెనీస్ గురించి నేను పాలసీ తీసుకుని కదా నాన్న. Okay, so since I am thinking about my own business, that means we are thinking from individual point of view. So it is predominantly based on business economics is predominantly based on microeconomics. But it also incorporates uses macroeconomic analysis. Why, sir? Yes, you are concerned about your own business, but don't forget one thing, that you are not doing business in isolation. You are doing business in society. So there are several aspects which affect not only your business but also others. So నీ బిజినెస్ ఒకటే కాకుండా వేరే బిజినెస్ ఎఫెక్ట్ చేసే ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ కూడా ఉంటాయి because you are doing business in society. So when you need to understand about those factors which affect everyone commonly, you need to understand macroeconomics. నువ్వు ఒక్క బిజినెస్ గురించి మాట్లాడితే కనుక మైక్రో ఎకనామిక్స్, బట్ ఎకానమీలో చాలా ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఉన్నాయి అన్న. ఆ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఏంటంటే నీ బిజినెస్ ఒక్కటే కాదు, సొసైటీలో అందరికీ ఒకేలా ఎఫెక్ట్ చేస్తాయి. అంటే సొసైటీలో అన్ని బిజినెస్కి ఎఫెక్ట్ చేస్తాయి, ఒకేలా కాకపోయినా అందరికి ఎఫెక్ట్ చేస్తాయి. సో ఆ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ స్టడీ చేయాలంటే వీ నీడ్ టు ఫోకస్ ఆన్ మైక్రో ఎకనామిక్స్. ఏంటి సార్ ఆ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ అనేది? గవర్నమెంట్ పాలసీస్ ఆఫ్ టాక్సేషన్, interest rate, exchange rate, industrial policies, distribution, wages, regulation of monopolies, all these affect everyone in an economy. So వీటిని స్టడీ చేయడానికి మనం మైక్రో ఎకనామిక్స్ యూస్ చేస్తాం. బిజినెస్ ఎకనామిక్స్ ఈజ్ అన్ ఆర్ట్. వాట్ డూ మీన్ బై ఆర్ట్? ప్రాక్టికల్ అప్లికేషన్ ఆఫ్ థియరీస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఆర్ట్. ఏదైతే నువ్వు చదివావో, మ్యాథ్స్ స్టాడీ అయితే చదివావో అవన్నీ కూడా ప్రాక్టికల్ అప్లై చేయడం మనం ఏమంటాం? ఆర్ట్ అంటాం అన్న. సో ఇట్స్ ప్రాక్టికల్ అప్లికేషన్ ఆఫ్ థియరాటికల్ నాలెడ్జ్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఆర్ట్. Use of theory of markets and private enterprises. Since I am concerned about my business, okay, we basically use the theories of the firm. Okay, what are the theories? See, I will use the theories which will benefit particular firm regarding resource allocation and how the private enterprises have to work in an economy, all those things. Okay, next, pragmatic in approach. Pragmatic means clear, practical in approach. Okay, microeconomics, compared to microeconomics, business economics is much more practical and realistic. Why, sir? In microeconomics we take unrealistic assumptions, but when it comes to business economics you can't use theories which are based on unrealistic assumptions as it is. Exactly, use cheyalo, modify chesukovali. So since you are using economics in real life, you can only use realistic theories. So it is, so business economics is pragmatic in approach, realistic. Okay, if these theories are realistic, whatever the theories that you are dependent on, if these theories are realistic, then only you can tackle, you can solve your problems easily. Interdisciplinary nature, as we said earlier, business economics means not only use of economics but also using different theories, different concepts. So basically we keep on using different concepts. It is called as interdisciplinary. We use mathematics, operational research, management theory, accounting. All these things are used to increase the viability of your business. Normative in nature. What do you mean by normative in nature? Basically, when it comes to science, it is of two types. It can be either positive or normative. Positive means it focuses only on facts. It explains what has happened. Normative means it not only explains what has happened but also gives suggestions. So basically mentioning problem is positive. How to overcome that problem? Giving suggestions also giving suggestions is normative. Problem ఒక్కటే చెప్పటం positive. Yes, this is the problem. You can take the step and suggestion ఇవ్వటం that is normative. Entrepreneur needs normative economics, not positive economics, because he already know the problem. He wants to know the solution, suggestion, how to overcome that problem. So that's why normative is important now. So positive means we only focus on what is, that is fact, not what ought to be or what should be done. What is or what has happened, అదే చెప్తుంది పాజిటివ్. What should be done అది చెప్పదు. సొల్యూషన్ అనేది సజెషన్ అక్కడే వదిలినారు. So since it describes facts, it is descriptive in nature. Okay, it is not giving any type of suggestion. If you are giving suggestion, basically you are prescribing. Doctor దగ్గరికి వెళ్తారా, డాక్టర్ ఏం చేస్తారు? ఫస్ట్ what doctor will do, he will write down all the facts, temperature, BP, etc. Basically you are describing all the things that has happened. You are describing all the things that has happened and he keeps on noting it down. Okay, descriptive. Facts are always described. Now after studying all these facts, he will suggest certain medicines. If you take those medicines, it will be beneficial. The suggestion is called as prescribing చెప్తున్నాను అన్నమాట. Okay, so you take these medicines. So positive science is always descriptive, whereas normative is prescriptive in nature. Okay, so it is prescriptive in nature and suggests what should be. Okay, so a business economics, if it is positive, it is no way helpful to the entrepreneur because he already knows the problem. He wants to know the solution, so it should be normative in nature. Okay, so these are the features of business economics. Now, scope of business economics. When it comes to scope of business economics, it covers both microeconomics as well as macroeconomics. The scope of business economics divided into two categories based on the economic theories that are used to overcome the business problems. So in order to overcome certain problems, what entrepreneur will do, he will use certain type of theories. These theories can be divided into two. One is microeconomic theories and the one is macroeconomic theories. Okay, so microeconomic theories are used to solve problems which are within the organization, and macroeconomics theories are used to solve the problems which are external to the organization. Okay, right. So let us see one by one. All these are already known to you people. So first microeconomic policies are demand analysis and forecasting. Demand analysis means we're talking about theory of demand, and forecasting means we're talking about demand forecasting. These two are used to find out the current position of demand and what will be the demand for its products in future. The current position of company, the current demand position of company products, and what will be the demand in future now. So this is internal. Next, production cost analysis. So what is production? So how much amount, what is the relationship between input and output? How much amount of output is produced from given level of input? What is the cost that we are incurring? All these things you can learn here with the help of production cost analysis. Inventory management. We are talking about how much amount of raw material and finished goods is to be maintained in the godown. Too much amount of raw material and finished goods means your money is getting stuck, and too little means your production will be adversely affected. So you will use inventory management to have control over the amount of stock that you are maintaining, both in terms of raw material as well as finished goods. Next, market structure and pricing policy. In what kind of market we are operating? If so, what sort of policies we have to take? That you can understand with the help of market structure. And pricing policies means what sort of prices are to be fixed to the goods and services to have a competitive edge and to increase our market share. So ఇవన్నీ కూడా కంపెనీ తన గురించి ఆలోచిస్తుంది. ఈ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్ని కూడా related to one particular company. Okay, Nana, that's why we are using microeconomic policies, because all these problems are related to one particular company. It does not mean that every company will go through the same policy when it has same kind of problem. Okay, ఇవన్నీ కూడా అంటే కంపెనీ is thinking about itself. నాకు ఈ ప్రాబ్లం ఉంటే ఎలా ఓవర్కమ్ చేయాలి? Resource allocation. Every company's resources are limited, Nana. The company has to take decision how to utilize these resources efficiently, how to allocate these resources. Theory of capital and investment decisions. ఈ capital ని మనం ఎలా how to raise the capital that is required by the company, and once the capital is raised, how to invest it. Next, profit analysis. What sort of profit you have expected or I have expected, and how much amount of profit I got. Next, risk and uncertainty analysis. When you're doing business, is nothing but it is taking risk and overcoming uncertainties, right? So what sort of risk we are going to face in future? What sort of uncertainties we are going to face in future? We should be able to analyze all these things. If we are able to analyze, then we have to. If we are able to analyze and we have done analysis, then we have to frame appropriate policies so that if things happen as expected, నువ్వు అనుకున్నట్టు రిస్క్ అన్సర్టెనిటీ వస్తే కనుక ఆల్రెడీ పాలసీ ఉంది కాబట్టి యూ కెన్ ఈజీలీ ఓవర్కమ్ దోస్ రిస్క్ అండ్ అన్సర్టెనిటీస్. సో దీస్ ఆర్ మైక్రో ఎకనామిక్ పాలసీస్. Why these are macroeconomic policies? Because they are concerned only to one particular company. Now coming back to macroeconomic policies. Macroeconomic policies are used. Environmental factors have significant influence upon the functioning and performance of business. The major economic factors are major macroeconomic factors are these factors affect everyone in the economy now. The type of economic system, what type of economic system we are following, the country is following, capitalist, socialist, or mixed economy. It will have bearing on every company. Failure of business cycle, it will affect everyone. Next, general trends of national income, working of financial sector and capital markets, social and political environment, socio-economic organizations like trade unions, producers, consumers, all these government policies, all these have an impact on everyone in the organization. In order to overcome all such kind of problems, we will use macroeconomic policies. Okay. Right. The next topic is central economic problems. See, in economy, resources are scarce. When resources are scarce, you can't satisfy everyone wants. So economy will face certain problems. So every economic system, be it capitalist, socialist, or mixed, has to deal with this central problem of scarcity. Economics means scarcity. Scarcity means economics. When there is scarcity, definitely it will lead to certain problems. These problems are categorized into 4 questions. What are those? First one is what to produce. It is concerned about allocation of resources. That means since you can't produce all the goods that you want, you have to decide which goods are to be produced first. Okay. Second question is how to produce. That means in order to produce these goods, which technique is to be used. Technique means whether to use labor intensive or capital intensive. Again, remember one thing, both labor and capital are resources which are scarce in quantity. So you can't use unlimited amount of labor, you can't use unlimited amount of capital, you can't use unlimited amount of both the resources. So you have to decide which technique is to be used so that your cost of production is low. So that is how to produce. Okay. Next, for whom to produce. Whatever the goods that you have produced, Nana, how these goods are to be distributed. As a society cannot satisfy each and every want of all the people, it has to decide on who should get how much amount of total output of the goods and services. So whatever the goods that are produced by the society, in what way these goods are to be distributed in the society, so that there is some sort of equality. Okay. Next, now, what provision should be made for future economic growth? Here, provision means we're talking about savings here. So resources are scarce, so you can't use all the resources for current consumption. If you use all the resources for current consumption, you will not have resources for future production and consumption. Keeping that thing in mind, what we have to do, we have to save certain amount of resources for future consumption also. So these 4 questions are very, very essential, and we need to answer these 4 questions. Okay, it is common for any kind of economy, whether it's capitalist economy, socialist economy, or mixed economy. So next topic is economic systems. Basing on the ownership of factors of production. Okay, the economic systems have been classified into 3 types. Okay. Basing on the ownership of factors of production, the economic systems have been classified into 3 types. First one is capitalist economy. Under capitalist economy, everything will be done by consumers and producers. That means private sector will play a very crucial role. There will be government, but its role is very, very limited. Okay, many of them are there are so many countries which are following this capitalist economy. Example: USA, UK, Germany, Japan, Mexico, Singapore, etc. But many of them are not pure form of capitalist economy, but show some features of capitalist economy. See, before 1930 Great Depression, they were pure capitalist economy. But after 1930 Great Depression, the role of government in economy, be it a capitalist economy, has increased. Okay. So as of now, we will not find pure capitalist economy, but we will find some form of capitalist economy. So capitalist economy can also be called as free market economies or laissez-faire economy. Why it is called as free market economy? Because government generally will not intervene in the market to affect demand and supply. So what are the features of capitalist economy? Right to private property. In this market, in this capitalist economy, individuals have right to own assets, right to own private property. Okay. Next, now, right to own factors of production, assets, or private property. Freedom of enterprise. What do you mean by freedom of enterprise? Any person is free to engage in any type of economic activity. Any company is free to engage in any kind of economic activity. Freedom of economic choice. A person is free to make their own economic choices. That is, they can decide what goods they want to consume. They can decide what work they want to do. They can decide what activity they want to perform. Okay, so freedom of enterprise and freedom of economic choice. Generally, freedom of enterprise basically is about deciding or choosing in what type of economic activity we want to get engaged ourselves. So each individual, whether consumer, producer, or resource owner, is free to engage in any type of economic activity. This is called freedom of enterprise. ఎటువంటి ఎకనామిక్ యాక్టివిటీ టేకప్ చేయొచ్చు, ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ చేయొచ్చు, బిజినెస్ చేయొచ్చు, ప్రొఫెషన్ ఉండొచ్చు. Okay, economic choice ante entra ante it's you have every right to decide where you want to spend your money. Okay, adi. Next, profit motive. Profit motive is the driving force in the free enterprise economy. Okay, it is the driving force in the free enterprise economy, and that's all the economic activities. See, ఎక్కడైతే ఎక్కువ ప్రాఫిట్స్ వస్తాయో ఆ యాక్టివిటీస్ ని టేకప్ చేస్తారు బికాస్ ఇస్ ద డ్రైవింగ్ ఫోర్స్. ఓకేనా, ఇఫ్ యూ వాంట్ టు ఓన్ ప్రైవేట్ ప్రాపర్టీ యూ నీడ్ టు ఎర్న్, రైట్? సో యూ నీడ్ టు ఎర్న్ ప్రాఫిట్స్. సో ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఉంటేనే ప్రైవేట్ ప్రాపర్టీ, అందుకే ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఎక్కడ ఎక్కువ వస్తాయో ఆ యాక్టివిటీని టేకప్ చేస్తాం. కన్సూమర్ సోవరిటీ. వాట్ డు మీన్ బై కన్సూమర్ సోవరిటీ? కన్సూమర్ ఇస్ ద కింగ్ under capitalism now. So he will decide what goods are to be produced, how to be produced, etc. Okay. So consumer sovereignty means buyers ultimately determine which goods and services will be produced and what quantity. Consumers have unrestricted freedom. So he has complete freedom. So basically we all know supply is based on demand, production is based on demand. So consumer will decide what goods are to be produced and how much quantity. Basing on that, producers will produce the goods. Competition, important. Do remember this point now. Competition is the most important feature. So what is the most important feature in capitalist economy? It's not profit motive, it's not right to private property, but it is competition. Competition is the most important feature of the capitalist economy. Competition brings out best in everyone. Consumer, producers, it will bring out the best in everyone. Absence of government intervention. There will be government, but its role is very, very limited. Most of the economic activities are performed by private sector. Okay, it is self-regulating market. This capitalist economy is a self-regulating market. Next, price mechanism. Most of the central economic problems are solved by private mechanism, price mechanism or market mechanism. That means it is solved by demand and supply. Okay. Next, merits of capitalism. We all know what are the merits of capitalism. It is self-regulating. Capitalism is self-regulating. That means in case of any differences between demand and supply, it will get adjusted automatically. There is no need for government to again intervene. How it is self-regulating basing on price mechanism. That means we're talking about demand and supply. Either differences on demand supply మధ్యలో ఆటోమేటిక్ అదే అడ్జస్ట్ అవుతుంది. మళ్ళీ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంటర్వ్యూన్ అవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. Existence of private property and this forces people to earn profits. Okay. The process of economic growth will be faster compared to other economic systems. So next, here resources will be efficiently used and compared to other economic system, here the productivity will be high. So resources are used in activity in which they are mostly productive. ఎక్కడైతే ప్రొడక్షన్ ఎక్కువ వస్తుందో అక్కడే రిసోర్సెస్ ని మనం యూజ్ చేస్తాము. This is usually high degree of operative efficiency. Competition ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి definitely here the firms have to work efficiently. Next, Nana, they will use cost effective methods. Why? To reduce the cost. As cost decreases, automatic profits will increase. Capitalism offers incentive. It offers incentive for efficient economic decisions and implementation. So if a company has taken good decision, then definitely it will be rewarded with profits. Good decision తీసుకుంటే మార్కెట్ సర్వైవ్ అవుతుంది, ప్రాఫిట్స్ బాగా earn చేస్తారు కంపేర్ టు అదర్ కంపెనీస్. ఓకే. Next, consumers are benefited here. Why, sir? Because there is competition, there are large number of firms, so the consumer will be made available with number of goods at lower prices. Okay. Capitalism offers incentive for innovation and technological process. ఎవరైతే ఇన్నోవేట్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారో, ఎవరైతే టెక్నాలజికలీ అడ్వాన్స్డ్ మెషినరీ యూస్ చేస్తారు, డెఫినెట్లీ వాళ్ళకి కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడక్షన్ తగ్గుతుంది, ప్రాఫిట్స్ పెరుగుతాయి. So basically, capitalism offers incentive for innovation and technological process. That's why you see most of the innovation and technological process takes place in capitalist countries. Because if you have invented something, if you are using advanced technology, definitely you will be rewarded with lower cost of production and higher profits. Okay. It preserves fundamental rights. What are those fundamental rights? Right to freedom and right to private property are the basic fundamental rights which are preserved in capitalist economy. Next, it will definitely reward the people who innovate and punishes who do not innovate. That means if you innovate, then only you can survive in the market because of competition. If you don't innovate and keep on using the age-old techniques, definitely you can't survive in the market. Okay. And it works in democratic framework. What do you mean by democratic framework? Equal opportunity, equal right for everyone. Okay. So it works in democratic framework. Okay. And encourages entrepreneur class. Definitely. So when you are encouraging profit, it means it encourages entrepreneur class. So these are the merits. What are the demerits now? Here we are only focusing on profits, but not on equality and welfare. So it leads to vast economic inequalities and social justice. Okay. So this creates a divide in the society, haves and have-nots. Okay. Next, inequalities lead to wider differences in terms of economic opportunity. Rich will have more opportunity compared to poor. Okay. So due to income inequalities, the pattern of demand does not represent the real needs of the society. See, if rich are getting richer, definitely they will demand luxury goods, and companies will also produce more and more luxury goods. Whereas people who don't have money, even though they demand nana, they will not goods. Those goods will not be produced. So if there is income inequalities, definitely the demand does not represent the real needs. Whatever the goods that we are producing, it does not represent the real needs of the society. Under capitalism, there is a presence of property rights over the precedence. Precedence means importance is given to profit over human welfare. So it ignores human welfare. We all know that. Because of that, there is exploitation of labor. And consumer sovereignty is simply a myth, Nana. Theoretical point of view, we have studied that consumer is king, but producers generally will produce goods in which there is possibility of earning more profits. ఎక్కడైతే ఎక్కువ ప్రాఫిట్స్ earn చేసే పాసిబిలిటీ ఉందో ఆ goods ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తుంది కానీ నువ్వు అడిగా అని చెప్పేసి నీ goods ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయండి. For example, even though there is demand for more necessaries, he will produce luxuries only because profits in luxuries are more than profits in necessaries. Okay. So consumer sovereignty is simply a myth. It's a imaginary thing now. So there is every possibility of misallocation of resources because resources will be used for luxuries other than necessaries. It is a problem. Less of merit goods. He's only focusing on profits. He's not at all concerned whether these goods are beneficial to the society or not. Okay, so merit goods are kada demerit. Merit goods means goods which are beneficial to society. Demerit goods means goods which are not beneficial to society, which are harmful to the society. So generally, a company will earn more profits in liquor and alcohol compared to profits in merit goods. Okay, so basically, he will produce goods which are harmful to society rather than producing goods which are beneficial or meritorious to the society. Okay, due to unplanned production, due to here the production is completely unplanned. That means whichever good is demanded more, basically they need to produce those goods. So because of these, the demand keeps on changing, so production also keeps on changing. It leads to economic instability. It leads to enormous wastage of productive resources. Okay, because companies spend huge amount of money on advertisement. Capitalism leads to formation of monopolies. Okay, and it gives more importance to material. It gives more importance to material rather than and human welfare, environmental protection, etc. Okay. Now coming back to socialist economy. Okay, the concept of socialist economy was given by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. Okay, so they came up with a book called Communist Manifesto, which was published in 1848. So in this economy, the material means of production, that is factories, coal mines, or all the factors of production are owned by government or owned by government. So basically, to overcome the problems or demerits of capitalist economy, we came up with socialist economy. Okay, here the resources are owned by government instead of private sector. Okay, it is also called as command economy because government commands the economy. That's what it's called as command economy. Command economy or centrally planned economy because everything is planned well in advance. That's why it's called a centrally planned economy. Okay. So the resources are allocated according to the commands of the centrally planning authority, and therefore market forces, that means demand and supply, has no role in allocation of resources. Here everything will be decided by the government. As per the instructions of the government, goods will be produced and distributed. Okay, so here market force, that is demand, supply, have no role to play. Okay, so the erstwhile once upon a time USSR was an example of socialist economy. As of now, we can't find socialist economic countries, but still there are countries which have the ideology of socialism. Example, China. Okay, right, Nana. So what are the features of socialist economy? Collective ownership. Here everything is owned by. That means here there is no right for private property. Everything is owned by government. Okay. ఇది నాది అంటానికి లేదు, అంతా మనదే. ఓకే, గవర్నమెంట్ అంటే ఇంకా అంతా మనదే అన్నమాట. నెక్స్ట్ నాన్న, economic planning. Here there is a planning authority which plans everything well in advance. So what goods are to be produced and how these are to be produced. So basing on the instructions given by economic planning authority, goods are to be produced. Absence of consumer choice. There is no concept of consumer sovereignty in socialism. See, you will be given job, you will be free from hunger, but you don't have any choice. Whatever the job that is given to you, you have to do that job, whether you like it or not. And whatever the food that is given to you, you have to consume it, whether you like it or not. Okay, so there is a freedom from hunger and you have right to work. Okay, but it is not according to your choices. It will be decided by government based on the requirement of the society, and you have to do it and eat it whether you like it or not. Next, relative income distribution. Compared to capitalist economy, here since everyone has a job, income is almost equally distributed in the society. So there is less possibility of inequalities in the society. Minimum role of price mechanism and market forces. The role of demand supply, the role of consumer and producer is very, very minimum. See, in socialist economy, there are consumers and producers, but they don't have any freedom of enterprise or any freedom of economic choice. Everything will be decided by government. Socialist economy lo consumers producers untar nana, but producers will produce goods as per the instructions of government, and consumers should consume goods as per the instructions of government. So basically they are there, but they don't have any sort of freedom. Okay, either freedom of enterprise or freedom of economic choice. So the role of private price mechanism or consumers and producers is very, very low. Absence of competition. Since everything is done by government, there will be no competition. So merits. Here, merits means first equitable distribution of wealth and income. There is equitable distribution because there is right to work, right? The government will make sure that everyone has a job and everyone is earning. So there is equitable distribution of wealth and income. Rapid and balanced economic growth. All the sectors, all the areas in the economy will grow rapidly and there will be balanced economic growth. Okay, that means there will be no imbalance. Imbalance అంటే ఏంటి సార్? ఒక ఏరియా బాగా డెవలప్ అవుతుంది అంటే cities are getting developed and villages are lagging behind or falling behind. That is a problem in capitalist economy. But ఇక్కడ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే government will establish companies both in towns, cities as well as in rural areas. So overall, all the areas will develop. That is called as balanced economic growth. Okay. Next, here the company can reduce wastage. How, sir? Since there is no competition, there is no need to spend huge amount of money on advertisement. So there will be better utilization of resources. Unemployment is minimized here. Okay, and because business fluctuations are unlimited, right? So economy will be stable. Here everything is done by government, no involvement of or very minimum involvement of market forces. So their business fluctuations can be avoided. So unemployment will be minimized. Okay, absence of profit motive help in developing cooperative mentality. ప్రాఫిట్ మోటివ్ ఉండదు కాబట్టి ఇంకా నాకు ఆర్ నాది అనే కాన్సెప్ట్ ఉండదు నాన్న. అందరం కష్టపడితే అందరం డబ్బులు వస్తాయి. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ ఎన్ష్యూర్స్ మినిమం స్టాండర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ టు ఆల్. అందరికి మినిమం స్టాండర్డ్, ఎందుకంటే అందరికి జాబ్ ఉందంటే డెఫినెట్గా అందరికి మినిమం స్టాండర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ వచ్చేస్తుంది. ఇట్ ఆల్సో ప్రొటెక్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ వర్కర్స్ బీయింగ్ ఎక్స్ప్లాయిడ్. ఇక్కడ ప్రాఫిట్ మోటివ్ ఉండదు కాబట్టి ఎక్స్ప్లాయిటేషన్ కూడా ఏమీ ఉండదు. దెర్ ఇస్ నో పాసిబిలిటీ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్ప్లాయిటేషన్ సిన్స్ దెర్ ఇస్ నో ప్రాఫిట్ మోటివ్. అండ్ ఇట్ గివ్స్ సోషల్ సెక్యూరిటీ టు పీపుల్, ఫ్రీ ఫ్రమ్ హంగర్, రైట్ టు వర్క్. ఇట్ జనరల్లీ గివ్స్ సోషల్ సెక్యూరిటీ టు పీపుల్. ఏదైనా ఫుడ్ ఉంటుంది, ఏదైనా జాబ్ చేసుకుని జాబ్ ఉంది, ఇన్సెక్యూరిటీ ఫీల్ అవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. డీమెరిట్స్ అన్న predominance of bureaucracy. Bureaucracy means nothing but delay in decision making, basically. Okay, see, government says one thing, but it takes certain amount of time to get that thing implemented. Okay, time పడుతుంది నాన్న. సో డిలే అవుతుంది కాబట్టి డిలే అయినప్పుడు ఆటోమేటిక్ ఇట్ లీడ్స్ టు ఇన్ఎఫిషియన్సీ. సో ఇట్ ఆల్సో సఫర్స్ దిస్ సిన్స్ దెర్ ఇస్ ఇన్వాల్వ్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఇస్ డన్ బై గవర్నమెంట్. It also suffers from corruption, red tapeism, and favorism. Favorism means what? Okay, Nana. Government will clear the files of those people who are known to it. Okay, I mean to say who are of relatives rather than files of others. So others to compare చేస్తే రిలేటివ్ ఫైల్ ఉంది అనుకోండి నాన్న, రిలేటివ్ ఫైల్ ఇమీడియట్ గా మినిస్టర్ గారు ఏం చేస్తారు? సైన్ చేస్తారు. There's a problem here. It restricts the freedom of individuals. There is no freedom of any sorts here. Okay, everything will decided by government. It takes away basic rights of right to private property. It's a basic right నాన్న. ఈ బేసిక్ రైట్ ఇక్కడ లేదు. ఎందుకంటే రైట్ టు ప్రైవేట్ ప్రాపర్టీ ఉండాలంటే కనుక మనకి కలెక్టివ్ మెంటాలిటీ పనికిరాదు, కలెక్టివ్ ఓనర్షిప్ పనికిరాదు. ఓకే, it will not provide necessary incentives for hard work. That means in government organizations, in socialist economy, donkeys and horses are one and the same. Donkeys and horses are one and the same. If you are intellectual, if you are able to innovate anything, Nana, you will not get any sort of reward or proper reward. When you are not getting rewarded, automatically you will not be interested to innovate any further. మీకు రివార్డు ఇన్సెంటివ్ ఉంటేనే ఇన్నోవేట్ చేసేది. ఇక్కడ రివార్డ్ చేసినా ఇన్నోవేట్ చేసినా అదే ఇన్సెంటివ్, ఇన్నోవేట్ చేయకుండా పని చేసినా సరే అదే ఇన్నోవేటివ్ ఉంది, అంటే నార్మల్ పని చేసినా సరే. సో ఎఫిషియెంట్ పీపుల్ ఎవరు కూడా ఏంటంటే సోషల్ ఎకానమీ కోరుకోరు, బికాస్ యూ విల్ నాట్ బి రివార్డెడ్, ఓకే, ఫర్ యువర్ ఇన్నోవేషన్స్. So it administers prices. Here prices are determined by government. It is not determined by market forces. Here prices are determined by government. And there is every possibility of formation of state monopolies. Sorry. State monopolies. What do you mean by state monopolies? See, these are the organizations run by government, and these organizations become so big that it becomes very difficult for the government itself to control it. Okay. So in capitalist economy, since there is competition, there is no possibility of monopolies. But here, since everything is done by government, sometimes the government organizations become so big that it becomes very difficult to regulate them. Okay. Next, under socialism, the consumers have no freedom of choice. Yes, there is no freedom of choice. No importance is given to personal efficiency and productivity. That's what I said. No incentives are given to your efficiency and innovation. Extreme form of socialism is not at all practicable. It's very difficult to follow this socialism to every word ఎలా ఉందో అలా ఫాలో అవటం అనేది చాలా కష్టం నాన్న. ఓకే, బికాస్ రైట్ టు ఫ్రీడమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎంటర్ప్రైజ్ ఆర్ ఫ్రీడమ్ ఆఫ్ ఎకనామిక్ చాయిస్ అది చాలా కష్టం. సి a consumer may consume the goods that are given by government for a day or a week or a year. Government చెప్పినట్టు అదే goods ని కన్జ్యూమ్ చేయొచ్చు. బట్ ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ నానా he will think, why can't the goods which I demand are produced? నేను డిమాండ్ చేసే goods ఎందుకు ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయరు అని స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. That leads to revolution. So you can't subside the interest of people for a long period of time. You can do it for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, but not for a long period of time. One day or the other, they will question why I should consume the goods given by you. Why can't you produce the goods that we are demanding? మేము డిమాండ్ చేసిన goods ఎందుకు ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయట్లేదు, నువ్వు ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసింది మేము ఎందుకు కన్జ్యూమ్ చేయాలి? ఈ చేంజ్ కోరుకుంటాను ఇప్పుడు కూడా. ఓకే, and the last type of economic system is mixed economy. Mixed economy means what? It's a combination of both the capitalist economy as well as socialist. That means we have taken merits from capitalist economy and merits from socialist economy, and we came up with mixed economy now. In fact, every economy in the real world makes use of both the government as well as markets, and therefore mixed economy in its nature. So అందరూ చెప్తాను capitalist socialist అంటారు కానీ they use both private sector as well as government. That's why we are using both the systems, means both the sectors, means it is nothing but mixed economy. Okay, right, Nana. So some examples are given. So private enterprise, which has its own significance, is also allowed to play a positive role in mixed economy. Along with public sector, private sector also play an important role. That means not only market forces, but also government is playing an active role. Okay, however, the state imposes necessary. See, private sector is given freedom, but it is regulated by government. That means government will lay down certain rules and regulations, and private sector needs to follow those rules and regulations. Okay, it does not mean that private sector is given free hand here. So private sector ki freedom icham gani కొన్ని rules and regulations follow అవ్వాలి. ఆ రూల్స్ అండ్ రెగ్యులేషన్స్ ఎవరు డిఫైన్ చేస్తారు సార్? గవర్నమెంట్ డిఫైన్ చేస్తుంది. సో ఫీచర్స్ ఏంట్రా అంటే కోఎగ్జిస్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ పబ్లిక్ అండ్ ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్. ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ అంటే ఎవరు నాన్న? Managed and controlled by private individuals. Public sector ante controlled and run by government. Combined sector ante in a single sector both private companies and government companies exist together. There are sectors which are run by private companies. There are sectors which are run by public companies. There are sectors which are run by both private and public. This is called as combined sector. Okay. The merits of mixed economy. What are the merits of mixed economy? Let us see the merits. So economic freedom and existence of private properties will be there. That means we have the merits of both capitalist economy and mixed economy. So first benefit is from capitalist economy. Second benefit is from capitalist economy. Third benefit is from capitalist economy. Fourth benefit is from capitalist economy. One year capitalist economy. And fifth benefit is from capitalist economy. Merit is from capitalist economy. Encourages economic planning and rapid economic development. It is from socialist economy. Advantage nana. Comparatively greater economic and social equality, freedom from exploitation, advantage of socialist economy. And the mixed economy is nothing but combination of, we have taken merits from capitalist economy and merits from socialist economy and came up with a new economic system called as mixed economy. Disadvantages of cutthroat competition. Ikkada government regulate chestundi kabatti competition, cutthroat competition can be avoided. Cutthroat competition ante enna, I should be the only one in the market. మార్కెట్లో నేను ఒక్కడే ఉండాలి, ఇంకెవరు సర్వైవ్ అవ్వకూడదు. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ as cutthroat competition. Here the government will encourage healthy competition. Leave and let go philosophy. నీ బిజినెస్ నువ్వు చేసుకో, వాడి బిజినెస్ వాడు చేసుకుంటాడు. Okay, so you can clearly see that first 5 merits are from capitalist economy and remaining merits are from socialist economy. Now coming back to demerits now. On paper, mixed economy appears to be a very good economic system, but in reality it is not so. Basically, it is not a golden path between capitalist economy and socialist economy. Why, sir? On paper, it may appear to be good, Nana, but in reality, mixed economy is nothing but capitalist economy itself. Because in mixed economy, we give more importance to private sector compared to public sector. So literally, in one way or the other, it is nothing but the capitalist economy. It suffers from substantial uncertainties. When importance is given to capitalist economy, automatically leads to uncertainties. Okay, next, Nana. It is characterized by excessive control by the state. Here, government will impose control, but sometimes the government may impose excessive controls. కావాల్సిన దానికన్నా ఎక్కువ rules and regulations implement చేస్తున్నారు. So So what it will happen, it will affect the functioning of private sector. It will reduce incentives and constrained growth. Growth will be affected adversely. Poor implementation. Government annaka anni proper ga implement cheyali poor implementation undొచ్చు. It may lead to delays. Automatically leads to inefficiency. Very difficult to maintain proper balance between theoretical chepastam easy balance between private and public, but very difficult to maintain it. Okay, because once private sector objective is to earn profits, public sector objective is to provide services. రెండు ఆపోజిట్స్ అనమాట, రెండు ఆపోజిట్ ఆబ్జెక్టివ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. డిఫికల్ట్ చాలా అనమాట. ఓకే, ఇన్ ద అబ్సెన్స్ ఆఫ్ స్ట్రాంగ్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇన్సెంటివ్, ఇఫ్ గవర్నమెంట్ fails to take appropriate steps, then definitely private sector will outgo public sector. The private sector is likely to grow disproportionately. The system would then resembles capitalist economy. Government kanaka ప్రైవేట్ కి పబ్లిక్ కి మధ్యలో బ్యాలెన్స్ మెయింటైన్ చేయలేకపోతే ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ విల్ గ్రో డిస్ప్రపోర్షనేట్లీ టు పబ్లిక్ సెక్టర్. అంటే పబ్లిక్ సెక్టర్ తో కంపేర్ చేస్తే ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ చాలా ఎక్కువ గ్రో అవుతుంది. ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ బాగా ఎక్కువ గ్రో అయిందంటే లిటరల్లీ యూ హావ్ టు టేక్ పాలసీస్ విచ్ ఆర్ రిలేటెడ్ టు ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్. సో ఆటోమేటిక్లీ మిక్స్డ్ ఎకానమీ విల్ బికమ్ క్యాపిటలిస్ట్ ఎకానమీ. ఓకే, సో లైన్ టు లైన్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అన్న, యూ నో ఇట్ డస్ నాట్ మ్యాటర్ హౌ మెనీ బిట్స్ యూ డూ, బట్ థియరీ కంటెంట్ ఈస్ వెరీ వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఓకే, so with this we have completed all the 4 important chapters. Okay, from here on I will complete the remaining chapters but in a quicker manner. Okay, thank you. So when it comes to these marathon classes, I will be first dealing with the important chapters, that is markets, nothing but price determination in different markets, price and output determination in different markets, then nature and scope of economics, then business cycles. Once I have completed these 4 chapters, then I will go to all the remaining chapters. Okay, so in these marathon classes, I will be just focusing on important points. So I will be explaining, I will be trying to cover almost all the topics in a particular chapter, and I will try to explain only the important part. Okay, so it is just like a brief revision to you people. Okay, right. So let's start with this chapter, that is price determination in different markets. Basically we call it as markets. Okay, right. So in this chapter what we are going to learn, we are going to learn about the different markets, that is classification of markets. Then we are going to learn about revenue curves, that is total revenue, average revenue, and marginal revenue in different markets, that is in perfect competition as well as imperfect competition. Relationship between MR, AR, and price elasticity. Behavior principles of the firm, which is the most important concept. Okay, next, and price determination in different markets. That is whenever there is change in market forces, that is demand supply, what sort of effect it will have on the prices. Let us see one by one. So first, introduction to markets. So what do you mean by markets? Markets means it's the collection of buyers and sellers with the potential to trade. Okay, so basically the place where buyers and sellers come together for buying and selling of goods and services is called as market. Earlier we used to give importance to place. Okay, now with the invention of internet, the place lost its relevance when it comes to defining markets. So markets need not be performed or held in a particular place. Okay, it can happen over a phone call also. Okay, or it can happen over apps also or internet also. So in order to be considered as markets, these 5 features are very very important. There should be buyer and seller, there should be a product or service, there should be a bargaining for a price, there should be knowledge about market conditions. That means both the parties, buyers and sellers, should have knowledge about market conditions. It does not mean that both the parties should have equal knowledge, but both the parties should be well aware of most of the issues in the market. Okay, and there should be one price for a product or service at a given time. So these are the elements which are very very essential to be called as market, right? Okay, next, first of all, let us go to this topic, that is classification of markets. Markets are primarily classified into 2 markets, that is product market and factor market. What is a product market? It is a market where households, consumers buy goods and services from the firms. It is called as product market. And what do you mean by factor market? It is a market where firms buy factors of production or resources. Where firms buy factors of production or resources to produce goods and services. And whatever the price the firms are paying to buy these factors of production is called as factor price. Okay, right now. So classification of markets is basically markets are classified into different types based on geographical area, time, nature of transaction, regulations, volume of business, type of competition. Okay, let's see classification of markets based on geographical area. First one, local market. Let us go through what do you mean by local market. When buyers and sellers are limited to a locality or a particular region, then that market is called as local market. Why buyers and sellers are restricted to one particular locality or region? Because goods in which they are trading cannot be transported to faraway places. For example, leafy vegetables are there. These cannot be transported to very far places. Okay. And sand, it can be transported to an area of 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers. You can't transport it beyond that. Why? What will happen? The cost of transportation will be more than the cost of the good. So it is highly uneconomical to transport such kind of items to faraway places. So goods which are highly perishable and which are bulky in nature, generally are traded in a particular locality. Such kind of markets are called as local markets. Okay. Next, regional markets. Here the goods are traded, that means bought and sold. The goods are traded or bought and sold in few cities or few states. Okay. So regional markets cover a wide area such as few cities or few states. Okay. Not throughout the nation, but these goods are traded in few cities or few states. Okay. Example, there are some sarees which are available only in Andhra, Telangana, only in two states. Okay. So these markets are somewhat larger than or somewhat wider than local markets. Okay, where the goods are traded in few cities or few states. Okay, so examples are given here. So that is Makela Chador, which is one kind of sari used by Assamese people, where worn by Assamese people. Okay, not only by them, but also these saris are worn by people living in adjacent states. Okay, now coming back to national markets. Here, the goods are bought and sold within the country. That means trade happens throughout the country, but only restricted to that particular country. So there's such kind of market is called as national market. Okay. See, example for national market is Hindi books. Okay. The trade policy of the government may restrict the trading of the commodity to within the country. So these goods are traded only within the country. These goods are traded throughout the country, but restricted within the country. That means these goods are not sold outside the country. Okay. And if goods are sold outside the country or purchased from outside the country, then it is called as international market. A commodity is said to have international market when it is exchanged international. That means we are talking about international trade here. Okay, example, gold and silver. Gold and silver, all these things come under international trade. We have to remember one thing. This classification was made by classical economists. But with the advancement of transportation and technology, this classification has become outdated. Okay, now even perishable goods are being transported from one country to another country. So this classification, as it is done by classical economists, in those days, since there was no advancement of technology or transportation, they have classified markets into four. But as of now, it is very hard to prove these classifications with proper example. That is what is given in the note. The classification is more or less outdated. The classification has become more or less outdated in the modern days because of improvement in technology and transportation. We are able to transport even perishable goods to other countries. So this is about the classification on the basis of geographical area. Next, classification on the basis of time. So Alfred Marshall classified markets on the basis of time. So the first market is very short period market. What do you mean by very short period market? In this market, there is no possibility of changing the supply of the good. That means supply of the good is fixed. Whatever the changes that happened is because of demand of the good. So market with very short period is also called as market period. Important from BITS point of view. Very short period is also called as market period. Okay, and refers to the period of time in which supply is fixed. That means there is no possibility of changing supply. Why there is no possibility of changing supply? Because in such a short period of time, we can't change factors of production and we can't increase the production. As we are unable to increase the production, it becomes impossible to change the supply. So the only market force that changes in very short period is demand. Okay, so whatever the changes that happen in prices in a very short period, it is because of demand. Since supply is more or less fixed, in very short period, price depends on demand. That's what I said. So in very short period, the only factor that changes is demand. And whenever there is change in demand, definitely there will be change in supply. There will be change in prices. Sorry. As demand changes, there will be change in prices. Supply is fixed. It will not change. It will not increase or it will not decrease. Okay. Right. Next. Short period market. This is somewhat longer than very short period market. In this period, the supply of output may be increased to a certain extent. Okay, as long as we are able to change variable factors. When it comes to factors of production, we have two factors. One is variable factor and the one is fixed factor. We all know that. Okay, so in short period market, we can change variable factors. We can't change fixed factors, but we can change variable factors. To that extent, we can change production. We can change the supply also. So in short period market, supply is moderately adjusted or can be adjusted to a certain extent. Okay, the changes in short period prices are less compared to market period. That means that fluctuations in short period prices is somewhat less compared to fluctuations in very short period or market period. Okay. Next, long period market. In the long period, all factors become variable. Yes, we all know that in the long period, not only variable factors, see, all factors are variable. All factors are variable. Forget about classification between variable and fixed. The classification between variable and fixed is only applicable to short period. Okay, in long period, all factors are variable. That means the entrepreneur has considerable amount of time to change all the factors of production. So in the long period, all factors become variable and the supply of the commodities may be changed by altering the scale of production. By simply changing the scale of production, we can change the we can increase or decrease the production and we can increase or decrease the supply. As a supply may be fully adjusted. In very short period, supply can't be adjusted. It is fixed. In short period, supply can be adjusted to a certain extent, moderately adjusted. In long period, supply can be fully adjusted. Whatever the price that is determined in long period market is called as normal price. Normal price. Okay. That is the point there. And very long period also called as secular period. What do you mean by that? A very long period or secular period is one when secular movements are recorded or in certain factors over a period of time. Here secular movements means what? Okay, these factors change over a long period of time. Such movements are called as secular movements. These factors change over a long period of time. This period is called as, this period is very, very long. Okay, the factors include the size of population, capital, supply of raw material. That means these factors will not change in a span of 1 or 2 years. They take around 10 or 15 years to change. Okay, when factors change over a long period of time, it becomes very difficult it becomes very difficult to explain how these factors affect different variables in an economy. Okay, that's why when it comes to theories, we only focused on first, second, and third. That means we only use very short period, long period. We will not use very long period or secular period to define the theories. Okay, right. Next, on the basis of nature of transactions, markets have been classified in two types. One is spot or cash market, and the one is forward or future market. What do you mean by spot or cash market? Here, transactions are completed immediately. Spot transactions or spot markets refers to the markets where goods are exchanged for money payable either immediately or within a short span of time. That means where buying and selling is done immediately, where transaction is closed immediately. I have bought the goods, I have paid the money. That is called a spot transaction. Okay. Or where I have bought good today and I have paid money in the evening. That is also called a spot transaction. So where the transaction is closed immediately, such kind of markets are called as spot or cash transactions. That means where money is paid or payable immediately or within a short period of time. Once you have paid the money, that means the transaction is closed. Okay. Now forward or future markets means what? Here in forward or future markets, the transaction involve contracts. Basically, two parties enter into contract stating that on so and so date, For example, today is December 9th, right? Today is December 9th. So I have entered into a contract with some other party stating that on December 24th, I am going to purchase so and so goods at so and so price. No, I have not yet completed transaction. I am just promising to take up a transaction on December 24th. Such kind of transactions are called as forward or future transaction. That means where a promise is made to deliver or to purchase or to sell goods on some future date. That means as of now nothing is done. Such kind of transactions are called as forward transactions, and they take place in forward or future markets. Okay. Next, on the basis of regulations, markets can be classified into regulated and unregulated markets. What do you mean by regulated markets? In these markets, transactions are regulated by a statutory authority. For example, transactions in the stock market are regulated by SEBI. Transactions in banking sector are regulated by RBI. Such kind of transactions are called as regulated transactions, and these happen in regulated markets. Okay. So in this market, transactions are statutorily recorded so as to put an end to unfair practices. Why transactions are regulated by an authority to monitor the transactions and to prevent any sort of unfair transactions. Okay. Unregulated market, where the where the transactions are not monitored by any statutory authority. Such kind of transactions are called unregulated transactions, and markets are called as unregulated markets. Okay, so also known as free markets. Why these are called as free markets? Because there is no monitoring by an authority. Okay, there is no stipulation on transactions. Okay, any person can take up any set of transactions. Such kind of markets are called as unregulated markets. Okay, next, on the basis of volume of business, wholesale market and retail market. We all know what is wholesale, we all know what is retail market. Where bulk or large quantities are traded are called as wholesale market. Okay, generally in wholesale market, transaction takes place between business to business. Okay, that is between transaction that takes place between two traders. Okay, retailer to wholesaler. When it comes to retail market, here the transactions are done in small quantity. That means buying and selling takes place in small quantity. That is retail market. If buying and selling takes place in bulk or large quantity, it is called as wholesale market. Okay. When it comes to wholesale market, transaction takes place between a business and another business. When it comes to retail market, transaction takes place between a business and consumer. Okay, there is a difference between the two. And on the base of competition, markets have been classified into two types. One is perfect competitive market and second one is imperfect competitive market. In detail, we will see that in the next chapter. Okay, next. Market structure. Okay, if a firm knows its demand curve, then it would know its potential revenue. Okay, see, now the market, when we talk about market, we basically talk about two forces. One is demand and another one is supply. Now, supply is internal to the organization because it is the one who is producing the goods and services, right? So it knows how much amount of goods are to be supplied or it can supply. But when it comes to demand, it is external to the organization. If the firm knows its demand, definitely it will know its revenue. How many goods it is able to sell. Basing on that, it can calculate the revenue now. Okay, and if the firm knows its own product cost, then market demand curve, but does not know its own demand curve. Now, issue here is that if the firm knows its demand curve, it would know its potential revenue. Okay. Next, if it also knows its cost, it can discover the profits at different level of output and choose profit maximizing level of firm. When the firm knows its demand curve and its cost supply curve, then it can easily calculate the profit that it is going to earn. But the issue here is that if the firm knows its own product cost, the firm knows the cost of production that is incurring, and it knows the market demand. Here it does not know its own demand, it knows the market demand. In the above point, what we have learned is that when the firm knows its own demand and its own cost, it can calculate its profits. Tana demand, tana cost teliste kanaka, tana supply teliste kanaka, profit ni calculate cheyagadu. Because company, in first point, we are talking about company's own demand curve and company's own supply curve. Okay, company owns cost curve. But in the second point, what we are talking is that company knows its cost of production, its supply, its cost, but it knows market demand. In market, there are so many companies like it which are producing same kind of goods and services. Okay, then what is the problem? Then firm needs to find certain answers to find out the profit that is going to earn. Tanakaiye cost telsu and market demand ko telusu. Tana demand ko telusu, tana goods demand ko teliyadu. In such a case, the company needs to answer certain basic questions. First one, how many competitors are there? When you're talking about market, we're basically talking number of companies, right? So company should know how many competitors, how many companies are there which are similar to it now. So how many competitors are there in the market selling similar products? నేను తయారు చేసే goods మార్కెట్ లో ఇంకెంతమంది తయారు చేస్తున్నారు? If one firm changes its price, will its market share change or not? Since everyone are producing similar goods, if one particular company changes its price, then what will be the impact? What will be the impact on its sales? Next, if it reduces its price, then will other firms follow it or not? If one particular competitor reduces the price, then other firms are going to follow it or not? That means other firms are also going to reduce it or not? So these are the questions that a firm needs to answer, that the firm needs to find answers for. If the firm knows its own demand and cost, then it can calculate its own profits. But the issue is that the firm knows its cost, but it knows the market demand rather than individual demand. Okay, it knows the market demand. Then it has to find answers for these three questions, right? Next, so thus market behavior is greatly affected by the structure of the market. Okay, so market behavior depends on structure of the market. So the following are the few theoretical market types which mostly cover in high proportions of cases actually found throughout the world. So there are several types of markets, but when it comes to markets classification, we classify it based on competition. Okay, so these are the four markets that we commonly found throughout the world. First one is monopoly, second one is duopoly, third one is oligopoly, and fourth one is monopolistic competition. No, first one, what is monopoly? Sir, why we haven't discussed about perfect competition? Because you can't find perfect competition in real world, right? So these are the four kinds of markets which we generally find in real world. First one is monopoly. We all know what is monopoly. Monopoly means we're talking about single seller, and here goods are extremely differentiated. That means there are no close substitutes. Examples are Indian drivers. Duopoly means two sellers. Okay, and there are many buyers now. Oligopoly means few sellers selling competing products to many buyers. Okay, and monopolistic competition, large number of sellers offering differentiated products. That means they are dealing in close substitutes. Close substitution. Examples are shampoo manufacturers. So when it comes to classification of market, we basically focus on classification on competition. Okay. So when it comes to classification on the basis of competition, we classify the markets into these four because these are the four markets that we generally find in real world. Monopoly, single seller, where since there is only one seller in the market, there will be no close substitutes. Okay. Next, duopoly, two sellers. Oligopoly, few sellers. Monopolistic competition, large number of sellers. So you can clearly see the number of sellers keep on gradually increasing from one seller to two seller to few sellers to large number of sellers. Okay. Now, what type of revenue curves we will find in these markets? So concept of total revenue, average revenue, and marginal revenue. Okay, when it comes to total revenue, what do you mean by total revenue? So total revenue refers to the amount of money which a firm realizes by selling certain units of a commodity. Whatever the money a firm is earning by selling goods is called as revenue. Is called as revenue. If the firm has sold 10 units, whatever the revenue it got, whatever the money it collected by selling those 10 units is called as total revenue. What is the formula for total revenue? The same formula for total expenditure, that is price into quantity sold. Okay, so for one party, if it is expenditures, the another party it will be the revenue. So total revenue is nothing but price into quantity sold here, or commodity sold. So what is the formula for total revenue? If you add up the money earned on sale of each commodity, then you will get total revenue. So total revenue is nothing but summation of marginal revenues. What do you mean by marginal revenue here? Revenue earned for one additional unit of quantity sold. Revenue earned by selling one additional unit of quantity sold, that is called as marginal revenue. So if we add up the revenue earned of each individual unit, if we add up the revenue earned of each individual unit, అంటే ఫస్ట్ యూనిట్ అమ్మినప్పుడు వచ్చిన రెవెన్యూ, సెకండ్ యూనిట్ అమ్మినప్పుడు వచ్చిన రెవెన్యూ, థర్డ్ యూనిట్ అమ్మినప్పుడు వచ్చిన, అలాగా nth యూనిట్ అమ్మినప్పుడు రెవెన్యూ అన్ని యాడ్ చేస్తే విల్ గెట్ టోటల్ రెవెన్యూ. ఇట్ ఈస్ సింప్లీ టెన్ యాజ్ T equal to total revenue equal to sigma marginal revenue. Sigma marginal revenue. Okay. The same thing is given in your material also. Okay. Next, average revenue. What do you mean by average revenue? Average revenue is nothing but revenue earned per unit of output. Average revenue is nothing but revenue earned per unit of output. So how you will calculate average revenue? Nothing but total revenue by number of units sold. You will get revenue earned for one unit of output. Okay. So it is nothing but price. So this is the important point. Average revenue is nothing but price of one unit of output, because price is always mentioned for one unit of output. When you go to the market, price is always mentioned for unit of output. Price is always mentioned for unit of output. If you go to the market and ask the price of the pen, he will mention the price of one pen. He is not going to mention the price of 100 pens. Okay. So since price is always mentioned per unit of output, average revenue is nothing but price. For this reason, average revenue curve is also the firm's demand curve. Average revenue is also called as firm's demand curve. So symbolically, we can write it as AR equal to P equal to DD. Average revenue is equal to price equal to DD. Okay, where AR is nothing but average revenue, TR is nothing but total revenue, and Q is nothing but quantity sold. Now coming back to marginal revenue, what is meant by marginal revenue? See, most of the students get confused between average revenue and marginal revenue. Average revenue means what? It is the revenue, it is the price per unit of output. Average revenue is nothing but price earned per one unit of output. Whereas marginal revenue It is nothing but the rate of change in total revenue resulting from the sale of additional unit of output. See, whenever you use the term additional unit, we talk about marginal. We talk about marginal. So marginal revenue is the rate of change resulting from the sale of an additional unit of output. That is called as marginal revenue. If the term additional is found in the bit, you have to choose marginal. Okay, when it comes to average revenue, it is nothing but price for 1 unit of output. Price for 1 unit of output, or price of 1 unit of output. So whatever the revenue you are earning by selling 1 additional unit of good is called as marginal revenue. 10 units amazing. 11th unit, you have sold 10 units. 11th unit అమ్మినప్పుడు ఏదైతే నీకు రెవెన్యూ వస్తుందో that is called as marginal revenue, additional revenue. Okay, so what is the formula for that? Delta TR by delta Q, or there is one more formula, that is MRN equal to TRN minus TRN minus 1. If data is given in a continuous form, that is if output is given continuous form, now there's 1 2 3 4. If quantity sold is given as 1 2 3 4 and total revenue is given, then we will use this formula. If data is given randomly, that is units sold is given as 2 5 7 like that, then we will use this formula. It is better to stick on to this formula. In both the cases we can use it. Okay, so marginal revenue is the additional to the total revenue by the sale of an additional unit of output. So whatever the revenue you are earning additionally by selling 1 additional unit of output is called as marginal revenue. Okay, so simply stating, marginal revenue is nothing but slope of total revenue curve. So we already know that, Nana. Marginal utility is slope of total utility. Marginal cost is slope of total cost. In the same way, marginal revenue is slope of total revenue curve. Okay, so these are the 3 revenue curves that we need to focus on in all kinds of markets. Okay, now let us see the relationship. So what is the relationship between the TR, AR and MR when it comes to perfect competition, when it comes to imperfect competition? See, what is the feature of perfect competition? In perfect competition, the main feature is goods are homogeneous. Goods are homogeneous. So when it comes to perfect competition, here we have mentioned it as uniform price, but you all know that in perfect competition, the main feature is homogeneous goods. That means goods are perfect substitutes of one another. When goods are perfect substitutes of one another, you can't differentiate prices. You have to charge the same price per unit at all levels of output. Okay, so when goods are homogeneous, price per unit will be same. Price per unit will be same. Okay, the same thing is mentioned in the table also. Whether you are selling 1 quantity, 2 quantity, 3 quantity, 4 units, 5 units, price per unit will be same. So P will always be constant. When P is constant, then you can clearly see that AR and MR is also constant. Okay, so TR keeps on increasing. TR keeps on increasing, whereas AR is constant, MR is constant. So what we can conclude from this table? Since in perfect competition, goods are homogeneous. When goods are homogeneous, prices will be constant. Price per unit will be constant. When price per unit constant, price means AR, right? So AR will also be constant and MR will also be constant. So in perfect competition, there is a relationship, that is AR equal to MR equal to P, and it will be parallel to x-axis. It will be parallel to x-axis. Okay, there is a feature that we need to remember. But when it comes to imperfect competition, goods are heterogeneous. When goods are heterogeneous, price per unit changes. If you want to sell more, you have to reduce the price per unit. If you want to sell more, you have to reduce the price per unit, because here goods are heterogeneous. Okay, when goods are heterogeneous, automatically price will be differentiated. And when price differentiated, it means if you want to sell more, you need to reduce the prices. So you can clearly see that the relationship between quantity and price is inverse. As the quantity increases, price per unit decreases. When there is change in price, definitely there will be change in AR and MR. You can clearly see there. See, AR and P is one and the same. Now we need to focus on AR and MR. You can clearly see that both AR and MR are falling, but fall in MR is greater than fall in AR. Fall in MR is greater than fall in AR. And moreover, fall in MR is twice of fall in AR. Ante AR kanna MR double fall avutundi. Ela sir? AR is falling by 1, but MR is falling by 2. But MR is falling by 2 rupees. AR and the 1 rupee fall avutundi, MR and 2 rupees fall avutundi. Since fall in MR is greater than fall in AR, MR curve will lie below AR curve. MR curve will lie below AR curve. And when it comes to TR curve, you can clearly see that TR curve initially increases, reaches maximum point, and then starts falling. And the point where TR is maximum and constant, TR is maximum and constant, MR is equal to 0. That means when 5 units are sold, TR is 30 rupees, and when 6 units are sold, TR is also 30 rupees. That means the additional increase in revenue is equal to 0. Additional increase in revenue is equal to 0. So basing on this feature, we will draw the graph. So you can clearly see here TR is increasing at diminishing rate. Why TR is increasing at diminishing rate? Because change in TR is dependent on MR, right? Change in TR is dependent on MR. MR లో చేంజ్ వస్తుంది, సారీ TR లో చేంజ్ వస్తుందంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ MR కదా. అర్థమవుతుందా నాన్న? TR లో చేంజ్ వస్తుందంటే ఇట్ ఇస్ బికాస్ ఆఫ్ MR. సో ఇక్కడ MR మనకి కంటిన్యూస్ గా ఫాలో అవుతుంది కాబట్టి TR కూడా ఏంట్రా అంటే increases at a decreasing rate. Increases at decreasing rate, reaches maximum point, and then starts falling. And then it starts falling. Okay. So when TR is increasing at decreasing rate, both MR and AR will fall, but they are positive. Both fall. MR, AR rendu fall avutundi, but they are positive. When TR is equal to 0, MR will become, so TR is maximum. When TR is maximum, MR will be 0. MR will be 0. Okay. And when TR starts falling, MR will be negative. MR will be negative. AR will continuously keep on falling, but it will be positive. Once again, I am repeating whatever I have said just now. Okay. So you can clearly see that we are talking about imperfect competition. In imperfect competition, goods are heterogeneous. When goods are heterogeneous, price will be differentiated. That means price per unit of a good keeps on changing. So as the quantity increases, price per unit decreases. Quantity perige koddi price per unit taggutundi. When there is change in price, definitely there will be impact on AR and MR. So let us focus on AR and MR. You can clearly see that as the price decreases, automatically MR and AR also decreases. Price and AR are one and the same kada. Price and AR and okate kada. Now we need to focus on relationship between AR and MR. Okay. So you can clearly see both AR and MR are decreasing, but decrease in MR is more than decrease in AR. How, sir? Decrease in MR is by 2 rupees, but decrease in AR is by only 1 rupee. So since fall in MR is more than fall in AR, MR curve lie below AR curve. MR curve in the AR curve kinda untundi. Okay. Now let us add TR curve also. Okay. So if you see TR, sir, how to calculate TR, sir? Q into P is nothing but TR, right? You have learned already. TR equal to price into quantity. You can clearly see that TR curve increases, it reaches maximum point, and it will be constant and then starts falling. It reaches maximum point, it will remain constant, and then starts falling. So when TR curve reaches maximum point and it is constant, means MR will be equal to 0, because change in TR is 0, right? Change in TR is 0. TR6 minus TR5. TR6 minus 30 minus 30 is nothing but 0, right? So we all know that MR is nothing but change in TR. MR is nothing but change in TR by change in quantity. Okay. So initially, in this region, TR is increasing at a decreasing rate. It is increasing, but at a decrease. That means the gap between two TRs is continuously falling. The gap between two TRs is continuous. That means it is increasing at decreasing rate. When TR is increasing at a decreasing rate, MR and AR, even though they are falling, they will be positive. When TR is maximum and constant, MR will be equal to 0. When TR starts falling, MR will be negative. This is the relationship between TR, AR and MR curves in imperfect competition. But if you look at perfect competition, the relationship is somewhat different. In perfect competition, since there is homogeneous goods, price per unit will be constant. So AR will also be constant, and obviously MR will also be constant here. So TR keeps on increasing continuously, whereas AR and MR remains constant. Okay. So in perfect competition, AR, MR and P are one and the same curve, and they are parallel to x-axis. Whereas when it comes to imperfect competition, AR, MR are two different curves, where MR curve lies below AR curve, and there is a relationship between TR and MR. When TR increases at a decreasing rate, MR falls, it is positive. When TR is maximum, MR will be equal to 0. When TR starts falling, MR will be negative. Okay, the same thing is explained here also. Okay, right. All those things are explained here also. Okay. All right, Nana. Now let us go through the relationship between AR, MR, TR and price elasticity of demand. And this is in which market? You can clearly see here MR curve and AR curve, which is nothing but demand curve. Both are downward sloping curves, right? So we are talking about imperfect competition. You can explain this AR, MR, TR price elasticity relationship only in imperfect competition. You can't explain it in perfect competition. Okay, right. Now, if you look at the relationship here, we have a formula that is MR equal to AR into E minus 1 by E. MR equal to AR into E minus 1 by E. That is the formula. Okay. That we will use to explain the relationship between MR, AR and price elasticity of demand. So, if you look at the formula here, the point where MR is equal to 0, TR is maximum. TR is maximum. And when TR increases at a decreasing rate, MR is positive. It is falling, but it is positive. When TR is falling, then MR is negative. Then MR is negative. Here to explain price elasticity of demand, we use point method. We use point elasticity method. Point elasticity method. Point elasticity method use chestam nanu. అదే కనపడుతుందిగా మీకు అక్కడ పాయింట్ ఎలాస్టిక్ మెథడ్ అని చెప్పేసి we can use only that method to explain this relationship. In point elastic method, we all know that at middle point of the demand curve, elasticity is equal to 1. When demand curve touches x-axis, elasticity will be equal to 0. When demand curve touches y-axis, elasticity will be equal to infinite. Okay, so elasticity between 0 and 1 will be less than 1. Elasticity between 1 and infinite will be greater than 1. Okay, so if price elasticity value is equal to 1, MR will be equal to 0. Price elasticity value is equal to 1. That means at midpoint of demand curve, MR curve will be equal to 0 and TR will be maximum. When price elasticity is greater than 1, MR will be positive. When price elasticity is less than 1, MR will be negative. MR will be negative. Okay. So the same thing is explained here also. Next, behavior principles. Behavior principles. Here, when it comes to behavior principles, we are talking about two principles. Principle 1 and principle 2. See, while going through topic, we learn principle 1 first and then principle 2. But in real life, first principle 2 is applied. Then we will apply principle 1. So what does principle 1 talk about? What does a firm should not produce at all if its total variable costs are not met? Okay. And what does principle 2 talk about? A firm will be making maximum profits by expanding outputs to the level where marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. So basically, principle 2 talks about equilibrium point of the firm. The equilibrium point of the firm is the point where marginal revenue is equal to marginal cost. So at that point, whatever the level of output a firm gets, it will try to produce only that level of output. It will not try to produce more than that or less than that. Okay. It is the same thing is explained graphically here also. You can clearly see the downward sloping curve is marginal revenue, the upward sloping curve is marginal cost. See, marginal cost curve is a U-shaped curve, but we only focus on the upward sloping part of the marginal cost curve. You can clearly see in the graph, the downward sloping one is marginal revenue, the upward sloping one is marginal cost. And the point where these two curves intersect is called as equilibrium point of the firm, and that point is called as profit maximizing firm. Profit maximizing point. Okay, that means at point E, the firm should produce Q level of output, and at this level of output, the firm will be able to maximize profits. If it produces more than that or less than that, it will not be able to maximize profits. Sir, what will happen if the firm produces less than Q? That means if the firm is restricting its output to A only, then what will happen? The firm will be losing this much amount of profit. Yes, it is earning profits. See, at point A, MR is greater than MC. Point A, MR is greater than MC. Okay, at point A, MR is greater than MC. That means it is earning profits. But if it stops at that level, the firm is losing this shaded region of profit. Inta profit earn chese ability onna lose cheskuntundi. Okay, that's why the firm should not stop at A level. It should stop at Q level. That means it should increase the output from A and stop it at Q level. Then only it will be able to earn whatever the profit it deserves. Okay. Next, instead of stopping at Q, if the firm produces B level of output, then what will happen? At B level of output, MC is greater than MR. MC is greater than MR means obviously it will suffer from losses. So the firm will try to produce only that level of output where MR is equal to MC. This MR equal to MC is called as equilibrium point of the firm, and it is also called as profit maximizing level of the firm. Okay, so from theoretical point of view, what we say is that it is a profit maximizing level of the firm. But to be precise, at equilibrium point of the firm, we say that the firm may earn either maximum profits or may suffer minimum losses. So equilibrium point of the firm, why it is called as equilibrium point? Because it may, if it get profits, that is a maximum amount of profit, and if it is suffering from losses, that is a minimum amount of losses. So if it deviates from that position, its profits will decrease and its losses will increase. So since this equilibrium point is the optimum point of the firm, it is called as equilibrium point. Okay, since this equilibrium point is the optimum point of the firm will try to produce only that level of output. Q level output produce చేస్తే తనకు వస్తే maximum profits or minimum losses. ఈ Q level కాకుండా ఇంకేం అవుట్పుట్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసినా ప్రాఫిట్స్ తగ్గుతాయి, లాసెస్ పెరుగుతాయి. అందుకే Q level of output దగ్గర ఏదైతే నీకు పాయింట్ వచ్చిందో E అని చెప్పేసి దాన్ని మనం equilibrium point of the firm అంటాము. ఇది ఫస్ట్. Now at equilibrium point of the firm, a firm may get maximum profits or minimum losses. When the firm is getting maximum profits, no need to worry about. Profits వస్తున్నాయంటే worry అవ్వాల్సిన అవసరమే లేదు. But when it starts suffering from losses, then this principle 1 will come into action. ఎప్పుడైతే లాసెస్ సఫర్ అవుతుందో అప్పుడే ఆలోచించాలి. ప్రాఫిట్ అంటే ఏంట్రా? ఏఆర్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ ఆర్ ఈక్వల్ టు ఏసీ అంట. రైట్ నాన్న? సో principle 2 మాట్లాడుతున్నాం. I am talking about principle 2 first. Okay. Principle 2 is about equilibrium point of the firm. Principle 2 is about equilibrium point of the firm. What is the equilibrium point of the firm? It is nothing but MC equal to MR. At MC equal to MR, a firm will produce a particular level of output, that is Q. At this Q level of output, a firm may get either maximum profits or minimum losses. Now, maximum profits means it can be either super profit or normal profit. Maximum profit means it can be either super profits or normal profits. Sometimes normal profit is the maximum amount of profit that a firm can earn. So no one can do anything about it. Okay. But maximum profits means it can be either super profits or normal profits. Super profits means TR greater than TC in terms of total. In terms of average, AR greater than AC. When it comes to normal profit, it's nothing but TR equal to TC, that is in terms of total. In terms of average, it is nothing but AR equal to AC. AR equal to AC. Now coming back to minimum losses. When it comes to minimum losses, that means the firm is suffering from losses, that losses are minimized. Losses means here we're talking about TR less than TC. Sorry, TR less than TC or AR less than AC. Now when it is earning profits, no firm will think about discontinuing their business. Profits earn చేసినప్పుడు ఇంకా business continue చేయాలా లేదా అనే ఆలోచన రాదు. But when the firm is suffering from losses, now it has to take a decision whether to continue business or not. In such a case, the decision to continue or not, depends on two things. One, depends on two things. Two things might mean to say equations, but depend on one particular thing now. Whether to continue business or not depends on one particular thing. That is, firm is able to recover variable cost or not. Firm is able to recover variable cost or not. If the firm is able to recover variable cost, that means if AR is greater than or equal to ABC, or TR in terms of total, TR is greater than or equal to TVC, then continue production. But if TR is less than TVC or AR is less than ABC, then it should suffer from, then it should shut down the business. It is already suffering from losses, but it has to shut down the business. And do remember, this shutting down business means does not mean winding up of the business. Winding up means complete closure. Shut down means shutting it out for a small period of time. As soon as the prices in the market increases and the producer is confident of recovering his variable cost and some amount of fixed cost also, then he will start producing goods. Shutdown is temporary in nature. Shutdown does not mean liquidating or winding up the company. Do remember that thing, okay? So shutdown is temporary. For a certain period of time, the business will stop producing goods and services because it is unable to recover its variable cost, the day-to-day expenditure that it is spending, the day-to-day expenditure that is incurring, okay? So these are the points that we need to focus on. So when we study, we go through principle 1 first and principle 2 next. But in real life, first principle 2 is implemented, then principle 1, then principle 1. Okay. So coming back to this, again, these equations between. Here, shutdown is different from shutdown point from BITS point of view. If AR is equal to ABC, that means the firm is able to recover its variable cost. At this point, the firm is not going to shut down its business, but it will be in dilemma because it is on the borderline. Correctly, border మీద ఉంది. ఇక డైలమాలో పడుతుంది అన్నమాట. ఈ డైలమా అంటే ఏంటి? కంటిన్యూ చేయాలా లేదా, whether to continue production or not, because it is able to recover just the variable cost. ఎంతైతే ఖర్చు పెడుతుందో అంతే రికవర్ అవుతుంది. Okay, but being a risk taker, what the entrepreneur will do? He will continue the production. So this equation is called as shutdown point, which is not equal to shutting down business. Shutdown point veru, shutdown cheyadam veru. Okay, so it is a point where the entrepreneur will be in dilemma whether to continue or not. But being a risk taker, what he will do? He will continue now. But when AR is less than ABC, at this point, he has no other option but to shut down business. So there is difference between the two. You need to keep that thing in mind. Okay. So we have covered that one also. Principle 1 is completed and principle 2 is completed. Okay. Right. Next, price determination. We all know what is price determination. My sincere advice when it comes to price determination, no need to buy hard anything here. If a bit is given basing on the graph, simple, draw the graph. Try to understand which variable it is changing. If they are changing demand, change the demand curve accordingly and find out the equilibrium points and find out the changes in equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. Okay, so price determination. Price of goods express their exchange value. So basically, what do you mean by price? Price means the rate at which we are buying or selling good is called as price. The rate at which we are buying and selling, there's nothing but exchange value. The amount of money we need to pay to take a good, to buy a good is called as price. Okay. So prices are also used for expressing what? Value of various services rendered by different factors of production. I am a faculty working in Masterminds. So I am not providing my services for free. That means I am charging some amount of price for the services so offered by me. Whatever the services that I am offering, for that I am charging a price. That price is called as wages, salary. Okay. So in free market, what do you mean by free market, sir? Free market means it is a market where everything is done by consumers and producers. Capitalist economy. Free market means capitalist economy, and government will play a minimum role. It will not intervene in the market. Okay. So free market means capitalist economy. So in a free market, it is the interaction between demand and supply determines the price. So what will be the price? That will be determined by demand and supply. The point where demand is equal to supply, that is called as equilibrium price. If demand is more than supply, price increases. If demand is less than supply, price decreases. Okay, so basing on the interaction between demand and supply, we will define the price of a good. Next. Government intervention, determination of price, either fully or partially. Yes, government also plays a role in determining the prices. How, sir? By using taxes and subsidies. If the government wants to increase the price of a certain good, it will add taxes. If the government wants to reduce the price of a certain good, it will give subsidies. The government of India fixes the price of petrol, diesel, coal, fertilizers, which are critical inputs. Yes, they are very, very important. Recently, what government did? They increased the prices of petrol, diesel because revenue of government decreased and they need money to carry out different welfare activities. So what government of India did? It started adding cess, nothing but tax. Cess, no. Cess means nothing but tax. Cess. It means tax. The government of India ఏం చేసింది? సెస్ యాడ్ చేసింది. అందుకే ప్రైసెస్ పెరుగుతూ 120కి వెళ్ళి మళ్ళీ తగ్గింది. Okay. And when the government of India reduced cess or taxes, automatically price of petrol decreases. And sometimes government of India will also define the MSP, minimum support price. తెలుసుగా మీకు అది minimum support price for certain items to support producers. If farmers feel that whatever the price that is defined by the market, whatever the price that is there in the market, that price is not at all sufficient to recover their cost of production, then government will fix a price which is higher than the market price. For example, as of now in a wholesale market, kg tomatoes are bought for 2 rupees. So what farmer feels, if kg tomatoes are purchased at 2 rupees from me, then it means I will not be in a position to recover my cost also. Cost of cultivation కూడా రికవర్ చేయలేను. అందుకే చూస్తూ ఉంటారు, రోడ్డు మీద పడేస్తూ ఉంటారు. అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ లో గవర్నమెంట్ ఏం చేస్తుందా అంటే ఒక ప్రైస్ ఫిక్స్ చేస్తుంది అన్నమాట. ఎస్, ఇన్ హోల్సేల్ మార్కెట్ ది టమాటోస్ ఆర్ టు బి పర్చేస్డ్ ఫర్ 6 rupees because government feels that this 6 rupees is sufficient for the farmer to earn some amount of revenue. It can recover its cost. The farmer can recover the cost of cultivation. Along with it can earn some revenue also. So government will fix the price of goods and services to protect the interest of both consumers as well as producers. If the prices are too high, government fix a lower price. If the prices are too low, government fix a higher price. Okay. Now, key terminologies that we need to understand here. First one is equilibrium. What do you mean by equilibrium? Do remember one thing. When two opposite forces are equal to one another, that point is called as equilibrium point. Two opposite forces. Revenue equal to cost, equilibrium. Okay. Revenue equal to cost, equilibrium. In the same way, demand equal to supply, equilibrium. Demand equal to supply, equilibrium. This equilibrium is also sometimes called as break even. If total revenue is equal to total expense, that is nothing but break even, nothing but equilibrium. In economic terms, it is equilibrium. In financial terms, it is break even point. Okay. So here equilibrium means what? The term equilibrium refers to the state in which quantity demand of a commodity is equal to quantity supply. No need to explain that again and again. Okay. So that is what is given here. At equilibrium point, there will be no excess or there will be no shortage. At equilibrium point, there will be no excess or no shortage. What do you mean by that, sir? So this is x-axis and y-axis. Quantity on x-axis, price on y-axis. This will be the demand curve. This will be the supply curve. At equilibrium point E, this is the quantity, that is equilibrium quantity. Equilibrium quantity, and this will be the equilibrium price. At equilibrium point E, at output EQ, equilibrium output EQ, demand is equal to supply. Demand is equal to supply. That means there is no excess or no shortage. Sir, what do you mean by excess? If supply is greater than demand, that is called as excess. What do you mean by shortage? If demand is greater than supply, that is called as shortage. So keeping things simple. Right. If let us say P, if market is producing, let us say R, Nana. At R, you can clearly see supply is here and demand is here, right? Supply is here, demand is here. Or you can explain it in this way also. At price P1, okay, at price P1, supply is this much and demand is this much. You can clearly see demand is greater than supply. Demand is greater than supply. So the relationship between this supply and demand is nothing but demand is greater than supply. Demand is greater than supply means there is shortage. There is shortage. Okay. And if price is P2, at price P2. When prices increases, it will be favorable to suppliers, so they will supply more. So supply will be here and demand will be here. The relationship between these two is nothing but supply is greater than demand. Supply is greater than demand means there is excess in the market. But when price is equal, sorry, when demand is equal to supply, that is at point E, demand is equal to supply. Okay, so at equilibrium point, there will be no excess or no shortage. At equilibrium point, there will be no excess or no shortage. Okay, right. Next, state of equilibrium. Sir, what do you mean by state of equilibrium? Through market mechanism or price mechanism. That means basing on demand and supply. Equilibrium is said to be stable if any disturbance to it is self-adjusting. That means whenever there is change in demand and supply, again these two forces will become equal to one another automatically without any intervention from the government. Government intervene అవ్వకుండానే మళ్ళీ demand equal to supply అయిపోతుంది. అంటే ఏంటి సార్, when demand is greater than supply, it will become demand equal to supply. When supply is greater than demand, again it will become demand equal to supply. Okay, so that equilibrium, original equilibrium is restored. In other words, if equilibrium is disturbed, the market returns to equilibrium. It is called as stable equilibrium. Okay, so the same thing is explained here also. Sir, how it is possible? How it is possible? Let us see that. I will explain it. Okay, right. So let me take the graph. It is demand, it is supply. Okay, now this is the equilibrium price. Let us assume that the price is P1. Price is P1. At P1 price, demand is here and supply is here. So simply stating, at P1 price, demand is greater than supply. At P1 price, demand is greater than supply. Okay, when demand is greater than supply, what will happen? Slowly, prices will increase. Slowly, prices will. When demand is greater than supply, prices will increase. When prices start increasing, when demand is greater than supply, what will happen? Prices will increase. When prices start increasing, it is unfavorable to consumers. So what they will do? They will reduce the demand. Demand will move this way. Okay. And on other hand, since prices are increasing, it is favorable to producers. So they will increase the supply. So supply will move in this region. So as demand decreases, supply increases slowly. This keeps on happening till demand is equal to supply. Demand is equal to supply. Okay, and vice versa. So here in this example, nowhere I have explained about a third party. Everything is explained based on demand and supply. అక్కడ కూడా థర్డ్ వేరియబుల్ కానీ గవర్నమెంట్ గురించి కానీ మాట్లాడాలి, మొత్తం డిమాండ్ సప్లై గురించి మాట్లాడాను. ఓకేనా నాన్న? సో ఇలా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందా అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ సెల్ఫ్ రెగ్యులేటింగ్. ఇన్ కేస్ ఆఫ్ డిస్టర్బెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ డిమాండ్ సప్లై, ఇట్ ఈస్ అగైన్ కమింగ్ బ్యాక్ టు డిమాండ్ ఈక్వల్ టు సప్లై. డిమాండ్ గ్రేటర్ దాన్ సప్లై చెప్పాను, అలాగే సప్లై గ్రేటర్ దాన్ డిమాండ్ అయితే ఎలా సార్? ఫాస్ట్ గా డ్రా చేస్తున్నా చూడండి నాన్న. సో దిస్ విల్ బి డిమాండ్, this will be supply, right? So this will be the equilibrium price. Okay, and if prices are, let us assume, more than equilibrium price, that is at P2. Okay, so you can clearly see when prices are higher, it will be favorable to producers, so they will supply more, and it will be unfavorable to consumers, so they will demand less. You can clearly see here supply is greater than demand. When supply is greater than demand, what will happen to prices? They will decrease. When prices decreases, how consumers will react and how producers will react? When prices start decreasing, consumers will demand more, and when prices start decreasing, producers will supply less. So slowly, what will happen? As consumers start demanding more, we will move downwards here, and as producers start supplying less, we will move downwards, and we will keep on moving in this way till we reach the point where demand is equal to supply. At that point, both consumers and producers are happy with one another. So here also you can clearly see that the both demand and supply are self-adjusting with one another. Okay, right. So at equilibrium point, the supply decisions of the firm tend to match the demand decisions of the buyer. Dash is a point where supply decisions of a firm tend to match, or tend to match means equal. That means whatever the quantity the producer wants to supply is equal to whatever the quantity the consumer wants to buy. Demand is equal to supply. So thus the equilibrium is restored automatically through the fundamental working of the market. There is, without any intervention from the government, the equilibrium is automatically restored. This price movement eliminates shortage and supply. That means at equilibrium point there is no shortage or there is no surplus. Okay. Next, topic 5.1, changes in demand and supply. What do you mean by these changes in demand and supply? See, when it comes to changes in demand and supply, what here we do is that we change demand and we try to study the changes in equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity, keeping supply constant. And in other case, we change supply and try to study the effect on equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity by keeping demand constant. Supply change చేస్తాము, equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity మీద ఎటువంటి effect ఉంది, demand constant, ceteris paribus. Okay, that means we are changing only one factor here. We are changing demand and keeping supply constant and trying to study the relationship of equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity, how they are changing. In another case, we will change supply and keep demand constant and try to study the effects on equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. We all know what are the different factors which affect demand and supply. These are all mentioned here. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 are given. No need to by heart these things. No need to by heart these things. Okay. If you start by hearting all these things, you will get around 15 or 16 relationships. You will get confused. Just try to understand the question, draw the graph, and answer the bit. That's it. For the sake of one bit, if you see, you will get only one bit if you are lucky from this topic. Okay. For the sake of that one bit, if you keep on by hearting all the 15 formulas, definitely you will get confused. So focus on the concept. So what here given? Increase in demand. When there is increase in demand, there will be increase in equilibrium price. No need to by heart this relationship. How to understand it? Let me explain this four fastly. Okay, one by one. First, I am talking about increase in demand and supply is constant. Increase in demand and supply is constant. Okay. So graph. This will be the quantity and this will be the price. This will be the downward sloping one and this one will be the upward sloping one, supply curve. Okay. And this will be equilibrium price and this will be equilibrium quantity. Now what we're talking about increase in demand. Increase in demand means here demand curve is changing because of other factors but not because of price. So demand curve will shift upwards. So this will be the increase in demand, D1. When demand curve shifts from D to D1 and supply is constant, automatically there will be change in equilibrium point. So there will be increase in equilibrium quantity and increase in equilibrium price. Increase in equilibrium quantity, that means we have shifted from equilibrium point E to equilibrium point E1. Equilibrium point E2, equilibrium point E2. There is increase in equilibrium quantity as well as equilibrium price. Increase in equilibrium quantity as well as increase in price. Let us see the relationship given there. When there is increase in demand, what is happening? Increase in equilibrium price, increase in equilibrium quantity. Sir, what about this quantity supplied increase? I will explain that one also in the graph itself. Increase in quantity supplied. See, when we are moving from point E to point E1, we are moving upwards on the supply curve, right? It is called as expansion of supply. Expansion of supply is nothing but increase in quantity supplied. Increase in quantity supplied. I think there is no need to explain this any further. Okay. So in this way, you can easily understand. I am taking one more thing here. Now I am changing supply and keeping demand as constant. Let us see that one. Okay. So decrease in supply and demand is constant. Decrease in supply and demand is constant. Let us see the graph, then you can easily understand what I am talking about. Quantity, price. This is demand. This is supply. This will be the equilibrium point E and this one will be the equilibrium price and this one will be the equilibrium quantity. Okay. Now next, when it comes to decrease in supply and demand is constant, there will be no change in demand curve position. But decrease in supply means what? Supply curve will shift to the left, right? Supply curve will shift to the left. So supply curve will be like this. S1. This will be E1. Now the new equilibrium quantity is EQ and equilibrium price is EP1. So you can clearly see that equilibrium quantity decreased, equilibrium price increased. Let us see the same thing in the. So increase in supply. When there is increase in supply, what increase? I have taken increase or decrease? Sorry. Okay, decrease in supply, right? So when there is a decrease in supply, increase in equilibrium price and decrease in equilibrium quantity. Now, what about this decrease in quantity demanded, sir? If you look at the demand curve, we have moved from point E to point E1, right? This upward movement of demand curve is nothing but contraction of demand. Contraction of demand or decrease in quantity demanded. Decrease in quantity demanded. So in this way, you can easily understand rather than by hearting all these things. Okay, sir, what about when both demand or both supply changes? In that case, also same thing. No need to by heart. Sorry. In that case also same thing. You will simply draw the graphs and you will try to understand. But remember one thing: when both the factors are changing, that is, when demand is increasing and supply is also increasing. When demand is decreasing, supply is also decreasing. When demand is increasing and supply is decreasing. When demand is decreasing and supply is increasing. Okay, if no relationship between these two is explained, that is, if no relationship between these two means greater than, less than, equal to. If these relationships are not explained, then you can define only one, either equilibrium price or equilibrium quantity. You can't define both the things. One will be uncertain. But if relationship is given between the two, and demand ki supply ki relationship ఇచ్చాడు, increase in demand, increase in supply అని చెప్పేసి ఊరుకున్నాను అనుకున్నానా, నువ్వు ఏదో ఒకటి డెఫినెట్ చెప్పగలవు. ఈక్విలియం ప్రైస్ పెరిగిందో లేకపోతే ఈక్విలియం క్వాంటిటీ తగ్గించి చెప్పగలవు నాన్న. ఇంకోటి అన్సర్టైన్ అయిపోతుంది. ఐదర్ ఈక్విలియం ప్రైస్ విల్ బి సర్టైన్ ఆర్ ఈక్విలియం క్వాంటిటీ విల్ బి అన్సర్టైన్ నా, when relationship is not given between the two. But if relationship is given like this now between the two, you can define both the things. It is both equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. అది కూడా ఇక్కడ చూడండి. Both demand supply increases, but relationship is not given. Both demand supply increases, but relationship is not given. That means what? That is, increase in demand is equal to increase in supply, or increase in demand greater than increase in supply, or increase in demand less than increase in supply. This relation is increase, decrease, equal relationship is not given. Then what? We can certainly define equilibrium quantity. So when demand supply increases, when demand increasing and supply is also increasing, but relationship between these two is not given, ante greater than a, equal to a, less than a ఇవ్వలేదు, then we can be certain about equilibrium quantity, but we will be uncertain about equilibrium prices. So in such a case, equilibrium quantity increases, but the change in equilibrium price is uncertain. In the same way, when demand and supply are decreasing, in such a case also, we can be certain about equilibrium quantity. That is, equilibrium quantity decreases, but equilibrium price is uncertain. We don't know whether it is going to increase, remain same, or decrease. అన్సర్టైన్ అంటే ఏంటి సార్? ఇక్కడ ఈక్విలిబ్రియం ప్రైస్ పెరగచ్చు, తగ్గచ్చు, ఈక్వల్ గా ఉండొచ్చు నాన్న. అందుకే చెప్పలేము అది మనం. వి డోంట్ నో. డిపెండింగ్ ఆన్ సిచ్యువేషన్స్ వి విల్ డిఫైన్ ఇట్. ఓకే, అంటే ఏంటి సార్? పైన అక్కడ చెప్పేసారు చూడండి నాన్న. హియర్ ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ డిమాండ్ ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు ఇంక్రీజ్ ఇన్ సప్లై. ఈక్వల్ టు, దిస్ ఇస్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. Since increase in demand is equal to increase in supply, there is increase in quantity. But price remains constant. Equilibrium price remains constant. ఇలా ఎప్పుడు చెప్పగలుగుతాం? when the relationship between demand supply is given. ఇవ్వలేదు అది చెప్పలేమునా. Again, here the second graph is increase in demand is greater than increase in supply. Here you can clearly define both. There is increase in equilibrium quantity and increase in equilibrium price. Okay, and the third one, increase in demand is less than increase in supply. Appudu equilibrium quantity increases and equilibrium price decreases. So when the relationship between the two is given, then you can define both the equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity. But if equal to, greater than, less than relationship is not given, then you can define one thing only. The other thing will remain uncertain. Same in case when the demand supply are changing in opposite directions. Okay, so my sincere request is not to by heart these things. Okay, depending on the merit of the bit, you draw the graph. It will take hardly 10 or 15 seconds to draw the graph and you can answer it. Okay, no need to by heart the relationships. Okay, you will get confused unnecessarily. So with this we have completed the chapter. Okay, right. So the next chapter that we need to focus on is price output determination under different market forms. Okay, so in this market we are going to learn about the different market forms based on competition. Okay, there is perfect competition, imperfect competition. Again, in imperfect competition we have monopoly, monopolistic competition, and oligopoly. Okay, let us see these markets one by one. Okay, So when it comes to perfect competition, what are the features basing on which the market is called as perfect competition? Okay, so when these features are there, then it is called as perfect competition. First one is large number of buyers and sellers. In this market, there are large number of buyers and sellers. When there are large number of buyers and sellers, definitely the buyers will not be in a position to influence the market, and sellers will also not be in a position to influence the market. So when buyers and sellers are not able to influence the market, then the effect depends on industry or market. Okay, the effect depends on industry or market. That means no individual seller is able to influence the market, or no individual buyer is able to influence the market. That is the feature of large number of buyers and sellers. Next, homogeneous goods. Here, the assumption that is taken is that the goods that are traded in this market are homogeneous goods. That means they are exact same, they are identical, they are perfect substitutes of one another. Okay, when goods are perfect substitutes of one another, then the goods must be sold at a single market price. That means price per unit will be same no matter how much amount of quantity you are buying. Okay, so no firm can raise the price of the product. See, when there are large number of buyers and sellers, definitely buyers do not have any influence over the market. And when goods are homogeneous, then firms cannot raise the prices, because when goods are homogeneous and if one seller tries to raise the price, automatically consumers will shift from that seller to other seller. ఒకళ్ళు ప్రైస్ పెంచారంటే ఆటోమేటిక్ గా సేమ్ గుడికి ఎక్కువ ప్రైస్ ఎందుకు పే చేయాలి? నేను ఎవరైతే తక్కువ అమ్ముతున్నాడో ఎవరైతే నార్మల్ ప్రైస్ అమ్ముతున్నాడో ఆ దగ్గరికి పర్చేస్ చేస్తాను నేను. ఓకే, అండ్ హియర్ when goods are homogeneous, that means no matter wherever you go in the market, the good will be same. So here sellers have no preference to whom they are selling, and buyers have no preference from whom they are buying. Okay, so that is the feature that we need to remember. Next, when there are large number of buyers and sellers, then this feature will automatically come. That is free entry and exit into the firms. So in whichever market there are large number of buyers and sellers, there will be free entry and exit in the exit of the firms from the industry or into the industry. And this feature is applicable only in the long run. This feature is applicable only in the long run. So free entry, free exit happens only in the long run. So when there will be free entry, when the existing firms are earning profits, the new firms will enter into the market. And when existing firms are suffering from losses, then some of the existing firms will try to leave the market. Okay, so when the existing firms are earning profits, the new firms will feel that they can also earn profits, so they will try to enter into the market. That is called as entry. When existing firms are suffering from losses, then some of those firms will leave the market to reduce their losses. Okay, so that is called as exit. There is free entry and free exit. Okay, so when these three features are there, when only these three features, that is large number of buyers and sellers, homogeneous products, and free entry and free exit, it is called as pure competition or free competition. Apart from these features, if there are some more features, then it cannot be called as pure competition or free competition. Okay, the fourth feature is perfect knowledge of market conditions. That means both buyers and sellers have perfect knowledge about market conditions. Regarding what? Quantities of stock of goods available in the market. Okay, next, nature of product. Next, existing prices. So both buyers and sellers have complete information regarding these 3 points. Okay, who is selling how much amount of quantity, and who is holding how much amount of quantity, what is the nature of the good, and what is the price of the good. Okay, next, very low transaction cost. Since there are large number of sellers and selling same kind of good, it will be very easy for the buyer to find a seller, so he will not incur any additional cost, or the transaction cost will be very, very low. So what do you mean by transaction cost? In perfect competitive market, buyers and sellers do not have to spend much time and money to find one another, because there are large number of buyers and sellers. All firms individually are price takers. Since here large number of buyers and sellers are there, no firm can influence the price, no firms can influence the market, and moreover goods are homogeneous, so no single firm or single buyer can influence the market or influence the price. So all firms have to accept the price whatever that is decided by the industry or market. Okay, so here industry is price maker and firms and consumers are price takers, because they don't have any control over the market. Both buyers and sellers cannot influence the market. So whatever the price that is defined by the market or industry is accepted by both consumers as well as producers. So firms and consumers are called price takers, and industry is called as price maker. Next, when the goods are homogeneous, definitely the price will be uniform. When price is uniform, there will be unique relationship between AR and MR. That is, AR is equal to MR equal to P, and it will be parallel to x-axis, that we have already seen in the previous chapter. The perfect mobility of market, perfect mobility of factors of production. That means what? Resources will move easily from one place to another place. There are no transportation costs and selling costs in perfectly competitive market. So these are the features of this market. Conclusion. See, in real world, we can't find perfect competitive market. In real world, we can't find perfectly competitive market because the major drawback here is homogeneous goods. In real world, nowhere in the real world you can find homogeneous goods. When you can't find homogeneous goods, obviously it will not be a perfect competitive market. Okay, then why this theory was given? In olden days, since there was no advancement in technology, what economists felt is that if two goods appear to be same, then those goods are called as homogeneous goods. కనపడతాని రెండు సేమ్ కనపడితే దాన్ని మనం homogeneous goods అంటాము. But as technology improved, then we realized that even though two goods appear to be same, upon deeper analysis, we can find the differences between the two goods. Okay, so no goods in the world are homogeneous. That's why this market is basically a myth. Okay, this market was later on put to be a myth now. Okay, but we can find some resemblance in real world. Some goods resemble the feature. They may not be exactly homogeneous goods, but they appear to be homogeneous goods. Example, agriculture products, precious metals. Okay, right. Next, determination of price under perfect competition. So here price is determined based by industry. Industry is the price maker. So how the industry will define the price? Basing on interaction between aggregate demand and aggregate supply. So this is the price defined by the industry. And whatever the price that is defined by the industry will be accepted by the firms. Okay. So this is the price that is accepted by the firms. So simply the graph will be like this. So this is industry and this is firms. So basing on aggregate demand and aggregate supply, industry will define the price and that price will be accepted by the firms. That is AR equal to MR equal to P. That is AR equal to MR equal to P. So industries are price makers. Industries are price makers and firms are price takers. And firms are price takers. Okay. So once firms accept the price, now each firm basing on the availability of resources, we need to find out the equilibrium point. Okay, how to find out the equilibrium point? By using MC curve, the point where MC curve cuts MR curve from below. The point where MC curve cuts MR curve from below. Okay, so MC curve is basically U-shaped curve, but we will only take that point where MC curve is cutting MR curve from below. That means MC curve should have upward slope, not the downward slope. Okay. So that point is called as equilibrium point, and whatever the output we get, that is called as equilibrium output. Okay, so the same thing is given here. Conditions of equilibrium, you all know MC equal to MR. Okay, yeah, so the form MC curve must cut MR curve from below. That is given here clearly. Okay, that means MC curve should have positive slope. If MR is greater than MC, that means the firm should increase the production to maximize its profits. Okay, and if MR is less than MC, the firm should reduce the production to minimize its losses. Okay, whatever it may be, the firm should be producing only that level of output where MC is equal to MR. That is what is given here. Okay, so this is the industry or market and this is the firm. So whatever the price that is defined by the industry will be accepted by the firm. Firm accepts just only. I have drawn MC curve. Now when MC curve is in U shape, it will cut MR curve at 2 points, that is T and R. Now you people may argue that even at T point, MC is equal to MR, right? So it should be equilibrium point. Generally what we say is that the point where MC curve cuts MR curve from below, so it is nothing but R. So at R point, the firm is said to be at equilibrium. But to be precise, what we should be explaining is that at point T, MC is equal to MR, but thereafter, if the company decides to produce only Q1 output, company kanaka Q1 output produce cheste emavutundra ante, it is losing this much amount of profit. Because after point T, MC falls further. After a point T, MC falls further, Nana. So if company stops producing at Q1 level of output, what will happen? It is unable to earn the profit that I have shaded out. This is the profit. The profit mattam is sale. So that's the reason why the company will not stop at point T, Nana. It will keep on producing more than that. But at point R, which is the last point where MC is equal to MR. Okay, at point R, the firm will maximize its profit. That means it will be earning the shaded region profit also. The shaded chesanu nenu shade chesanu aa profit kuda earn chestundi. Okay na, shade chesina దగ్గర profit ఎందుకు వస్తుంది సార్ అంటే in this shaded region you can clearly see that this is MR and this is MC. So in shaded region, MR is greater than MC means it is earning profits, right? So it should not stop at T. It should keep on producing till R. Why it has to stop at R, sir? If it does not stop at R and keep on producing beyond that, then MC is greater than MR. ఈ R తర్వాత ఏమవుతుందంటే MC greater than MR అవుతుంది. It will start suffering from losses. So ఇదంతా ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయకుండా సింపుల్ గా ఏం చెప్తాను, ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయినింగ్ ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ విల్ సింప్లీ సే దట్ ది పాయింట్ వేర్ MC curve cuts MR curve from below, MC curve cuts MR curve from below, that point should be considered as equilibrium point. Okay, the same thing is explained here. Now, short run supply curve of the firm in a competitive market. So what does it mean? Okay, this condition can be proved only in perfectly competitive industry. You can't prove this equation or this condition or this graph in any other market. Okay, so in this market, what we say is that the part of MC curve which is above ABC curve is equivalent to supply curve. The part of MC curve which is above ABC curve resembles supply curve. So if you look at the graph clearly, whatever the relationship between MC and AC exists, the same relationship exists between MC and ABC. What is the relationship, sir? MC curve cuts MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. That is the relationship between MC and AC. MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. The same relationship exists between MC and ABC also. That is MC curve cuts ABC curve from below at ABC's minimum point. So if you look at the graph clearly here at point E1, ABC is minimum. From that point, we are drawing MC curve. Okay. So we should focus only on that part. So let me explain it drawing clearly. Okay. So this will be Q and this will be P. Since we are talking about perfectly competitive market, I am taking multiple price lines. So these price lines will be parallel to x-axis. So this one will be P1, this one will be P2, this one will be P3, and this one will be P4. Okay, so P1, P2, P3, P4. Now P1 in perfect competition, there is a relationship between AR and MR, right? There's P and MR. So P1 equal to AR1 equal to MR1. P2 equal to AR2 equal to MR2. P3 equal to AR3 equal to MR3. P4 equal to AR4 equal to MR4. Okay, right. Now I need to find out equilibrium point at different price levels. Okay, so for that I will draw MC curve. This is MC curve. Now the point where MC curve got MR curve, that is called as equilibrium point. So it is E1, E2, E3, E4. E1, E2, E3, E4. So the firm should be producing these quantities Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. So different prices, the firms will be producing different quantities. Okay. Now before coming to that conclusion, the firm should identify whether it is able to recover at least variable cost or not. కనీసం వేరియబుల్ కాస్ట్ రికవర్ అవ్వాలి కదా, రికవర్ అవుతేనే నువ్వు అంత క్వాంటిటీ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తావు. See, what I have defined as of now is it at equilibrium point how much quantity a firm can produce. ఎంత ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయొచ్చు Q1, Q2, Q3 at different prices, different quantities చెప్పాను. Now before deciding which quantity to produce, first the company should identify whether it is able to recover variable cost or not, because I already have AR నా దగ్గర ఉంది. So with this AR, am I able to recover variable cost or not? So variable cost ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే average variable cost. I'm talking about average variable cost. Average variable cost ఎలా ఉంటుందా? It will be in U shape. It will be in U shape. Okay, so let me draw the ABC curve. So this is ABC. This is ABC curve. Okay. Now my question is that whether we should produce Q1 level of output or not. My answer will be no, because at Q1 level of output AR is here. At Q1 level of output AR is here, but ABC is here, Nana. But ABC is somewhere here. So what I will say that at Q1 level of output, since AR is less than ABC, we should not produce Q1 level of output. But at Q2 level of output, AR is equal to ABC. That means it is shutdown point, yet we can produce. There is nothing wrong in that. Okay. And in Q3, Q4, ABC is here and ABC is somewhere here. ABC is somewhere here and AR is somewhere here. Okay. So that means that for Q3 and Q4, AR is greater than ABC. AR is greater than ABC. Okay. So from Q2 onwards, we can produce any level of output. But before that, we should not produce it, because before Q2 level, what is happening, Nana? AR is less than ABC. That means we have to shut down. That means we are unable to recover at least variable cost also. But from Q2 level of output, we should produce. So simply stating, we have to take E2, E3, E4, right? We have to take E2, E3, E4. So I will take E2, E3, E4 points only. So if I take E2, E3, E4 points, okay, so E2 is somewhere here, E3 is somewhere here, E4 is somewhere here. ఇలా 3 points తీసుకున్నాం అన్నమాట. If I join these 3 points, it is just like supply curve, right? Because on y-axis we are taking price, on x-axis we are taking quantity. As price increases, quantity also increases. Okay, so it is resembling supply curve. So that is what I meant earlier. The part of MC curve. Now we are not taking the entire MC curve. We are taking only MC curve from this point. That is E2 point. The part of MC curve which is above ABC curve resembles supply curve. This feature, this condition can only be proved in perfect competition. You can't prove anywhere else. Okay, right. So the same thing is given here also. Thus, in perfect competition, firm's MC curve above ABC curve has identical shape of firm's supply curve. Important from big point of view. Okay, the part of MC curve which is above ABC curve resembles supply curve. Okay, so this is about perfect competition and supply curve of a firm in a perfect competitive market. Okay, next, short run equilibrium of a firm. So what kind of profits a firm will earn in the short run, what kind of profits a firm will earn in the long run. Okay, that we will learn here. So I will draw the graph as quickly as possible, then you can understand all these points. Okay, right, let me do it. So I'm talking about short run now. We are talking about short run in perfect competition. Short run in perfect competition. Talking about short run in perfect competition. Okay. So in short run perfect competition, a firm may get either profits or losses. Now when it comes to profit, it can be either super profit or normal profit. That means AR greater than AC or AR equal to AC. In losses means AR is less than ABC, and all these things will be proved at equilibrium point now. So we always talk about equilibrium point because the firm will produce only that level of output which it gets at equilibrium point. So we need to find out whether the firm is getting profits or losses at equilibrium point. Edaina sare equilibrium point దగ్గర మాట్లాడాలి. So short run lo it can get all the three now. It can get any of the three. Either it can get super profits, normal profits, or it may suffer from losses. But in long run, whenever there is a feature called a large number of buyers and sellers, it will lead to free entry and free exit. So in the long run, a firm which has these two features, the market which has these two features, in that market, in long run, all the firms will get normal profits only. ఏ మార్కెట్ లో అయితే లార్జ్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బయర్స్ అండ్ సెల్లర్స్ ఫీచర్ వచ్చిందో ఆటోమేటిక్ గా ఫ్రీ ఎంట్రీ ఫ్రీ ఎగ్జిట్ ఉంటుంది. ఎప్పుడైతే ఫ్రీ ఎంట్రీ ఫ్రీ ఎగ్జిట్ ఉంటుందో అది లాంగ్ రన్ లో ఉంటుందన్న. షార్ట్ రన్ లో ఫ్రీ ఎంట్రీ ఫ్రీ ఎగ్జిట్ ఉండదు. వాట్ యూ మీన్ బై ఫ్రీ ఎంట్రీ? స్టార్టింగ్ ఏ న్యూ కంపెనీ. వాట్ యూ మీన్ బై free exit? Closing down the company. To start a company, to shut down a company, we need to change all the factors, and all the factors only change in long run. ఎక్కడైతే మనకి ఈ టూ ఫీచర్స్ వస్తాయో, లార్జ్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బయర్స్ అండ్ సెల్లర్స్ అండ్ ఫ్రీ ఎంట్రీ ఫ్రీ ఎగ్జిట్, in long run, firms in that market will earn only normal profit. But short run ఏమైనా రావచ్చు. So I need to draw 3 graphs to explain all these 3. Okay, let us see one by one. So I'm talking about super profits first. So first what we need to do is that we need to draw AR and MR curves. So in perfect competition, P equal to AR equal to MR, right? Next I have to draw MC curve. This is MC curve. This will be the equilibrium point E, and this one will be the quantity Q that the firm should be producing. Now at that level of quantity, whether the firm is getting profit or losses, for that we need to draw. In order to define whether the firm is getting losses or not, profit or losses, we need to explain the relationship between AR and AC. Equilibrium point ante MC equal to MR వచ్చేసిందిగా ఈ పాయింట్ దగ్గర. Profit or loss ante AR AC. Okay, already I have AR curve. Now I need to draw AC curve. So depending on the position of AC curve, in relation to equilibrium point, depending on the position of AC curve in relation to equilibrium point. Okay, I can define whether we are getting profits or losses, or we can define whether getting profits or losses. So, AC curve draw cheyali. AC curve draw chesinnappudu ela padthe ala draw cheyakoodu. We need to remember the relationship between MC and AC. Okay, what is the relationship? MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. At AC's minimum point. So let me draw the AC curve. Let me draw the case AC curve. So AC curve you draw just now. This will be the AC curve. Now, AC curve at equilibrium point. At equilibrium point, AC curve is somewhere here. This is let us take this as F now. Edana equilibrium point dekki chodali. So AR is EQ and AC is FQ. We can clearly state that AR is greater than AC, right? Nothing but super profits. Next, Nana. Same. AR equal to MR. This is MC curve. This will be the equilibrium point E. This will be the quantity. Now I have to draw AC curve. Again, when I am drawing AC curve, I have to keep in mind the relationship between MC and AC. So MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. This will be AC. Now I can clearly see that AR is nothing but EQ and AC is nothing but EQ. The point where AR is equal to AC, that is nothing but normal profit. That is nothing but normal profit. Okay. Next. I need to draw regarding losses, right? So, ఏదైనా సరే equilibrium point దగ్గర చూడాలి. We need to explain, we need to find whether the firm is getting profit and loss only at equilibrium point, because the firm will produce only the level of output which it is getting at equilibrium point. Because at equilibrium point, a firm will either get maximum profits or minimum losses. ఏ firm కనుక కావాల్సింది అదే, profits వస్తే maximum, loss వస్తే minimum. అది అక్కడ వస్తుంది equilibrium point దగ్గర వస్తుంది. That's why we'll focus only at equilibrium point. The last one is losses. So this will be the AR equal to MR. And this one will be the MC. So it will be the equilibrium point E, and this will be the quantity Q, the firm has which it should be producing. Okay, now we need to draw the graph for loss. So loss means AR less than AC or AC less than AR, right? So I need to draw AC curve. So AC curve will be like this. So somewhere here is F. Okay, so if you look at the AC position with reference to equilibrium point, ఇది equilibrium point reference చూస్తే కనుక, if you look at with reference of equilibrium point, AR is EQ, AC is FQ. So AR less than AC, so losses, simple thing, losses none. Okay, so we have completed all the 3 graphs in the short run. Short run లో అయిపోయిన 3 graphs కూడా వచ్చింది అదే మీకు. నేను సింపుల్ గా AR లో చెప్పేశాను, వాడేంటరా అంటే TRTQ అంటే ప్రైస్ క్వాంటిటీ రెండు షేడెడ్ రీజన్ చేసుకున్నాడు. Okay, now when it comes to losses, Nana, again the firm has to decide if it is able to recover average variable cost or not. If the firm is able to recover average variable cost, it has to continue. If the firm is unable to recover even average variable cost, it has to shut down the business. Shutdown is permanent or temporary in nature, means it's temporary in nature, because we will only shut down the business for a small period of time. Shutdown does not mean liquidation or winding up of the company. Permanent closure kaadu, 2-3 months shutdown cheyadam ante. Now coming back to long run, Nana. See, let me explain it as quickly as possible, okay, and as easily as possible. See, in perfect competition, the feature is, in perfect competition, feature. Okay, one of the features is large number of buyers and sellers. So we focus on sellers. Okay, when there are large number of buyers and sellers, it will lead to free entry and free exit of firms. When there is free entry and free exit of firms, that means it is basically happening in long run. When there is free entry and free exit of firms, what will happen, sir? Let us take an example. Okay, In short run, firms are earning profits. In short run, whatever the firms that are there in the market, they are earning profits. So what will happen? Looking at this situation, in long run, new firms will try to enter the market. New firms will try to enter the market. When new firms try to enter the market, number of firms in the market increases. When number of firms in the market increases, production increases. When production increases, supply increases. When supply increases, prices decreases. When prices decreases, profits decreases. Earlier you are earning high amount of profits, you are earning super profits. Here earning profits means we're talking about super profits. Okay, now profits are decreasing. Slowly super profits will become normal profits. This will be the situation. And in case of losses also, if the firms are earning losses, what will happen? Existing firms will leave the market. That means number of firms decreases. When number of firms decreases, production decreases, supply decreases, prices increases, and slowly firms start earning normal profits. So from this explanation, what we can understand is that in long run, when there are large number of buyers and sellers, normal profit will be the common phenomenon for all the markets. Unna market lo unna anni firms kuda long run lo normal profits earn chestayi. What do you mean by normal profits, sir? AR equal to AC. AR equal to AC. నేను ఇప్పుడు ఏదైతే ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేశానో the same thing is given in the graphical form here. This is short run. This is short run, and this will be the long run. So in short run, the firms are earning profits. Short run lo profits earn చేస్తున్నారు. ఎలా చెప్తున్నారు సార్? This is equilibrium point, right? At equilibrium point, AR అనేది ఇదే కదా నాన్న. AC ఎక్కడ ఉంది? కింద ఉంది. జాగ్రత్త చూస్తే కనుక, let me zoom it. Okay, so this will be the equilibrium point. This will be the equilibrium point, the point where MC is equal to MR, MC1 equal to MR. Okay, at that equilibrium point, AR ఎంత ఉందండి? ఇదే line, the same line నాన్న. AC ఎక్కడ ఉంది? ఎక్కడో కింద ఉంది. That means at equilibrium point, AR is greater than AC. That means in the short term, the firms are earning profits. But what happens because of this, Nana? As the firms keep on earning, as the firms are earning profits in the short run, number of firms try to enter into the market. When number of firms enter into the market, production increases, supply also increases. Increase in supply means supply cost shifts to the right. So when supply increases, what will happen? Price decreases. See, what about demand, sir? Demand is same, ceteris paribus. We are talking about supply only. Supply padam gurinchi maatladam. Demand is ceteris paribus. So price decreases from P to P1. When price decreases, profits also decreases. So earlier you were earning super profits, now you are earning only normal profits. Why? How can you say that it's a normal profit, sir? AC is equal to AR. AC is equal to AR. A simple thing. Theoretical graph explain chesadu. Okay, Nana. Next. Okay, right, Nana. So in the long run, the firm is in equilibrium. Then this will be the equation. This will be the equation. SMC equal to LMC equal to SAC equal to LAC equal to P equal to M. That means all the variables will be equal at equilibrium point. If you look at the graph, you can understand it easily. At this point, all variables are equal. SMC equal to SAC, LMC equal to LAC, P equal to AR equal to MR. When all variables are equal at one particular point, we can define equation in any way we want. ఏ రెండు వేరియబుల్స్ కూడా ఈక్వల్ చేసుకోవచ్చు మనం. ఓకే నాన్న, right? So that is the same thing is given here, and we all know that in long run. Okay, so yeah, right, Nana. So in long run, the firm can, in long run, theory of cost chapter chavutam kada man Nana. LAC curve is an envelope curve because it surrounds all the short term curves. And when the LAC curve is U-shape and SAC curve is also U-shape, both LAC and SAC are U-shape. All curves are tangent to one another, but the falling part of LAC will be tangent to falling part of SAC. The falling part of LAC will be tangent to, this is LAC. and this will be SAC. This is SAC. Okay. So, okay, these are the points, and this is the minimum point of LAC. So what I mean to say is that falling part of LAC will be tangent to falling part of SAC. Rising part of LAC will be tangent to rising part of SAC. And the minimum point of LAC will be tangent to minimum point of SAC. That you need to remember. So when LAC curve is U-shaped and SAC curves are also U-shaped, then you can conclude one thing. In long run, only one particular firm will be optimum firm. Remaining all firms are either underutilized or overutilized. So firms before this are underutilized and firm after this are overutilized. So when falling part of SAC is tangent to falling part of LAC, the firm, the SAC firm, and the SAC curve is nothing but plant curve, right? It is underutilized. When rising part of LAC is tangent to rising part of SAC, then the plant is overutilized. When minimum point of LAC is tangent to minimum point of SAC, then that plant is optimally utilized. Okay, right. So coming back to, so in long run equilibrium, of the industry under perfect competition. Let us see the conditions here. Okay. So all firms in the industry are in equilibrium. No firm has incentive either to enter the market. So in long run, whatever the firms that exist in the market, they will remain. Okay. No new firm will enter into the market and no existing firm will leave the market. Because why no new firm enters the market? Because already the firms which are there in the market, ఏ firms అయితే మార్కెట్ లో ఉన్నాయో లాంగ్ రన్ లో వాటికే నార్మల్ ప్రాఫిట్ వస్తుంది. నేను మళ్ళీ దూరాను అనుకున్నాను, వాట్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్? నాకు లాస్ వస్తుంది, వాళ్ళకు లాస్ వస్తుంది. ఓకే. నెక్స్ట్, no firm will be willing to exit the market. Why, sir? When I'm getting normal profit, why I need to exit the market? Loss వస్తే ఆలోచించాలి, normal profit వస్తుంది కదా. So since the firms are getting normal profit, no new firm will be willing to enter the market. If they enter, they may suffer from losses. And no new firms will be leaving the market because they're getting normal profits, right? That is the point. Okay. Next. So when in long run, all the variables are equal to one another, right? So in such a case, we can prove these points. What are those points? The output in the long run is produced. Sorry. The output is produced at the minimum feasible cost. The output is produced at the minimum. So whatever the output that we are producing is produced at minimum possible cost. Okay. Right. Next, consumers pay the minimum possible price, which just covers the marginal cost. Nothing but MC is equal to P. So in long run at equilibrium, MC is equal to P or MC equal to AR. That point is called as allocative efficiency. Sir, what do you mean by that, sir? You can see clearly at equilibrium point E. At equilibrium point E, MC is equal to AR, LMC is equal to AR, or MC equal to P. Okay, since MC is equal to P or MC equal to AR, it is called as allocative efficiency. Sir, what do you mean by allocative efficiency? Okay, whatever the price that is paid by the consumer is equal to the additional cost that is incurred for producing that good. ఎంతైతే ప్రైస్ పే అంటే ఎంతైతే నాకు అడిషనల్ కాస్ట్ అయిందో, బీయింగ్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్, వాట్ ఎవర్ ద అడిషనల్ కాస్ట్ దట్ హ్యావ్ ఇంకర్డ్ ఫర్ ప్రొడ్యూసింగ్ దట్ గుడ్, ది కన్స్యూమర్ ఇస్ పేయింగ్ సేమ్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రైస్. ఒక గూడ్ తయారు చేయడానికి నాకు ఎంతైతే కాస్ట్ అయ్యిందో, ఒక అడిషనల్ గూడ్ తయారు చేయడానికి నాకు ఎంతైతే కాస్ట్ అయ్యిందో అంతే ప్రైస్ వాడు పే చేస్తాడు. కాస్ట్ ఈక్వల్ టు ప్రైస్ అయితే ఏమవుతుందన్న, ఇంకా దానికన్నా ఎక్కువ రిసోర్సెస్ ని యూజ్ చేయకూడదు. ఏమవుతుంది, ఇంకా ఎక్కువ రిసోర్స్ వస్తే కాస్ట్ పెరుగుతుంది, ప్రైస్ తగ్గుతుంది. అదలా సార్, హౌ ఇస్ ఇట్ పాసిబుల్ సార్? See, the point where price is equal to cost, I have to stop production, Nana. That means I should not produce beyond that. What will happen if I produce beyond that? If I produce beyond that point, the supply in the market increases, price decreases. Price తగ్గిందంటే ఆటోమేటిక్గా నాకేమవుతుంది, లాస్ వస్తుందిగా. ఓకే నాన్న, అందుకే దానికన్నా ఎక్కువ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయకూడదు. అంటే allocative efficiency defines a point to which we defines a point to the extent of which we have to allocate resources. Resources ni enta varaku vaadali cheppedi allocative efficiency. Next, it also at the equilibrium point we can also see MC equal to AC. MC equal to AC means what? Productive efficiency nani. MC equal to AC ni మనం ఏమంటాం, productive efficiency. That means price is equal to marginal cost. It is called as productive efficiency. Plants are used at full capacity. ఎందుకు సార్ ఇక్కడ ప్రొడక్ట్ ఎఫిషియన్సీ అంటే at point MC equal to AC. AC is minimum. ఇంకా దానికన్నా కాస్ట్ తగ్గే పాసిబిలిటీ లేదు. దానికన్నా ఎక్కువ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తే ఏమవుతుంది, కాస్ట్ అనేది పెరిగిపోతుంది. Next, at that point the firm earns normal profit AC equal to AR. The firm maximizes profits at MC equal to M or minimizes losses at MC equal to AR. Nana. There are optimum number of firms in the industry. That means the firms will not increase or decrease. They will remain constant. Optimum number of firms are there. In the long run, the equation will be LAR equal to LMR equal to P equal to LMC equal to LAC. This is the equilibrium equation in the long run under perfect competition. Okay. So with that, we have completed perfect competition. Next, monopoly. We all know what do you mean by monopoly. Monopoly means single seller. And when there is only one seller in the market, definitely there will be no close substitutes for the market. There may be substitutes, but they will not be close substitutes. They may be distinct substitutes. Okay. So what are the features for monopoly? First feature is single seller of the product. There is only one seller in the market. Since there is one seller in the market, there will be no differentiation between industry and a seller. Okay, that means firm and industry will be one and the same. That means there is no competition in the market. If there is one seller in the market, that means there is no competition in the market. There will be barriers to entry. This single seller will make sure that he is the only seller in the market. He will not allow any new firms into the market. For that, he will create so many barriers. These barriers can be either economic, institutional, legal, or artificial. Next, since he is the only seller in the market, whatever the good that he is producing, these goods will not have any substitutes, or there will be no close substitutes in the market. So when there are no close substitutes in the market, the cross elasticity of demand will be low. The cross elasticity of demand will be low. That means it will be equal to 0, it will be less than, it will be equal to 0 or very, very small, very, very small. So that means demand curve will be steeper. Demand curve will be steeper. Cross elasticity will be equal to 0 or it will be less than 1, equal to 0 or cross elasticity, right? Sorry. The cross elasticity will be equal to 0 or it will be less than 1 or very, very small. Okay, that means there are no close substitutes. And what about price elasticity, sir? The price elasticity of demand for monopolist product will be less than 1. That means demand curve will be steeper. Demand curve will be steeper. When there are no close substitutes, Nana, change in demand will be very less when compared to change in prices. So if the monopolist increases the prices by considerable amount, there will be very small change in demand, very small fall in demand, because consumers have no other option. Even at higher prices, they have to consume it. So price elasticity of demand will be very, very small. When price elasticity of demand is also small, then the demand curve will be steeper. Why we are focusing on this point? This is the only difference between monopolistic competition and monopoly. Okay. In monopolistic competition, demand curve will be slant because there we have a number of sellers and the goods have close substitutes. Okay. Now here, since there is no difference between industry and firm, the price will be defined by the firm itself. So in this market, monopoly, the firm is a price maker. Since he is a price maker, Nana, he has control. That means he has control over market supply of a product or service. Now, do you have to remember one thing? A monopolist can control either supply or price. He can't control both the things at a time. He can control either supply or price. He can't control both the things at a time. ఏదో ఒకటే కంట్రోల్ చేయగలరు, రెండింటిని కంట్రోల్ చేయలేడు. Monopoly power or market power. What do you mean by monopoly or market power? Since he is the only seller in the market, he enjoys certain powers in the market. What are those powers? He can sell goods at very high prices. Ability to sell goods at high prices. Why he wants to sell at high prices? Because he wants to earn profit. That is called as monopoly power or market power. The same thing is explained here also. Generally in perfect competition, goods are sold at a price where it is equal to MC. But in monopoly, goods are sold at a price which is much higher than MC. Graphically that we are showing. Okay. So this difference between price and MC is called as monopoly power. This difference between price and MC is called as monopoly power. Next, price discrimination. Since he is the only seller in the market, what he can do is that he can sell the same good to different consumers or in different places at different prices. Okay, he has that advantage. Okay, so what he generally does is that he differentiates prices based on elasticity. If the good has elastic demand, he will sell at lower prices or normal prices. But if the good has inelastic demand, definitely he will sell goods at higher prices. Okay, that we will study later on. Next, types of monopoly. Now, what are the types of monopoly? Simple monopoly, discriminating monopoly, pure monopoly, natural monopoly. Sir, what do you mean by simple monopoly? The seller is selling the goods at same price to all the buyers. It means he's not discriminating anything now. He's selling the goods at same prices to all the buyers. That is called as simple monopoly. Okay. Next, discriminating monopoly. What do you mean by discriminating monopoly? A seller is selling the same good to different customers at different prices. That is called as discriminating monopoly. Examples are given there. You can easily understand examples. Okay, right. That means when it comes to example of a discriminating monopoly in Indian Railways, for elders, that senior citizens, less price is charged. For others, more price is charged. Same services, same kind of, but since he is more than 65 years old or 60 years old, he is charged at lesser price, and others are given at normal prices. Okay, that's called discriminating monopoly. Selling same good to different consumers at different prices. Okay, next, pure monopoly. If there is only one seller in the market, one company in the market with no close substitute, then it's called as pure monopoly. And what do you mean by natural monopoly? Listen carefully. What do you mean by natural monopoly? There are 3 or 4 firms which can produce same goods. There are 3 or 4 firms in the market which can produce same goods. Okay, let us take the example of electricity. There are 3 or 4 companies which can generate electricity. Now, all these 4 companies use coal to generate electricity. All these 4 companies use coal to generate electricity. Now, if these 4 companies are competing for same quantity of coal, if 4 companies కూడా same coal కోసం compete చేస్తుంటే, what will happen to the prices of coal? They will increase. When the price of coal increases, that is when the price of raw material increases, automatically price of electricity, which is finished good, also increases. No, increase in price of electricity will definitely have an adverse effect on the society. In order to eliminate such kind of situation, instead of giving permission to 4 companies to produce electricity, government will give permission only to one particular company to produce electricity. So basically, government is creating monopoly here. That is called as natural monopoly. It is called as natural monopoly. Okay, Nana? Right. Next, what are the reasons for monopoly? We all know that. And continuation of monopoly. Strategic control over scarce resources. If the resource is controlled by one particular firm, definitely it will enjoy monopoly power. Or if the company is producing a good which no other firm in the market is producing, then also it will enjoy monopoly. If the government has granted rights to produce a good to only one company, then also that company enjoys monopoly. And if the company which is producing a good owns a patent or copyrights for that good, and this patent and copyright is only available with that company, then to the extent of that good, that company will enjoy monopoly. A good patent copyright నా దగ్గరే ఉందరా అంటే నేను ఒక్కనే ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయగలను. Monopoly. If the firm enjoys enormous amount of goodwill, huge amount of goodwill, that means whenever we think about baby products, we go for Johnson and Johnson. But technically, Johnson and Johnson enjoys some sort of monopoly power. It enjoys some sort of monopoly. Market లో ఉన్నాయి కానీ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తున్నా నేను, వేరే కంపెనీస్ ఉన్నాయి బట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తున్నా. Babies అనగానే we go either go baby food items అంటే we go for Nestle, baby bath items or other essentials and we go for Johnson and Johnson. Why? That is the kind of goodwill these companies enjoy in the market. Okay, and sometimes with the help of strict legal laws or regulatory requirements, government may discourage other companies from starting the business. So it also leads to monopoly. Next, if business form into cartels, okay, then also it leads to monopoly. Example, OPEC countries, they formed into a cartel. OPEC means oil producing and exporting countries. Okay, so these countries formed into a cartel. These 5 countries or 7 countries, if I'm not wrong, they formed into a group now. Okay, and when they formed into a group, basically what they have done is they have eliminated competition among themselves, that they are ruling the world. Next, extremely large startup cost. If a business needs a large startup cost or premium expenses, then definitely most people will be discouraged from starting the business. It also leads to monopoly. That means no new firm will try to enter the market and try to compete with the existing firms, because in order to enter the market, they need to spend huge amount of money. Natural monopoly. All these are examples, all the reasons for continuation occurrence of monopoly. Okay, next, monopoly revenue curves. We all know, we already seen in previous chapter, when it comes to imperfect competition, monopoly, monopolistic competition, oligopoly, all these things come under imperfect competition, right? So when it comes to imperfect competition, AR and MR curves are 2 different curves, and depending on the features of the market, we will decide whether these curves will be slant or sleeper. So here in imperfect competition, goods are heterogeneous goods, right? Basically, they have no substitutes. Still, they are heterogeneous goods. We are talking about imperfect competition. So AR and MR curves will be two different curves. Okay, and fall in AR will be much higher than the fall in, yes, fall in AR. Fall in MR is much higher than the fall in AR. Here AR is falling by 0.5, but MR is falling by 1. So obviously MR curve will lie below AR curve. And you have to remember one thing. MR curve cuts the area between y-axis and AR curve into two equal halves. Two equal halves lo cut చేస్తుంది. Okay, Nanana? Right. The same thing is given here. AR and MR are both negatively sloped. That means downward slope. The slope of MR is twice that of. That means fall in MR is much higher than AR. That is, MR curve falls twice the rate of AR curve. Okay, and MR curve lies halfway between AR curve and y-axis. That means it will divide AR. It will divide the area between y-axis and AR curve into two equal halves. Okay, AR can never be equal to 0. In the graph, they have touched it to x-axis, Nana, but basically AR curve will be falling. It may get closer to x-axis, but it will never be equal to 0. Whereas MR, see, AR curve keeps on falling, but it will never touch x-axis or it will never become 0. It may get closer to x-axis, but when it comes to MR, it keeps on falling. It will be positive, it will be equal to 0, and it will also become negative. So all three cases are possible with MR curve, but AR curve, it will always be positive, but it keeps on falling now. Okay, right. So short-term equilibrium of a firm in a monopoly firm. I think there is no need to draw the graphs in that regard. Or what I will do is that I will draw the graph. You can easily understand. Just like in perfect competition, here also in short run, a monopoly firm can enjoy super profits, normal profits, or may suffer from losses also. Sir, single firm, the losses are also, sir. For a short period of time, the consumer is not willing to buy. Definitely, it means that there are no sales. So they will suffer from losses. Okay, right. So monopoly. Hmm. This quantity, this is price, this will be AR, and this will be MR. Okay, and this will be MC curve. The point where MR is equal to MC, that will be the equilibrium point, and output is called as, so the price will be this one. The price is nothing but PQ. PQ now, the price is PQ. So here AR is equal to PQ. Now I have to draw AC curve. Depending on the position of AC curve, we will decide whether the firm is getting super profits or normal profits or losses. Okay, so I'm drawing AC curve as of now. So AC curve. So when I'm drawing AC curve, I have to keep in mind the relationship between MC and AC. So MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. So AC, somewhere here I'm drawing like this. This will be AC. So I have drawn AC curve in this way. So MC curve is cutting AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. And this will be the point, and at equilibrium point, AC will be here, that is SQ. So AC is nothing but SQ. AR greater than AC, nothing but super profits. Super profits. Let us see losses. Let us see losses now. Okay. Losses. So అర్థమైంది అనుకుంటున్నా గ్రాఫ్ ఇది. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ లాసెస్ నా quantity, price. Sorry, this will be AR, this will be EMR, will be MC, this will be equilibrium point Q, will be the price. Okay, now losses. Talking about losses. So again, AC composition. This is AC composition. Here you can clearly see AR is PQ, but AC is somewhere here, right? This is SQ. So AR is equal to PQ, AC is equal to SQ at equilibrium point E. At E, okay. So you can clearly state that AR is less than AC. So it is nothing but losses. Sir, what about normal profits, sir? At equilibrium point, basically AR will be equal to AC. Let me try to draw that one also. Quantity, price. AR, MR, MC, Q, equilibrium, with a P. Now let me try to draw is AC. So AC is minimum point. From AC's minimum point, I have drawn MC curve, and at point P, AR is equal to AC. So AR equal to PQ and AC is also equal to PQs. AR equal to AC means nothing but normal profits. Now coming back to long run, in long run, in long run, in long run. Okay, in long run. Since there is only one firm in the market, in long run, he has to earn super profits. లాంగ్ రన్ షార్ట్ రన్ లో ఏమన్నా రావచ్చు నాన్న సూపర్ ప్రాఫిట్స్ రావచ్చు నార్మల్ ప్రాఫిట్స్ రావచ్చు లాసెస్ కూడా రావచ్చు బికాస్ how come losses sir because in short run for a small period of time the consumer may not be willing to buy goods from the producer so he may suffer from losses the producer may suffer from losses but in the long run the consumer has to buy goods and there is no other option for consumer and he has to buy goods at higher prices so the producer has to earn super profits in the long run. Super profits in the long run. Okay. So whatever the graph that we have done in short run, the same graph will be drawn here also. But instead of using SAC, SMC, we'll use LAC, LMC. Okay. So this is about long run equilibrium form of a monopoly. Long run equilibrium point of a monopoly. Now the second point that we need to focus when it comes to monopoly is price discrimination. We talk about price discrimination. Okay, right. It refers to the practice of charging different prices from different consumers. So basically, price discrimination means selling same good to different consumers at different prices. Why the producer will do that? To maximize his profits, to earn abnormal profits. Whatever, as of now, he's earning profits, but he wants to maximize his profits. When he's the only one seller in the market, definitely he wants to sell the same good at higher prices. If an opposite person is able to afford it, he will definitely sell at higher prices. Now you have to remember one thing, this increase in prices should not be because of increase in cost of production. Cost of production పెరగడం మూలంగా prices పెరిగితే దాన్ని మనం price discrimination అనము. Cost of production should be same, but because of the situation or because of a certain advantage which the seller has, if he is selling the goods at higher prices, that is called as price discrimination. Example for price discrimination, some countries dump goods at lower prices, that is called as dumping. ఓకే వాళ్ళ కంట్రీలో కన్నా మన కంట్రీలో తక్కువ ప్రైస్ కి సెల్ చేస్తారు సమ్ కంట్రీస్ డంప్ గూడ్స్ ఎట్ లోవర్ ప్రైసెస్ ఇన్ ఫారెన్ మార్కెట్స్ టు క్యాప్చర్ దెమ్ దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ప్రైస్ డిస్క్రిమినేషన్ సమ్ యూనివర్సిటీస్ చార్జ్ హైయర్ ట్యూషన్ ఫీ ఫ్రమ్ ఫర్ ఈవినింగ్ క్లాస్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఓకే ఫర్ క్లాసెస్ విచ్ ఆర్ కండక్టెడ్ ఇన్ ఈవినింగ్ especially that is also called as price discrimination. The price discrimination not only mean charging higher prices but also charging lower prices. It can go both the ways. Okay, so some of the examples are given. Railways, they charge different prices from different consumers. Okay, lower subscription from students. So when it comes to CA Institute, it charge higher fee for a subscription of magazine from members and lower fee from students. Okay, next electricity companies also, they charge different rates from different people. Okay, if electricity is for residential purpose, the rate will be one. If electricity used for commercial purpose, then rate will be another. Okay, so these are some of the examples of price discrimination. Now, conditions for price discrimination. What are the conditions that we need to fulfill or that need to exist to apply this price discrimination? First one, these conditions are must ensure. Without these conditions, we cannot practice price discrimination. The seller should have some control over the supply of his product. The seller should have some control over the supply of its product. Okay. Okay, so the first point is the seller should have some control over the supply. That means the seller should be able to influence the market to a certain. He should have some sort of monopoly power. The seller should be able to divide the market in two markets, sir, in two or more markets. Okay, on what basis, sir? On basis of elasticity. On the basis of elasticity. For example, if he feels that one section of market is elastic, another section is inelastic, he should be able to divide the markets into elastic market and inelastic market. Then what he will do? The market where the demand is elastic, he will charge normal price or lower prices. In the market where the demand for the good is inelastic, he will charge the higher prices. Okay, and there should be no arbitrage. Sir, what do you mean by arbitrage? Buyers and goods should not move from one market to another market. So it should not be possible for buyers of low price market. See, when market is divided into two, what the producer will do? What the producer will do? So market is divided into two. This is A and this is B. Here selling price is 10 rupees and here selling price is 5 rupees. Now, there should be no arbitrage. Means what? Buyers in B market should not be able to buy goods at 5 rupees and sell the same here in A market at lower price. Ante B market lo konukkoni mali A market ki vachi 8 rupees ki amme possibility ఉండకూడదు. ఎక్కడున్న బయర్స్ అక్కడే ఉండాలి. బయర్స్ ఇన్ రెస్పెక్టివ్ మార్కెట్, బయర్స్ ఇన్ ఈచ్ మార్కెట్ షుడ్ బి ఇన్ దేర్ రెస్పెక్టివ్ మార్కెట్స్. దే షుడ్ నాట్ బి ఏబుల్ టు మూవ్ ఫ్రమ్ వన్ మార్కెట్ టు అనదర్ మార్కెట్. అంటే ఒక మార్కెట్ లో తక్కువ రేటు కొనుక్కొని ఇంకో మార్కెట్ లో సేల్ చేస్తే కనుక ప్రైస్ డిస్క్రిమినేషన్ స్ట్రాటజీ సక్సెస్ అవ్వదు. ఓకే, సో దీస్ కండిషన్స్ ఆర్ మస్ట్ అండ్ షుడ్ టు then only we can practice price discrimination. Okay, right, students. So the next topic is numerical example of price discrimination. We all know what is numerical example of price discrimination. Basically, when it comes to price discrimination, a entrepreneur will divide the market into two sub-markets or more sub-markets based on price elasticity of demand. So explain this concept, we have taken an example. Let us assume that the price charged as of now is 30 rupees. Okay, it means the entrepreneur is charging only a single price. And there are two markets, A and B, and price elasticity in market A is 2 and price elasticity of market B is 5. So if we calculate marginal revenue in market A and marginal revenue in market B, we can clearly see that marginal revenue in market B is more than marginal revenue in market A. That means by selling units in market B, the entrepreneur can earn more amount of profits when compared to market A. So obviously what the entrepreneur will do, he will slowly shift goods from submarket A to submarket B. So he will shift goods from submarket A to submarket B. When goods are being shifted from submarket A to submarket B, the price in submarket A increases and price in submarket B decreases. So prices in submarket A increases and prices in submarket B decreases. So you can clearly see that earlier we started with same price. Same price is being charged in two different submarkets. Earlier we were charging same price in two different submarkets. But since the price elasticity of submarkets are different from one another, what will happen? The producer will try to shift some goods from submarket A to submarket B. Reason being, in submarket A, he is getting less marginal revenue when compared to submarket B. So because of this movement from submarket A to submarket B, the price in submarket A increases and prices in submarket B decreases. That means we are charging two different prices on two different markets. Same good is being sold at two different prices in two different submarkets. This is called as price discrimination. And this will happen till the prices in both the markets become equal. When prices in both the markets again become equal, there is no possibility of moving goods from one market to another market. Okay, so when the point, this is called as point of equal, that is clearly mentioned. There is limit to which unit of output can be transferred from A to B. Okay, once the limit is reached and once a point is reached, when the marginal revenues in two markets become equal as a result of transfer of output, it will no longer be profitable to shift more output from A to B. So till which point we will be moving goods from A to B? Till the marginal revenues in both the markets become equal. Till the marginal revenues in both the market become equal. Okay, right, next. Next now. So objectives of price discrimination. What are the objectives? Of why the entrepreneur will try to sell goods in two different markets, at two different prices in two different markets? Okay, what are the objectives for carrying out price discrimination? So first objective is carrying to maximize profits. Next, surplus stock, economies of scale, foreign markets, equity through pricing. Equity through pricing. See, foreign markets is basically we're talking about dumping. In order to expand his markets, the producer may sell goods at lower prices in foreign countries compared to domestic countries. So compared to domestic market. Okay, and what do you mean by equity through pricing? Securing equity through pricing. See, A company wants to purchase shares of a company. An entrepreneur wants to purchase shares of a particular company. An entrepreneur wants to purchase a shares of particular company. So what he is doing is that basically he is a supplier. He is a supplier to that company. So he's supplying raw material to that company. Okay, now he wants to become investor in that company. So what he will do is that he will enter into agreement with that company. So basically we're talking about a supplier and company. So supplier is basically supplying raw material to company. Okay, and the company needs to pay him the money, right? So what this supplier will do is that he will enter an agreement with the company stating that I will charge lower amount of price, and in return to that in return to that you give me shares, you give me a certain percentage of shares. Rather than paying me in cash, you give me in kind, you give me in shares. Okay. So in this way, transaction will be settled, and moreover, I will become the investor in a company. So నేనేం చేస్తున్నా అంటే రా మెటీరియల్ సప్లయర్ అనేవాడు రా మెటీరియల్ కంపెనీకి ఇస్తున్నాడు రా. కంపెనీ డబ్బులు అడగకుండా ఏమంటున్నాడు రా అంటే ఆ వర్త్ ఆఫ్ రా మెటీరియల్ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాని ఈక్వల్ షేర్స్ నాకు ఇచ్చే సరిపోతుంది. ఓకే. సో in order to do that, what the supplier will do, basically he will sell these raw material at a very low price compared to what he was selling in the market. Okay, right. The reasons for price discrimination, what are the reasons? So difference in the nature and types of persons, okay, difference in the nature of locality, and difference in income level, age, size of purchases, time of purchase, all these are the reasons for price discrimination. Now coming back to degrees of price discrimination, basically there are 3 degrees of price discrimination. This degrees of price discrimination was given by AC Pigo, Professor Pigo. Okay, so there are first degree of price discrimination, second degree of price discrimination, and third degree of price discrimination. Okay. The first degree of price discrimination is based on individual consumer. Here, the monopolist will separate the market into each individual consumer, and he will try to sell goods at different prices to different customers. Okay. So here, the consumer surplus will be zero. The consumer surplus will be zero because the producer will be charging the price which the consumer wants to buy. Okay, so he charges the same price what the consumer is willing and able to buy, thereby extracting the entire consumer surplus. So consumer surplus is zero means the producer can maximize his profits using first degree of price discrimination. Okay, the example for that one is bid and offer transaction. Okay, right. Next, Nana, second degree. Sir, what do you mean by bid and offer transactions? వాడు ఎంతకైతే బిడ్ చేశాడో నేను అంతకు ఆఫర్ చేయడం. ఓకే, వాడు ఎంతకైతే బిడ్ చేశాడో నేను అంతకు ఆఫర్ చేయడం. వాడు ఎంత కొన్నప్పుడు నేను కూడా అంతే ప్రైస్ చార్జ్ చేస్తాను. సో బిల్లింగ్ ప్రైస్ is equal to actual price. Okay, next, second degree of price discrimination. Here prices are discriminated basing on the quantities sold. If you're buying in less quantity, you will be charged higher price. If you're buying more quantity, he will be charged lesser price. Okay, so here the entrepreneur will be able to take only a part of consumer surplus, because when the party is buying in large quantity, he needs to give discount. He needs to give discount. When the party is buying large quantity, he needs to give discount to the buyers. Okay, that discount, what will do is that it will reduce the consumer surplus to the entrepreneur. Okay, so that is the second degree of price discrimination. Next, and the third degree of price discrimination is here the entire market will be divided into 2 or more sub markets. Okay, or segments or consumer segments, and the producer will try to charge different prices to different sub markets basing on price elasticity. Here monopolists will divide the consumers into separate sub markets and charge different prices in different sub markets. This is the third degree of price discrimination. Okay, right. So equilibrium under price discrimination. So in order to find out equilibrium under price discrimination, basically we use that is a third degree of price discrimination. Okay, so we will use third degree of price discrimination where the entire market is divided into sub markets. Entire market is divided into sub markets basing on price elasticity of demand. Okay, so in order to find out equilibrium under price discrimination, what we need to do, we should be able to answer these 3 questions. What are those questions? How much total amount of output should be produced? How this total output should be distributed between sub markets, and what price is to be charged in the 2 sub markets? Okay, so these are the 3 questions we need to answer. Once we have answered these 3 questions, we can easily find equilibrium under price discrimination. So what are those questions? ఎంత అవుట్పుట్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి మొత్తం మార్కెట్ కి? ఐఎమ్ టాకింగ్ అబౌట్ ది ఎంటైర్ మార్కెట్, నాట్ ఈచ్ సబ్ మార్కెట్ అన్న. సో హౌ మచ్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ అవుట్పుట్ ఇస్ టు బి ప్రొడ్యూస్ ఫర్ ది ఎంటైర్ మార్కెట్? How this produced output is to be distributed between 2 or more sub markets, and how much amount of price is to be charged in each sub markets? జాగ్రత్త చూడండి, అవుట్పుట్ మాత్రం మార్కెట్ మొత్తానికి చూస్తున్నాము, ప్రైసెస్ మాత్రం ఈచ్ సబ్ మార్కెట్ కి చూస్తున్నాము. In order to explain how we will find equilibrium under price discrimination, basically what we do is that we will take two markets, submarket A and submarket B. Submarket A is less elastic and submarket B is more elastic. And we know that what is the equilibrium point of the firm. Generally, when it comes to market, the equilibrium point is MR equal to MC. But here, since the market is divided into two submarkets and price is fixed in each submarket, the equilibrium under price discrimination will be AMC equal to MRA equal to MRB. Okay, AMC equal to MRA equal to MRB. That means when it comes to submarket A, the price discrimination will be MC equal to MRA. And when it comes to submarket B, the equilibrium point will be, the equilibrium point will be, when it comes to submarket A, the equilibrium point will be MC equal to MRA. When it comes to submarket B, the equilibrium point will be MC equal to MRB. If you add these two, it will be MC equal to MRA equal to MRB. Okay, you can clearly see the same thing below graph. Okay, so this is total market, right? So from here we will move to submarkets. From here we will move to submarkets. So let us talk about total market first. You can clearly see we have drawn AMR and AMR and demand curve. Okay, so this is marginal revenue curve and this is aggregate revenue, aggregate demand curve or aggregate revenue. Okay, aggregate average revenue. Okay, and these two are kinked in nature. They are not straight lines, they are bent to a certain extent. What is the reason for that? Because total market is summation of two submarkets, right? Total market is summation of two submarkets. One market is elastic, another market is inelastic. Sir, which market is elastic, sir? Submarket A is inelastic and submarket B is elastic. How can you conclude it, sir? Already we have taken the assumption, and moreover, you can see the lines. Okay, but demand curve in submarket A is steeper and demand curve in submarket B is slanter. If demand curve is steeper, it is inelastic, and if demand curve is slanter, it is elastic. So it is less than 1, it is greater than 1. Okay, if you add demand curves and marginal revenue curves in these two markets, you will get submarkets. You will get aggregate demand curve, aggregate marginal revenue curve in total market. Okay, so in total market, we need to find out equilibrium. First, we need to know how much amount of total output is to be produced. So every firm will try to produce only that amount of output which is at equilibrium point. So what is the equilibrium point? MC equal to MR. So E is equal to MC equal to MR. So this much amount of output will be produced. That is OM quantity will be produced. And this OM quantity is to be distributed between two submarkets. That is, it should be distributed in the form of OM1 and OM2. If you add OM1 and OM2, you will get OM. If you add OM1 and OM2, you will get OM quantity. Okay, Nana? So how to find out this, sir? From this, we will draw a perpendicular line at E2 and E1. So at E2, MC equal to MRB. At E1, MC equal to MRA. Okay. Okay, Nana. And after that, what we need to do? We need to fix prices in each submarket. So in submarket A, the price is P1. In submarket B, the price is P2. Okay, whatever I have explained just now, all those things are given below graph also. Okay. Right. So what we can conclude is that in whichever market the price elasticity is less than 1. That means if market is inelastic, then we will fix higher prices, and then the market is elastic, then we will fix lower prices. That is what we will conclude from here. Okay. Next, economic effects of monopoly. What sort of effect it will have? Generally, when compared to positive impact on the economy, it will have more negative impact on the economy. That's why monopolies are discouraged. So what sort of positive impacts, what sort of negative impacts? If you go through these points, you can easily understand and no need to repeat it. Okay, right. Next, monopolistic competition. That is third market in this chapter. Okay, what do you mean by monopolistic competition? It's a combination of perfect competition and monopoly. That means we have taken one feature from perfect competition and one feature from monopoly. Okay, what is the feature that we have taken from perfect competition? Large number of buyers and sellers. And what is the feature that we have taken from monopoly? Heterogeneous goods but with close substitutes. See, in monopoly we take heterogeneous goods with no close substitutes, but here, since there are a large number of buyers and sellers, the goods will be heterogeneous. The goods will be heterogeneous but with the close substitutes. Close substitutes untai. Okay, so it's a combination of perfect competition and monopoly. Okay, so market contains the features. So that is what it is highlighted here. Okay, this market contains features of both perfect competition and monopoly. In fact, monopolistic competition is more common than pure competition or pure monopoly. So till now, whatever the markets we have discussed, Compared to that, we will find monopolistic competition in real life easily. Okay. Next, Nana. So features of monopolistic competition. What are the features? As the first feature is large number of buyers and sellers. No need to explain that one. Next, product differentiation. See, what do you mean by product differentiation? The product of different sellers are differentiated on the basis of brand. So here the entrepreneurs will focus on brand. They try to offer something new which other competitors do not offer. Why, sir? Because there are huge number of sellers in the market, right? So in order to attract customers, you need to be offering something new, something special, which other competitors are unable to offer. So by offering such unique features, you are able to differentiate your product from others. So when your product is the only product in the market which is offering such kind of services, your product will enjoy some sort of goodwill in the market and it will create a brand image in the market. Okay, so the same thing is given here. So as you are the only one who is offering, that kind of service. See, 99% of services are same, but that 1% service that you are offering in your product or feature that you are offering in your product is unique to your company and no other company is offering. That means to the extent of that feature, ఆ ఒక్క ఫీచర్ నువ్వు ఒక్కడే ఆఫర్ చేస్తున్నావు, ఇంకెవరు ఆఫర్ చేయట్లేదు. సో ఆ ఒక్క ఫీచర్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూలో యూ విల్ ఎంజాయ్ మోనోపోలీ పవర్. ఎందుకంటే ఆ ఒక్క ఫీచర్ నువ్వు ఒక్కడే ఆఫర్ చేస్తున్నావు, ఇంకెవరు ఆఫర్ చేయట్లేదు. సో నో వన్ ఎల్స్ ఈస్ ఆఫరింగ్ సచ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఫీచర్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్. So to the extent of that unique feature that you are offering, you will enjoy monopoly power. So that is the reason why you are the price maker. Even though there are large number of buyers and sellers, since goods are heterogeneous and as you are offering a unique feature compared to most of the companies, you enjoy some certain amount of monopoly power. See, this monopoly power may not be as big as in monopoly, but it is comparatively lesser. And there is monopoly power. మోనోపొలీతో కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటే ఈ మోనోపోలిస్టిక్ కాంపిటీషన్ ఈ మార్కెట్ పవర్ ఆర్ మోనోపొలీ అనేది కన్సిడరబుల్ స్మాల్ గా ఉంటుంది. బట్ yet you have monopoly power and you will be in a position to fix the prices. Prices ని fix చేయొచ్చు. అదే ఇచ్చింటాడు చూడండి. So the products of different sellers are differentiated on the basis of brands. Okay, generally when we go to the market and when there are several companies producing similar goods, then instead of asking generic good, I mean to say general like a toothpaste ivu అని అడగం మనం. Okay, that is called a generic product. Okay, we will ask a specific brand. Sensodyne అనొచ్చు ఆర్ కోల్గేట్ అనొచ్చు, క్లోజ్అప్ అనొచ్చు, పెప్సోడెంట్ అనొచ్చు, ఇలా స్పెసిఫిక్ బ్రాండ్స్ అడుగుతాం మనం. ఓకే, ఫర్మ్స్ యూజ్ సైజ్, కలర్, షేప్, పర్ఫార్మెన్స్, ఫీచర్స్ అండ్ డిస్టింక్ట్ ప్యాకేజింగ్ టు అట్రాక్ట్ కస్టమర్స్. Okay, so product differentiation gives rise to monopoly power. Why I have already explained it. Okay, it gives rise to monopoly power. Brands are generally so much advertised that consumer starts associating with brands. So generally we associate with brands rather than with the company. Okay, because when they advertise the brand, they advertise a brand, not the company. Okay, so మనం కంపెనీ కూడా తెలిసినా సరే మన బ్రాండ్స్ ని కోరుకుంటాము. Okay, right now, so brands are generally so much advertised that a consumer starts associating the brand with the particular manufacturer and a type of brand loyalty is associated. So when the consumer likes one particular brand, he will repeatedly go on purchasing the same brand. Okay, he may not know which company that good is being produced by. ఆ good ని ఎవరు ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తున్నారో అతను తెలియపోవచ్చు. But since he is well aware of the brand, he keep on buying that brand repeatedly. Okay, so because of absence of perfect substitutability, here there are no substitutes in the market. I mean to say there are no perfect substitutes. There are substitutes, but there are no perfect substitutes. The producer of the individual brand can raise the prices of the product knowing that he will not lose. See, since there are no perfect substitutes in the market and you are confident that whatever the service that you are offering in the market is unique, you can take the risk of increasing the prices. Prices ని కొంతవరకు మనం ఇంక్రీజ్ చేయొచ్చు. ప్రైసెస్ ని ఇంక్రీజ్ చేసినంత మాత్రం ఒకరిద్దరు కస్టమర్స్ తగ్గుతారు కానీ అంతవుతున్న డిమాండ్ పెద్దగా డ్రాస్టిక్ గా తగ్గదు. Okay, that means since there is a brand loyalty, there is no need to worry about losing customers even if you raise the price to a certain extent. For example, there are so many refined oil manufacturing companies in the market. Okay, and they're selling different brands. If we are habituated to one particular brand, even though there is rise in prices, still we will be purchasing that brand. ఇంట్లో వాళ్ళు ఆ ఆయిల్ ఒక ఆయిల్ బ్రాండ్ కి అలవాటు పడిన తర్వాత ప్రైస్ కొద్ది పెరిగినా సరే దాన్నే పర్చేస్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు టు ఎ సర్టెన్ ఎక్స్టెంట్. మరీ పెరుగుతూ వెళ్తుంటే వీల్ లుక్ ఫర్ ఆల్టర్నేటివ్స్. బట్ 4 రూపీస్ 5 రూపీస్ పెరిగినంత మాత్రం అమ్మంటే బ్రాండ్ చేంజ్ చేసాం బికాస్ వీఆర్ హ్యాబిచుయేటెడ్ టు ఇట్ అండ్ వీఆర్ కాన్ఫిడెంట్ అబౌట్ ద క్వాలిటీ దట్ కంపెనీ ఈస్ ఆఫరింగ్. ద సేమ్ థింగ్ ఇస్ ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్డ్ హియర్ ఆల్సో. Once a company attains brand loyalty, gets brand loyalty, it will try to increase the prices because it knows that only few customers may shift from their brand to other brand. Majority of the customers will still be buying the same brand even the prices are increased. Okay. So there are close substitutes in the market. There are close substitutes in the market. To a certain extent, as the prices increases, consumers may not lose, sorry, producers may not lose consumers. But if the companies keep on increasing prices, definitely they will start losing the consumers. Okay. It's a combination of both perfect competition and monopoly. Next, freedom. When there are large number of buyers and sellers, automatically there will be freedom of entry and exit. So when there is freedom of entry and exit in the long run, in this market, all companies will earn normal profits. I have already explained in perfect competition. When there are large number of buyers and sellers, there will be free entry and free exit. The two in long run. So in long run, since there is free entry and free exit, there will be optimum number of firms in the market. That means no new firm will try to enter into the market and no existing firm will leave the market. Why, sir? Because whatever the firms that are there in the market in the long run are earning only normal profits. Okay, and non-price competition. Since there are large number of buyers and sellers in the market, and since the goods that are produced are similar goods, generally they compete on non-price basis. Firms are often in fierce competition. Fierce competition means strong competition. Okay, which are with other firms offering similar products or service and try to compete on the basis other than price. That means they try to attract the customers. They try to attract the customers on basis of non-price competition. That means by attracting customers either by advertisement or by product development or by offering after sales services, all these things. Okay, instead of reducing the prices. Why, sir? Already they are earning normal profits. Okay, in the long run, if they still reduce the prices, what will happen? There is every possibility that they may suffer from losses. So the key base for non-price competition is a deliberate policy of product differentiation. Since there are large number of firms, they can't rely completely on price competition. Prices తగ్గించుకొని compete చేసే possibility లేదు. అందుకే companies ఏం చేస్తాయంటే they want to offer something unique to the consumer. Okay, in this way they want to attract the consumers. Okay, so sellers attempt to promote their products not by cutting prices but by incurring heavy expenditure on publicity, advertisement, other promotional activities. So instead of reducing prices and attracting consumers, they spend huge amount of money on publicity, marketing, and after sales services to attract customers. That is what Maruti is doing, right? Maruti ఏం చేసింది కంపేర్ టు అదర్ కార్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ కంపెనీస్. ఓకే, ఆల్మోస్ట్ కార్ ప్రైసెస్ ఆ రేంజ్ లో ఒకేలా ఉంటాయి నాన్న, 50,000 అటు ఇటు. But why sales of Maruti is more compared to other brands అంటే Maruti is offering cheaper after sales service. సర్వీసింగ్ ఎక్కడైనా చేసుకోవచ్చు, స్పేర్ పార్ట్స్ ఎక్కడైనా దొరుకుతాయి, అండ్ ఆఫ్టర్ సేల్ సర్వీస్ ఇస్ క్వైట్ చీపర్ కంపేర్డ్ టు అదర్ కంపెనీ, అదర్ కార్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ కంపెనీ. సో ఆబ్వియస్లీ మనం చూసేది అదే కదా నాన్న. Because if you buy a car, definitely you will incur certain amount of expenses towards repairs and maintenance. So repairs and maintenance ఖర్చు కూడా చూసుకుంటాం కదా, and whether it is affordable or not. So Maruti has focused on it. ఇండియాలో కార్స్ కొనటమే కాదు, దాని తర్వాత మెయింటెనెన్స్ కూడా చీప్గా ఉండాలి, స్పేర్ పార్ట్స్ ఎక్కడ పడితే అక్కడ అవైలబుల్ గా ఉండాలి. సో ఇట్ విల్ బి పాకెట్ ఫ్రెండ్లీ. అది చూసే క్యాచ్ చేశాడు నాన్న. సో హియర్ ది వర్డ్ ఇండస్ట్రీ is replaced by the word group due to product differentiation. Instead of using the term industry, we use the term group here. Why, sir? Industry, they may be different companies manufacturing different products. Okay, so all the companies which are manufacturing similar kind of products will form into a group. For example, there is automobile industry. Automobile industry low, there is automobile industry. In automobile industry, there are companies which manufacture different automobiles. So there are companies which manufacture cars. There are companies which manufactures bike. There are companies which manufacture e-bikes. So the companies which are manufacturing cars form into a group because a car manufacturing company will basically compete with another car manufacturing company. So he is not at all worried about the other firms which are manufacturing other products. He's only worried about a car manufacturing company, is only worried about a firm which is manufacturing a similar product. A bike manufacturing company is concerned about other bike manufacturing company. A bus manufacturing company is concerned about other bus manufacturing company. So instead of using the word industry, we will use the word group here. Okay, next. So short run curves in monopolistic competition, long run. I think there is no need to explain what is short and what is long run here. Okay, so because we already seen in monopoly, right? The only difference there here from compared to monopoly and monopolistic competition, the curves are slanter here. The curves are slanter, and after that, we need to remember one thing also. In long run, there will be normal profit only. In long run, there will be normal profit only. The same thing is explained in the graphs also. Let me try to draw it as quickly as possible. Okay, then it will be easy for you. Okay. We're talking about monopolistic competition, right? So when it comes to monopolistic competition, on x-axis I'm taking quantity, on y-axis I'm taking price. Okay, right? So here the price elasticity is greater than 1, so demand curve will be slant. The demand curve will be slant, nothing but is called as AR curve, right? AR curve or price slant, and MR curve will also be slant. That is, this is MR curve. The point where MC curve cuts MR curve, it is called as equilibrium point. So this should be a quantity that should be produced. Okay, this is E, and this will be the price P. Now, depending on the AC curve position, what we decide is that whether the firm is earning normal profits or super profits or losses. In short run, there is every possibility that the firm may suffer from losses, or it may earn super profits or normal profits. So it all depends on AC curve position. Okay, let me show super profits and losses. No need to show normal profits. Okay, so if the AC curve, so while drawing AC curve, we should remember the relationship between MC and AC. So MC curve cuts AC curve from below. MC curve cuts AC curve from below. One minute. No? So MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. So this will be, yes. So you can clearly see that AC is equal to SQ, and AR is equal to PQ. Since AR is less than AC, AR is less than AC, it is nothing but loss. Now coming back to super profits. Okay, coming back to super profits. So this will be the AR curve, and this one will be the MR curve, and this one will be the point where MC is equal to is nothing but equilibrium point. So this is the amount of output that we'll be producing, and this is the price P. Price P. Okay. Now, now depending on the AC position, we will define whether the firm is getting super profits or losses. Okay, I already have shown you losses. Not want to show you super profits. So again, I need to draw AC curve. When drawing AC curve, I have to remember the feature, that is MC curve cuts AC curve from below at AC's minimum point. So this is S. Okay. So AR is equal to PQ, AC is equal to SQ, AR greater than AC, nothing but super profits. Super profits. Okay. Next, normal losses. Sorry, normal profit. Normal, that means neither profit nor loss. So దాని గ్రాఫ్ ఎలా ఉంటుంది? AR, MR, MC. This will be the equilibrium point E, and this will be the quantity. And this is nothing but price, right? Price. Now I will draw AC curve. So AR and AC are tangent and point P. That means AR equal to AC. AR equal to AC. AR equal to AC. Nothing but normal profits. The same graph will be drawn in long run also, where instead of using LMC, MC will use LMC and AC will use LM. Okay. The same thing is explained here also. Okay. Right, Nana. Next. And the last market is oligopoly market. What do you mean by oligopoly market, sir? Oligopoly market means competition among few. That means there are very few firms in the market which you can easily count. Okay. which will, that means to be precise, firms, if they are around more than 2 and around 10, then such kind of market is called as oligopoly market. In this market, the companies will be selling either homogeneous goods or differentiated products. So basically, from theoretical point of view, we will say that homogeneous goods, but in real life, we will mostly found companies who are selling differentiated products. Okay. So unlike monopoly, where there is a single firm enjoys absolute market power, under oligopoly, a few firms exercise their market power to keep possible competitors out now. So here, what we observe is there are few firms in the market. There are few, and these few firms will make sure that no new firms enter into the market. That means here, these group of firms are making sure that they are the only sellers in the market. They don't want any new firm to enter into the market. What will happen if a new firm enter into the market? Their monopoly power, that means whatever the monopoly power these group of firms are enjoying, it will decrease. Example is cool drink industry. Okay, there are hardly 3 or 4 firms in the market, and it is very difficult to enter cool drink industry because you need to spend huge amount of money on advertisement. Okay, so it becomes very difficult for the new company to spend that kind of money unless you have that kind of huge amount of money to spend on advertisement. No one will think about entering the cool drink industry. Okay, so even though there are few firms, these few firms will try to make sure that no new firm is entering into the market. Okay, and oligopolies are mostly the reason which lead to emergence of monopolies. So oligopolies mostly arise due to the factors which are responsible for the emergence of monopolies. Okay, so what do you mean by that, sir? So what are the reasons that are applicable for the emergence and existence of monopoly? The same reasons are applicable to oligopoly also. Okay, monopoly క్రియేట్ అవడానికి రీజన్స్ ఏవైతే చెప్పుకున్నామో అయ్యే ఒలిగోపోలీ కూడా అప్లై అవుతాయి. ఓకేనా? అండ్ ఒలిగోపోలీస్ లో ఏమవుతాయినా అంటే యాజ్ ద నంబర్ ఆఫ్ కంపెనీస్ కీప్ ఆన్ డిక్రీజింగ్ స్లోలీ ఇట్ మీన్ అంటే ఒలిగోపోలీ నుంచి డియోపోలీ రావచ్చు, మోనోపోలీ కూడా రావచ్చు. ఓకేనా? నెక్స్ట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ oligopoly. So basing on the nature of product, we have pure oligopoly and differentiated oligopoly. The name itself suggests if the companies are producing homogeneous goods, it is called as pure oligopoly or perfect oligopoly. But the companies are producing differentiated product, it is called as differentiated oligopoly or imperfect oligopoly. Next, basing on the entry of firms, open oligopoly, closed oligopoly. If new firms are able to enter the market, such kind of oligopoly is called as open oligopoly. If new firms are unable to enter the market or restricted from being entered into the market, it is called as closed oligopoly. మార్కెట్లో ఎవరు ఎంటర్ అవ్వకూడదు, క్లోజ్. మార్కెట్లో ఎవరైనా ఎంటర్ అవ్వచ్చు, ఓపెన్ oligopoly. అంటే బ్యారియర్స్, దేర్ ఆర్ నో ట్రేడ్ బ్యారియర్స్ ఆర్ దేర్ ఆర్ నో ఎంట్రీ అండ్ ఎగ్జిట్ బ్యారియర్స్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ నా based on agreement or collusion, collusive oligopoly and competitive oligopoly. If firms come to a common understanding to act as one, that is in terms of setting prices and output and setting prices and defining how much amount of output to produce, it is called as collusive oligopoly. But if there is no such agreement between the firms and each firm is acting as an individual firm and competing with others, it is called as competitive oligopoly. Okay, it's based on price leadership, partial oligopoly and full oligopoly. If there is a leader, if there is a company which is acting as a leader in the group and all other firms are following whatever the policies that are implemented that by leader, then such oligopoly is called as partial oligopoly. If there is no such price leadership concept and each firm is behaving individually, then such oligopoly is called as full oligopoly. Based on degree of coordination, syndicate oligopoly and organized oligopoly. What do you mean by syndicate oligopoly? We all know what do you mean by syndicate oligopoly. పుష్ప మూవీ చూసారు కదరా? ఓకే, దాని సిండికేట్ oligopoly అని తెలుసు కదా. ఎవరి కాళ్ళు హార్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు శాండల్వుడ్, బట్ దే ఆర్ సెల్లింగ్ త్రూ సునీల్. Okay, that is syndicate oligopoly. So syndicate oligopoly refers to that situation where firms sell their products to centralized syndicate. It means different companies are producing their respective goods and selling through a common channel, selling through a common seller. That is called a syndicate oligopoly. Organized oligopoly means what? Here the firms will organize themselves into a center associate. That means all the firms. Ante syndicate ki organize different ends up. Syndicate entra ante ABC producing goods and selling it through D. పుష్ప మూవీలో సునీల్ గారి రోల్ అది. సునీల్ రోల్ అదే కదా నాన్న. ఎవరికి వాళ్ళు హార్వెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నారు, దే సెల్లింగ్ ఇట్ త్రూ సునీల్. ఇట్ ఇస్ సిండికేట్. ఆర్గనైజ్ oligopoly. Why we have to sell our goods through someone else? Why can't we form into an association and sell these goods on our own? మనం ఒక అసోసియేషన్ గా ఫామ్ అయ్యి మనమే ఎందుకు అమ్మకూడదు? అందరం మనం గ్రూప్ గా ఫామ్ అయ్యి మనమే అమ్మితే కనుక ఆ మిడిల్ మెన్ ఎరాడికేట్ చేయొచ్చు కదా. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ఆర్గనైజ్డ్ ఒలిగోపొలీ. రిఫర్స్ టు సిచ్యువేషన్ వేర్ ఫర్మ్స్ ఆర్గనైజ్ దెమ్సెల్వ్స్ ఇంటూ సెంట్రల్ అసోసియేషన్ ఫర్ ఫిక్సింగ్ ప్రైసెస్, అవుట్పుట్, కోటాస్ ఎక్సెట్రా. ఒక విధంగా చూస్తే కనుక ఆ పుష్ప మూవీలో హీరో చేసిన పని అదే కదా. సునీల్ ద్వారా ఎందుకు సేల్ చేయాలి? మా ఐటమ్స్ ని మనమే ఒక అసోసియేషన్ గా ఫామ్ అయ్యి, అంటే చిన్న చిన్న ట్రేడర్స్ అందరూ కలుసుకొని మనమే అసోసియేషన్ ఫామ్ అయ్యి మనమే అమ్ముదాము. ఓకే, మనకి ఎక్కువ ప్రాఫిట్ వస్తుంది. ఇఫ్ యు ఆర్ సెల్లింగ్ ఇట్ త్రూ సునీల్, హీస్ టేకింగ్ హిస్ కమిషన్, హీస్ టేకింగ్ హిస్ పర్సంటేజ్. సో టు దట్ ఎక్స్టెంట్ అవర్ ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఆర్ డిక్రీజింగ్. డిఫరెన్స్ అది. ఓకేనా? నెక్స్ట్. So what are the characteristics of oligopoly market, Nana? So number of firms. Here there will be small number of firms. Okay, oligopoly industry is dominated by a small number of large firms. That means these firms are large firms, but number of firms will be small. Okay. Or there is one more scenario. There are large number of firms with there are large number of firms with very large firms. Ante market lo తక్కువ ఫర్మ్స్ ఉంటాయి అండ్ ఈచ్ ఫర్మ్ ఈస్ వెరీ లార్జ్ నాన్న. ఆర్ దెర్ ఆర్ లార్జ్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఫర్మ్స్. మార్కెట్ లో చాలా ఎక్కువ ఫర్మ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, బట్ దానిలో కొన్ని లార్జ్ ఫర్మ్స్. ఇట్ మీన్స్ ఆల్ అదర్ స్మాల్ ఫర్మ్స్ ఆర్ ఫాలోయింగ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద పాలసీస్ అడాప్టెడ్ బై దీస్ లార్జ్ ఫర్మ్స్. ఓకే, రైట్ నాన్న. అండ్ దెర్ ఆర్ స్ట్రాంగ్ barriers to entry. That means these firms, existing firms, will make sure that no new firm is entering into the market. Next, strategic independence. What do you mean by strategic interdependency? I have said that strategic independence. It is not independence. Strategic interdependence. Strategic interdependence. Let us understand the term interdependence. Interdependence means what? One firm is dependent on other firm. On what, sir? In taking decisions. In taking decisions. Okay. So whatever the decisions a firm wants to take, it has to keep an eye on other firms and what sort of decisions they are taking. That means basically a firm does not have complete freedom to take its own decisions. ఓకే, తను ఒక డెసిషన్ తీసుకుందాం అనుకున్నా సరే మార్కెట్ నుంచి ఫర్మ్స్ చాలా తక్కువ మంది కాబట్టి ఇట్ హ్యాస్ టు కీప్ అన్ ఐ ఆన్ అదర్ ఫర్మ్స్ ఆల్సో. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్, క్లాస్ లో 100 స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఎవరు ఏం చదువుతున్నారు ఎవరికి తెలియదు. ఓకే, అదే క్లాస్ లో 10 స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు అనుకోండి, డెఫినెట్లీ దెర్ విల్ బి కాంపిటీషన్. అరే వాడు చదివేస్తున్నాడు, నాది అవ్వలేదు ఇంకా. ఓకే, ఆర్ హీ ఈస్ ప్రిపేరింగ్ మోర్, హీ ఈస్ ఫోకసింగ్ మోర్ ఆన్ మ్యాథమెటిక్స్, ఐ షుడ్ ఆల్సో ఫోకస్ ఆన్ వన్ పర్టికులర్ సబ్జెక్ట్. And basically when there are few students in the classroom, then definitely every student will know what other students are doing, and basically it will impact the decision making. But when there are 200 students or 150 students in a classroom, definitely no one has a time to know what other students are doing. మిగతా 99 మెంబర్స్ ఏం చేస్తున్నారో తెలుసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు, టైం కూడా ఉండదు నాన్న. అంతే, ఎవరి స్ట్రాటజీ వాళ్ళు ఫాలో అవుతుంటారు. In oligopoly, since there are very few firms in the market, it definitely every seller will want to know what other sellers are doing, what sort of policies they are taking. The most important feature of oligopoly is interdependency in decision making of the few firms which comprise the industry. Since there are only few firms, there will be intense competition, heavy competition. Example, cool drink industry చెప్పుకున్నాంగా మనం. ఒక పెప్సీ కనుక 50 రూపీస్ కి బాటిల్ ఆఫర్ చేస్తున్నాడు లీటర్ అంటే, ఎమ్మటే సెకండ్ డే థమ్స్ అప్ ఆడుకొని 50 రూపీస్ బాటిల్ ఆఫర్ చేసేస్తాడు. ఎందుకని? మార్కెట్ లో 3 or 4 కంపెనీస్ ఉన్నాయి. లెట్ us imagine that there are 100 కంపెనీస్ ఇన్ ద మార్కెట్. డెఫినెట్లీ ఇంత తొందరగా అయితే రియాక్ట్ ఎవరు నా. Okay, because it becomes very difficult to know which company is selling which good at which price when there are large number of firms. But if there are only few firms in the market, definitely I will try to know which firm is selling what kind of product at what price. Okay. Under oligopoly, each seller is big enough to influence the market. Yes, there are very small firms kada. So compared to monopolistic competition, here the monopoly power of each firm will be considerably large now. A firm has to necessarily respond to rivals action. Okay, and simultaneously rivals have to respond to firms action. నేను తీసుకున్న పాలసీ తగ్గట్టు నా ఫర్మ్స్ నా కాంపిటీటర్స్ రెస్పాండ్ అవుతారు. And whatever the policy taken by my competitors, definitely basing on that I will change my policy. Okay, this is because when the number of competitors is few, any change in price, output or product by the firm will have direct effect on the fortunes of the rivals' profits. For example, if the company is offering 1 liter cool drink bottle for 50 rupees and I am not offering such kind of quantity at 50 rupees, and definitely some consumers will shift from my company to the other company. If Pepsi is offering 1 liter for 50 rupees and Coca-Cola is not offering 1 liter for 50 rupees, definitely some consumers will shift from Coca-Cola to Pepsi, right? So revenue of Coca-Cola decreases, profits also decreases. That's why every company will keep another company and basing on that they will react now. So it keeps on happening again and again. నేను తీసుకున్న పాలసీ తగ్గట్టు వాడు రియాక్ట్ అవుతాడు, వాడు తీసుకున్న పాలసీ తగ్గట్టు నేను రియాక్ట్ అవుతాను. ఎప్పటికప్పుడు చేంజ్ అవుతా ఉంటాయి. It means there is no stability in taking decisions. There is no consistency in taking decisions. In such a situation, it becomes very difficult to define demand curve. ఇలా ఇంటర్డిపెండెన్సీ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎప్పటికప్పుడు పాలసీస్ చేంజ్ అవుతూ ఉంటాయి కాబట్టి దీనికి డిమాండ్ ఇంత అని ఎప్పుడు మనం డిఫైన్ చేయలేము, ఎప్పటికీ డిఫైన్ చేయలేము. దట్ ఈస్ అ మేజర్ ప్రాబ్లం హియర్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ ఓకే, importance of advertising and selling cost, Nana. Since there is heavy competition here, instead of competing basing on prices, they compete on basis of advertisement and selling cost. A direct effect of interdependence of oligopoly is that firms have to employ various aggressive and defensive marketing weapons. What do you mean by aggressive marketing, sir? Trying to attract customers of other brands. And what do you mean by defensive marketing, sir? Trying to protect our customers or trying to prevent our customers from moving to other brands. అంటే వేరే బ్రాండ్స్ కన్జ్యూమ్ చేసే కస్టమర్స్ అట్రాక్ట్ చేయడాన్ని మనం అగ్రెసివ్ మార్కెటింగ్ అంటాము. మన కస్టమర్స్ ని మన మార్కెట్ షేర్ ని కాపాడుకోవడానికి మనం డిఫెన్సివ్ మార్కెటింగ్ అంటాము. ఓకే, సో ఇన్ ఆర్డర్ టు డూ దట్ దే విల్ ఇంకర్ హ్యూజ్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ గుడ్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్. దేర్ ఇస్ ఏ గ్రేటర్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఫర్ అడ్వర్టైజింగ్ అండ్ సెల్లింగ్ కాస్ట్ ఇన్ ఒలిగోపోలీ మార్కెట్. వి ఆల్ నో దట్. Firms in oligopoly market avoid price cutting. Why, sir? If a firm reduces price, immediately other firm will also reduce price. So there will be no effect, there will be no advantage for both the firms. In fact, both the firms will be losing profits. In price againchanu, if other firms do not reduce price, then I can increase my market share. But what will happen here? As soon as I reduces the price, if other firms also reduce the price, definitely other firms will also reduce the price. So when both the firms are offering goods at lower prices, definitely there will be no movement in consumers. కన్సూమర్స్ ఎటువంటి మూమెంట్ ఉండదు. ఇద్దరు తక్కువ రేటుకి ఆఫర్ చేస్తున్నాక ఇప్పుడు దాకా ఏం కన్సూమ్ చేస్తాం, ఇప్పుడు కూడా అదే కన్సూమ్ చేద్దాము. సో వాట్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్? ది ప్రాఫిట్ ఆఫ్ ది ఫర్మ్స్ విల్ డిక్రీజ్. నానా, ది ప్రాఫిట్స్ ఆఫ్ ది ఫర్మ్స్ విల్ డిక్రీజ్ బికాస్ ఇఫ్ దే స్టార్ట్ అండర్ కటింగ్ వన్ అనదర్, ఒకళ్ళని చూసుకొని ప్రైస్ తగ్గించుకుంటూ వస్తే కనుక ఏ టైప్ ఆఫ్ ప్రైస్ వార్ విల్ ఎమర్జ్ విచ్ విల్ డ్రైవ్ ఏ ఫ్యూ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్, few firms out of the market, because as the prices start decreasing, profits also start decreasing, and these firms will start suffering from losses. So they need to exit. Next, group behavior. The important behavior, group behavior. The theory of oligopoly is a theory of group behavior, not of mass or individual behavior. Okay, that means since there are very few firms in the market, these firms behave like people in a group. Okay, సో చెప్పాలంటే ఎలా చెప్తారా అంటే, గ్రూప్లో ఏ ఒక్కరు చదివినా సరే అందరు చదువుతారు, ఏ ఒక్కడు నిద్రపోయినా అందరూ నిద్రపోతారు, ఏ ఒక్కడు మాట్లాడినా అందరూ మాట్లాడారు. దట్ ఈస్ కాల్డ్ as గ్రూప్ బిహేవియర్. అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ అప్లికబుల్ ఓన్లీ వెన్ దేర్ ఆర్ లిమిటెడ్ నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ ఇన్ ఏ గ్రూప్. నా 100 మంది ఉంటే కుదరదు, ఒక 10 మెంబర్స్, 5 మెంబర్స్, 8 మెంబర్స్ ఇలా ఉన్నారు అనుకున్నానా, ఎఫెక్ట్ ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది. ఓకే నానా. సో the firm may agree to pull together as a group in promotion of their common interest. The firms may or may not have a clear leader. If any firm acts as a leader, others will follow it. Definitely, when there are few firms, if there is a leader in that group, other firms will follow that leader. If there is no leader, then they have to come to a common understanding in fixing the price and trying to maximize their profit. But the certain is that each oligopoly closely watches the behavior of other oligopolists in the industry. Group లో ఉన్నప్పుడు డెఫినెట్ గా ఏమవుతుంది, పక్కనాడు ఏం చేస్తున్నాడు అనేది ఒక అబ్జర్వేషన్ మనం డెఫినెట్ గా మెయింటైన్ చేస్తాము. దట్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ స్ట్రాటజిక్ ఇంటర్డిపెండెన్సీ. ఓకే, రైట్ నాన్న. సో దీస్ ఆర్ ది ఫీచర్స్. నెక్స్ట్, ప్రైస్ అండ్ అవుట్పుట్ డిటర్మినేషన్ అండ్ oligopoly. So there is a concept given here. Generally, when it comes to oligopoly, it becomes very difficult to fix price and output. What is the reason for that? Because of strategic interdependency, we can't define demand curve. When you can't define demand curve, you can't define equilibrium point, you can't define prices and output. But instead of leaving the concept, ఇలా చెప్పేసి వదిలేయడం కన్నా, different economists took different assumptions and tried to explain price and output decisions under oligopoly. Okay, Nana. So what are the some economists continue point A, point B. So let us see point A first. Some economists assume that oligopoly firms ignore the interdependency. Asli important feature ni ignore chesa. Let us ignore strategic interdependency. If you are ignoring strategic interdependency, then each firm can be treated separately. And in such a situation, each firm will be able to define the demand curve. So when you are able to define demand curve, definitely they will be able to find equilibrium point, price, and all the other things. Okay, strategic interdependency concept తీసేస్తే కనుక ఎవరి డెసిషన్స్ వాళ్ళు తీసుకున్నట్టే. ఓకే, ఈక్విలియం పాయింట్ ఉంటుంది, ఈక్విలియం ప్రైస్ ఉంటుంది, ఈక్విలియం క్వాంటిటీ కూడా ఉంటుంది. నెక్స్ట్, some economists assume that an oligopolist is able to predict the reaction patterns of his competitors, and on the basis of his prediction he makes decision relating to price and quantity. కొంతమంది assumption తీసుకున్నారు. ఏంట్రా అంటే he is able to predict the reaction pattern, వాడు ఫ్యూచర్ లో ఇలాంటి పాలసీ తీసుకోవచ్చు అనే assumption తీసుకొని దాని తగ్గట్టు పాలసీస్ డిఫైన్ చేస్తాను. చూడు ఏంటది, ఇన్ కార్నాట్ మోడల్, కార్నాట్ is an economist, he came up with a model. The firm's control variable is output and in contrast to price. So in Carnot model, firms will be able to define output, and these firms do not collude. That means they compete with one another. They do not collude. In Stackelberg model, the leader commits to an output before all other firms. So in Stackelberg model, there is a leader who will define what is the amount of output, what is the quantity of output that he is able to produce. Once he has defined the quantity of output that he wants to produce, then other firms will follow and choose how much quantity of the balance they need to produce. For example, 4 firms ఉన్నాయి. ఈ 4 firms ఏంట్రా అంటే కలిసి 200 kgs ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి. ఈ 4 firms లో A firm has decided to produce 100 kgs or 120 kgs, 120 kgs or 110 kgs నేనే ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేస్తాను అని డిసైడ్ అయ్యింది. మిగిలినంత 90 kgs. Remaining 3 firms will decide, Nana, in these 90 kgs, how much we need to produce. Equal produce చేయాలి, అలా ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి. That is Stackelberg model. According to Bertrand model, price is the control variable. In 1 and 2, in Carnot model and Stackelberg model, we focus on quantity, but according to Bertrand model, price is the control variable for firms. And each firm independently sets its price in order to maximize its profits. Okay, here also the firms will not collude, they will fix their own prices. Okay. So these are some of the assumptions taken by economists to define price and output. Okay. Next, let us talk about price leadership. So price leadership by cartels. Okay. So what do you mean by cartels, sir? Cartels are often formed in industries where there are few firms, all of which are similar in size. All these firms are similar in size and there are only few firms and they're almost producing similar goods. So they try to form into a cartel. Okay. Right now, a group of firms that explicitly agree to coordinate their activities is called as cartel. Most cartels have only a subset of producers. That means there are 10 companies. Out of these 10 companies, 4 companies formed into a group. That is called as cartel. 10 companies లో 4 companies అనే ఒక కార్టెల్ గా ఫామ్ అయ్యారు. అది దట్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ సబ్సెట్ ఆఫ్ ప్రొడ్యూసర్స్. ఓకే, ద పార్టిసిపేటింగ్ ప్రొడ్యూసర్స్ స్టిక్ టు ఏ కార్టెల్ అగ్రిమెంట్ దట్ కార్టెల్ విల్ హ్యావ్ హై మార్కెట్ పవర్. అరే మనకు గొడవ ఎందుకు, అందరం కలిసి ఒకే ప్రైస్, హై ప్రైస్ చార్జ్ చేద్దాము, కన్సూమర్ కి ఇంకో ఆప్షన్ అనేది ఉండదు. ఓకేనా? సో when they have very high market power, definitely they will enjoy huge amount of profits. Okay, next, price leadership by dominant firm. The name itself suggests, Nana, there is dominant firm, it will fix a price and other firms will try to follow the dominant firm. So if the small firms are numerous or too unreliable, there are firms in oligopoly market and there are some small firms. These small firms are numerous. Chala firms ఉన్నాయి, ఇవన్నీ చిన్న చిన్న firms, they are too unreliable. Then the large firm in oligopoly, okay, the large or dominant firm has to decide how to set its price, taking into account the behavior of fringe firm. Fringe means small. So let us assume that there are 15 firms. Out of these 15 firms, 13 are small, 1 is medium and 1 is large. Now this large firm will decide what price is to be charged. Okay, and while fixing this price, it will keep in mind the small firms also. Basically here he will follow leave and let live philosophy. మార్కెట్ లో నేనే బిజినెస్ చేయాలి, నాతో పాటు చిన్న చిన్న ఫర్మ్స్ కూడా బిజినెస్ చేసుకోవాలి, నాకు రావాల్సిన ప్రాఫిట్స్ నాకు రావాలి, వాళ్ళకి రావాల్సిన ప్రాఫిట్స్ వాళ్ళకి రావాలి. సో బేసికలీ దిస్ ఇస్ కాల్డ్ యాజ్ ప్రైస్ లీడర్షిప్ బై డామినెంట్ ఫర్మ్. So automatically that large firm will take the dominant position, it will fix a price which is not only beneficial to it but also all the other firms. Next, price leadership by low cost firm. Definitely a firm which is able to produce goods at a very low cost, and it will fix the price in the market. Here also it will make sure that not only it but also other firms are also able to earn some amount of profits. Okay. Next, barometric price leadership. Barometric price leadership means what? In this price leadership method, a old, experienced, largest and most respected firm act as a leader. For example, when it comes to India, Tata Steel can be taken as an example under barometric price leadership. So what Tata Steel will do, since it is one of the oldest experienced company, it has huge amount of data at its disposal. తన దగ్గర హ్యూజ్ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ డేటా ఉంటుంది. ఈ డేటాని బేస్ చేసుకుని ఏం చేస్తుందిరా అంటే రకరకాల ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ అనలైజ్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఇట్ కీప్ ఆన్ అనలైజింగ్ డిఫరెంట్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్, డిమాండ్, చేంజెస్ ఇన్ డిమాండ్, చేంజెస్ ఇన్ కాస్ట్, ఇన్ఫ్లేషన్, కాంపిటీషన్, ఎక్సెట్రా. By keeping all these changes, by taking all these changes into consideration, this old experienced large firm will define the price. Okay. Once the price is decided by that firm, all other firms will follow that price now, because that's the best one can do. Okay, because since it has huge amount of data, that company is old company, it has huge amount of data, he is able to analyze the data properly, constitutions properly, and is able to fix the price. Inka tanakana accurate ga fix chestaru. That's why all the firms will follow whatever the price that is fixed by a old experienced firm. Okay, this is called as barometric price leadership. Okay, so fixing of price is very tricky affair, not that easy when it comes to oligopoly. Now, Paul A. Sweezy, keeping this thing in mind, that is strategic interdependency, he defined a demand curve in oligopoly market. Tanu strategic interdependence ni consider chestune oka demand curve ni define chesaru. Evarra ante Paul A. Sweezy. Okay, the demand curve is called as kink demand curve. The demand curve is called as kink demand curve. According to Paul A. Sweezy, the demand curve will not be a straight line, it will be a kinked. That means it can be divided into two parts. You can clearly see in the graph now. The upper part is elastic and the lower part is inelastic. The upper part is elastic and lower part is inelastic. Okay, so why the upper part is elastic and why the lower part is inelastic? Since there is strategic interdependency in this market, if the firm tries to reduce the prices, automatically other firms will also reduce the price. That means there will be hardly any change in demand. నేను ఒక ప్రైస్ తగ్గిస్తే అమ్మంటే వేరే వాళ్ళు ప్రైస్ తగ్గిస్తారు. కన్స్యూమర్స్ ఎటువంటి చేంజ్ ఉండదు. డిమాండ్ లో పెద్దగా చేంజ్ ఏమీ ఉండదు. అందుకు ఇన్ఎలాస్టిక్. బట్ ఇఫ్ ఐ ఇంక్రీజ్ ద ప్రైస్, అదర్ ఫర్మ్స్ విల్ నాట్ రియాక్ట్. నేను తగ్గించాను కదా, అందరు తగ్గించారు. సార్ నేను పెంచితే అందరు పెంచుతారేమో, నేను పెంచా. నేను పెంచినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుంది, వేరే వాళ్ళు ఎవరు రియాక్ట్ అవ్వరు. అదర్ ఫర్మ్స్ డస్ నాట్ రియాక్ట్ అన్న. ఆటోమేటికలీ మై గుడ్ విల్ బి హై ప్రైస్ గుడ్స్. సో కన్స్యూమర్స్ వాట్ దే విల్ డూ, they will shift from my good to other goods. So na demand baga taggutundi, anduke elastic. If I increase the price, the demand for my goods will become elastic, and if I reduce the price, the demand for my goods will become inelastic. తగ్గించి ఉపయోగం లేదు, పెంచి ఉపయోగం లేదు. That's why let us stick on to the prices whatever that are prevailing in the market. So in oligopoly market, prevailing prices, the existing prices will prevail. The existing prices will, ఏ ప్రైస్ అయితే ఉందో అదే ఉంచుతాం. పెంచడానికి ట్రై చేయము, తగ్గించడానికి ట్రై చేయము. So at that price, a kink will be formed. పెంచితే elastic, తగ్గిస్తే inelastic. Okay, so the same thing is explained here also. Points అన్ని అంతేనా. So basically, oligopoly, this concept, kink demand curve concept, is taken to explain price rigidity. To explain price rigidity, why prices are rigid, why we will try to be at the prevailing prices only. ఆ P దగ్గర ఎందుకు ఉందాం అనుకుంటున్నాం, ఎందుకు పెంచాలనుకోవట్లేదు, ఎందుకు తగ్గించాలనుకోవట్లేదు. Okay, next నాన్న. The other important market forms, duopoly. We know when there are two forms in the market called duopoly. Monopsony, when there is only single seller in the market, it is called as monopsony. Oligopsony, few sellers in the market. Bilateral monopoly, combination of monopoly and monopsony. Okay, so with this we have completed this chapter.